I warn you, should you dare to come to my senior's place again, I shall strike you each time I see you. The cold reprimand echoed in her ears. Xian gradually regained her senses, feeling a dizzying haze enveloping her mind, as if caught between dreams and reality, accompanied by waves of pain coursing through her body. She cracked her eyes open slightly, peering ahead. Before her stood a beautiful girl clad in a flowing white ancient gown, wielding a long whip, glaring fiercely at her. Xian felt somewhat bewildered. Her gaze shifted. She observed numerous young men and women adorned in similar attire alongside an array of antiquated architecture. Xian fell into contemplation.
Who am I?
Where am I? What is happening here? Bravo, Sister Yun.
You fought splendidly.
This is precisely how it should be. It is truly satisfying. Coming here every day to bother Brother Yu, she should really reflect on her own worth. How shameless. Look at her demeanor, she truly deserves this. Xian's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Though she wished to inquire, darkness suddenly engulfed her vision, and her body, beyond her control, crumpled to the ground, consciousness fading into oblivion. When she awoke again, it was dusk. Xian opened her eyes, bathed in the vibrant crimson glow of the setting sun, surveying her surroundings. A modest room, adorned with a few pieces of wooden furniture, exuded an ancient charm. Her hand, tucked beneath the blanket, instinctively pinched the tender flesh at her waist.
Ah!
It hurt. This was no dream. Thus, the memories that had inexplicably surfaced in her mind were indeed genuine. She had truly transmigrated. The scene she had witnessed before losing consciousness flashed through her mind, prompting Xian to let out a deep sigh. Having traversed the boundaries of reality, I find myself within the pages of a novel, specifically The Demon Lord Returns. This narrative chronicles the journey of a righteous prodigy who, upon experiencing a fall from grace, embraces the path of demonic cultivation, ascending to power and dominance. He returns incognito, overturning the cultivation world while captivating the hearts of numerous beauties. My original role was that of a devoted pursuer of the protagonist during his initial phase as a righteous genius. However, upon his descent into misfortune, I abandoned my affections and instead inflicted further suffering. This act resulted in the protagonist, upon his resurgence, stripping me of my cultivation and condemning me to a life of torment within a demonic abyss, ultimately leading to my demise. While reading the story, I felt detached, viewing the antagonist as merely a catalyst for the protagonist's emotional development, a necessary component of the narrative. Ah, you're awake? A voice accompanied by footsteps draws my attention. I turn to see a plump young woman of my age entering the room. This is Li Qing, my neighbor and my only confidant within this sect. Upon noticing my open eyes, Li Qing fills a cup with water from a teapot on the table and approaches. Would you like some?
Thank you.
I prop myself up on the bed with my elbows, enduring the pain, and accept the cup. The water is cold. However, parched as I am, I cannot afford to be particular. I bring the cup to my lips, moistening them before taking small sips, allowing the water to trickle down my throat. Meanwhile, Li Qing turns and heads towards a nearby cabinet. I've collected your share of the sex resources for this month. I'll put them in the cabinet for now, okay? The young girl deftly flipped her hand, revealing 10 grayish-white jade stones and 3 small vials, which she then placed into the cabinet. Thank you for your trouble. Xian expressed her gratitude. If you can manage, please disrobe. I shall apply the medicine, came the reply.
Thank you.
Xian set down her teacup, repositioned herself to face away from the bedside, and began to unfasten her clothing. Please take care of my back. I can handle the front myself. Very well. Li Qing responded while opening the small vial, directing the opening toward the lash marks on Xian's back, sprinkling the powdered medicine. As the powder made contact with the wounds, a sharp sting coursed through Xian, prompting her to bite her lip in silence. Conversely, Li Qing's tone darkened as she remarked, "Such severe lash wounds. Yun Xiu truly dares to strike hard." Xin Yen remained silent. Indeed, at this moment, the male protagonist had yet to descend into despair, embodying the role of a heavenly genius. As for her, the pursuer, she adhered to a relentless approach, frequently pestering the male lead with offerings of items he neither needed nor desired. Consequently, her reputation within the sect suffered greatly, often subjected to scorn. Labels such as a toad wishing to eat swan meat, ignorant of one's own insignificance, and shameless clung to her like a second skin. Contemplating this, Xin Yan's expression grew complex. Setting aside the unfolding plot, one must ponder the present. Why should a young girl squander her vibrant youth on someone so ill-suited? Perhaps she deserved to be chastised by the genuine junior sister, one of the rightful members of the harem? Just then, Li Qing's aggrieved voice broke the silence. That is simply outrageous. That person named Yin clearly disregards the rules of the sect. Upon uttering these words, her actions of applying the medicine came to an abrupt halt. It's done on your back, here you go. Xin Yen accepted the small vial and lowered her head to sprinkle the powder. Li Qing plopped down at the edge of the bed, letting out a sigh. Ultimately, her father is the sect leader. The rules are determined by her family, while we, on the other hand, are merely powerless and insignificant disciples, too insignificant to provoke. Xiao Yan, next time you seek out Brother Yu, remember to keep your distance. We may not be able to confront her, but we can certainly evade her. Once you successfully win over Brother Yu, I wonder what she'll have to say then. Xin Yan's movements involuntarily paused. Did you hear that? Seeing her silence, Li Qing emphasized her point. Taking a deep breath, Xin Yan solemnly spoke. I have decided not to go anymore. The original host harbored feelings for the male protagonist. Not her. Why should she continue to be a source of annoyance? This way, she could prevent herself, as the antagonist, from heading toward a cruel fate within the narrative. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly sprang up from the bed.
Why?
Xiao Yan, are you serious? I have long told you that you are beautiful, far more so than Yun Siyu, which gives you a significant advantage. As long as you persevere, Brother Yu will eventually recognize your worth. If you give up now, then what about all the effort you've put in for so long? We have known each other for a year now, and I can see that you genuinely, truly, have a deep affection for Brother Yu. This love should not come to an end here. Xin Yan lifted her gaze. But I believe. Ding. System loading complete. By utilizing this system, the items gifted by the host shall yield a tenfold return. System bound to the sole recipient. Yu Qinan. Xin Yan. A system? Could it be the one she imagined? And what follows? Yu Qinan? The male lead? What do you think? Li Qing inquired with a furrowed brow. I believe you are right, Xiao Qing. Rest assured, I shall not give up. Xin Yan declared earnestly. Where there is sincerity, even metal and stone can be opened. I will undoubtedly make Senior Brother Yu see me. Chapter 2. The tenfold return system. Excusing Li Qing's departure on account of her frail constitution and the need for rest, Xin Yan firmly shut the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of excitement danced across her features. System? Are you there? Could you elucidate the concept of this tenfold return? When the host bestows gifts upon the bound target, they shall receive a return from this system. The returned items will be randomly multiplied by 10 in terms of both quality and quantity. In other words, if I grant the male lead 1 million, I could potentially receive 10 million in return? Correct. Xin Yan's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Is there anything wrong with being a sycophant? Is there shame in being ridiculed? With such a tenfold benefit at stake, surely there can be no issue. In that moment, Xin Yan felt that this experience of traversing into a novel was not so dreadful after all. Brimming with a hint of exhilaration, she approached the solitary cabinet within the room. If she were to give gifts, she must first ascertain what possessions she had at her disposal. Opening the cabinet, she initially beheld a few simple garments, some trinkets, and a dozen ingots of gold and silver. These were ordinary items, of little value in the realm of cultivation. And thus, after a cursory glance, Xian shifted her focus to the adjacent area. There lay the spirit stones and medicinal pills sent by Li Qing.
Furthermore, she had
3 vials of advanced spirit-gathering pills that she had instructed Li Qing to procure for the male lead, only to have them intercepted by Yun Xiu before she could present them. Xian grasped the spirit stones and medicinal pills, placing them beside the bed, and retrieved the 3 small vials from her attire, arranging them neatly atop the bed. Delving into her memories, she recognized that these indeed constituted her entire wealth. The original protagonist was born in an ordinary mortal town, where her parents were small vendors operating a modest stall selling trinkets. Their life was neither prosperous nor dire. The protagonist possessed remarkable beauty, a fact universally acknowledged both in the narrative and in her own memories. Consequently, she gained notoriety in the town from a young age. And by the age of 10, various suitors began to approach her, all of whom she dismissed. It was not until the age of 14 that she encountered the decennial disciple recruitment of the Xianling sect, where her spiritual roots of water, wood, and fire were identified. This event marked her entry into the realm of cultivation, where she met the male lead and inadvertently altered the course of her life. Having spent nearly a year at the Xianling sect, the protagonist initially arrived with a few ingots of gold and silver from home, while the remainder of her resources was derived from the monthly allocations provided by the sect. These provisions were meager, sufficient only to sustain a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Thus, she opted to undertake tasks at the refining peak, assisting in the processing of spiritual materials. In return, she exchanged the earned spirit stones and her allocation for resources needed by the male lead. Regrettably, she neglected her own cultivation, relying solely on her diligence, which left her with little to show for her efforts. Is it not utterly absurd? What man deserves such self-deprecation? Xian felt her blood pressure rise, suddenly reminded of the system. Oh, and there were still gifts to bestow. Well, that changes everything. He is worth it. As night fell, still early, she gathered the few remaining items from her bed and sat down. She settled into a cross-legged position, recalling her memories to channel her spiritual energy towards her wounds. The medicinal powder previously utilized was procured with silver, rather than being a miraculous elixir. Its effects were present, albeit modest. Primarily, it provided a commendable analgesic effect, alleviating the burden. As for healing, without any medicinal pills for treatment at hand, I could only rely on spiritual energy to nurture and promote the natural regeneration of flesh and blood. Thus, time swiftly passed. When the moon reached its zenith, Xian opened her eyes. She first assessed her wounds, which had scabbed over, no longer a gruesome sight. After getting out of bed and confirming that her mobility was unaffected, she donned a clean garment and stealthily slipped out of the room. It was time to test the system. As the direct disciple of the sect master of the Xianling sect, the dwelling of the male protagonist was indeed extraordinary, situated atop the Master's peak within a secluded bamboo grove. Xian spent an hour, evading detection, to reach the outskirts of the bamboo forest. Drawing from the original owner's numerous infiltration experiences, she maneuvered left and right, and after a brief moment, a 2-story bamboo pavilion came into view. She did not rush forward but instead contemplated the tightly shut door of the pavilion, squinting in thought for a moment. Subsequently, she inwardly queried system, "May I inquire how you determine the success of gift-giving? Is it deemed successful only if I present the gift and the recipient accepts it, or does it count as successful regardless of whether they accept it? Items must be received by the target to be considered a successful gift."
Xin Kun deeply,
leaning against a bamboo stalk. System, your criteria for judgment is flawed. Gift-giving is an act performed by one individual, while receiving is an action undertaken by another. How can these two be conflated? You are solely my system, entrusted with my affairs alone. Thus, your judgments should be based on my actions rather than those of others. therefore determining based on whether I have given is the correct approach. What do you think? A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and the system remained unresponsive. Xin Yen smiled lightly and straightened, moving forward. System, you must have arrived in this world alongside me, right? As fellow wayfarers in a foreign land, I trust that you are committed to me, your host. Hence, I shall not hold back. If there are issues, raise them candidly. And you need not be polite either. Let us address any problems that arise. Our cooperation is essential to carve out a place for ourselves in this otherworldly realm. Would you not agree? As she spoke, Xin Yen approached the entrance of the bamboo house. She placed all her meticulously organized assets on the ground before turning to leave. The original host often presented gifts in this manner, as the male lead would not accept them when offered face-to-face. This was also the rationale behind Xin Yan's persuasion. Encouragement of the system. After she had walked briskly for about 10 steps, the system's somewhat displeased notification finally resonated. Ding! Gift successfully given. Splendid! Xin Yen could not help but inwardly commend the outcome. However, another alert sounded, causing her to pause. Were the returned items poisoned? The system should not err in such circumstances, thus, the returned items are generated based on the gifts, and if the returned items are poisoned, does it not imply that the gifts themselves are tainted? The pills she bestowed upon him, could they truly be poison? Chapter 3. The male protagonist, Yuchinen. In an instant, Xin Yen recalled the original plot. The male lead, once prosperous, had fallen into despair, ensnared by the machinations of another sect during a secret realm competition, resulting in the damage of his dantian and the severance of his path forward. He endeavored to save himself, but found his resources depleted. On one occasion, after being ridiculed by the antagonist, he remembered those gifts he had once accepted. He utilized them, only to be discovered bearing demonic energy, entangled with demonic cultivators, nearly leading to his immediate demise at the hands of the higher-ups of the immortal spirit sect. Thus, this was the true reason why the male lead, upon his triumphant return, cast the original host into the demon's lair, watching her suffer to her death. A cold sweat broke out on Xin Yen. Had the system not appeared, she would have chosen to distance herself from the narrative and live her own modest life. As the story progressed, the male lead would inevitably descend into despair, recall those gifts, use them, discover the poison, and subsequently return with vengeance to end her life. How fortunate that the system intervened. Just as she contemplated rising, she heard the door ahead creak open. Xin Yen stiffened, raising her head to see a young man in his inner garments, looking down upon her. His exquisite features bore a sharpness, his thin lips tightly pressed. Even with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, he exuded a chilling demeanor. Yet at this moment his expression was decidedly displeased. Xin Yen felt a twinge of guilt. She slowly rose to her feet, forcing a reluctant smile. "Senior brother, what a coincidence." As the words escaped her lips, Xin Yen felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. What a coincidence, indeed, right at his doorstep. Yuchinen remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon her. After several breaths, Xin Yen could no longer bear the intensity of his stare, diverting her gaze and shuffling her feet backward. Senior brother, I seem to have lost my way. I shall take my leave now." I recall mentioning, Yuchinen suddenly interjected, his expression frosty, "that no matter what you do, I will never harbor any affection for you." In that moment, Xin Yen found her embarrassment dissipating. Having already resolved to play the role of a devoted admirer, what was there left to lose? What was the worth of her face compared to the rewards of the system? As for the male lead's displeasure, was it truly a concern? Anyone would feel discontented when persistently pursued by someone they did not favor, especially when that person intruded upon their doorstep late at night. If she were in his position, she might have resorted to more drastic measures. Considering this, it was quite commendable that the male lead could engage her in conversation with such restraint. Xin Yun adjusted her demeanor, embracing the role of an ardent admirer. She bent down to retrieve the spiritual stones from the ground and extended them towards Yu Qinan. These are for you, senior brother. Yu Qinan's brows knitted tighter, his tone growing even colder. Do you not comprehend human language? You need not offer me anything, nor should you think of ways to curry my favor. I will not come to like you. Undeterred, Xin Yun pressed the spiritual stones into his hands. Yu Qinan refused to accept them, causing the stones to clatter against the ground, breaking the tension with their crisp sound. The atmosphere fell momentarily still. Xin Yun crouched down, picked up the stones once more, and stood, gazing at Yu Qinan. With a smile adorning her face, there is no need for you to hold any affection for me, senior brother. It is I who harbors feelings for you and wishes to present you with a gift. This matter is solely my own, and you need not concern yourself with it. As she spoke, she extended the spiritual stone once more. Yu Qinan felt a surge of anger. However, your solitary affair has already begun to encroach upon my life. Xin Yun contemplated for a moment. Very well, I understand. Yu Qinan let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Xin Yun continue. I shall endeavor to avoid you in the future, so as not to cause you any distress. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Yu Qinan's right hand, which hung limply, clenched into a tight fist, and a sense of foreboding washed over Xin Yun. She swiftly changed the topic. By the way, senior brother, there's another matter I wish to discuss. Previously, I had gifted you some elixirs, which you have yet to use, correct? Might I ask for them back? After the system alerted her to the toxicity of the elixirs, Xin Yun had been pondering a particular question. Where did the poison originate? The elixirs in her possession were primarily distributed by the sect, with a smaller portion procured through Li Qing. The Xianling sect, being an esteemed Taoist sect, would never distribute toxic elixirs to its disciples. Thus, the issue must have arisen during the transition from distribution to her hands. Furthermore, considering that the purchased elixirs were also toxic, the answer became glaringly evident. If Li Qing were indeed the culprit, then the elixirs she had previously gifted to the male lead were likely poisoned as well. With her thoughts racing, Xin Yun gazed earnestly at Yu Qinan, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness of requesting the return of a gift. Yu Qinan was taken aback by her audacious request. He gazed at her intently for a moment, emotions settling, before turning and walking back into the house. Waiting, Xin Yun calmly observed the interior. It wasn't long before Yu Qinan emerged, presenting her with the ring. Xin Yun lowered her gaze, blinking in surprise. A storage ring? This trinket was not particularly precious, yet the original owner had none, being quite impoverished. Everything you previously gifted me is inside, Yu Qinan stated, his tone still frosty. Xin Yun comprehended his intent, but offered no explanation. Accepting the storage ring, she probed within, discovering an array of elixirs, spirit stones, garments, and accessories, all meticulously organized. Communicating with the system space, she retrieved a vial of high-grade spirit-nourishing pill, placing it along with 10 spirit stones into the ring. Then, she used her consciousness to summon the previously gifted elixirs, gathering them in her embrace. Stepping back, she distanced herself from him. It's getting late. You should rest, senior brother. I shall not disturb you. I will return another time. With that, ignoring Yu Qinan's darkened demeanor, she turned, summoned her spiritual energy, and swiftly dashed into the bamboo grove, soon disappearing from sight. As she departed, Yu Qinan's fury subdued, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. He cast his gaze toward his fingertips, where warmth lingered from their earlier contact. A gust of wind materialized, closing the door behind him. Xin Yun rushed out of the bamboo grove, relieved to find the male lead had not pursued her to mete out punishment, and slowed her pace. Maintaining a light-hearted spirit, she murmured as she hurried back to her residence. System, just now. Item resending is ineffective. The return of items is ineffective. The transfer of items to others is also ineffective. Please, host, diligently complete your tasks and refrain from misplacing your focus. Chapter 4. No, that is not the case. I have yet to utter a word. Though I did just earlier consider the notion of discreetly offering the spirit stones and miscellaneous items from the storage ring, along with a bottle of high-grade spirit-nourishing elixir returned by the system, to the male protagonist, I wonder, what does it mean to misplace one's focus? Is it truly appropriate for the system to learn and apply such rules on the fly? Images flashed through my mind, recalling the hundreds of spirit stones within the storage ring, and I pondered what it would be like if they could be returned. With a hint of reluctance, Xin Yen spoke up. System, rules are rigid, yet humans are dynamic.
As my.
Her words trailed off abruptly as she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The moon, now obscured by dark clouds, cast an ominous shadow over the world, creating an atmosphere of mystery and solitude on this summer night. The air was still, yet Xin Yen felt a sudden chill creeping up her spine. There was no one around, no sound to be heard, but then, tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in unison with her own, maintaining the same rhythm as she moved forward. Xin Yan's hair stood on end, her mind momentarily clouded. This place, is it not one of the 10 great sects of the righteous path mentioned in the original text, the Xianling sect? A gathering place for numerous cultivators? Then why would there be something unclean? Is this reasonable? Taking a deep breath, Xin Yen feigned ignorance and continued onward. In the shadows, she channeled her spiritual energy, dispelling the chill while remaining vigilant to the situation behind her. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. The coldness behind her gradually crept up to the nape of her neck, a gentle breeze brushing against her skin. Xin Yen seemed to hear a sigh. Breathing deeply, she dared not hesitate. She exerted force in her legs, increasing the distance, while simultaneously conjuring a fireball in her hand and hurling it backward. The fireball was controlled by her spiritual energy, allowing her to sense the conditions even after its release. Xin Yen distinctly felt that this strike had landed in an empty space, failing to hit any foe. She turned her head to look. A translucent figure, cloaked in a deep green hue, floated behind her, head bowed, curiously observing the fireball that had passed through its form without inflicting any harm. Xin Yen felt a sense of humiliation wash over her. After a fleeting glance, she turned and fled. Yet, from the left side of the sky, the sound of a sword's ringing and a reprimand echoed. Who dares make such a commotion at this hour? At this moment, the only individuals bold enough to create a disturbance would be the patrol team of the Xianling sect. Xin Yen's eyes brightened, disregarding the potential consequences of being discovered. She swiftly altered her course towards the source of the sound. Within a mere 2 breaths, a youth around 18 or 19 years of age descended on a flying sword toward her. Xin Yen exhaled in relief. However, in the next instant, the youth's sword was poised against her neck. An outer sect disciple?
Speak.
What is your purpose for sneaking into the Master's Peak at this late hour? This. Xin Yen was momentarily at a loss for words. Her gaze shifted back, scanning the empty path behind her, where not a trace of the deep green figure remained. As if everything that had just transpired but the rapid heartbeat told Xin Yen that she was certainly not mistaken.
What are you looking at?
The young man inquired. At that moment, several others rushed over, both male and female, all around 17 or 18 years of age, yet they did not ride swords but rather ran on foot. Upon seeing Xin Yen, one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "You are? That outer sect disciple from earlier today? Xin Yen, is it?" Xin Yen was taken aback. They recognized her and were aware of the events from earlier. As her thoughts raced, she hastily denied it. I am not Xin Yen. Despite her words, her voice was but a whisper, and her tone exceedingly feeble. The young man who had spoken first let out a derisive laugh. stepping forward to address the sword-wielding youth. Brother Lin, today junior sister Yin taught a lesson to an outer sect disciple, and it is she. I happen to be present, hence I recognize her.
Lin?
Xian Yun studied the young man before her intently. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an air of grandeur, akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating sharpness, yet a small red tear mole beneath his right eye added a touch of softness to his piercing demeanor. Xian Yun realized who he was. In the original narrative, the protagonist would later take him as a master, specifically the renowned Mu Rue of the Xianling sect, the foremost sword cultivator in the realm. This young man, named Lin Zijua, was Mu Rue's foremost disciple and thus her senior brother. Most crucially, Lin Zijua would, for reasons unknown, become an adversary of the male protagonist, much like her, destined to be a villain. Suddenly, Xian Yun felt a sense of familiarity towards the young man before her, despite the sword still poised at her throat. Having grasped the explanation, Lin Zijua nodded. Yet he did not lower his sword. His calm gaze remained fixed upon Xian Yun.
As you arrive at the Zhongzhu Peak, what is it that you seek?
I seek nothing. A youth beside her interjected. This location is quite close to where junior brother Yu resides. I wonder, are you planning to sneak over to him? Xian Yun initially displayed a look of surprise, but quickly denied it in a flustered manner. No, I have no intention of visiting junior brother Yu. However, her demeanor betrayed a palpable sense of guilt that rendered her words unconvincing. The group of youths fell into a silence, their gazes betraying a mix of disdain and contempt. Lin Zijua gradually sheathed his sword. I shall inform you Chinan of this matter. Xian Yun's fingers clenched the edge of her garment, seemingly distressed, yet inwardly indifferent. After all, the male protagonist was already aware. It mattered little whether the information was disclosed or not. Lin Zijua continued, in the future, refrain from venturing out at night. Should you be caught again, the consequences will not be so trivial. Xian Yun paused momentarily before nodding slowly. I understand. Yet her gaze furtively darted towards the bamboo grove behind them. At that moment, someone let out a derisive laugh. Oh, still unwilling to concede? Planning to wait until we depart to seek out junior brother Yu? What? Hasn't junior sister Yun's whip taught you any lessons? With tightly pressed lips, she muttered softly, I haven't. Lin Zijua cast a glance at her before addressing the others. Without regard for their reactions, he drew his sword, enlarging it slightly, and positioned it beside Xian Yun. He stepped forward first. Come up. Xian Yun shook her head. Come up. Lin Zijua reiterated, his tone growing more assertive. Xin hesitated for a moment before unceremoniously standing up. I trouble you, senior brother. As she spoke, the previous look of timidity vanished entirely. With an expression of innocence, she added, What are you staring at? I never asked for anything. You offered willingly. In the end, Lin Zijua said nothing, guiding the flying sword beneath him straight into the sky. Chapter 5. The tenfold spirit-infusing pill. The flying sword ascended until it reached a height of 20 zhang above the ground, where it finally halted. Where do you reside? Junior sister? Between the Sect Master's Peak and the Artifact Refining Peak, in Outer Sect District 7, number 1100, Xin replied, then continued, Lin Zijua acknowledged her with a brief response, adjusting the direction of their flight towards the east. At that moment, Xin finally took notice of her surroundings. The wind whistled past her ears, mist coiled around her, and the hazy nightscape swiftly blurred by, creating a magnificent view. Suddenly, Xin felt her legs weaken. Taking a deep breath, she focused her gaze ahead, fixating on Lin Ziju's straightened back. Attempting to forget her current predicament, Lin Zijua seemed to sense her unease yet maintained his silence, feigning ignorance. Thus, approximately a quarter of an hour passed. The flying sword descended into a cluster of buildings nestled within a basin, landing accurately before a small courtyard. We have arrived. X and Y and glanced around, realizing they had reached her courtyard entrance. "Thank you, senior brother." "It was nothing," LNZJ replied, shaking his head. He then guided the flying sword back into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. X and YN gazed at the heavens, lost in thought. Although this senior brother appeared cold, his character was rather pleasant. How had he become the villain? She turned and slowly walked into the courtyard. Yet, she felt as though a gaze was scrutinizing her from the right front. Xianyan turned her head to look. The buildings shrouded in the night revealed no figures. However, this courtyard to her right happened to be Li Qing's residence. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds at the wall, Xianyan withdrew her attention and pushed open her own courtyard gate. It was only upon entering the house, closing the door, and activating the protective formation inherent to the small courtyard that she allowed herself to relax. She tossed the poisonous elixir she had carried with her onto the table and sank into the chair beside it. Earlier that day, when she mentioned her desire to abandon her pursuit of the male lead, Li Qing had reacted quite strongly. At the time, she sensed something amiss, but did not delve deeper. It was only later that she discovered the elixir was laced with poison. The original owner had regarded Li Qing fondly, as she had consistently supported her pursuit of the male lead, comforting her after each setback and assuring her that she would succeed. Yet, upon reflection, if Li Qing truly had the original owner's best interests at heart, why would she encourage her to chase after someone unattainable? Li Qing merely sought a means to deliver the poisoned elixir into the male lead's hands. Xianyan could not help but sigh. She then pondered another question. Why would Li Qing wish harm upon the male lead? Was there a vendetta, or was she acting under the influence of someone else? Xianyan leaned towards the latter hypothesis. The demonic blood toxin was associated with dark forces. How could an ordinary righteous disciple easily acquire it? Thus, the crisis lay solely with the male lead. As an intermediary, her primary concern was how Li Qing might react should they fall out, and finding a plausible way to extricate herself from the quagmire targeting the male lead, thereby preserving her own life. Yet, what constituted a plausible approach remained elusive to Xianyan, and she could only suppress her thoughts for the time being. Rising to her feet, she approached the bed and gracefully ascended, settling into a cross-legged position. Regardless of the possibilities or methods, strength is an absolute necessity. Only by becoming formidable can one face all challenges with composure. Having spent nearly a year within the ranks of the Immortal Spirit sect, her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, an achievement that pales in comparison to the talents of the male protagonist. Nevertheless, she was regarded as part of the foremost echelon among the outer disciples, and this was accomplished without utilizing any cultivation resources. With a contemplative demeanor, Xianyan communicated with the system space and retrieved a vial containing a low-grade spirit-nourishing pill with a 10-fold effect. She uncapped the vial and peered inside, revealing 5 translucent pills resembling white jade, quietly resting within, exuding an extraordinary aura. The spirit-nourishing pill serves as an auxiliary elixir for cultivation, aiding the user in attracting the ethereal spiritual energy that permeates the surroundings, thereby accelerating the pace of cultivation. Depending on the individual's absorption capacity, it can enhance the spirit absorption rate by anywhere from 10 to 50%, while the so-called high-grade spirit-nourishing pill doubles that effect, potentially boosting the absorption rate by a full 100%. However, due to the limitations associated with the grade of the pill, low-grade spirit-nourishing pills are only beneficial during the qi refinement stage, and high-grade ones are effective only up to the foundation establishment stage. Beyond that, they become nearly ineffective. Pouring a single pill from the small vial, driven by curiosity regarding its 10-fold efficacy, she placed it into her mouth. Subsequently, she oriented her palms upwards, adopting the standard meditation posture, and recalled the original owner's cultivation technique, the unified method of the Immortal Spirit sect, Immortal Spirit technique. As the pill dissolved within her, A surge of warmth ascended from her core, and the surrounding spiritual energy grew vibrant, flowing toward Xian. Xingyin dared not delay, hastily channeling her cultivation technique to absorb the surging spiritual energy into her body. Simultaneously, she guided the influx of power, familiarizing herself with her new abode, refining it to make it her own. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Gradually, Xingyin sensed something amiss. The amount of spiritual energy she had absorbed was overwhelming. She could not refine it all. Pain surged through her meridians, compelling her to release a portion of the energy that had entered her body. Unable to be refined in time, as the pain subsided, Xingyin resumed her guidance and refinement. Yet, she soon discerned further irregularities. She recalled the tenfold efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill, which promised formidable results, but was astonished to find that this enhancement was a 5-fold increase. A precise multiple of 5. This led her to deduce that this body, when utilizing a standard low-tier spirit-nourishing pill, could achieve an enhancement of a precise 50%. This was illogical. Such a degree of enhancement from a spirit-nourishing pill existed only in theory, for no one could fully absorb the effects of a single pill. Yet now she had accomplished it. Was this body truly merely an ordinary 3-spirit root? Xingyin was uncertain of the answer. However, for her, this was a fortuitous development. Provided with sufficient resources, her strength could soar, rendering her formidable. Yet, she needed to remain discreet, ensuring that no one detected any anomalies. With this conclusion in mind, Xingyin dispelled her distractions and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. Time flowed swiftly. The night gradually receded, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room. As Xingyin slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, she felt the exhilarating surge of having broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Excitement bubbled within her. In a single night, breaking through 1 layer. Tomorrow 5 layers, the day after 6 layers, and the day after that 7 layers. Would this not lead one directly to the heavens? Although deep down she understood that this breakthrough was attributable to the original host's 4 months of diligent practice at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. One must indulge in dreams without restraint. Xian squinted her eyes, lost in visions of the future, and couldn't help but emit a few chuckles. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she perceived a hint of green. Startled, Xian slowly turned her head to the left, only to behold a beautiful girl, her form a translucent emerald hue, resting against her. With her eyes tightly shut, she appeared to be in a deep, peaceful slumber. However, she bore no weight. This was the unclean entity she had encountered on the road the previous night. Chapter 6. Here should be a tale. Xian felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Last night, in an attempt to evade this creature, she had even risked exposing herself, nearly becoming someone with ulterior motives infiltrating the Zhongzhou Peak. Why had she not shaken it off yet? She stiffened, hesitating to move, while her thoughts raced. The original text contained no description of this emerald-hued woman. It was possible that the narrative was told from the male protagonist's perspective, thus leaving the affairs of the antagonist unaddressed. Alternatively, the original host might have sustained injuries from a recent altercation, not having visited the male protagonist's residence during the night, hence remaining unscathed, whereas she had, fortuitously stumbling into misfortune. Which answer held the truth remained uncertain, but it was evident that fear and urgency would not resolve the predicament. Taking a deep breath, Xian forced herself to regain her composure. She extended her coiled legs into a more favorable position for escape. With a sudden burst of movement, she propped herself up on the bed and leapt to the floor. Paying no mind to her bare feet, she swiftly dashed a few steps toward the doorway, distancing herself from the bed. As she glanced back, the emerald-clad woman, drained of strength, collapsed onto the bed with a soft thud. With her eyes wide open, she looked around in confusion. Her gaze swept the room before ultimately settling upon Xian. A look of delight spread across her face, and she floated off the bed, drifting towards her. Yen felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Could it be that this was truly the beginning of an entanglement? Without hesitation, she conjured a fireball, indifferent to its efficacy, and hurled it towards the approaching figure. Simultaneously, she retreated towards the door, intending to escape the chamber. However, she noticed the Emerald Woman's eyes brighten as she advanced towards the fireball, opening her mouth wide and swallowing it whole. Yen was taken aback, feeling utterly insulted. Anger surged within her, yet her movements were swift. She flung open the door and stepped over the threshold. Turning to observe the Emerald Woman, she found that after consuming the fireball, the woman had ceased her advance and stood there, gazing at her with an expression of expectation. Expectation? Yen mulled over this notion, momentarily halting her escape. She once again conjured a fireball and tossed it to the right side of the room. The Emerald Woman hurriedly floated over, devouring it with a delighted sound. Yen quickly created another fireball and directed it to the left. The woman repeated her previous action with the same enthusiasm. Watching the gleeful demeanor of the Emerald Woman, Yen silently shifted her gaze to the space behind her. It was empty, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if there ought to be a tail present. The Emerald Woman bore no ill intent. Had she wished to do harm, she would have acted during Yen's vulnerable state of meditation the previous night, when her spirit was entirely absorbed within herself and the outside world was left unguarded. As for why this peculiar entity had latched onto her, Yen began to devise a theory. Indeed, the Emerald Woman was now gazing at her palm with a look of longing, a suspicious liquid seemingly trailing from the corner of her mouth. A faint smile graced Yen's lips as she extended her palm, channeling her spiritual energy forward while speaking. "Hello, would you like to get acquainted?" The emerald-hued woman glided towards Yen, eagerly consuming the energy she offered. Yen assessed her intelligence, concluding that she likely lacked the capacity for human communication. She decided to consolidate another orb of spiritual energy to feed her, pondering her recent training session. The speed of her energy refinement had been inadequate, resulting in a considerable waste of her spiritual resources. The Emerald Woman leaning against her was probably absorbing this surplus energy. With a system in place, such wastefulness would likely persist in her future cultivation. Thus, she contemplated the idea of feeding what she could not utilize to the Emerald Woman, fostering a connection, and ultimately discovering a means of communication that would enable the woman to heed her words. In the future, this could prove to be an invaluable asset. However, she realized the necessity of imposing certain constraints to ensure that once the Emerald Woman grew stronger, she would not turn against her. Lost in thought, Yen suddenly felt a gentle bite on her fingertip. She lifted her gaze to find the Emerald Woman lightly nibbling her finger, her eyes wide with an unmistakable expression that read, "Please feed me." Yen chuckled and directed her spiritual energy along her finger. Instantly, the Emerald Woman became enraptured, her countenance filled with joy. Meanwhile, Yen discreetly raised her other hand, drawing upon the original owner's memories to inscribe the mark of a contracted spirit beast with her spiritual energy. She pressed her fingertip against the Emerald Woman's brow. In the next moment, the mark vanished with a soft pop, dissipating into thin air. The Emerald Woman looked up in confusion, her expression puzzled as she gazed at Yen. With a slight twitch at the corner of her eye, Yen intensified the flow of energy from her fingertip, prompting the Emerald Woman to disregard her, fully engrossed in consuming the spiritual energy. Xin was suddenly overcome by an unsettling sense of guilt for having taken a virtuous maiden. She quickly shook her head, reminding herself that this was a ghost, not a virtuous woman. The spirit beast contract was intended for spirit beasts. It was entirely expected that it would falter against ghostly entities. After a moment's contemplation, Xin conjured a delicate wooden thorn, carefully pricking her fingertip to extract a drop of blood, which she pressed gently onto the ghostly maiden's brow. She withdrew her hand and waited. She observed as the drop of blood gradually seeped into the ghost's forehead, and soon, the skin there regained its smoothness. Consequently, Xin Kun sensed a faint, almost imperceptible connection forming. The ghostly maiden raised her gaze to meet Xin Kun's, her eyes now brimming with warmth. Simultaneously, a naive consciousness emerged, echoing a simple craving: hungry food. Xin Kun replied, "There's none. Wait until tonight for cultivation." The earlier commotion had depleted most of her meager spiritual energy. Though her body was gradually absorbing the ambient spiritual energy as a means of replenishment, the pace was sluggish and insufficient to counterbalance the consumption. Thus, she could not afford to feed the spirit. What if she were drained dry? Just as Xin Kun withdrew her hand, the joy on the ghostly maiden's face transformed into a look of sorrow. Waves of grievance flowed back through their connection. Xin Kun chose to disregard it.
Come.
"Let us have a chat." As she spoke, she settled onto the edge of the bed, crossing one leg over the other. The ghostly maiden floated closer, gazing at her with eager eyes. Xin Kun crossed her arms, scrutinizing the maiden's features. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, even with her current forlorn expression. There lingered an air of noble pride. Thus, Xin Kun inquired, "What is your name? Where do you come from? Why do you follow me?" As she spoke, the connection between them allowed the emerald-clad woman to grasp her meaning on a spiritual level. The woman tilted her head, appearing bewildered for a moment. Then she leaned in, grasped Xin Kun's hand, and raised it to her lips. Opening her mouth, she gently bit down on Xin Kun's finger.
Food.
Although the consciousness conveyed through their bond was not entirely clear, Xin Kun managed to discern the essence of the communication, an urge to be fed. There was no name, no origin. She sensed something delightful and delicious, which prompted her arrival. So, what did she think of her then? Xin Kun was filled with indignation. Chapter 7. Alu, since there is no name, I shall call you Alu from now on. The emerald-clad woman tilted her head slightly, beginning to comprehend. She opened her mouth.
Ah.
It seemed she was attempting to mimic Xin Kun's pronunciation but struggled to understand, resulting in an extended ah with no further progress. Xin Kun was not in a hurry. She demonstrated once more and tried to guide her in pronunciation. "Come, repeat after me. Alu, Lu Lu." After some time, Alu finally managed to articulate her name clearly.
Alu, Alu.
She repeated it, floating around the room, filled with joy. Xin Kun watched her with a smile. She had also gained insight into this spirit situation. Alu was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, she was simply unfamiliar with this world, akin to a newborn infant. Thus, if Xin Kun wished to facilitate easier communication with Alu in the future and harness her as an ally, the first step would be to teach her about the world. This was by no means an easy task, and Xin Kun lacked the experience of a parent. Thus, she decided to set the matter aside for the time being and seek alternative solutions later. Rising from the bedside, she dressed and performed a cleansing technique to address her morning routine. Glancing at the welts on her body, she noted that they had nearly healed, with only faint red marks remaining, which would soon fade away. During her cultivation, the flow of spiritual energy coursing through her meridians had partially seeped into her flesh, enhancing her physical constitution. In instances of excess spiritual energy, even without deliberate guidance, some would instinctively rush towards her wounds, facilitating self-healing. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence, sparing her the need for further treatment. Having finished her preparations, Xin Kun approached to deter the errant spirit, Yelvi. Yelvi paused for a moment before shaking her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she conveyed her desire to accompany Xin Kun through their connection.
No.
Xin Kun firmly rejected the notion. What if they were discovered? How could she explain that she was harboring a little ghost? Startled by her exclamation, Yelvi floated away slightly. Then, Seemingly understanding Xian Yun's resolve through their bond, she retreated to a corner, curling up in a ball. If you don't feed me, I can't join you.
So mean, Hua.
Xian Yun sighed. Is this how all spirits behave? Yet, in this matter, she could not indulge Yelvi. Ignoring the pitiful gaze directed at her, she stepped out of the room. Yelvi hurriedly floated over, eager to follow. Clutching her own form tightly, Yelvi whimpered. Xian Yun, feeling helpless, reached out to pat the top of her head. Yelvi pouted, visibly displeased, indicating that she would be obedient. Xian Yun felt reassured. She closed the door behind her and strode away from the small courtyard. The original owner had left her a position at the Spirit Tool Peak to handle spiritual materials. According to the regulations of the Immortal Spirit Sect, disciples, whether from the inner or outer sect, are exempt from any obligations during their first year of entry. The sect provides resources for cultivation and establishes courses on foundational knowledge, cultivation techniques, and some low-tier spells for disciples to study and practice. For instance, the original owner, besides attending foundational knowledge and technique classes, also learned basic spells such as cleaning technique, lightness technique, and law force technique, as well as the 3 fundamental methods of water, wood, and fire manipulation, tailored to her spiritual roots. To date, while not proficient, she could at least employ them when needed. The specific circumstances of the other disciples were not known to the original owner, but Xian Yun assumed they were likely similar to hers. After a year, those disciples who had acquired certain abilities would be required to complete specified tasks as mandated by the sect. These tasks included farming, alchemy, artifact crafting, and hunting beasts, among others. With just 1 month remaining until her 1-year mark in the sect, she was not obligated to undertake any tasks, however. She desired to earn money to purchase items for the male lead, thus she proactively sought work at the Artifact Refining Peak, aiming to process spiritual materials. Her intentions were not entirely pure, yet part of her motive was to prepare for a future path in artifact crafting. After careful contemplation, Xian Yun resolved to pursue this avenue. Skills should never be seen as burdensome, especially when they pertain to spiritual tools that can enhance combat prowess. Accordingly, Xian Yun first visited the cafeteria at the edge of the residential area, had a simple breakfast, and then made her way to the spiritual material hall located halfway up the artifact refining peak. Upon entering the hall, numerous gazes converged upon her. Here it comes. Quite comely, no wonder she dared to sneak into another's abode in the dead of night to offer herself. Fie. Utterly shameless. Whoa, I cannot believe it. Did she truly enter? Truly, with senior brother Yu. Verily, such is the rumor. Xian Yun listened, perplexed. This rumor, is it not somewhat excessive? Exaggerated to such an extent? Though she had anticipated the dissemination of her discovery by the patrol, did not those individuals believe she had not yet entered the bamboo grove? How, then, has it evolved into entering the room and something transpiring? Xian Yun, while lamenting the dreadfulness of gossip, maintained a serene countenance, eyes fixed forward, traversing the hall at a steady pace, feigning ignorance. Exiting through the rear door of the hall, she turned toward a sprawling 2-story pavilion on the left. This locale was dedicated to the handling of spiritual materials. Swiftly entering the pavilion, she immediately beheld a spacious hall with neatly arranged small rooms on either side. The number of disciples was significantly fewer than outside. Though some cast curious glances her way, they were few and far between, easily disregarded. Xian Yun approached the sole counter in the hall, addressing the 2 maidens seated within, sorting jade talismans. Senior sisters, I am here to receive a task. Upon hearing this, the maiden on the left raised her head, her gaze filled with loathing. Nay, several individuals upon her entry seemed poised to engage her in a brawl. In comparison, mere unkind looks were of little consequence. Moreover, she recognized this maiden. Her name was Hu Kue, and she had been present since Xian Yun's first day. responsible for organizing and distributing tasks. To recount a particularly memorable experience, Hu Kuai-Kuai's third uncle serves as the elder in charge of handling the spiritual materials here. Faced with Xian Yan's smiling visage, Hu Kuai-Kuai felt a twinge of discomfort. Suppressing her emotions as she lowered her gaze to pick up a jade talisman from the table. "Hand me the identity token." Xian Yan produced a black wooden plaque from her possession and handed it over. "Room 107. Please review the task requirements yourself." "Very well. Thank you, senior sister." Xian Yan maintained her politeness as she accepted the token and proceeded towards the left side of the hall, where a row of rooms awaited. Once she had distanced herself, a girl on the right leaned closer to Hu Kuai-Kuai and whispered, "Wasn't there a report about issues concerning the fire lizard skin in room 107? Hu Kuai-Kuai scoffed softly, returning to her work with a dismissive air. "I have no knowledge of any problems." Chapter 8. Indeed, it is toxic. Meanwhile, Xian Yan arrived at the door of room 107 and pressed the wooden plaque into the recess on the door. With a soft click, the door swung open automatically. A wooden workbench stood prominently in the center of the room, accompanied by chairs for resting and meditation cushions for practice. Scattered across the floor lay heaps of red lizard skin. Xian Yan entered, closed the door behind her, and approached for a closer inspection. The lizard skin bore remnants of unprocessed blood and flesh, with pools of blood accumulating on the ground. Xian Yan couldn't help but furrow her brows as she delved into the memories of the original owner. The handling of spiritual materials revealed a diverse array of peculiar and varied substances. The original owner had endured countless trials, forging iron and melting gold and silver. They had faced blood and battled ferocious beasts, and on one occasion, they were even scarred by a piece of wood that inexplicably came to life. The more Xian Yan read, the more astonished she became, ultimately left with a sigh. The original owner truly possessed a remarkable spirit of tenacity. Moreover, whenever she contemplated retreating, thoughts of the male protagonist compelled her to persevere. Xian Yan found it difficult to comprehend such selfless devotion for love, yet she held deep admiration for such individuals. Regaining her focus, Xian Yan picked up a piece of lizard skin and placed it upon her workbench. Simultaneously, she glanced at the task requirements through the wooden plaque to cleanse the fire lizard skin thoroughly, refine it for optimal preservation, and cut it into uniform shapes. Having accepted the task, it would be improper not to proceed. Although Xian Yan felt somewhat repulsed by the bloodied skin, it was not insurmountable. With the wooden plaque stowed away, she gazed at the vibrant red lizard skin as information began to materialize in her mind. The fire lizard skin, sourced from a first-tier beast known as the blazing lizard, could be fashioned into leather armor. However, more significantly, its breathable and insulating properties rendered it ideal for the creation of inner armor. The original owner had prior experience in handling and processing such materials. Naturally, the initial step involved transforming it into a suitable form for storage and refinement. As for the subsequent steps of crafting armor, those required the expertise of a specialized armorer to maximize its potential. Having devised a plan in her mind, Xian Yan settled onto a nearby chair, summoning flames in her hands. Gradually, she enveloped the entire lizard skin. The flickering flames swiftly reduced the remnants of flesh and blood to ashes, while the excess moisture from the lizard skin began to evaporate slowly. This process continued for approximately 15 minutes, ultimately achieving the desired results. Yet, she felt a perplexing obstruction in her spiritual energy. The cleansing spell, which she could ordinarily execute with a mere thought, faltered for a breath before finally settling upon the skin of the fire lizard. Xian Yan furrowed her brow, placing the lizard skin aside. Closing her eyes, she focused inwardly. Within her dantian, she beheld a once colorless spiritual energy that had, unbeknownst to her, taken on a tinge of black. Her dantian felt congested, and her head swam in a disconcerting haze. Was this poison? How could the skin of the blazing fire lizard be toxic? Had the individual responsible for preparing the spiritual materials overlooked this issue? Or perhaps the visage of Hu Kuai flashed through Xian Yan's mind, causing her to frown, sensing an ominous turn of events. Yet, she dared not dwell on it further at that moment. She lifted her leg, adopting a meditative posture upon the chair, allowing her spirit to plunge into her dantian. Channeling her spiritual energy, she enveloped the black toxin with a small portion of her essence, segregating it from the other energies. Carefully, she directed the energy encapsulating the toxin outward. However, due to her already compromised state, the detoxification process was painfully slow. As she continued, a sudden realization struck her. Something felt amiss. The black toxin, ensconced in the colorless spiritual energy, remained surprisingly docile, gradually assimilating into the energy. Conversely, the spiritual energy, seemingly unable to tolerate this affront, retaliated by consuming the toxin. The pace of the latter surpassed that of the former, and as time trickled by, the toxin's potency waned significantly. Xian Yan paused, recalibrating her command. Thus, the once cautious spiritual energy, now provoked by her intent, surged forth with fervor, swiftly devouring the toxin. Instantly, she felt her head clear, her body rejuvenated, and remarkably, it seemed her cultivation had even experienced a slight ascension. Xian Yan stood still, astonished. Did I possess such an ability? Thus, the issue does not lie with the poison, but rather with her. Burdened with a myriad of questions, Xian Yun once again grasped a piece of fire lizard skin, igniting the flames to repeat the previous processing operation while attentively observing her inner self. The sensation of dizziness assailed her once more, yet Xian Yun disregarded it, closing her eyes to focus inwardly, simultaneously commanding her internal spiritual energy to resist not. This time, it was a one-way assimilation of the black toxin. Xian Yun observed for a few breaths, with the premise of her body's spiritual energy refraining from devouring the toxin in reverse. She enveloped the poison to expel it outside. As the toxin met the air, it swiftly dissipated. Assimilation, pollution, intractable expulsion. Xian Yun was taken aback. Was this toxin exceedingly insidious? Nevertheless, Xian Yun urged her spiritual energy to consume that trace of toxin, and indeed felt a slight enhancement of her cultivation, igniting a sense of excitement within her. The arsenic of man is the delicacy of mine. My gratitude extends to this benefactor for the precious gift. No longer content to remain seated upon the chair, she seized a mat and hurried to the pile of fire lizard skins, settling cross-legged. She ignited the flames from one corner, actively inviting the toxin into her body. While devouring to enhance her cultivation, she began to contemplate the matters ahead. The endeavors orchestrated by this benefactor were indeed beneficial, yet her heart was far from benevolent. The disciples permitted access to the inner loft of the spirit material hall were often burdened with tasks. Each individual carried their own affairs, bustling about with little leisure to spare for others. Even their walking was hurried. Under such circumstances, when the door of a workshop opened and someone emerged, it hardly drew any attention. It was only when the individual staggered, collapsing abruptly onto the ground with a dull thud, that they finally captured the gaze of onlookers. A nearby female disciple was momentarily taken aback before swiftly rushing forward. She bent down to assist the fallen individual. "How are you? Do you feel unwell? Is anything the matter?" Xian Yun lifted her eyelids to glance at the female disciple, her voice frail as she replied, "Yes, there is poison." The disciple furrowed her brow, cradling Xian Yun in her arms while placing a hand on her wrist. Before she could channel her spiritual energy, another disciple who had entered Xian Yun's workspace shouted, "Do not use spiritual energy. This room is laced with fire lizard skin. What she has been poisoned with is likely the fire toxin of the poisonous fire lizard." The female disciple's complexion changed drastically, and she hastily withdrew her hand. The others, too, displayed expressions of terror. Xian Yun's face contorted in pain, while her mind swirled in confusion. What is a poisonous fire lizard? Is it not the blazing fire lizard? This knowledge was absent from the original owner's memories. As she pondered, the surrounding disciples had already sprung into action. I will summon the elder. You, the one who is poisoned, do not use your spiritual energy, under no circumstances. Inform the elder that it is fire poison, and request the water spirit jade. Chapter 9. I will die. Perhaps sensing Xian Yun's bewilderment, the female disciple who was supporting her elaborated, the poisonous fire lizard is a variant of the blazing fire lizard. While they appear identical, the former possesses a unique fire toxin. This toxin persists even after the poisonous fire lizard's demise and contaminates the spiritual energy of those who come into contact with it, posing a significant threat. This poison can only be dispelled by the pure water element contained within the water spirit jade. Understanding dawned upon Xian Yun, and she nodded in realization. Yet, she soon heard the familiar voice of Hu Kuei in the distance. What are you all gathered here for? Xian Yun squinted her eyes to observe. Hu Kuei stepped into the crowd. Upon noticing her disheveled state, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Although she quickly stifled it, Xian Yun, harboring suspicion, observed meticulously and did not miss a thing. With a serious demeanor, Hu Kuei turned to the person beside her and feigned ignorance while inquiring. Immediately, someone began to elucidate the entire situation. Hu Kuei nodded.
Oh,
I see. She then approached Xian Yun, offering a smile. Rest assured, this poison is not fatal. At worst, it will only affect your cultivation. Once the elder arrives and uses the water spirit jade to purge the toxins, all will be well. Xian Yun directly averted her gaze, disregarding her. She reached out and grasped the sleeve of a nearby female disciple, her expression one of anguish. Sister, I feel unwell. The female disciple was taken aback. She quickly adjusted her position, sitting on the ground, and cradled Xian Yun in her arms, ensuring she lay comfortably. Have you already activated your spiritual energy? This fire poison accelerates its spread the more active your energy is. Relax your body. Do not focus on the condition of your dantian. Avoid looking or directing it. Let your spiritual energy calm down. Xian Yun sobbed, attempting to squeeze out tears but failing. Instead, she managed to produce a few choked cries. Sister, I feel like I'm dying. The female disciple lifted her gaze toward a distant direction. You will not perish. The fire poison does not pose a threat to your life. Did not Sister Hu also say that? It will only affect your cultivation at most. Finally, Xian Yun squeezed out some tears. However, I am a cultivator, and with my powers lost, what is the difference from death?
Sobi.
The female disciple was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find her voice. It shouldn't lead to complete loss. Xian Yun's cries intensified. Not completely losing means that the majority would be lost. I might as well be dead, sob. The female disciple fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension, enveloped in stillness. Save for Xian Yun's weeping. After several breaths, her sobs began to wane, as she struggled to sit up. Yet in the next moment, the world spun, and she collapsed once more. Sniffling, her gaze became vacant. I cannot die like this, shrouded in uncertainty. The female disciple's expression twitched slightly, and she spoke softly.
You will not die.
Xian Yun remained oblivious. I remember. Here, the spiritual materials require thorough safety checks before being assigned to disciples for handling. Yet, I wonder which senior brother or sister was responsible for the safety inspection of my workspace. Did they not discover any issues? This statement served as a reminder to those present. They glanced around, exchanging uncertain looks, until some focused their attention on a young man. When the matter turned to him, he hesitantly stepped forward. My name is Qin Yuan. Today, The safety inspection of the spiritual materials was overseen by myself and several other senior brothers. However, he seemed to hesitate, as if recalling something, his tone faltering. His gaze flicked toward Hu Kwai Kwai, and after a shared glance, he began to speak slowly. In room 107, we initially failed to detect any issues with the spiritual materials. After all, the poison fire lizard and the blazing fire lizard are nearly indistinguishable in appearance, making it exceedingly difficult to spot even a couple of poison fire lizard skins mixed in with the blazing fire lizard skins. However, this incident indeed stemmed from our oversight, which inadvertently led to my junior sister's poisoning. I deeply regret it. Xianyun gazed at him, her tone somber. Yet, every single one of the 107 fire lizard skins in that room was toxic. Qin Yuan's expression froze. He then heard Xianyun lament, stating that upon entering the room, they had piled the fire lizard skins together and opted to refine them all at once. The result was that the poison from all 107 skins had entered my body. As her words fell, those present could not suppress a gasp of shock. Previously, they regarded the matter as minor, believing it could be resolved by summoning an elder.
But now,
no one knew what harm the fire poison might inflict on the Dantian after completely corrupting the internal spiritual power, or whether it could even pose a threat to life. Moreover, a crucial point remained. Like Xianyun, they had trusted the results of others' inspections and had handled the spiritual materials directly. If Xianyun had encountered such a mishap, would they become the next victims? Even if the probability seemed low, what if? Qin Yuan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. They had recognized the issue at the time, yet fearing mistakes due to the inability to separate the two types of skins, they merely took notes and set them aside, waiting for someone with greater strength and assurance to sort through the fire lizard skins. Thus, they had not thoroughly examined how many poison fire lizard skins were present. But now, Qin Yuan steeled himself to speak. Apologies. Perhaps we were not observant enough at the time. Apologies? What good is an apology? Xianyun cried out. Because of your negligence, I am on the brink of death. Does an apology hold any value?
Wah!
Her female disciple tightened her grip on her arm. Looking on the bright side, you may not necessarily die. Xianyun wiped her tear-filled eyes and, upon hearing this, her tone shifted to one of unwavering resolve. No, I will die. Female disciple. After speaking, Xianyun continued to weep towards Qin Yuan. Ensuring the safety of the spiritual materials is your responsibility. How could you be so careless? Wah, I do not wish to die. I cannot accept dying because of your negligence. I feel so wronged. Wah. Amidst her cries, hushed whispers began to arise around her. She reminded me that before handling spiritual materials next time, I must personally ascertain their safety. I wonder who the inspectors were today, aside from Qin Yuan. I must steer clear of them in the future, or else. What if I become the next victim? Indeed, we must distance ourselves from such individuals. These countless voices flooded into Qin Yuan's ears, causing him to panic, especially as all the gazes were laden with palpable distrust. Qin Yuan clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. No, this cannot be. We discovered a problem. The fiery lizard skin was contaminated with venomous lizard skin. This is recorded in the inspection logs. If you do not believe me, you may verify it. Chapter 10. Inform Brother Yu. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yuan reached clarity. He has been placed in a precarious position, compelled to make a choice. To continue deceiving and assist Hu Kuei in concealing the truth may yield him certain advantages, as well as the favor of Elder Hu lurking behind her. Yet, what he stands to lose is the trust of everyone around him. From that moment forth, he becomes branded with labels of irresponsibility and insincerity. They will doubt him, deem him incompetent, and avoid any association with him. As time passes, during missions outside the sect, in confrontations and in battle, No one will feel secure and trusting their backs to him. Once the seeds of suspicion have been sown, they are difficult to eradicate. Qin Yuan does not believe he can thrive in such an ostracized future, thus he must rectify this impression. I have lied, he admitted. The issues concerning room 107 had long been documented, yet someone still arranged for this junior sister to undertake a task. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided with his words. Xin Yen tilted her head, suppressing her feigned sobs. Why lie? Qin Yuan paused, hesitant to meet the piercing gaze of Hu Kuei beside him. He then listened as Xin Yen continued, because I am alone, while this sister, who has influential figures backing her. She stated her point bluntly, provoking an uproar in the room. Hu Kuei's voice turned frigid. Xin Yen, slandering a fellow disciple is a grave offense. Is slander truly a grave offense? Xin Yen retorted with a light laugh. Then what crime is it to conspire against a fellow disciple? A most heinous crime, perhaps? Hu Kuei's expression darkened. Xin Yen, no need to raise your voice. Your father can hear you.
Xin gian zip lit gan li.
Propping herself up with one hand on the ground, she rose from the embrace of her female disciple. After a moment's reflection, she felt that looking up at her adversary diminished her presence, so she stood upright. The disciple gazed at her empty arms, lost in contemplation.
Why?
Does sister, who think I have erred in my words? Xin Yen inquired, directing her attention towards Hu Kuei. The procedure for handling spiritual materials involves only a few steps. The individual responsible for safety has no issues. I would never harm myself. So, aside from you, the one in charge of assigning tasks, who else could it be? Knowing that the spiritual materials are compromised yet still permitting an uninformed me to handle them, doesn't that amount to a conspiracy against me? As she spoke, Xin Yen glanced at Qin Yuan beside her. This brother Qin has stated that safety checks are accorded. If sister believes I am mistaken, why not present the records? Let us witness the truth with our own eyes. Hu Kuei's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. Why are you unharmed? Xin Yen paused, realization dawning upon her. Oh, I'm still poisoned. Thank you, sister, for your assistance earlier. The disciple, with a peculiar expression, assisted her in standing. Yet in the next moment, Xin Yen leaned against her once more. Could you lend me your support again? The disciple responded with a silent exasperation. Standing firm with the support of the female disciple, Xin Yen turned her gaze back to Hu Kuei. It is evident that I am in distress. I am on the brink of death. You are talking nonsense. The disciple rolled her eyes, while those around them fell into a stunned silence. Hu Kuei, her face darkened, could no longer contain her ire. Shameless. Xin Yen maintained an air of composure. Sister Hu, would you dare to present the inspection records for all present to see? In that instant, Hu Kuei fell silent. Her complexion was dark and she glared at Xin Yen with intense resentment. This reaction was tantamount to acknowledging Xin Yen's words. The inability to produce evidence implied that what Xin Yen stated was true. Had senior sister, who truly assigned her a problematic task? It was utterly unexpected. The truth revealed itself in such a manner. Would she not fear punishment from the sect for plotting against her fellow disciples? The murmurs of speculation reached Hu Kuei's ears, causing her chest to heave with indignation. When she turned her gaze to Xin Yen, despite leaning on others for support, her eyes sparkled with clarity and her demeanor was composed, starkly contrasting her earlier display of distress. Although she was not poisoned, she feigned such a state to deceive Hu Kuei. What was her intent? Was she merely toying with her? And the string of rationality snapped.
So what if I did?
She thought. You, a person of such character, do not deserve to inhabit this world. It was one thing to entangle oneself with others, but to sneak into someone's room in the dead of night. Did she possess no sense of shame? Did she not find herself repugnant? Was this the reason for such baseless accusations? Xian felt an urge to crack open Hu Kuei's skull to see if there was anything inside at all. Setting aside the fact that this matter was merely an exaggerated rumor, even if it were true, it bore no relation to Hu Kuei whatsoever. To concoct such a scheme based on this flimsy reasoning was utterly absurd. Just as Xian opened her mouth to speak, a figure suddenly appeared before Hu Kuei, raising a hand and delivering a sharp slap. The sound of the crisp slap echoed, silencing the surroundings. Xian squinted her eyes. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, an elder from the Spirit Materials Hall, and Hu Kuei's uncle. In the midst of silence, Elder Hu reprimanded coldly, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Third uncle. Elder Hu snorted disdainfully, turning his gaze away from her. His eyes shifted towards Xian, who he scrutinized briefly before slowly speaking. "My niece has been spoiled by her family, lacking discretion. Please do not hold it against her." Xian remained noncommittal. Then, Elder Hu flipped his hand and presented a small gray pouch. "Regarding your poisoning, it was my nephew's fault that has resulted in your diminished cultivation. I sincerely apologize and offer this as compensation. Please, do not dwell on it." As he finished speaking, Xian had yet to respond when Hu Kuei interjected anxiously, "Third uncle, why must you apologize to her?" Silence. Elder Hu's voice was frigid, and a palpable pressure weighed upon Hu Kuei. She instinctively shrank back, her expression one of suppressed frustration as she awaited an answer. Xian smiled, leaning her head on her junior sister's shoulder while gently linking arms with her. "Elder, this is not merely about diminished cultivation. My life is at stake." Elder Hu's expression remained unchanged as he produced another identical gray pouch. "Oh, my head is spinning. I feel so unwell. How potent is this poison?" Elder Hu's expression twitched, and this time he revealed 3 gray pouches. "Senior sister, if I perish, could you kindly inform brother Yu?"
Xin.
"Do not be too overbearing." Hu Kuei could no longer contain herself, her breath quickening with evident agitation. Yet, amidst her furious glare, Xian found amusement. "Are you not pleased? That is splendid. I shall take joy in this. Please convey my sincerest apologies to Brother Yu regarding last night's events. However, I harbor no regrets." The female disciple's eyes widened in astonishment, and those around her could not help but gasp in disbelief. Had they just overheard something they ought not to have? Chapter 11. Lu Yin raising her hand to point at Xian, her voice trembled. You. How shameless. Is maintaining dignity of any use? Does it attract the male protagonist? As Hu Kuei, filled with indignation, began to summon her spiritual power, Xian remained remarkably composed. Indeed, in the next moment, Elder Hu reached out to restrain her. With his other hand, he conjured a storage ring from thin air, placing the previous 5 gray pouches within it. The spiritual energy floated forth, presenting itself before Xian. "This contains 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, offered as an apology. Can we put this matter to rest?" Xian smiled, dropping her fa. Standing tall, she grasped the storage ring. "Elder Hu, though I am young, I have witnessed my fair share of child-rearing scenarios before joining the sect, and the conclusion is rather simple. If a child misbehaves, a good spanking will suffice." "You." Hu Kuei attempted to retort, but a surge of spiritual energy lodged itself in her throat, rendering her speechless. Elder Hu maintained his calm demeanor. "He is right, indeed. Rest assured, I shall handle it." With that, he turned to Hu Kuei, his tone growing icy. "Come with me." Reluctantly, Hu Kuei nodded and followed him, yet she could not resist casting a glance back at Xian, as if to convey something through her gaze. Xian, having scanned the contents of a storage ring and confirmed the quantity of spirit stones, chose to disregard the uncle and niece duo. She had long anticipated that this matter would not escalate significantly. In the realm of the Xianling sect, the Hu family is not solely represented by a single authoritative elder. As a mere outer disciple, she possesses neither the qualifications nor the strength to engage in a contest of power with such a family. Thus, from the outset, her intentions were driven by self-interest. By feigning weakness, she aimed to uncover evidence and clarify the intent behind the conspiracy, seeking to reach a preliminary conclusion on the matter. When Elder Hu arrives, if he wishes to safeguard Hu Kuei, he will inevitably opt for a private resolution. This incident transpired under the watchful eyes of many, and far too many are privy to the truth. Should the situation escalate, drawing the attention of the sect's law enforcement hall, they would be compelled to uphold fairness and impartiality, unwilling to indulge in favoritism. At that juncture, it would be considerably more challenging for the Hu family to maneuver their connections to extricate Hu Kuei. A private settlement emerges as the most prudent course of action. For Xian Yan, rather than directly confronting a powerful family, it is far wiser to leverage the resources of her adversaries to fortify her own position. Once she has acquired the strength to contend with her foes, she can then address the grievances of the present day. For instance, after acknowledging the favor of the esteemed sword master mentioned in the text, a gentleman's vengeance is not tardy even after a decade, before one possesses strength. It is prudent to bide one's time, and once one has support, it is wise to wield that influence. As Xian Yan noted the events of the day in her mental ledger, she clasped her hands in gratitude towards those around her. Thank you all for your assistance. She then turned to the female disciple beside her, bowing respectfully. Thank you, senior sister. The female disciple's eyes twitched, her lips parted as if to speak, but she hesitated. Assist you? Did I help you perform this little drama? Ultimately, she sighed softly and helped Xian Yan to her feet. No need for thanks. Standing upright, Xian Yan displayed a gentle smile. The female disciple observed her and cautiously ventured to speak. Did you just say that about junior brother Yu? Is it the truth? Or are you trying to provoke Hu Kuei? Xian Yun blinked, subsequently displaying a look of resignation. I would like to believe it is indeed the truth, but the thought remained unspoken, yet everyone present understood her implication. The female disciples felt the same. So, does that mean today's rumors are all false?
Xin Kun note that.
I did visit that area yesterday, but I encountered the patrolling team before I could enter the bamboo forest. While it is said that one must continue to be a devoted admirer, spreading rumors that would trouble the male protagonist is not something I can afford to do. She feared being reprimanded. Upon hearing Xian Yun's explanation, those around her nodded in comprehension. The female disciple laughed. I suddenly find your junior sister quite intriguing. Xian Yun silently formed a question mark, about to say something, when the female disciple changed her tone. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Are you still here to accept tasks? No. Xian Yun shook her head. Since I have only been a disciple for nearly a year, I will refrain from taking on tasks for the time being. I see. The female disciple nodded, smiling. My name is Lu Yin. If, after a month, you wish to take on tasks related to artifact refinement, feel free to seek me out. Generally, I visit the spiritual materials hall every day. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Thank you, senior sister. Xian Yun expressed her gratitude and engaged in a brief chat with Lu Yin. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, she bid farewell and left the spiritual materials hall alone. After she had walked some distance, Lu Yin contemplated for a moment before entering room 107 with a few others. Sister Lu, indeed. These hides are from the venomous fire lizards, yet all traces of poison have been meticulously eradicated, rendering them processed leather. However, upon observing her demeanor, it seems she is entirely oblivious to the existence of the water spirit jade. Without the water spirit jade, how could she have treated these fire lizard hides without succumbing to toxicity? The group exchanged glances, each equally perplexed by the conundrum. Lu Yin picked up a piece of fire lizard hide, feeling its texture, unable to suppress a chuckle. This junior sister is indeed quite intriguing. In a room on the second floor of the Spirit Material Hall, Elder who awaited Hu Kwaikua's entrance. Upon her arrival, he waved his sleeve to close the door, his expression dark as he gazed at her. Foolishness. To devise a scheme and leave evidence unaddressed, yet still dare to admit your involvement? Are you courting death? Hu Kwaikua retorted defiantly, and what if I admit it? As an outer sect disciple, even if I were to perish, who would care? Her words rendered Elder, whose reprimand stuck in his throat, leaving him at an impasse. Ultimately, he shook his head in disappointment and took a seat. I refuse. Why must I be the one to leave? You are my uncle, yet you do not defend me, instead siding with her and even striking me for it. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her voice laden with grievance. Elder Hu sighed, his tone softening somewhat. Do you know that the Peak Master sought me out last night? Hu Kwaikua, confused, replied through her sobs, I am aware. You mentioned it this morning. What the Peak Master inquired about was the matter concerning Xian Yen. Impossible. She is merely an outer sect disciple with 3 spirit roots. Why would the Peak Master inquire about her? Hu Kwaikua, unable to contain her tears, was overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed, It must be that I've done something wrong, right? I've made a mistake. Elder Hu sighed once more and shook his head. No, from what I gather, the Peak Master seems to have intentions of accepting a disciple. Impossible. Hu Kwaikua retorted, her voice dwindling in strength. Deep down, she understood that her third uncle would never deceive her regarding such significant matters. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder why. Slowly, she nodded. I understand. However, within her lowered gaze, a tumult of unwillingness churned, enduring indefinitely. Chapter 12. Do you dare to approach? Naturally. Xian Yen was unaware of the conversation between the Hu family uncle and niece. After departing from the Spiritual Material Hall, noticing the early dusk, she decided to visit a small market outside the mountain. She first sold 29 of the 30 high-grade spirit-nourishing pills returned by the system. And with the 100 low-grade spirit stones she received, she purchased various low-tier elixirs, such as cleansing spirit pills, internal healing pills, external injury pills, and detoxification pills. The price for these elixirs ranged from 3 to 10 low-grade spirit stones per vial, and she acquired a selection of them. Furthermore, she sought out a fine item for a lu, a palm-sized stone slab embedded with green crystal shards. According to the shopkeeper, this item was called a sound and image plate, adorned with both recording and sound stones, designed to assist children in learning characters, combining images, text, and pronunciation for an exceptional educational experience. Xian Yen marveled at the peculiar technological advancements of this other world, tested its functions, and ultimately procured it for 70 low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the boss also gifted a plethora of cookbooks, more than a dozen, to be precise. Their utility remains uncertain, merely serving as additional clutter. As Xian Yen contemplated the possibility of acquiring a spiritual beast for transportation, she pushed open the door. In the next instant, a graceful figure lunged towards her, urgently clasping her arm, her brow furrowed, and her expression tense. Xian Yen promptly closed the courtyard door. What is the matter? ALV opened her mouth, seemingly about to articulate something, yet the words eluded her. Instead, she resorted to a form of nonverbal communication to convey her thoughts. Xian Yen's brows knitted together in concern. Are you suggesting that someone has entered? ALV nodded, subsequently releasing her grip and stepping towards the courtyard entrance. Her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she appeared to mimic a certain action. Under Xian Yen's watchful gaze, ALV cautiously traversed the courtyard, pushing open a door barely wide enough for a single person to pass, and slipped inside. Xian Yen hastened to follow. Upon entering the room, ALV advanced to the table, her gaze fixated on a vial of elixir, her countenance shifting to one of distress. After several breaths, she exhaled a cold snort. Upon hearing her mimicry, Xin Kun instantly deduced the identity of the intruder, a headache beginning to form. Having navigated through a perilous plot twist, was her life not meant to return to tranquility? Why did it seem increasingly fraught with danger? This was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Xin Kun could not suppress a sigh, acknowledging that she was momentarily powerless to alter the situation. With insufficient strength to vanquish her foes, she could only await their next move. Raising a hand to tousle her hair, she endeavored to dispel the chaotic thoughts. "I understand now, thank you." In response, ALV displayed her dissatisfaction, seizing Xin Kun's hand and biting down playfully. "Let us go. It's time to cultivate. Since it is currently unfeasible, let us first engage in cultivation to enhance our strength." In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Xin Kun, as she had the previous night, stealthily ventured outside, making her way to the bamboo grove where the male protagonist resided. As she walked, she organized the contents of her storage ring, a low-tier elixir valued at 100 spirit stones, 5,000 inferior spirit stones obtained from the Hu family, 30 bottles of high-tier spirit-nourishing elixir sold for 600 inferior spirit stones, and after purchasing an interdimensional learning device for 100, she was left with 500. In total, she possessed 5,500 inferior spirit stones. The future holds promise. Xin Kun couldn't help but quicken her pace. Soon, she arrived at her destination. As she stepped out of the bamboo grove towards the bamboo tower, a refreshing breeze greeted her, and there stood the male protagonist before her. His gaze piercing and expression somber. Xin Kun was momentarily taken aback. She heard Yuchinen's cold voice. "Do you dare to approach?" "Well, why wouldn't I?" Xin Kun replied innocently, extending her hand with the storage ring and revealing a radiant smile. "I've come to bring you some items, senior brother." Yuchinen could not help but furrow his brow, disregarding her gesture as he continued, "I ask you, what were you saying in broad daylight, in front of everyone?" Xin Kun blinked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. What had she said? With a serious expression, she resolved to deny everything. "Senior brother, I did not utter anything inappropriate." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Please trust me, senior brother." Yuchinen snorted softly and produced a green stone, infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, a familiar voice resonated from within. "Tell senior brother I apologize for what happened last night, but I do not regret it." Xin Kun, what on earth is this, a recording stone? Recording? What happened last night? You express regret but show no remorse? Yuchinen questioned through gritted teeth. Xin Kun felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. With a forced laugh, she stepped forward, reaching for the recording stone. "Senior brother, where did you acquire this?" Yuchinen cast a cold glance at her actions. At the moment Xin Kun hastened her movements, attempting to snatch the stone, he raised his arm, lifting the stone above his head, causing her to miss. Xin Kun's attempt faltered, and her smile began to wane. "Senior brother, have you ever heard that the contents of a recording stone can be fabricated?"
So, it does not.
Yuchinen asserted firmly. As she spoke, Xin Kun rose onto her toes, reaching for the recording stone once more. Yuchinen sidestepped effortlessly. "If it is indeed false, what purpose do you have for it?" Xin Kun steadied herself upon landing. "Well, I wish to ascertain whether I can uncover evidence of its deceit."
Ha!
Yuchinen couldn't help but scoff. "Even if you destroy this one, there are countless more within the sect. Do you intend to seek them out and obliterate each one?" "Countless." Xin Kun felt darkness encroaching upon her vision. "Who did this? This is too much." She glanced at Yuchinen, asking weakly, "What about the aftermath?" "I had intended to explain." Yuchinen shook his head. "There is nothing. Only that single phrase has spread throughout the sect." Xin Kun. "Damn that old six. I will not rest until I find you." Chapter 13. The ambush. Xian Yun's heart brimmed with indignation, yet her thoughts gradually crystallized. There was a problem. These rumors were indeed problematic. Before her transmigration, she resided in an era of information explosion. Thus, upon hearing the morning gossip about her and the male lead, she initially perceived nothing amiss. Subconsciously, she believed that rapid dissemination of news was to be expected. However, this was the realm of cultivation, steeped in antiquity. How could mere hearsay propagate so swiftly among the disciples of various sects, especially within mere hours? Moreover, there was the incident from earlier in the day. Someone had recorded her words using a soundstone, which could be attributed to a momentary impulse. Yet, the multitude of soundstones that proliferated throughout the sect was astonishing. To assert that there was no orchestrator behind this, Xian Yun found implausible. Who could this individual be? Their methods may differ, yet they all serve to solidify her connection with the male lead. For a moment, Xian Yun fell into silence, grappling with the enigma of the puppeteer's motives. Were they intent on creating enemies for her, seeking to tarnish the male lead's reputation? Or perhaps they wished for him to harbor even greater disdain towards her? What are you contemplating? Xian Yun lifted her gaze, meeting Yu Qinin's earnest eyes. She resolved to confront the situation head-on, first acknowledging her misstep. Indeed, those words were spoken by me, but at that moment I merely intended to provoke, with no ulterior motives. Once the matter concludes, I shall provide an explanation to refute both the statement and the morning's rumors. I am uncertain how events spiraled into this predicament, but please, senior brother, trust that I never intended to cause you any trouble. Her gaze was sincere, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Yu Qinan slowly lowered his arm, regaining his composure. I am aware, he stated. Xian Yun was taken aback. What? I know everything about the matter concerning the spirit material hall. Xian Yun exclaimed. Then why do you question me? In the midst of her silence, Yu Qinan continued. Have you yet to grasp the crux of the matter? Whether it is Yun Siyu, or that Hu Kuai, they are targeting you solely because of me. If you desire a tranquil existence in the future, it would be prudent to abandon whatever it is you cherish. Ah. His words were so reasonable that they left no room for rebuttal, yet a smile crept onto Xian Yun's face. Is my senior brother concerned for me? Yu Qinan's expression darkened. I am merely advising you. Some things are not worth pursuing, and it is best to relinquish them early. Unable to contain her laughter, Xian Yun replied, Understood, senior brother. Yu Qinan's face grew even more sullen. Her unabashed joy was hardly indicative of someone inclined to give up. He took a deep breath and chose not to pursue the topic further. In the future, refrain from speaking indiscriminately in public. If those with ulterior motives overhear, it could lead to the same consequences as before. Even if you harbor no such intentions, your words can be twisted to suit their narrative. Exercise caution in your speech and actions. Maintain a degree of vigilance in your dealings with others. And even those with ill intent will find it difficult to ensnare you in error. As for the two incidents that have already transpired, you need not concern yourself. I shall take care of them. Suddenly, Xian Yun felt that Yu Qinan truly embodied the qualities of a male protagonist. Polite and responsible. Even towards her, the irritating admirer, he maintained a level of decorum and reasonableness. It was simply delightful, wasn't it? Regrettably, darkness consumed her later. Xian Yun's thoughts were consumed, her expression reflecting a dazed and vacant demeanor. Yu Qinan averted his gaze slightly, his tone growing more serious. Did you hear that? I understand, senior brother, came the reply. Yu Qinan remained silent, a nagging intuition whispering to him that she did not truly comprehend. He pressed his lips together and commanded stiffly, All right. Yes, Xian Yun responded, then thrust the storage ring she held toward Yu Qinan. Please take this.
It will be useful to you,
Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed, accompanied by a searing surge of spiritual energy rushing forth. Startled, Xian Yun instinctively sought to evade. Yet, Yuchinen turned swiftly, his spiritual force emanating effortlessly to deflect the incoming attack. With a sigh of relief, Xian forced the storage ring into Yuchinen's hand. In the next moment, a system notification chimed. Ding, gift successful. Tenfold effect. Has been stored in the backpack. Please retrieve it yourself. At such a moment, Xian had no time to ponder the details. She turned to regard the newcomers. A dozen disciples from the sect gazed at them with complex expressions. At the forefront stood a young girl in a pink attire, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger, tightly gripping a crimson whip. Oh my, the heroine! Xian hastily stepped back, creating distance from Yuchinen. She possessed a modicum of self-awareness. In the end, a devoted admirer gains nothing. The male lead belongs to the heroine. Well, to the heroines. Yun Xiu fixed her gaze intently on Xian, advancing step by step. Have you not had enough of a beating? Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had miscalculated. Had she known someone would be waiting for her tonight, she would not have come. At this point, it seems inevitable that the protagonist will face a beating after being caught by the antagonist. As for resistance, against the Hu family, she could muster some effort. However, facing Yun Xiu, the daughter of a prominent sect leader and a pivotal character in the narrative, one of the male lead's love interests, she truly lacks the courage. Furthermore, and most importantly, her strength is insufficient. Any attempt at rebellion would be futile. Xian steadied herself, preparing for the impending blows. Her eyes fixed on the crimson whip imbued with spiritual energy, crackling with fire as it approached her. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and shifted her stance. Yet, to her astonishment, a translucent barrier of spiritual energy materialized around her, intercepting the whip. Yun Xiu. Yuchinen's voice was frigid. The sect has issued strict orders against private conflicts and harming fellow disciples. As the daughter of the sect leader, you ought to set an example rather than break the law yourself. Yesterday, you attacked someone without cause, leaving them unconscious. And today, you intend to repeat the offense? Is this how your father has taught you? Each word was a gem, resonating powerfully. Xian was left utterly stunned. Brother, is this what you ought to say? That is the protagonist before you, one of your future wives. What are you attempting to achieve? Are you challenging the heavens? Just moments ago, your tone was entirely different. Not only she, but the onlookers were equally astonished by his words. Meanwhile, Yun Xiu was infuriated. I acted for whose sake? Brother Yu. Your good nature leads you to believe that violence is unnecessary, but some lessons cannot be learned without pain. Only through suffering will she understand what is right and what is wrong. Instead of reasoning with her in a gentle tone, as you have done, you have inadvertently bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope, leading her to cling shamelessly to you. Xian cast a sidelong glance, recognizing the validity of this observation.
Ah, wait.
How could she possibly believe that the protagonist's actions against her were justified? Has her mind been muddled, willingly inviting punishment upon herself? Chapter 14. Joyful, her voice was icy. For whom? For me? Then, disregarding my will, unleashing your emotions based solely on your subjective views? He stepped forward. You once inquired about her, and I have made it abundantly clear that this matter does not concern you. Do not interfere. You remain utterly unconcerned, inflicting harm while daring to claim it is for my sake? Yun Xiu found herself momentarily speechless. She then shifted her focus, her spiritual energy surging, and lashed out at Xian with a whip. It is all because of you. Xian responded, what? Unable to articulate a counterargument, you resort to anger and violence? Suddenly, she felt that Yuchinen's earlier words held truth. Yun Xiu's feigned concern for Yuchinen was merely a facade, while her genuine desire to strike Xian was evident. Gathering her spiritual energy, Xian stepped aside, only to see a hand reach forward, firmly grasping the long whip. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Yu Qinan. His expression remained composed as spiritual energy flowed from his hand with a slight sniffle. She ultimately uttered no words, turning over and channeling her spiritual energy to vanish from sight. That demeanor was rather pitiable. Yet, Xian Yan felt a sense of exhilaration. Setting aside all other considerations, she had just traversed into this world and had been soundly beaten by Yun Xiu, nearly facing another thrashing moments ago. A smile crept uncontrollably onto her lips. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand broke through the air. "And you?" Xian Yan jolted, instinctively straightening her back as she turned to face the source of the voice, Yu Qinan. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat rigid. "I tolerate your behavior because I believe it unnecessary to harm fellow disciples over trivial matters, but should you persist in this manner, we shall meet on the arena next time." "Understood, esteemed senior brother. I shall heed your words," Xian Yan promptly replied, her tone light yet tinged with delight, clearly not absorbing the gravity of his warning. Yu Qinan's expression darkened as he intensified his tone. "Leave." "All right then." Xian Yan nodded, pivoting on her heel and skipping away, appearing even more cheerful. Yu Qinan. Of course, Xian Yan was elated. Initially, she had felt a twinge of discomfort at the prospect of being beaten by the female protagonist, even after deciding to resist. She inwardly acknowledged her lack of strength made evasion impossible. However, when the male protagonist intervened to shield her from the female lead's assault, confronting her in turn, she was taken aback. Was it reasonable for him to challenge the female protagonist for the sake of a minor antagonist? It seemed utterly illogical. Xian Yan's thoughts began to wander, pondering whether the male protagonist harbored less disdain for her than she previously believed. Yet now, she comprehended the truth. Yu Qinan simply possessed good manners and deemed it unnecessary to resort to violence. Yet, despite Yu Qinan's explicit disapproval, Yun Xiu approached and struck me. Using Yu Qinan as a pretext, anyone would feel anger in such circumstances. Thus, expressing my frustration was entirely justified, was it not? Ultimately, who would be the arbiter of right and wrong? The sect leader, who happens to be Yun Xiu's father. Could he truly impose any harsh judgment upon his own daughter? Certainly not. Although Yu Qinan was infuriated, he could not bear to see Yun Xiu harmed. Even when he mentioned the sect's laws, his concern for her well-being remained paramount. Can this not be interpreted as love? As for his feelings towards me, the subsequent remarks clearly reveal his disdain. Is this not a perfectly rational reaction? In such a scenario, it seems fortuitous that Yun Xiu, whom he regards with displeasure, found herself at a disadvantage. Shouldn't she feel a sense of joy in that? Elated, Xian Yan stepped out of the bamboo grove, lifting her gaze to behold an individual soaring through the air on a sword, his eyes fixed intently ahead. As if observing something, Xian Yan instinctively glanced back. From such a distance, surely he could not witness the events transpiring in the heart of the bamboo grove? Yet, she noticed the figure on the sword shift his gaze towards her. Xian Yan composed herself and approached to pay her respects. "Greetings, senior brother Lin." Lin Zijua fell silent for a moment, then lowered the altitude of his flying sword. "Shall I escort you partway?" "Yes, thank you, senior brother Lin." Xian Yan quickly ascended. Lin Zijua said nothing further, guiding the flying sword into the sky, heading towards the direction he had noted the previous night. The cold wind howled around them. Having experienced sword flight once before, Xian Yan felt no fear. Her spirits lifted. She began to take in the scenery along the way. The bright moon, the myriad stars, the boundless sky devoid of clouds, serene and beautiful. Yu Qinan. A deep voice resonated from ahead. Lin Ziju paused for a moment before continuing. "He treats you quite well." Xinyan wholeheartedly agreed. It is not common for anyone to maintain decorum towards a devoted admirer, yet the male protagonist managed to do so. "Brother Yu is indeed a good person," Xinyan affirmed. "However, As she suddenly increased the speed of her flying sword, her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden fright, leaving her momentarily speechless. She cast a bewildered glance at Lin Zizhu, initially believing he wished to engage in conversation, only to realize he had merely uttered a single remark. Nevertheless, considering she was still tethered to Lin Zizhu's sword, Xin Kun chose to remain silent. One must be gracious when receiving favors. The driver can act as he pleases. Afterward, there was no further exchange. Lin Zizhu escorted Xin Kun to her destination before hastily departing. Having utilized the flying sword once more, Xin Kun arrived in good spirits. Having spared herself a lengthy journey and entered her small courtyard, she closed the door and activated the array. First, she pushed the approaching Alv away, then settled into her chair. Next, she examined the fruits of her recent endeavors. Xin Kun accessed the system and located the previous report interface. 1 bottle of tenfold effect cleansing pill, 1 bottle of tenfold effect internal healing pill, 1 bottle of tenfold effect fasting pill, 55,000 low-grade spirit stones, audiovisual simulation space, 50 cubic meters storage ring, already stored in the backpack, please retrieve at your convenience. A series of low-tier pills, all purchased for experimentation, perfectly aligned with her expectations. As for the spirit stones and storage ring, she had anticipated their arrival well in advance. However, within this audiovisual simulation space, Xin opened her system backpack and discovered a green rectangular jade tablet nestled among the compartments. Prominently displayed upon it was a large character for critical. Xin paused for a moment, tapping the system. What could this mean? Item return has a chance to perform a critical hit, yielding effects up to tenfold. A critical hit? This term was familiar to her, often used in games to denote an extraordinary bonus. Therefore, achieving a critical hit would imply that the effects of this item surpass the original tenfold. Goodness, why didn't the spirit stones yield a critical hit? Chapter 15. Audiovisual Simulation Space. Xin felt a twinge of disappointment. Although a tenfold return of spirit stones was impressive, who wouldn't desire a little extra wealth? Naturally, she understood that the term chance indicated a slim possibility, signifying that it would not be an easy feat thus. She steadied her mind and took out the green jade tablet. The moment the jade touched her hand, she felt a warm, almost living essence upon closer inspection. It was remarkably translucent and clear, devoid of any impurities. Yet, she was left wondering what functions it possessed. As this thought crossed her mind, a stream of information flowed into her consciousness. The audiovisual simulation space allows for the input of instructional content, creating a mental realm where learning efficiency is enhanced tenfold. Xin was astonished. Is this what a critical hit entails? This is utterly extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed upwards at the innocently bewildered A. Lu,
who stood nearby.
A quarter of an hour later, A. Lu and Xin, holding the jade tablet, closed their eyes, entering the mental space as learners. As her gaze shifted, a figure and a spirit found themselves in a brightly lit classroom. The room was orderly, with neatly arranged desks and chairs. Books laid out upon the tables and outside, verdant foliage intertwined beneath a sky of drifting clouds. She marveled at the scene, extending her hand towards the window. Thud! Her hand collided with a solid panel that depicted the landscape. Fake, it must be. The sensation dissipated in an instant. Xin's expression turned complex. Just then, a young man, resembling a certain popular figure from her past life, emerged seemingly out of thin air from the classroom door, holding a book in one hand and a pointer in the other. Approaching the lectern, he placed the book down and wrapped his fingers against the desk. Classmates, look over here. Today marks our first lesson. We shall not delve into anything too intricate, but rather commence with. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xin's lips. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, striving to maintain her composure, before settling into her seat beside the spirit. As the young teacher began reciting, accompanied by a bewildered Lu, Xian hastily withdrew from her mental space and opened her eyes, unable to suppress her laughter. A little ghost of the new century sounded quite exhilarating. After a spell of mirth, Xian finally composed herself, allowing Lu to focus on his studies. She then retreated to her bed, sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation, while also contemplating her future endeavors. The audiovisual panel triggering a critical strike, transforming into the current simulation space, was indeed a delightful surprise. However, the real challenge lay in how to effectively harness this newfound joy. Previously, the gifts bestowed upon the male protagonist were material, returned through a mechanical process based on quality and quantity. Yet, upon reflection, cultivation techniques, spells, and martial arts could also be offered as gifts. Though these entities are not lifeless, they can be transformed into the inanimate through documentation. At that time, should the quantity multiply tenfold, yielding a collection of 10 tomes, she would have no objections. Yet, if the quality were to increase tenfold, even the most inferior technique could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of mastery. What if a critical breakthrough were to occur? Xian began to envision herself endowed with supreme techniques, her cultivation progressing at an astonishing pace, her power surging with each passing day, effortlessly vanquishing formidable foes. Ahem. Composure, composure. Xian inhaled deeply, allowing her racing heart to steady. She continued to ponder. The audiovisual simulation space constituted a realm of the mind, devoid of the corporeal, rendering the cultivation techniques inapplicable. However, in the practice of spells and martial arts, it was undoubtedly a magnificent tool. She would possess a tenfold increase in learning efficiency. Moreover, when practicing the spells and martial arts returned by the system, the effects would be magnified tenfold. Xian opened her eyes, finding it increasingly difficult to remain still. If there was a possibility of attaining something superior, how could she possibly calm herself with the inferior? She leaped from her bed, rummaging through her cabinet for a weathered tome titled Xianlingju, and then sought out paper and pen to meticulously record the techniques swirling in her mind. Stuffing these into her bosom, she intended to venture out in search of the male protagonist. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, she hesitated. Yu Qinan had been irate this evening, sternly warning her not to go out. Should she defy him? What if she were to face repercussions? Furthermore, Yun Xiu had departed. But not all those who followed her may have left. What if she were to encounter? Given that her confrontation with Yun Xiu had already stirred the pot, the following day would surely see a flurry of gossip within the sect. Should she be discovered again, it would only add fuel to the fire. Perhaps it was best to reconsider. Tonight is absolutely off the table. Let us wait until tomorrow. No, let us extend that to 2 days hence. In addition to her cultivation techniques, she plans to prepare a selection of elixirs and spiritual artifacts to present to the male protagonist, striving to minimize her visits to him in order to avoid becoming too entangled in the narrative. After lying down for a spell, Xian cast aside all her thoughts and sat up. No matter how small, a mosquito is still flesh. Thus, she resolved to practice diligently. Although her emotions were somewhat restless, with the aid of the calming effects of the tenfold efficacy of the Qingling pill, Xian managed to center her mind and devoted herself to cultivation for 3 days. Her cultivation level remained at the 4th layer of qi refinement, with no breakthroughs achieved. Nevertheless, during this period, utilizing the audiovisual simulation space, she enabled Yell to acquire most of the essential knowledge. Communication was no longer a hindrance. On this day, Xian concluded her practice around midday, made slight adjustments, and gently placed Yell, who had been resting against her, onto the bed before carefully descending. However, as her cultivation session had ended and her spiritual energy ceased to dissipate, Yell awakened. She floated down from the bed, following Xian. Are you going out, Yunjun? Take Yell along. Yell wants to join. Xin Yen found herself at a loss. What if someone discovers you accompanying me? This is the sect, teeming with cultivators. It will be fine, it will be fine. Yell insisted, nuzzling against Xin Yan's shoulder before swiftly transforming, shrinking in size. In no time, she morphed into a dark green, closed umbrella-shaped hairpin, levitating in midair. Yell's petite face peeked out from beneath the umbrella's canopy. Now it won't be a problem. Xin Yen was taken aback. This little spirit can transform into such a form? She attempted to observe the hairpin with her cultivator's spiritual sense, but detected no trace of energy. Even if she were to see it, she would merely regard it as an inanimate object. This is acceptable. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that her lack of cultivation might be the reason she remains oblivious. Yen, please take me with you. The small face on the umbrella looked up at her with longing, and after a moment of silence, Yen acquiesced. Very well. After all, given her circumstances, she wouldn't encounter any formidable cultivators, so it wasn't a significant issue. After freshening up and tidying herself, with her long hair half-tied and the hairpin transformed by Elv placed atop her head, Yen stepped out. Today, she needed to visit the small market once more to procure all the items she desired in one go, and then await an opportunity to present them, along with the cultivation techniques, to the male protagonist. Chapter 16. A tranquil atmosphere. The midday heat was somewhat oppressive, enveloping her as if she had stepped into a furnace. Only the occasional cool breeze could alleviate the searing sensation. Yen walked along the main road, her exterior calm while her mind remained vigilant, observing her surroundings. The previous 2 rumors had confirmed that someone was targeting her, and 3 nights ago, while searching for the male protagonist, she had been caught in the act. One could only imagine how the whispers had evolved over the past 3 days. Yen could confidently say that whatever she might hear next would not astonish her. As she continued her leisurely pace, she soon encountered several outer disciples. Some were engaged in idle chatter, others hurried to fulfill their tasks, while a few stood by the roadside, lost in thought. Yen quietly tuned in to their conversations. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to a hush. Most of the chatterers closed their mouths and turned to look at her. One individual, still speaking, was promptly silenced by a companion's reminder, plunging the group into profound quietude. Their gazes were laden with complexity. Surprise, resentment, envy, and unwillingness swirled in the air, yet no one uttered a word. Each mouth was tightly sealed, rendering Yen, who yearned to grasp the unfolding events, momentarily speechless. Particularly, the gaze of the crowd shifted slowly in tandem with her advance. As Yen traversed the silence, her mind was riddled with questions. What was the situation? She pressed on, encountering several disciples along the way. Yet, without exception, upon recognizing her, they would seal their lips and silently watch her pass by. It was not until she exited the accommodation area that she gleaned not a shred of useful information. The only certainty was that something had transpired, and she had once again garnered notoriety within the sect, something she had anticipated. However, she now found herself pondering why these individuals could suppress their innate curiosity and refrain from conversing. Where was their desire to share? Where was their inclination to jest? Why not engage in dialogue, allowing her to glean some insight? Yen felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Yet, she could not approach anyone and compel them to speak. Thus, she suppressed her bewilderment and curiosity, resolutely continuing her journey toward the small marketplace. As her mood deteriorated, she noticed that any disciple who recognized her fell into an eerie silence. Those who did not were swiftly reminded by others, becoming quiet as well. These silent observers regarded her with knowing yet unspoken glances, from her appearance to her departure. This peculiar atmosphere instilled in Yen a disconcerting sense that the world had somehow gone awry. She felt as though she might burst from the tension. She desperately longed to see someone, shake them vigorously, and exclaim, "Speak. You must share what you know." Ultimately, Yen managed to rein in her impulses through reason. However, her mood was inevitably affected. Yen felt disheartened. "There's no need to worry, it's nothing," she reassured. But clearly there is something Alu asserted, pausing as if to engage in self-reflection. Alu should do something to lift Yen's spirits. Yen couldn't help but chuckle at the child's innocence. While she had acquired knowledge, her thoughts remained remarkably simple. The things that should and shouldn't be said could easily escape her lips, which was quite amusing. Yen's bad mood dissipated somewhat as she resolved not to dwell on the peculiar occurrences of the day. Returning to the small courtyard, she contemplated the evening ahead. The main peak Yang. "Are you certain? Or should we go?" A voice, hushed and distant, reached her ears from 100 meters away. During this hour, everyone would grow silent upon seeing her, yet some, having been caught off guard by her swift pace akin to that of an ostrich, either failed to contain their words in time or resumed their chatter after she had passed. In such instances, her hearing wasn't entirely clear. The only certainty was that none of the discussions involved her or the male protagonist. Thus, Yen remained unconcerned, for her sole intention was to glean information regarding matters that pertained to her through others' conversations. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized something was amiss. A certain individual named Yang Li was mentioned repeatedly, with many discussing a journey to the former sect master's peak to seek out this Yang Li. Who this person was remained unclear to Yen, but she felt an instinctual pull. Perhaps following them would lead her to the answers she sought. With a thought, she resolved to act. Yen guided the ostrich beneath her, altering its course towards the summit of the sect. After traversing for half an hour, she arrived at the periphery of a courtyard designated for inner disciples. There, a throng of individuals gathered, yet a profound silence enveloped the scene. Each person maintained a tranquil demeanor, their gazes fixed ahead as if anticipating something significant. Yen found herself momentarily entranced. Could humanity truly exhibit such restraint? What momentous event could possibly evoke such composure? Dismounting from the ostrich, she instructed it to wait aside and then stealthily blended into the crowd. The collective focus of the onlookers remained directed forward, allowing Yen to escape the scrutiny she had previously encountered. Positioned at the rear, she scanned the assembly until her gaze settled upon a rather plump boy. Though his appearance and cultivation were unremarkable, he radiated excitement. His hands pressed against his mouth as if striving to suppress the urge to speak. From him, Yen sensed a more potent aura of curiosity than from the others. Cautiously, she approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Startled, the boy turned to glare, yet upon recognizing Yen's countenance, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Yen smiled and whispered, "Do you know me?" The boy's lips moved as if to respond, yet in the next moment, he restrained himself, shaking his head and retreating to distance himself from her. Yen felt a twinge of frustration. All she sought was a morsel of information, yet it appeared to be an arduous endeavor. Drawing in a deep breath, she resolved to make another attempt, when suddenly, a resonant sound of a sword echoed from the heavens above. All gazes turned skyward, a palpable excitement filling the air. Yen lifted her eyes to see Yu descending on his flying sword, his garments billowing like those of an ethereal being. Following closely behind him was a stern-faced, middle-aged elder. The two of them gracefully landed at the center of the crowd. In the next moment, Yu-Chinen's frosty voice reverberated throughout the venue, declaring his intent to pay respects and requesting senior brother Yang to step forward for an audience. Chapter 17. Love blossoms. Yen was taken aback by the male protagonist's actions. Before her stood a courtyard with its doors firmly shut, no one responding to their presence. The atmosphere fell silent once more. "Junior brother, might it be convenient for me to?" she began. "Not convenient," The stout boy interjected, shaking his head emphatically. Disregarding his retort, Xianyan continued, I observe that junior brother and the other disciples seem to be quite affected by this matter, which must pertain to me as well. However, I have not ventured out for 3 days and am utterly oblivious to the events that have transpired, leaving me in a state of perplexity. Might I request that junior brother enlightens me? Her expression was earnest, her demeanor respectful. Yet the stout boy could feel the pressure of a hand upon his shoulder, making it difficult to break free. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly inquired, You truly do not know? Xianyan nodded, affirming her ignorance. The stout boy's face reflected his inner turmoil, and after a brief pause, he began to shake his head again. Xianyan, sensing his hesitation, quickly urged, Junior brother, what concerns you so? If this matter involves me or senior brother you, I assure you, there will be no repercussions. Is that acceptable? The stout boy cast her a sidelong glance. What weight does your assurance carry?
E.
The plump boy narrowed his eyes into a mere slit. Pondering for a moment, I can divulge this to you, but you must not disclose that it was I who said it. Of course. Thus, the two distanced themselves from the crowd, retreating to a secluded corner. The boy gazed ahead, his expression brimming with excitement. 3 days prior, 2 pieces of news had circulated within the sect, and as the person involved, you ought to be aware that the truth was obscured, with only rumors based on the events themselves spreading. Xianyu nodded, acknowledging her awareness, yet doubts flickered within her heart. 2 pieces of news? One involved her clandestinely visiting the male lead late at night, and the following morning, she admitted to another incident.
Then,
had her being caught by the female lead that night not spread? Oblivious to her thoughts, the plump boy continued, Our senior brother Yu usually maintains a low profile, appearing only when necessary, while otherwise, he remains in seclusion to cultivate. However, with this matter, someone has gone too far. Early the day before yesterday, senior brother Yu mobilized people to trace the source of the rumors. To our astonishment, upon investigation, you wouldn't believe what we uncovered. Xianyan's heart remained unperturbed, yet her visage betrayed shock and indignation. Why would they act in such a manner? The boy squinted, clucking his tongue. Ultimately, it all boils down to jealousy. The Xianling sect boasts 4 major auxiliary peaks with the pill, artifact, and rune paths, among which the son of the pill path master, Ding Yi, did not follow his father's footsteps into the pill path, but instead pursued the sword path. His talent for cultivation is commendable, possessing a singular golden spiritual root, yet his aptitude for swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. However, he demurs, frequently asserting that his sluggish advancement in swordsmanship stems from the absence of tutelage from an eminent master, hence his fervent desire to apprentice himself to a paramount swordsman. Within our sect, 2 such luminaries exist. Master Mu, renowned throughout the cultivation world as the foremost swordsman, and our esteemed sect master,
Muhui.
The abrupt mention of this nominal mentor took Xianyan by surprise. The corpulent youth continued, having been repeatedly rebuffed in his attempts to become an apprentice. And unable even to secure an audience with Master Mu, Ding Yi shifted his aspirations towards the sect master. Our sect master, in recent years, has accepted disciples, albeit nominal ones who do not tread the path of the sword. Ding Yi has long harbored the conviction that the position of personal disciple would, in due course, be his. At this juncture, Xianyan comprehended the situation. The protagonist, upon his very induction, had been accepted by the sect master as a personal disciple, receiving instruction in the art of the sword. Thus, Ding Yi harbored resentment towards senior brother Yu for his own failure to attain the status of the sect master's personal disciple. The rotund youth clasped his hands together, nodding in affirmation. Precisely. Senior brother Yu, being of a discreet nature and seldom embroiled in affairs, presents a difficult target for Ding Yi.
Consequently,
he has directed his attention towards you, perceiving you as a vulnerability.
Sin Jun dito.
A vulnerability? the disciple of a sect master fraternizing with an inconsequential outer sect disciple. Wouldn't that tarnish one's reputation?
Xin Kun sợ cao ten đa ken.
What do you mean by inconsequential? What do you mean by tarnish one's reputation? Am I truly so reprehensible? The corpulent youth leaned closer, his voice lowered further. However, I surmise that this is merely one facet of Ding Yi's objective. After all the rumors that have circulated cannot withstand meticulous scrutiny. Opinions are divided among believers. Even if Brother Yu chooses to remain indifferent, there will inevitably be someone who reveals the truth. Thus, Ding Yi's petty motives are primarily to deliberately muddle your relationship, knowing full well that Brother Yu disapproves of you, all in an effort to vex him. Xin Yun. There's a curse that I'm unsure whether to utter or not. She endured and persevered. Ultimately, considering her own capabilities, she merely opened the little notebook in her heart and made a heavy mark. Once the mark was made, her emotions began to ease. And then? What has Brother Yu been up to these past 3 days? The chubby boy turned his gaze towards the densely packed crowd ahead. After Brother Yu unraveled the truth, he issued a challenge to Ding Yi and the 13 who had benefited from spreading rumors, as well as 5 who were merely gossiping. He approached them with the elder judge to confront them. Yet, it was evident to all that this so-called challenge and the judge were merely a facade. He was there to exact retribution. On the very first day, Brother Yu clearly presented these individuals with 2 choices: either engage in a battle or kneel down and apologize. Acknowledging their mistakes, Xin Yun gazed ahead. The throng was so dense that she could not discern Yu Qinin's figure. She continued to inquire, if it is a challenge, can those individuals refuse? According to sect regulations, the party at fault must face a challenge if the injured party proposes one. The party at fault has no right to refuse. Well then, can they delay?
Certainly.
Yesterday, that individual chose to procrastinate, which led Brother Yu to first compensate with spirit stones and subsequently dismantle the person's courtyard. 1 challenge per day? Indeed, today marks the 3rd day. And this is the 3rd challenge. Xin Yen refrained from further inquiries, as she had grasped the reason behind everyone's silence. It stemmed from fear, a trepidation that their idle chatter might provoke Brother Yu Qinin to pay them a visit. As for her, it was solely due to her status as another party involved, a mere bystander. She could not help but recall Brother Yu Qinin's words from that fateful night. You need not concern yourself. I shall handle it. Such a method of resolution. It indeed instilled a sense of dread in everyone, rendering them hesitant to speak carelessly. Truly delightful. Xin Yen strode forward, channeling her spiritual energy to weave through the crowd until she reached the inner circle. She then approached Yu Qinin with a brisk pace, her voice filled with cheer. Brother. Chapter 18. Let us sit and wait. A familiar voice resonated from behind, causing Yu Qinin to tense up, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sure enough, the next moment, Xin Yen appeared before him, her eyes alight with admiration. Brother. Yu Qinin gazed into her eyes, pressed his lips together and coldly remarked, You are obstructing my path.
Oh.
My apologies. Xin Yen replied obediently, stepping aside slightly while continuing to gaze up at him. Yu Qinin fell silent for a moment, as if to clarify. I engage in these actions solely because the rumors pertain to me. There is no ulterior motive. Xin Yen nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I understand. Yu Qinin is the male protagonist, while she merely plays the role of a minor antagonist, embodying the archetype of an infatuated admirer. Under such circumstances, it is already commendable that Yu Qinin does not harbor any disdain for her. The notion that he would confront others on her behalf is utterly implausible. Although this matter concerns the 2 of them, its repercussions weigh more heavily upon her. For instance, Hu Kuai believed the rumors and made things difficult for her. Had it been Yu Qinin, those individuals would not have dared to act. Thus, even if Yu Qinin's motivations were self-serving, his actions ultimately benefited Xin Yen. She ought to express her gratitude. As for how to show her appreciation, Given her role as an infatuated admirer, any gesture she makes would be deemed reasonable. Upon witnessing Xian Yan's agreement, Yu Qinan continued in a cold tone, asserting that if she understood, she should not linger and obstruct his view. Xian Yan grinned and replied, "Indeed, Senior Yu. This situation involves me as well. I am not as capable as you in swiftly unraveling the matter, nor do I possess the strength to issue a challenge. Therefore, I believe it would be beneficial for me to accompany you, allowing you to take it a bit easier in other respects." Yu Qinan furrowed his brow in confusion, only to see Xian Yan take a couple of steps forward. Summoning a leather chair and positioning it directly behind him, within reach, Yu Qinan paused, bewildered. In the ensuing silence, Xian Yan rushed to the front and gently pushed Yu Qinan into the chair. With a flick of her wrist, she produced several small pouches. "This is dragon beard candy. This is pea cake, this is osmanthus cake, and this is candied fruit." With each utterance, she placed a small bag into Yu Qinan's hands. With another word, she added yet another. And again, she continued to fill his arms with neatly arranged bags. Yu Qinan. If he was not mistaken, he had come here to engage in a confrontation, had he not? This same question lingered in the minds of everyone present, rendering the atmosphere palpably peculiar. In fact, the ambience had shifted the moment Xian Yan burst forth from the crowd. What these individuals were contemplating held little significance for Xian Yan as she continued to distribute her offerings, simultaneously listening to the system's notifications. Ding! Gift delivered successfully. 10 bags of dragon beard candy, 10 bags of pea cake, 10-fold effect osmanthus cake, critical hit candied fruit. Suddenly, as she caught a glimpse of the change in Yu Qinan's expression, she hastily ceased her introductions, pushing a large headpiece toward him and stepping back. "Senior brother, while we are indeed here to challenge and seek justice, we must not compromise our own comfort, allowing them to remain at ease within while we stand outside, basking in the harsh sunlight and waiting idly." She unfurled an oiled paper umbrella and held it above Yu Qinan's head to shield him from the sun. "Why not sit down, enjoy some snacks, sip on something delightful, take a moment to rest and recalibrate our state while we wait. If that individual named Yongli fails to recognize your goodwill and misses the opportunity you have so graciously offered, it won't matter much if you decide to take action again." The crowd around them stood in stunned silence. Compromising one's own comfort? Failing to recognize goodwill? The opportunities presented? Is it not the case that you block the door, insisting on beating someone unless they kneel and apologize? Furthermore, while those inside are filled with trepidation and dare not step out to confront you, you remain outside, indulging in feasting and revelry. Surely this is not mere provocation. There are countless grievances, yet none dare to voice them. Ultimately, it was in a moment of distraction as Yu Qinan gazed at the small pouch in his arms that someone within the courtyard could no longer restrain themselves. "You have gone too far." A flash of crimson blade light shot forth in response to this furious outcry. Xian Yan was taken aback, and just as she was about to make a move, she felt someone pull her back, causing her to stumble towards the crowd, towards Yu Qinan's side. Yu Qinan remained seated, his left hand clutching the small pouches, while his right hand had yet to release Xian Yan's garment. Suddenly, a radiant beam of golden sword light appeared out of thin air, arriving ahead of the crimson blade and cleaving it in two. Xian Yan, belatedly aware of what had transpired, lifted her gaze to the slowly fading, dazzling golden sword light, unable to suppress her admiration. Truly, he is the protagonist. Possessing a rare sacred spirit root and wielding the power of light. Such magnificence. In comparison, her own 3 spirit roots. Well, best not to dwell on that. As she pondered, a robust youth with dark skin leaped over the courtyard wall. His right arm was bare, gripping a large blade, his expression filled with fury. He planted himself firmly on the ground and pointed the massive blade at Yu Qinan. Was it merely a few idle words that warranted such a confrontation? Yu Qinan's gaze turned icy, Yet he refrained from offering an explanation, instead turning to the judge who had accompanied him. The elder judge, emerging from a state of languor, began to speak slowly. Since the challenge has been issued, let us commence. With the final note resonating in the air, Yongli felt a surge of spiritual energy erupt within him, propelling him forward. Do not presume that I harbor any fear of you, he bellowed, leaping fiercely as he closed the distance to Yuchinen by 5 paces. A fiery blaze ignited upon his great blade, trailing a semicircular arc of flames through the air. As the momentum of the blade shifted downward, it was suddenly imbued with a heavy, earthen hue. The two colors mingled, descending upon Yuchinen with formidable force. Just as it seemed destined to strike, a crisp sound echoed. A silver-white longsword, yet to be unsheathed, was grasped by Yuchinen's right hand, positioned above him to effortlessly deflect Yongli's powerful assault. Yongli's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the terrifying force emanating from the blade. Yuchinen, holding the sword with one hand, slowly rose from his seat, using sheer strength to repel Yongli's full-force strike. Yongli, still attempting to exert greater force, witnessed an explosion of dazzling golden light erupt from Yuchinen's form as countless golden sword shadows materialized from thin air, racing toward him with relentless speed. He had no time to evade. The golden sword shadows collided with him, tearing through fabric, skin, and flesh, some even grazing the bone. Yongli was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Instinctively, he lifted his head, only to feel summit Chapter 19. Are you despicable? Everything unfolded with remarkable swiftness, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned, including Xian Yan. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Yongli leap and deliver a formidable strike, yet in the blink of an eye, he had already faced defeat. The bewilderment was palpable. Both were at the foundational stage, yet the disparities seemed excessively pronounced. The crowd sighed, their gazes towards Yuchinen now tinged with fear. As Yuchinen spoke, he sensed a disquiet within his words and furrowed his brow slightly. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed an urgency to retract his statement. He compelled Yongli to lift his gaze with the edge of his sword, his voice frigid. This was merely a warning. Should there be a next time, I shall render you mute. Yongli trembled with trepidation, his expression filled with dread as he nodded cautiously, no longer daring to show any defiance. Blood, mingled with saliva and shattered teeth, dripped from the tip of the sheath onto the ground. In the next moment, someone rushed forward, holding out a pristine handkerchief. Senior brother, your sword is dirty. Allow me to clean it for you. Xian Yan grasped at nothing, slowly straightening her posture, a smile adorning her face. Senior brother, please do not be so formal with me. Yuchinen's eyelids twitched. Encasing the small pouch in his spiritual energy, he flung it away. In the future, do not present me with gifts. I have no need for them. Xian Yan reluctantly accepted it, wishing to prevent the item from falling to the ground due to the loss of spiritual energy. Senior brother, it is merely some food. Yuchinen took a step back, increasing the distance between them. The path of cultivation demands detachment. Such items should be consumed sparingly in the future. As for this challenge, it was merely my personal endeavor, and it bears no relation to you. If you wish to avoid my sword pointed at you next time, do not return. With those words, Yuchinen flicked his sleeve, and a broad sword appeared beneath him, lifting him swiftly into the sky as he departed into the distance. The elder referee, yawning, also followed suit. Once their figures vanished from sight, the lively atmosphere dissipated. The onlookers began to disperse, their silence laden with scornful glances directed at Xian Yan. She pretended not to notice, collecting her food and moving to gather the chairs. Suddenly, someone approached stealthily and whispered, I have a question for you. Turning to see the previous chubby boy, she smiled and replied, Feel free to ask, junior brother. The boy leaned in closer. From your demeanor earlier, you do not seem foolish. How could you not perceive that brother you dislikes you? Xin Yen blinked, pausing before she gestured ahead, indicating he should continue walking as she spoke. Unfazed, the chubby boy accompanied her outside. With Brother Yu's attitude towards you just now, did you not sense his disdain? How could you still offer chairs and food, and even attempt to clean his sword? Are you shameless? Initially attentive, Xin Yen halted at the last two words, casting a bemused glance at the chubby boy. Junior brother, I am curious, have you ever faced consequences for your words? The boy fell silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. That is of little importance. Our current discussion revolves around you. It seemed he had indeed faced consequences. Xin Yen found her answer and turned her gaze forward, proceeding with measured steps. You do not comprehend. Love possesses a certain enchantment that compels one to willingly approach the flame like a moth. I am aware that Brother Yu does not have feelings for me, yet how can I resign myself without making an attempt? Even if the outcome is less than favorable, at the very least, I will have experienced love. This journey has already been immensely beautiful. The chubby boy instinctively averted his gaze. He could not grasp the sentiment, yet he was profoundly struck. Is this the moth drawn to the flame of love? Is this not sheer foolishness? Xin Yen smiled, choosing silence thereafter, providing gifts, offering food, and fawning over the sword. Are these the crux of the matter?
No.
The essence lies in the fact that throughout this process, she bestowed her meticulously prepared cultivation resources and techniques, and in return, she received the system's rewards, the persona of a devoted admirer. That merely served as a legitimate pretext to approach the male protagonist and present offerings. Naturally, such thoughts could never be shared with others. Xin Yen deftly changed the subject. How should I address you, senior brother? I am surnamed Tang, with the given name Jing. Greetings, senior brother Tang. Xin Yen smiled and clasped her hands together in respect, then shifted the conversation. I wonder if senior brother Tang is aware of whom Brother Yu intends to challenge tomorrow? Tang Jing paused momentarily. Are you planning to attend? Is that not permissible?
It
is allowed, as long as you are unafraid of Brother Yu's sword. You may do as you wish. Tang Jing felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Tomorrow should be at the martial arts peak. Xin Yen diligently noted Tang Jing's words, inquired about the time, and upon receiving the same answer as today, expressed her gratitude, bid farewell to Tang Jing, and departed on an ostrich. As she journeyed along, the disciples of the sect remained silent, offering respectful glances. However, Xin Yen was no longer troubled by this. Her thoughts wandered elsewhere, reflecting on the encounter with a female protagonist 3 days prior, and pondering why it had not circulated widely. She had initially believed that the individual who sought to undermine her would swiftly disseminate the news throughout the sect, yet it appeared that their status made a significant difference. Rumors about her abounded, while the female protagonist remained untouched by any whispers. One could not help but wonder how much influence the male protagonist had exerted in this regard. A twinge of envy flickered within Xin Yen, but she chose to dismiss the thought. The absence of gossip meant she had evaded another blemish upon her reputation in the eyes of senior Brother Yu, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Furthermore, the challenge had deviated from the original narrative. Upon careful reflection, Xin Yen realized that this alteration was likely due to her own actions. According to Tang Jing, Yu Qinan's discretion made it exceedingly difficult for Ding Yi to find an opportunity to target him. Therefore, it was probable that in the original narrative, Ding Yi had never found a chance to act against him until the male protagonist encountered his misfortunes, and once that occurred, the necessity for targeting vanished. Consequently, Ding Yi's name had not appeared in the storyline. Yet now, her untimely search for the male protagonist had been discovered, providing Ding Yi with an entry point to craft those rumors and thus to aggravate the male protagonist. As the central character of a light-hearted tale, Yu Qinan naturally could not tolerate such affronts and began to confront Ding Yi repeatedly. In other words, Her small actions had inadvertently altered the course of the narrative. A weight settled upon Xian Yan's heart, and she realized that she must exercise greater discretion in the future. Engaging too deeply in the plot could lead to complications should she later wish to extricate herself from it. Lost in a sea of thoughts, she found herself outside the accommodation area. Upon entering, she removed the jade hairpin from her head, allowing Yelvi to revert to her human form. She then settled on the edge of the bed and activated the system. She recalled having heard earlier that the cultivation technique, Xianling Ju, had triggered a critical hit. Chapter 20. My Spiritual Power. Her gaze swept over the other items, ultimately resting on a book that shimmered with the effect of the word critical. A smile involuntarily crept across Xian Yan's lips. Before gifting something, this was the moment she most eagerly anticipated, though deep down, she understood that a critical hit was a rare occurrence and not easily achieved. Yet, when this scene truly unfolded, all Xian Yan could express was her gratitude for the system's generous endowment. Without further hesitation, she retrieved the Xianling Ju after the critical hit. As soon as the technique was grasped, it transformed into a pure, white orb of light that surged into her forehead. Startled, Xian Yan quickly assumed a cross-legged position, closing her eyes to assess the situation. Within her mind, she found only an additional cultivation technique, nothing more. She let out a sigh of relief and began to examine the details of the technique. After a brief comparison, she recognized the original essence of Xianling Ju. If the previous version could be likened to a rough draft, then this refined edition was akin to a masterpiece. As for its effects, mere observation could not reveal much. Trusting in the system, Xian Yan remained patient. After scrutinizing it several more times to ensure she had memorized everything, she commenced her cultivation practice. Since this was merely an attempt, she refrained from using any elixirs. As the technique operated, the surrounding spiritual energy converged at an accelerated pace, significantly faster than her previous ordinary practice, approximately 2 to 3 times swifter, by her estimation. As the spiritual energy surged through her 5 hearts and began to adapt to her body under the guidance of her consciousness, Xian Yan realized where the system's tenfold effect was manifested, in the refinement efficiency. This issue had previously plagued her, as the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy had been too much for her to absorb, forcing her to release it. However, the situation had transformed. This energy was swiftly refined, obediently settling into her dantian. Moreover, Xian Yan inexplicably sensed a dissatisfaction within her body, stemming from an insufficiency of spiritual energy. She retrieved a tenfold effect spirit-nourishing pill and placed it in her mouth, resuming her cultivation. This time, the spiritual energy was finally sufficient to sustain her. With a hint of awkwardness, she guided the external energy along the meridians delineated by her new technique. As she progressed, the flow suddenly faltered. The leading energy came to a halt. Xian Yan assumed her guidance had faltered and made slight adjustments, attempting to continue the flow. Yet, the energy remained stagnant. Undeterred, she forcefully attempted to move it, only to observe the leading energy pivot and redirect itself, taking the following energies with it. Xian Yan was taken aback, questioning the abrupt lack of control. It seemed that this meridian was indeed the correct path. The energy still lay within her grasp, awaiting her guidance. Clutching her confusion, she continued her practice. After approximately 20 breaths, the energy halted once more. This time, she refrained from interference. The leading energy waited for a moment, and when it found no guidance from her consciousness, it abruptly veered into an adjacent meridian. With a tail trailing behind her, she wobbled her way down the path. Xian Yan was taken aback. What on earth is this? In a fluster, she rummaged through her consciousness to retrieve her cultivation techniques for a closer examination. The path her spiritual energy was traversing was indeed correct. She had been mistaken. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why it instinctively knew the right direction and moved on its own. Xin Yen opened her eyes and leapt to the ground, abandoning her meditative posture. The operation of her cultivation technique had not ceased. Her spiritual energy was still in motion. System. Xin Yen called out anxiously. The Xianling Ju critical version had a characteristic of agility. Upon its mastery, the spiritual energy would possess a degree of autonomy, aiding in cultivation.
Autonomy.
Are you certain it is assistance rather than an act of casting me aside as it runs off on its own? Has this thing gained sentience? Wait, hold on. Just moments ago, she had not intervened at all, yet her cultivation had continued, which meant
Xin concentrat intenti.
her cultivation level had risen. After a brief moment of astonishment, she began to assess her own condition. The cultivation technique was still in operation, and her level had increased significantly. Is this spiritual energy truly exhibiting autonomy? This is clearly akin to having a golden finger for automated cultivation. From now on, she would no longer need to maintain a specific posture, sitting from dusk until dawn, painstakingly guiding and refining her spiritual energy. All she had to do was lie down, and the spiritual energy would move of its own accord. There was no need for further deliberation. It was simply delightful. A smile blossomed at the corners of Xin Yan's lips. Yet, she sensed a wave of grievance emanating from beside her. She turned to look. A green was clinging to the edge of the bed, her entire face etched with distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. Food. It's gone.
Ah.
Xin Yen sat up abruptly. Apologies, I momentarily forgot. Please wait a moment. She retrieved some returned spiritual energy from the system space and offered it to Yelvi. This is spiritual stone, imbued with spiritual energy. Yet, Yelvi vigorously shook her head. It is different. The spiritual energy of Yun is unlike this. Xin Yun was taken aback. Scenes from her encounters with Yelvi flashed through her mind, and she slowly began to comprehend. Among the numerous disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect, many possessed cultivation levels far superior to hers, yet Yelvi chose only her. There exists an abundance of wandering spiritual energy in the world, but she had never witnessed Yelvi absorbing any of it. Strangely, Yelvi exhibited a profound thirst for the spiritual energy that passed through her body, willingly accepting even attacks transformed from that energy. Xin Yun let out a soft hiss. She recalled her previous complete absorption of the medicinal properties of pills, as well as the ineffectual poisonous fire from the fire lizard. Thus, she is indeed special. Upon confirming this, a possibility emerged in Xin Yun's mind, a unique constitution. Such a phenomenon had appeared in the original text, and quite frequently. The male protagonist's holy demon body, a magical cultivation physique attuned to light attributes. A certain female protagonist's heavenly ghost body, a naturally occurring ghost cultivation physique, and another female protagonist's pure spirit sword bone, a sword cultivation physique endowed with an innate affinity for light swords. Xin Yun never anticipated that as a mere antagonist, a minor pawn, she could possess such a privilege. However, it was never mentioned in the original text. Xin Yun fell into deep contemplation. The original text did state that unique constitutions are exceedingly concealed. Prior to awakening, it is challenging for both oneself and others to discern their existence. Only by beginning to awaken can one reveal differences, and thus attract attention. Furthermore, it is essential to actively develop oneself thereafter in order to exhibit true power. Under such circumstances, many individuals have inadvertently strayed from the right path due to their innate abilities remaining dormant, or have only been discovered posthumously to possess extraordinary traits. The character in the original text is most likely the latter. Oh no, she probably remained undiscovered even after her demise. Chapter 21. I am in a hurry. Xin Yen felt a twinge of sadness. She then adjusted her emotions and put away the spirit stone she had been holding. Ultimately, things were different now. She had traversed into this world, awakened her unique constitution, and even resolved the root cause of the tragedy depicted in the original narrative. In the future, with the aid of the system and diligent cultivation, she could carve out her own path beyond the confines of the story. Yet, everything was still progressing in a positive direction. Xian silently encouraged herself and then focused on the spiritual energy within her that was maintaining its cultivation state. Let us make a little arrangement. Shall we save some to feed a little ghost? The leading spiritual energy paused momentarily, displaying some reluctance. That portion of spiritual energy dispersed into her flesh and blood, then flowed out through her skin's pores. A green hurriedly approached, her little nose twitching as she absorbed the spiritual energy into her body. She then squinted her eyes and nuzzled Xian with her forehead. "Thank you, Yan. I like you the most." Xian allowed her to stay close, after confirming once more that she did not need to control the cultivation within her. She closed her eyes and turned her attention to sorting through other returned items. These were all crucial for her future endeavors. Time swiftly flowed during the intense training, and the following afternoon, Xian set out towards the martial arts peak. Through her inquiries, she arrived at the designated challenge site of the male protagonist. There, a considerable number of people had already gathered, huddled in small groups, whispering about various matters unrelated to the challenge. However, upon noticing Xian's arrival, their gazes converged upon her, halting their discussions, clearly aware of her purpose for being there. Xian maintained her composure and stepped forward into the throng.
Suddenly,
a familiar chubby figure approached her. "Goodness, you really dare to show up." Xian chuckled. "Why wouldn't I?" She retorted. "Senior brother, you want to eat me alive." As she spoke, she retrieved a chair from her storage ring and set it down. The chubby boy, Tang Jing, wore a conflicted expression. "I truly believe you'll end up getting beaten," he warned. Xian nonchalantly produced 2 small bags of snacks and offered one to him. "Care for a treat?" Tang Jing hesitated, finally accepting the small bag, his hand delving inside to grab a pastry, which he popped into his mouth. Speaking with his mouth full, he lamented, "Alas, it's futile to reason with a fool. If you're willing to suffer, then suffer." Xian pinched a piece of candied fruit and savored it, narrowing her eyes. "That may not be the case. Senior brother Yu is a good person," Tang Jing earnestly replied. "Even a good person cannot tolerate a scoundrel." Xian turned sharply and snatched the small bag from Tang Jing's hands. "If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent." Tang Jing raised his empty hands, his expression awkward. In the next moment, the sound of swords resonated in the air as Yu Qinan, accompanied by the presiding elder, soared down. Xian immediately perked up. She stuffed 2 open small bags into Tang Jing's hands and approached with a lively demeanor. Yu Qinan's gaze fell upon her, momentarily pausing. His expression darkened as he halted midair, summoning a gleaming silver sword with his right hand. With a swift motion, he cleaved the courtyard before him in 2. In the next instant, a lanky young man stumbled out of the courtyard, looking disheveled. Glancing at the dirt on his clothes, he raised his head, his eyes filled with fury. "Yu Qinan, you!" Before he could finish, Yu Qinan flicked his wrist, discarding a pile of spirit stones. "This serves as compensation. Let the challenge commence. I am pressed for time." With that, he feigned a strike with his sword, conjuring 3 shimmering blades of light that shot towards the hapless young man on the ground. The young man's face flushed crimson. "You are too." Just as he uttered those words, the sword shadows were upon him. Yet he did not resist. With a thud, he knelt before the ground. The sword shadows halted, mere inches from his face. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he stammered, I realize my mistake. I should not have spread rumors for a trivial gain, tarnishing your reputation, senior brother Yu. I acknowledge my error, and I am truly sorry." This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence, followed by a subtle chorus of disdainful murmurs. In the realm of cultivation, strength is revered, and practitioners admire the powerful. Such cowardly behavior before a fight was naturally looked down upon. Yu Qinan was equally taken aback. The two options had been presented by him, and this individual had chosen the latter, decisively. Thus, he would not insist on engaging in battle. Acknowledging one's faults is not merely a matter of words. It is imperative that you genuinely reflect that sentiment within your heart. Conversely, yet this very fact instilled even greater trepidation in those who heard it.
I
understand. Senior brother Yu, please be assured, I shall never again speak carelessly or disseminate rumors. I will certainly rectify my errors. Yu Qinan offered no rejoinder to this. He turned his flying sword and swiftly departed from the scene. The emaciated youth, upon seeing him gone, collapsed onto the ground, raising a hand to wipe away beads of perspiration, muttering unconsciously. This display elicited a chorus of jeers from the onlookers. Xian Yun remained silent. As Tang Jing approached, she casually took the open pouch of candied fruit, plucking a piece and placing it in her mouth. Senior brother Yu is burdened with myriad responsibilities. It is only natural that he is somewhat preoccupied. Nay, 'tis more likely he espied you and chose not to descend.
How could that be?
I am hardly some primeval behemoth. Yes, senior brother, you merely chose to expedite the resolution of the matter, that he might distance himself from you all the sooner. Junior brother Tang, hast thou ever been subjected to corporal punishment? She rededicated herself to the pursuit of cultivation. Thus, on the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, Xian Yun attended each encounter, invariably arranging seats for repose. Yet each time, Yu Qinan remained aloft, dispatching his adversaries with swift efficiency before hastily departing, never once alighting upon the ground. Xian Yun found this exceedingly vexing. Was this not taking advantage of her inadequate cultivation, her inability to wield spiritual implements for flight? However, as the frequency increased, she grew accustomed to it. If Yu Qinan would not descend, neither would she hasten to his side. She occupied the chair she had provided, availed herself of the parasol, and partook of her refreshments, content to be a silent observer. For approximately 10 days, Yu Qinan's challenge against the purveyor of rumors had reached its final stage. The son of the Alchemy Peak's lord, Ding Yi. This time, a multitude of disciples had gathered to witness the spectacle. The arena had been specifically established in a small martial arts training ground on the Alchemy Peak. Xian Yan, as always, had rushed to the forefront before the challenge commenced, arranging her seat in anticipation of the male protagonist's appearance. However, Chapter 22. Is it time for dinner yet? Xian Yan waited for a considerable duration. As the customary challenge time passed, and as Ding Yi leisurely ascended the stage, the audience began to grow restless. Still, there was no sign of Yu Qinan. Had something occurred to delay him? A sense of urgency washed over Xian Yan, especially as, since his arrival, Ding Yi had maintained a relaxed demeanor. Seated at the edge of the stage, chatting with a young lady, seemingly indifferent to whether Yu Qinan would arrive or when he might do so. Xian Yan endeavored to calm her mind, reminding herself that Yu Qinan was the protagonist, the destined one, and that he would be unharmed. Even if something had transpired, he would undoubtedly turn adversity into triumph. Yet, the more she thought this way, the more her heart became unsettled. Time continued to elapse, and after another quarter of an hour, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. Xian Yan hurriedly turned her gaze. Yu Qinan approached slowly, his garments tattered, blood trickling down his right arm, which clutched his sword. His demeanor remained composed, as if he felt no pain. Yet, his pallor was alarming, and his steps were unsteady, indicating a clear disturbance in his condition. Xian Yan summoned her spiritual energy and rushed forward, extending her hand to support him. Yu Qinan remained silent. Yet this time, he did not resist Xianyun's touch. Rather, he leaned into her support, stabilizing his body with her assistance. Upon realizing this, Xianyun's heart sank. The disdain Yuchinen harbored for her was palpable. Were it not for his debilitating condition, leaving him utterly drained, he would not have acquiesced in such a manner. It was then that Ding Yi's astonished voice echoed. "Oh, he can still manage to come?" In that fleeting moment, Xianyun grasped the entirety of the situation. Today's arena was not situated near the residences of their peers, as had been the case previously. Consequently, the presiding elder of the judges had not accompanied Yuchinen, opting instead to arrive directly from the judging hall at the Alchemy Peak. This indicated that Yuchinen had ventured out alone today. Under such circumstances, Ding Yi could easily dispatch someone to covertly ambush Yuchinen en route, thereby securing his victory even before the challenge commenced. This explained his composed demeanor. This elucidated Yuchinen's current state of affairs. How despicable! Xianyun clenched her teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Ding Yi rose, stretching his limbs, and cast a mocking glance at Yuchinen. "Since you've arrived, come forth. If my junior brother has the leisure to challenge a fellow disciple over such trivial matters, then I, as your senior brother, must oblige you and impart a lesson on recognizing your own limitations." Yuchinen's gaze turned frigid. "That is far from a trivial matter." With that, he stepped forward, intending to ascend the stage directly. Xianyun quickly grasped his arm. "Are you out of your mind? In this state, you cannot fight." True, Yuchinen possesses remarkable talent, yet he has only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, currently at the nascent stage of foundation building. On the arena, Ding Yi had been training since childhood, and compared to his earlier foundation building years, he was now nearing the golden core stage. This was inherently a battle of unequal prowess. Previously, Xianyun had confidence in Yuchinen because he was the male protagonist, and it was customary for protagonists to engage in battles beyond their level. However, this did not include facing a fully capable adversary while struggling to maintain one's stance. Yuchinen felt the force radiating from his arm, took a deep breath, and glanced at Xianyun beside him. "I am fine, I can handle it. I trust you."
"You say?"
Xianyun firmly grasped him, refusing to let go. A flicker of helplessness crossed Yuchinen's eyes, just as he was about to persuade her further. Ding Yi's voice echoed once more in the arena. "I ask you, you shitty, are you still able? Are you challenging me again?"
"Huh."
What a farce! Yuchinen instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, channeling his spiritual energy. Yet in the next moment, a hand pressed down on his. He raised his eyes to see Xianyun gazing at him earnestly, inquiring, "You Shixiang, isn't it time for dinner? Yuchinen?" A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Ding Yi in the arena was momentarily taken aback before asking, "Yuchinen, what do you see in this fool? Is it merely his appearance?" Xianyun ignored him, flipping her hand to reveal a complete set of 8 immortals tables and chairs that appeared on the scene. Remarkably, the table stood before Yuchinen, while the chair was positioned behind him. With a firm press, Xianyun compelled Yuchinen to sit down, much like that day, albeit with a hint of bewilderment.
"Come."
"Senior brother, this is roasted chicken, this is steamed goose and duck, and this is carp sashimi." The familiar scene resurfaced before Yuchinen after some time, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to what emotions to embrace. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze towards the array of dishes prepared by Xianyun, intending to speak. However, once again, she did not afford him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. With deftness, she seized a piece of meat with her chopsticks and, seizing the moment while he opened his mouth, swiftly fed it to him. For her senior brother, challenges and competitions were trivial matters. There was no need for him to neglect his meal over such trifles. She beamed at Yuchinen, her eyes brimming with affection. He cast a glance her way before averting his gaze, yet soon felt something amiss. The morsel that had been thrust into his mouth was enveloped in something. As it mingled with his saliva, It transformed into a warm current that coursed through his body, swiftly alleviating the pain in his meridians that had been exacerbated by excessive use of spiritual energy. A medicinal pill? What kind of pill possessed such formidable effects? Yu Qinan glanced at the smiling Xian Yan and began to chew slowly. Upon noticing this, Xian Yan promptly produced a pair of chopsticks and offered them to him. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted them with his left hand. The onlookers were left in astonishment. While it was one thing for Xian Yan to act whimsically in such a setting, why was senior brother Yu indulging her folly? Ding Yi's expression darkened further. The arena was a place of combat, a serious affair. Did these two dine leisurely as if their opponent did not exist? He strode down from the platform, but in the next moment, a thought struck him, and clarity dawned. Little girl, do you truly believe that by using dinner as an excuse to buy him some time, he can surpass me? Xian Yun leisurely turned her head, casting a glance at him, her expression one of sudden realization. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot about you. As the saying goes, one must be well fed to possess the strength to engage in battle. Would you care for a bite as well? However, I have no surplus dishes, only the bird feed I purchased earlier for the sex ostrich. Would you like to make do with that? With that. She scattered some bird feed, mixed with dead insects, towards Ding Yi's direction. It was a wide scattering, a proper technique for feeding birds. Ding Yi waved his long sleeves, using spiritual energy to deflect the feed, his countenance as dark as ink. You are courting death. The golden longsword was drawn, enveloped in a terrifying sword intent, and lunged towards Xian Yun. Chapter 23. The left-handed sword. Xian Yun's expression shifted slightly. Just as she intended to retreat, a sound of sword ringing pierced the air. Yu Qinan's longsword flew from his right hand, meeting the incoming golden blade.
Clang!
The clash of weapons resonated, terrifying sword chi dispersing in all directions, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Meanwhile, Xian Yun conjured a translucent white spiritual barrier that quietly rose, enveloping a space that included the 8 immortals' table and chairs, shielding against the residual sword energy and swirling dust. Xian Yun blinked and turned her gaze towards the only seated individual present. Yu Qinan calmly held his chopsticks, lifting a piece of fish meat and placing it in his mouth. His demeanor was serene, exuding composure. Having encountered some unobservant beings on the way here and having to engage in a bit of movement, he indeed felt somewhat hungry. Brother Ding should not mind. If you would grant me the time it takes to enjoy a meal? Ding Yi's expression fluctuated. The recent strike, fueled by my own fury, possessed considerable force. Perhaps 70 to 80% of my full strength. Why then did Yu Qinan block it so effortlessly? Could it be that his condition is not as dire as it seems? Is he uninjured? Ding Yi felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, a figure rushed over, leaning close to Ding Yi and whispering something. Ding Yi's gaze shifted to Yu Qinan's right arm, which hung limply beneath the table, blood dripping steadily. His expression softened, confidence returning. Even at the end of my strength, if I grant you time to recuperate, what is there to fear? In response, Yu Qinan remained unperturbed, continuing to eat the dishes before him, his pace unchanged. Meanwhile, Xian Yan cheerfully settled into her chair. Senior brother, how does it taste? Is it delicious? Her nonchalant demeanor caused Ding Yi's previously restored countenance to darken once more. However, having spoken, it was unreasonable to retract his words. Upon hearing Xian Yan's inquiry, Yu Qinan paused his actions. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly, his tone softening. Let's eat together.
All right.
Though she replied in the affirmative, Xian Yan did not commence eating. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Yu Qinan.
What are you looking at?
Not hungry? Xian Yan shook her head. I find my senior brother pleasing to the eye, truly a feast for the senses. Do not misuse such words. But I believe it is quite apt. The onlookers suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort, tinged with a hint of distaste. Consequently, they averted their gazes, content to await the ensuing contest. Thus, approximately a quarter of an hour passed. Yuchinen set down his chopsticks. His complexion remained pallid, and his breath was weak, his right hand hanging limply by his side. Yet, Xin Yen could sense the simmering anger suppressed deep within him. She produced a handkerchief and offered it to him. "Have you finished eating?" Yuchinen instinctively accepted the cloth, as though it were a habitual gesture. It took him a moment to realize, and after a brief pause, he slowly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and stood up. "I shall take my leave."
All right.
Xin Yen rose as well, observing Yuchinen as he pulled out a chair and walked step by step toward the arena. Ding Yi had finally awaited this moment, his sword in hand, his aura surging. A cruel smile emerged on his face. In the realm of combat, where blades are blind and the outcome is inherently unpredictable, it seemed only reasonable that a momentary lapse could yield an unfortunate result. He watched as Yuchinen ascended the stage, positioning himself opposite him, gripping the silver-white sword firmly with his left hand. Ding Yi could not help but chuckle. "When did you begin practicing swordplay with your left hand, junior brother Yu? Are you adept with it? Should I, your senior brother, give you a chance?" Yuchinen ignored him, calmly turning to face the elder referee, awaiting the command to commence. The elder hesitated, then reminded him, "The challenge is initiated by you. Should you wish to withdraw at any time, you may do so." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Yuchinen replied with gratitude, followed by a definitive response. Seeing his resolve, the elder had no further objections, nodded, and stepped back.
Then,
"Let the battle begin." As the elder's voice fell, Ding Yi eagerly launched a wave of golden sword energy forward. Golden hues of darkness emerged upon his legs as he took a step forward. Yuchinen gripped his sword with his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy to confront the golden sword chi, momentarily holding it at bay before cleaving it in twain. At that moment, Ding Yi had already approached. The long sword sliced down from the upper left. Yuchinen raised his sword to meet the challenge, yet his movements appeared rigid, his strength markedly lacking. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself at a disadvantage. All witnesses to this spectacle could not suppress their sighs. It was evident that Yuchinen was not in a favorable state, a fact apparent to anyone present. Many spectators, discerning something from Ding Yi's performance, had long since lost hope in Yuchinen, believing that his challenge had already culminated in defeat even before it commenced. Observing him wielding an unfamiliar left-handed sword against his opponent and being swiftly suppressed in their exchange only solidified their convictions. Ding Yi let out a derisive laugh, intensifying the force of his strikes. "Junior brother Yu, why does your left-handed sword feel so feeble, akin to that of a maiden?" Yuchinen skillfully deflected the force of Ding Yi's strikes, retreating to evade further confrontation. Yet Ding Yi relentlessly pursued him, his golden sword radiating with brilliance, unleashing a flurry of strikes from various angles. Yuchinen was compelled to respond with his own blade. This engagement was devoid of any traces of martial techniques, a pure contest of cultivation and strength. However, it was clear to all that Yuchinen's responses were exceedingly strained. He could not withstand the force behind Ding Yi's strikes, most often relying on technique to mitigate the impact. It was only a matter of time before he would be unable to deflect a blow. Even the elder referee could not help but shake his head in dismay. It was at this juncture that Yuchinen found himself cornered at the edge of the arena, with no further retreat available. Ding Yi's smile was laced with mockery. Rather than teasing with his swordplay, he unleashed the full extent of his spiritual energy, and a serpentine illusion manifested above his golden sword, striking forth with intent. Then, a whisper escaped Yuchinen's lips, almost there. "What?"
Ding Yi questioned.
Yet his movements remained unimpeded as the tip of the golden sword swiftly approached Yuchinen's left shoulder. He had no intention of concluding the battle. Instead, he sought to prolong it, inflicting harm under the guise of combat. For instance, he aimed to incapacitate Yuchinen's remaining arm. Ding Yi's thoughts were grand, and he envisioned his imminent triumph, when suddenly, a terrifying sword aura erupted from Yuchinen. Light surged in his eyes and enveloped his being. He transformed into a resplendent sword of light, causing the surrounding air to tremble with a resonant hum. The golden sword, accompanied by the serpent's shadow, halted a mere inch from Yuchinen's left shoulder, unable to advance further. Then, the serpentine illusion began to fracture, and with a piercing cry, it shattered with a thunderous crash. This sword maneuver was utterly obliterated by the sheer force of Yuchinen's sword aura. Chapter 24. The clash of swords. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as onlookers stared incredulously at Yuchinen, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Hadn't he just displayed signs of impending defeat? How could he so effortlessly counter Ding Yi's seemingly inevitable strike? This reversal had come too abruptly. While they remained in stunned disbelief, Ding Yi was the first to recover, retreating with a grim expression. "You feigned injury?" Though phrased as a question, he had already settled on this conclusion deep within his heart. His grip tightened around the golden sword, his entire being tensed. He was filled with dread at the sight of the unscathed Yuchinen. Yuchinon did not elaborate on his injuries. Wielding his sword with his left hand in a graceful arc, 3 golden sword shadows materialized, encircling the silver-white blade, rotating steadily. He advanced with deliberate and measured steps. With a flourish of his sword, the 3 golden shadows expanded effortlessly, transforming into 3 colossal swords, each 5 meters in length, hovering around him. Upon Yuchinon's command, they surged toward Ding Yi's position in succession. Ding Yi's face betrayed a flicker of fear as he relinquished his golden sword, which stood poised before him with its tip directed downward, infused with spiritual energy. Immediately, a formidable golden sword monument began to coalesce around him, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Just as he completed this defense, the first colossal sword shadow descended upon him. The impact of the giant sword against the sword monument unleashed a terrifying shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the sword shadow shattered and vanished, while the monument bore numerous fissures. Next came the second colossal sword shadow.
Boom.
Half of the monument crumbled into debris, scattering with the wind. The third sword followed.
Boom.
The monument was utterly obliterated, relinquishing its protective function, yet the giant sword shadow remained undeterred. Under Yuchinon's command, it hurtled forward, striking Ding Yi before he could muster any further defense. Ding Yi was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as his vigor waned rapidly. Nevertheless, he dared not pause. With a forceful adjustment of his stance, he plunged his sword into the ground to slow his retreat. Once balanced, he swiftly withdrew the golden sword and, with a flourish, summoned the apparition of a giant serpent. The serpent coiled around Ding Yi, its mouth agape in a fierce hiss, harmonizing with the resonant sound of the golden sword in his grasp, merging into a singular entity. With a thunderous roar, Ding Yi commanded, "Go." The golden sword slipped from his grasp, and the shadow of the colossal serpent surged forth, entwined with the sharp metallic aura of the blade, devastating everything in its path. Yuchinen walked with unwavering steadiness, raising his long sword and directing it forward. In the next instant, the sword split into 2, then 4, then 8. At an astonishing speed, transforming into thousands of identical luminous blades. Yuchinen twirled the long sword in his hand, and those myriad light blades shot forth like arrows released from their bows, leaving trails of brilliance in the air as they surged towards the shadow of the giant serpent. Upon contact with the serpent's shadow, they erupted not merely in piercing strikes, but in explosive bursts. This sudden onslaught caught Ding Yi off guard, causing the serpent's shadow to quiver. However, He quickly formed a hand seal and channeled his magic, summoning a golden halo around the sword, enveloping the serpent's shadow in a thick protective barrier. The explosions of the light blades were effectively repelled. The golden serpent, accompanied by its shadow, pressed onward, prompting a sigh of relief from Ding Yi. He then glanced at Yuchinen, whose steps remained resolute, seemingly indifferent to the approaching serpent's shadow, utterly unconcerned. Ding Yi furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had overlooked something. What hidden strategy did Yuchinen possess? His consciousness swept across the battlefield, ultimately resting on the countless luminous points that lingered after the explosion. Ding Yi's pupils constricted as he hastily channeled his spiritual energy into the golden sword, attempting to amplify the protective halo. Yet, it was too late. Those luminous points adhered to the barrier, their energy surging and inciting a second wave of small explosions. Each individual point's explosive power was not particularly formidable, but the sheer number was overwhelming. As countless points detonated simultaneously, the protective barrier held for but a fleeting moment before shattering with a resounding crash. The remaining lightsabers, swirling with glimmers, accelerated and collided against the shadow of the colossal serpent, and then they became indistinct. Upon the arena, only blinding radiance remained, accompanied by the incessant sound of explosions. The spectators below were left in a state of astonishment, yet one among them gasped, as if uncovering a profound truth. I understood then that Brother Yu's initial retreat was not an indication of inferiority, but rather a strategy to familiarize himself with wielding the sword in his left hand through the simplest of exchanges. The martial arts and techniques are not solely defined by movements. They also rely on the internal flow of spiritual energy. Brother Yu excels with the sword in his right hand, and his energy naturally gravitates to the right. To wield the sword with his left hand, he must recalibrate the direction of his energy, forging a new habit. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened, yet soon fell into a contemplative silence. Habits. Are they so easily altered? They reflected upon their own limitations, yet Yuchinen, with remarkable simplicity, had achieved it. Back in the arena, a swordsman's prowess is embodied in a sword. To lose it is tantamount to defeat. However, gradually, Ding Yi's spiritual energy diminished significantly, and his condition began to deteriorate. He summoned another sword from his storage artifact, gripping it tightly for the time being. The difficulty of changing habits was evident. The disparity in power between a frequently used sword and a temporary one was immense. Under Ding Yi's vigilant gaze, the brilliance began to wane, and he finally discerned the scene before him. His golden sword was ensnared by several lightsabers, futilely trembling against the ground. After a fleeting glance, Ding Yi shifted his focus to the figure emerging from the light. Yuchinen regarded him calmly and spoke. An apology. Ding Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. An apology? Ha ha ha. What do you think you are, that you deserve an apology for me? A mere peasant, fortunate enough to have been graced by the heavens with a modicum of talent, now believes himself to be exceptional? His voice rang out loudly, laced with sarcastic laughter, dripping with provocation. Yuchinen, however, chose not to remain courteous any longer. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Ding Yi in midair, his left hand wielding the sword as it came crashing down with a force as heavy as a mountain. Yet, in the next instant, a greenish glow enveloped Ding Yi, swiftly coalescing into two shields that protected him from all sides. Yuchinen's sword strike was thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Yi channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy into his sword, thrusting it directly towards the lower right shoulder of Yuchinen. The fact that Yuchinen had not utilized his right hand confirmed his injury, and according to previous reports, his wound lay right here. Chapter 25. Your heart is not sincere. Though Ding Yi's talent could not rival Yuchinen's, he was nonetheless renowned as a genius within the sect. He understood how to control the battle, how to maneuver in a way that would tilt the scales of combat in his favor. For instance, provoking his opponent into a reckless charge, employing hidden tactics to withstand attacks, and striking decisively while the enemy was caught off guard. He was utterly confident in this strike. However, Yuchinen raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, a surge of sword energy emanating from them to meet Ding Yi's assault.
Clang.
The clash of weapons reverberated. Ding Yi felt a searing sword energy surge through the blade into his palm. His arm trembled, and the long sword slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Ding Yi appeared somewhat dazed, casting a glance at his trembling hand, his voice parched. How could this be? He was clearly of superior cultivation, nearly a whole realm above Yuchinen. He had been well prepared, dispatching individuals to intercept. The messenger had reported that Yuchinen had been struck in the right shoulder, rendering his right hand nearly useless. How could it be that he was defeated so effortlessly? Ding Yi raised his gaze to glare at Yuchinen, his eyes now bloodshot. Surely, you do not believe your victory is assured. A mere country bumpkin, you fail to comprehend that battles among practitioners encompass more than just one's own abilities. As he shouted, he produced a pill and hastily consumed it. Simultaneously, the two shields enveloping him shimmered with increasing intensity, solidifying further. Spiritual elixirs and artifacts, these constituted auxiliary means, a form of strength beyond oneself. The challenge arena does not prohibit such tactics. Ding Yi swallowed the elixir, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. My spiritual artifact is a fourth-tier device, capable of withstanding attacks from the golden core stage. You cannot breach this shield, and thus, you cannot triumph over me. I will not lose. I shall not. Ding Yi raised his voice, yet within it lingered an unmistakable tremor of uncertainty. From the outset, his confidence had rested upon the notion that Yuchinen was injured, in a poor state, his right hand incapacitated. Yet, as all these premises crumbled, so too did his assurance. Observing his opponent's wretched condition, Yuchinen felt a sense of disillusionment. This was the sort of individual who spread rumors in the shadows, causing. Yuchinen lowered his gaze. As the wind stirred, his garments fluttered, and all the scattered motes of light from the lightsabers converged upon the silvery white longsword in his hand. With a lift of his hand, he brought the sword down in a cleaving strike. It was as if the very momentum of heaven and earth followed, pressing down with this one blow. The shield before Ding Yi trembled in vain, holding out for a few fleeting moments before shattering outright. Then, the heavy force of the sword suddenly dissipated, transforming into countless minute blades that assailed Ding Yi's body. In an instant, his skin was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi could not help but utter an unbearable cry of pain from his throat, even spitting out the medicinal pill that had just entered his mouth. Unable to swallow it in time, along with the blood. By the time the sword's force had dissipated, Ding Yi had already become a bloody figure, his clothes tattered, barely standing in place. Yuchinen pressed the sword in his hand flat against Ding Yi's shoulder, applying slight pressure. Ding Yi's legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground. His lips parted, wanting to say something but stopping. That was a spiritual artifact capable of withstanding attacks from golden core stage cultivators. How could this person break it so easily? Ding Yi couldn't understand. Yuchinen didn't give him time to think, opening his mouth again, repeating two words. Apologize. Ding Yi gritted his teeth, a mocking expression on his face. Just as he was about to say something rude, he felt the sharp blade sweep across, cutting into the skin on his neck. Ding Yi's eyelids twitched, feigning composure. You dare. Yuchinen clenched his right fist and smashed it towards his face.
Bang.
Ding Yi's nasal bone fractured, and blood spurted out. Yuchinen then sheathed his sword and calmly said, I am forbidden from killing. As the words fell, another punch was thrown, causing Ding Yi to be unable to kneel and his body to fall backward onto the ground. He struggled, trying to take advantage of the situation to escape from here. The fist descended once more. Yuchinen ceased his speech and inquiries, instead unleashing a flurry of punches, seemingly as a form of catharsis. Ding Yi was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. He valiantly attempted to rally his spiritual power, replenished somewhat by elixirs. However, before he could marshal it, a devastating blow landed upon his lower abdomen. Scorching spiritual energy pierced his skin, infiltrating his dantian and disrupting the painstakingly gathered power. An indescribable agony radiated swiftly from within. Cold sweat trickled down Ding Yi's face, and his vision blurred. Finally, he succumbed and uttered, I apologize.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yu Qinan paused his fists. Not to me.
Thump.
Another punch struck Ding Yi's cheek. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, and after a few moments, he comprehended Yu Qinan's words. With great effort, he turned his head, his gaze settling upon a figure among the audience below the stage. Simultaneously, the spectators' attention shifted as well, falling upon Xianyun, who stood with arms crossed, gleefully watching the male protagonist's satisfying beatdown. Xianyun. What's happening?
I'm
sorry, it was my fault. Ding Yi fixed his gaze upon her, gritting his teeth as he spoke. In the following instant, a fist crashed down upon his head with brutal force. Your heart is not sincere. Ding Yi's blood-soaked face contorted, a surge of resentment choking him. Yet, he dared not retort, and once more he spoke. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spread rumors and tarnished your reputation.
Thump.
Still not sincere. Gazing at the blurry shapes before him, Ding Yi inhaled deeply, composing his tone. Junior Sister Xian, I am truly sorry. My actions have caused you distress, and I am willing to make amends. This time, Yu Qinan refrained from resorting to violence. Ding Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Using his consciousness, he accessed his storage artifact and produced a small gray pouch. Inside were 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Senior Sister Xian. Xianyun's eyes instantly sparkled. The spirit stones of upper, middle, and lower grades are exchanged at a ratio of 110, 000. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. What a delightful surprise to encounter such a fortune while attending a challenge match. However, this was ultimately a result of Yu Qinan's efforts. Xianyun struggled to divert her gaze from the small gray pouch and turned her attention to Yu Qinan, only to meet his eyes. After a brief moment, Yu Qinan averted his gaze first. He bent down to retrieve the small gray pouch, exited the arena, and approached Xianyun, offering it to her. Thank you for your dinner.
Xin Jun Berlinket, Sudenli and Lai.
Her senior brother implied that his earlier apology and these spirit stones were compensation for dinner. Yu Qinan nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Xianyun immediately protested. Senior brother, there is no need for such clear delineation between us. There is. Yu Qinan interrupted her, pressing the gray pouch into her hand. He took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. Chapter 26. A promise. Xianyun stared at Yu Qinan, who was now 2 steps away, her expression nearly faltering. Am I a monster? Are you so eager to settle the debt and sever ties? Not long ago, we were sharing a meal at the same table. Amidst my earnest efforts to assist you, do you truly intend to dismiss me with merely a pittance? Where is your conscience, I wonder? Wait. She is but an ardent admirer, while Yu Qinan is the one being pursued. Logically, if Yu Qinan has no intention of cultivating a relationship with her, it would be prudent to maintain distance and provide no opportunity. Thus, is it she who is mistaken? Xianyun fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Yu Qinan spoke,
his tone solemn.
In the future, should you encounter any injustice or unfairness, feel free to seek me out. As long as your cause is just, I shall lend my assistance. Xianyun was momentarily taken aback. What? In the next breath, Yu Qinan shifted his words. However, beyond that,
Do not seek me out.
Nor should you entertain any notions of romantic entanglements. I have made it abundantly clear on numerous occasions that between us, it is simply impossible. Xin Yen had come to understand. Yu Qinan indeed had no interest. His previous actions were primarily aimed at distancing himself from her. For instance, upon encountering her, he would halt midair to complete challenges and resolve conflicts. However, today as interception by Ding Yi made even sword flight a challenge, leading to her proximity and the opportunity to press him against the dining table. Yu Qinan discovered the elixir she had concealed within the meal and accepted her assistance. He would continue to maintain his distance due to matters of the heart, yet he would not forget the kindness she had shown him today, hence he offered his promise. In essence, he vowed to repay her kindness, but she should not harbor any illusions of transforming that kindness into love, for that is an impossibility. Such a protagonist, who distinctly separates gratitude from affection, is indeed a rarity in this world. Xin Yen mused, overwhelmed with emotion. Yu Qinan watched as her expression gradually transformed from confusion to delight, unable to suppress the frown that creased his brow. Do you understand now? Indeed, I do. Xin Yen eagerly nodded, then stepped forward. Senior brother, I have no use for the mid-grade spirit stone for the time being. Allow me to gift it to you. As she approached, Yu Qinan retreated a step, maintaining his distance while comprehending her words. His expression darkened, a look of utter disbelief washing over his face. What a waste of breath! He scoffed, flicking his sleeve and ascending on his flying sword, soaring into the distance. My promise remains valid. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from the scene. Xin Yen clutched the small gray pouch that she had been unable to offer, feeling a twinge of regret. However, as she had yet to fully master the items obtained in the previous exchange, she was not in a rush to continue trading for system rewards. She would wait for the next opportunity. Tilting her head to gaze at the direction of the fading light, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. The more she interacted with this individual, the more she understood the original owner's affection was not without reason. Stop looking. He has already flown far away. Tang Jing observed her with a peculiar expression, appraising her from head to toe, his lips moving as though he wished to speak but hesitated. In a good mood, Xin Yen generously encouraged, speak your mind. You actually managed to exchange a meal for senior brother Yu's protection. Did you step in dog excrement on your way out? She realized her mistake. She should not have given this thing the chance to voice its thoughts. Yet, just before reaching the small courtyard, the sight of a waiting figure extinguished her cheerful demeanor. Li Qing, familiar and unreserved, draped her arm around Xin Yen's shoulders, guiding her into the courtyard as she spoke. Xin Yen pondered for a moment, but chose not to push her away. Instead, she halted her steps and curiously inquired, what is so important?
Li Qing,
unable to enter the small courtyard, wore a somewhat somber expression yet maintained her smile as she replied, in just a few days. It will mark a year since we embarked on this journey, and it's time for us to undertake our tasks. Isn't it? I happen to know a senior brother who has promised to take me on a mission, and that made me think of you. What do you say? Would you like to join me? A voice in Xin Yen's mind warned her that this could lead to trouble, yet she remained composed. She pressed further, which senior brother? What task? The senior brother's surname is Wu. You don't know him yet, but I will introduce you when the time comes. As for the task, it has yet to be finalized. We will have to wait until the appointed time to accept it. However, I can assure you it will not be overly challenging. Most likely, it will involve gathering, which is quite straightforward. As Li Qing spoke, she leaned in closer. Previously, I wouldn't have invited you, considering you had your responsibilities at the refining peak and could easily choose similar tasks. But now haven't you offended someone from the refining peak? Li Qing paused, patting Xin Yen on the shoulder before continuing. I want to delve into your sorrowful matters. Let us focus on the task at hand. It's indeed a fortunate opportunity to have an experienced senior brother guiding us. I am doing this out of goodwill, thinking of you. Others seeking a companion for such tasks often struggle to find one. That sounds splendid. I would be delighted. In an effort to lead me into a trap, she even set aside past grievances to come and feign cheerfulness. How wonderful that is. Xin Yun nodded, replying earnestly, "Thank you." Li Qing immediately broke into a smile. "No need for thanks. What kind of relationship do we have? As long as you agree, I will speak to Senior Brother Wu and ensure you join the team. But do not concern yourself with this detail. Simply wait for the designated time to join the group." Xin Yun nodded once more. "All right, I understand." Li Qing smiled, withdrawing her hand from Xin Yun's shoulder, swaying slightly as she walked towards the adjacent courtyard. "It's settled then. I shall come to find you with news." The two parted ways, each entering their respective courtyards. In an instant, Li Qing's smile morphed into a cold smirk, while Xin Yun remained remarkably composed. This team assignment was a trap, and Li Qing had ulterior motives. Xin Yun was certain of this. However, while Li Qing harbored no ill intentions, she also sought to resolve this matter swiftly, the lingering issue of Li Qing's blood poison. Thus, going along was inevitable. Xin Yun activated the courtyard's formation and stepped inside. Next, she would focus on enhancing her strength. At that moment, a consciousness emerged from the dark green jade hairpin atop her head. Yun, someone is. Xin Yun's heart jolted. She quickly forced herself to calm down, continuing to walk inward as if nothing were amiss. She naturally trusted Alu's words, but the visitor's intentions were unclear. It was prudent not to alert them unnecessarily, but rather to observe what they intended to do. Chapter 27. This posture is quite nice. Xin Yun feigned relaxation as she approached the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Simultaneously, she summoned her spiritual energy, remaining on high alert in secret, to ensure that one can strike with utmost precision at any moment. Just then, a melodious voice broke the silence, imbued with a sense of ease. Indeed, upon realizing an intruder's presence, one remained composed, thereby confounding the adversary. In an instant, a stunning beauty appeared in the room. Elegantly perched on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, tilting her chin slightly upward, exuding an air of haughtiness. Her elongated eyes, with their upturned corners, sparkled with a captivating charm as she smiled. Further down, her alluring curves were undeniably striking. Xin instinctively cast her gaze downward at herself. TSK. Rising from her chair, she raised her hand, summoning flames, glaring with palpable hostility at the beauty who sat so audaciously upon her bed. The smile on the beauty's lips froze for a moment before she continued, "I am Yan Qi, the contemporary leader of the artifact refining peak. You need not harbor any animosity towards me." Xian's expression remained inscrutable. "No, that is not the issue." Yan Qi, having inexplicably grasped her meaning, took a deep breath and rearranged her legs. "Over half a month ago, I stumbled upon a piece of low-grade spiritual material, a chunk of cold iron. The material was quite ordinary, yet its impurities were remarkably few, unlike what one would expect from a practitioner in the qi refining stage. However, low-grade spiritual materials within the sect are processed by outer disciples, and the outer sect lacks foundation establishment stage practitioners." At this point she paused, narrowing her eyes at Xian. Xian remained silent. What did this mean? Was that spiritual material connected to her, or rather, to the original owner? Driven by curiosity, I picked it up and examined it closely. Yan Qi resumed speaking. "In that piece of cold iron, I discovered a residue of unique spiritual energy intertwined with purifying properties. That very night, I made my way to the spiritual material hall to inquire with the elder about the outer sect disciple responsible for handling this cold iron." Yan Qi paused once more, and Xian understood her intent. The original owner had indeed dealt with some cold iron just days prior to my crossing over. perfectly aligning with the description of this enchanting beauty. As for the spiritual energy possessing purifying characteristics, this was the first I had heard of it. However, it was not difficult to comprehend. Presently, I too possessed a special constitution. It is quite natural for one with a unique physique to wield extraordinary spiritual energy. Is it not? Wasn't it because of her distinctive spiritual energy that Lu chose to accompany me? It was only now that I realized her spiritual energy was particularly adept at purification. Furthermore, prior to my crossing over, the original owner's spiritual energy already bore such characteristics. Does this imply that the awakening of a special constitution was not merely a consequence of my crossing over, but had already begun prior? Why then was this not mentioned in the original text? The possibilities I had previously pieced together were now cast into doubt, leaving Xian Yen perplexed. Yen Qi, unaware of her thoughts, waited patiently for a while, and upon seeing no further reaction, felt compelled to continue speaking. The presence of purifying power within your spiritual energy indicates a unique constitution, and remaining in the outer sect would indeed be a waste of your talent. Thus, I contemplated taking on a disciple to guide you into. Before she could finish her sentence, a thud resonated as Xian knelt down, bowing her head in reverence. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. After the ritual, I realized that the flames I intended to wield for an attack still lingered in the palm of my hand. Thus, I hastily extinguished them and offered a hearty smile to Yen Qi. Yen Qi remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Let me finish." "Of course, Master." Xian Yin responded with an innocent expression. "Since I wished to take on a disciple, I sought to learn about you through others first. I have sent all my cultivation resources to the esteemed disciple of the sect leader, Yu Qinan, and I have also been processing spiritual materials to accumulate spiritual stones for him. Hence, the information I gathered about you was that you are audacious, overestimating your capabilities, and rather shameless." As Yen Qi continued, she noticed Xian Yun supporting herself with her hands and slowly rising. Xian Yun brushed off the dust from her knees, prompting Yen Qi to pause and inquire, "What do you mean by that?" With a playful grin, Xian Yun replied, "It appears that the peak master does not hold me in high regard, and coincidentally, I feel that we are not a good match either." Yen Qi's gaze drifted down from her face for a moment, comprehending the nature of her mismatch. She then chuckled softly, stating, "Indeed, my impression of you is not favorable, which is why I abandoned the idea of taking you on as a disciple after inquiring. However, today I happened to witness a challenge match at the Alchemy Peak. I believe you." Suddenly, Xian Yun knelt down again with a thud. Yen Qi tilted her head, smiling in a rather formal manner. "What is this about?" With a serious expression, Xian Yun replied, "It's nothing. The disciple simply finds this position rather pleasing. Please continue, Master." The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Yen Qi gazed at Xian Yun, falling silent, seemingly questioning the validity of his decision. A sense of unreliability lingered in the air. The atmosphere remained taut for quite some time until Xian Yun, unable to maintain her composure, shifted her legs. Only then did Yen Qi speak anew. "With a purifying essence in your spiritual energy, you should achieve commendable success in the realm of artifact forging. I surmise that your choice to handle spiritual materials in a certain task indicates a deliberate pursuit of this path. Thus, I present to you a choice. Yu Qinan or artifact forging."
Xin Kun BILLIONAIRE.
"Master, I have heard it said that children make choices, while adults encompass all." "No." "Very well." Xian Yun rose from the ground, once more. "Thank you, sect leader, for your recognition, but I choose Brother Yu." Yen Qi narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "And the reason?" Xian Yun raised her gaze, maintaining a 45-degree angle, and sighed softly. "Because love possesses an enchanting power that compels one to forsake everything. It is a force I cannot resist, and I willingly submit." "Very well." Yan Qi stood from the bedside and strode towards the door, pausing as he passed Xi and Yun. Tomorrow, come find me at the artifact forging peak. I will arrange your accommodations. All right. Huh?
Xin Kun instinkito diplit.
Then realized something was amiss, looking over in bewilderment. Yan Qi smirked lightly. The foolish infatuation is distinct from a more conscious affection.
Instanti, Xin Kun comport her say.
Yes, master. Your words resonate deeply. Yan Qi raised an eyebrow. Was it the person who entered just now? Indeed. Very well, I acknowledge this.
Ieneku spoke.
Deftly producing 2 pieces of decorative spiritual artifacts, a pair of deep green earrings and a white jade ring. He extended them towards XNYN. The earrings were primarily offensive, while the ring served a defensive purpose, both of the 4th tier, capable of storing energy in advance for use during combat. XNYN accepted them with both hands, expressing her gratitude. Disciple thanks master. YNQ waved his hand dismissively. Focus on your cultivation. I must take my leave. With that, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. XNYN stood upright, gazing at the 2 spiritual artifacts in her hands, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the deep green light flickered, and AL resumed her human form, her expression one of perplexity. YNYN, I seem to have seen her before. Chapter 28. The Invisible Thread. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Do you recall anything? AL shook her head, tugging at her hair in discontent. I can't remember anything. I see.
X and Y répondait fort en instant.
AL's expression grew vacant, as if she had glimpsed something. It feels like I've been somewhere. X and Y and narrowed her eyes, moving closer and guiding her to sit in a chair.
All right. I l'obédiant no dead.
Before you came here, you were unaware of human affairs and speech. So, I suspect that the former you may not have possessed a complete consciousness. Without a full awareness, actions could be muddled, leaving behind no clear memories, which makes sense. It follows that a spirit or wandering soul devoid of complete consciousness might not attract the attention of the cultivators of the immortal spirit sect, who would likely deem it beneath their notice. Thus, you have been preserved, wandering instinctively within this sect. In the process, you have unconsciously encountered many individuals from various sects, including that recently met master of the refining peak, Yan Qi. Subsequently, a few days ago, our paths crossed, awakening your consciousness and granting you a sense of self. Xin Yun spoke slowly, observing the subtle shifts in Alu's expression. There were 2 instances where her countenance changed. One was regarding the immortal spirit sect, and the other the refining peak. As Xin Yun pondered in confusion, a sudden flash caught her attention. A wave of sorrow surged within her, revealing a haunting vision, a rain-soaked battlefield, a weary man half-kneeling, and a tattered umbrella beside him. In the next moment, the vision dissipated, and the scene before Xi Yun transformed back into her humble abode. The umbrella. That very umbrella. Yun, what is the matter? Alu exclaimed, grasping Xi Yun's hand and shaking it. Your complexion is so pale. Do you feel unwell? Please don't frighten me, Yun. Xi Yun remained silent. She had been mistaken from the very beginning. Alu might not be a mere wandering spirit, but instead a spirit of a treasured object, a spirit of an umbrella. Observing Alu's anxious yet innocent demeanor, Xi Yun felt that overwhelming sorrow once more, a despairing, suffocating sorrow. But why had she suddenly witnessed that vision? Was it real? And from where? Xi Yun gradually ceased her musings. Within her perception, there seemed to be an invisible thread connecting her to Alu, through which an unending stream of sorrow flowed. It appeared that her ability to glimpse that vision was due to this very thread. Xi Yun carefully sensed that this invisible line was not the connection established between her and Yelvi, but rather another line that appeared out of thin air. Yun. I'm fine, there's no need to worry about me. What about you? Yelvi vigorously shook her head. Forget it. Forget it. Now that I have you, Yun, I am already very happy. I don't need the past. She flashed a brilliant smile at Xian Yun, though her eyes still shimmered with unshed tears. Xian Yun fell silent, then gently replied, All right, let's forget it. If the past represents sorrow and pain, then remembering it may not necessarily be a good thing. It is better to wait until we are strong enough to face everything before we uncover ALV's identity, and, that scene, I believe by then, she will also know whether she should remember or not. Xian Yun took a deep breath, no longer entangled in her thoughts, and led Yelvi to the bed. She sat cross-legged and assumed a more conducive posture for the operation of the Xianling Ju, critical version, allowing Yelvi to lean beside her and absorb the dissipating spiritual energy. The matter concerning Yelvi was but an interlude. However, it helped her calm down from her earlier excitement and recall some information she had just learned from Master Yanqi. Yanqi had noticed something unusual about her spiritual energy and suspected that she possessed a unique constitution, a phenomenon that had occurred even before she arrived here. Had the original narrative unfolded without the challenge posed by Yu Qinin, Yanqi would not have changed his perception of her. Nor would he have taken her as a disciple. Unbeknownst to herself, she continued her life and subsequently encountered the foremost sword cultivator, Mu Rue, who accepted her as a disciple. The original text did not elaborate on her apprenticeship, but it likely occurred within the following month. Afterward, she remained at Mu Rue's side for 3 months, only re-emerging in public after he formally declared her as his disciple. By that time, the male lead had already fallen from grace, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, dutifully fulfilling her obligations as a villain. Ahem, setting that aside for now. Let us focus on Mu Rue. Yanqi was able to discern her unique constitution, given that the foremost sword cultivator possesses even greater prowess. Could he not also recognize it? Might this not be the true reason behind Mu Rue's acceptance of her as a disciple with 3 spiritual roots? It seems plausible. Yet, throughout the days of cultivation, Xian Yen could distinctly feel her pace of advancement accelerating alongside the awakening of her exceptional constitution. Even in the absence of a system, her progress in strength should not pale in comparison to that of an ordinary genius. In the original text, she too had awakened. Thus her sensations regarding the speed of cultivation should align with the present experience. Even a genuine practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, an individual of mediocre talent, ought to achieve more than this level of cultivation within a decade, solely through the accumulation of resources. And she possesses the enhancement of a unique constitution. The more Xian Yen pondered, the more she felt that something was amiss. There was a nagging sensation that her status as the disciple of the foremost sword cultivator in the cultivation world might not be a mere pitfall. However, Mu Rue's reputation is impeccable, admired by many disciples within the sect. Previously, his senior disciple Lin Zijua appeared to be a good person as well. And what of Alu? The battlefield depicted in that earlier scene. Where was it? Who was that man? What was his relationship with Alu? Was it that of a master to a spiritual weapon? And yet, though she wished to dismiss such thoughts, doubts began to spiral uncontrollably within her mind. Thus, shall we ponder once more? Xian Yun inhaled deeply, embarking on a meticulous contemplation. The previous 2 matters remained shrouded in ambiguity, rendering any pursuit of truth futile for the time being. As for this 3rd issue, Xian Yun turned her gaze towards Al, attuning herself to the subtle energies. That thread had vanished. Very well, clarity eludes us here as well. Xian Yun stared vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought for a spell. Subsequently, she retrieved the audio-visual simulation space, input the water manipulation incantation, and immersed her consciousness within, striving to comprehend, yet finding no resolution. Then let her endeavor to cultivate. After all, both Al's predicament and that of Mu Rue seemed beyond the grasp of a mere chi refinement stage practitioner. Chapter 29. The village and the canine demon. Time slips away unnoticed, and in a flurry of training, several days have swiftly passed. At last, Xian Yun awaited the arrival of Li Qing. It was a gloomy morning. Senior Brother Wu and the others should have already arrived at the task hall, seeking suitable assignments. Little Yun, do make the necessary arrangements. Besides the essential disciple token, bring whatever else you deem necessary. Then we shall head to the task hall, register for a mission,
and set forth. Xin Kun acquit.
After a brief organization, she departed the living quarters alongside Li Qing. To facilitate the disciples, the sect established task halls beneath each principal peak. The one Xian Yun and her companion were heading to is located beneath the Master S peak. Their journey was uneventful, devoid of the attention they had garnered during their previous outing. After all, the world does not revolve around a single individual. The events involving her and Yu Qinan had transpired over a fortnight ago, and it was only natural for them to fade into obscurity. Occasionally, she would be recognized, drawing surreptitious glances and hushed whispers among companions, but nothing more. Xian Yun reveled in her freedom. Upon arriving at the task hall, she observed a multitude of individuals coming and going. Some, evidently seasoned veterans, moved with practiced ease, while others, like Xian Yun and her companion, were first-timers, their countenances betraying a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Li Qing led the way, drawing Xian Yun into the task hall, her gaze settling upon 3 male disciples. All were under the age of 20, one tall, one stout, and one of average build, yet their expressions hinted at a certain malevolence. As Li Qing noticed them, the 3 men, who had been observing the entrance, also spotted them. Xian Yun could distinctly sense their gazes upon her, filled with appraisal and avarice. She was rendered speechless. This trap was far too obvious, wasn't it? She forced herself to adopt an innocent and gullible demeanor, following Li Qing's lead.
Come, Xiao Yun.
Let me introduce you. Li Qing gestured, identifying the average built, the stout, and the tall one respectively. Xian Yun offered a gentle smile and greeted, "Greetings, senior brothers." Li Qing reciprocated, introducing Xian Yun to the 3 men. "This is my little sister, Xian Yun. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Greetings, junior sister, Xian. Junior sister Xian is truly beautiful." Wu Jian, evidently the leader, flashed a smile, seemingly attempting to appear amiable. Now that the 2 junior sisters have arrived, shall we proceed directly to accepting the task and setting off?
All right.
Li Qing readily agreed, before inquiring, which task have the senior brothers selected? I must preface this by stating that both Xiaoyun and I are embarking on our inaugural mission, and our understanding of such matters is limited. I implore you not to assign us an overly challenging task. Rest assured, junior sister, Wu Jian responded, as he began to stride towards the mission assignment area. The task is quite simple, albeit located a considerable distance from the sect. Xian Yun and the others followed suit, and upon presenting their disciple tokens, they successfully accepted the mission. The designated location was a place called Zhao Family Village, and the objective was to eliminate a canine demon responsible for the deaths of several villagers. Based on the transmitted reports, the canine demon's strength was not formidable, and it primarily attacked villagers who were isolated. The villagers had attempted to fight back collectively, managing to wound the demon, but its swiftness allowed it to escape. Subsequently, it would emerge sporadically, wreaking havoc on the countryside. It would flee at the sight of a large group of people, but would strike when individuals were isolated, causing immense suffering to the villagers. In desperation, they were compelled to seek assistance from higher authorities. This dog, it is hardly worthy of being called a demon, and the mission's difficulty is consequently low. However, Xian Yun paid little attention to the mission itself, and the others shared her indifference. It was merely a pretext for something else. The group of 5 individuals, each harboring their own intentions, departed from the mission hall. They chartered a spirit bird for transportation and hastily embarked on their journey. The spirit bird, known as a bupeng, possessed modest strength only at the chi refining stage. But its immense size and broad back provided a stable and comfortable ride. Its only drawback was its relatively slow flight speed, but this imperfection was insignificant compared to its other advantages. Xin Yun had no inclination to engage in conversation with the others. Once the bupeng had taken off smoothly, she sat down in a meditative posture, allowing the spiritual energy within her body to circulate on its own. Seeing her thus, the others refrained from approaching her. The bupeng flew from morning until evening, traversing the skies for an entire day before finally landing. Wu Jian leapt down from the back of the bird, stretching his limbs as he gazed toward the village ahead. "We have arrived. Everyone dismount. We shall rest in the village tonight and inquire with the villagers regarding information about that canine demon. We shall take action tomorrow." The others, having spent the entire day seated and feeling fatigued, readily acquiesced to the plan. With Wu Jian leading the way, the group entered the village. At first glance, the surroundings appeared desolate, with no one in sight. The group pressed onward, passing several houses, only to discover that they were not just empty but also coated with a thin layer of dust, suggesting abandonment for several days. Xin Yun furrowed her brow and quickened her pace along with the others. Eventually, they spotted a figure outside a larger courtyard. A robust young man sat at the entrance, his expression rife with concern. Upon noticing their approach, he rose and scrutinized the uniform attire worn by Xin Yun and her companions. Suddenly enlightened, he turned and rushed into the courtyard, calling out, "Village chief! Village chief! Hurry, there are people from the immortal sect." Seeing this, the group paused at the entrance, refraining from advancing hastily. In a short while, an elderly man with graying hair emerged, leaning on a cane. His eyes, filled with overwhelming excitement, turned toward Xin Yun and her companions. "At last, the esteemed immortals have arrived. At last, you have come." He struck the ground with his cane in eager anticipation. The old man approached, casting aside his cane, and grasped Wu Jian's hands fervently, shaking them up and down. "Immortal! Immortal! You must save us. Our entire village has been afflicted by that canine demon. We are too frightened to even step outside." As he spoke, tears welled in the old man's eyes. "For half a month now, we have dared not separate, nor venture alone. We can only gather here, rendered incapable of any meaningful action. If this continues, once our provisions run out, we may find ourselves unable to survive." As the old man lamented, the remaining villagers were overwhelmed with sorrow, succumbing to tears. Wu Jian furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hand and speaking with a tone that was less than amiable. "Fear not, it is merely a dog demon. It shall be resolved by tomorrow." Just as he finished speaking, a disheveled woman burst forth from behind the villagers, her expression frenzied. And she lunged at Wu Jian. "He is dead, dead. They caused his death. I caused his death. It is I, ha ha ha. We are all doomed, none can escape, ha ha ha." Chapter 30. The three conspire. This unexpected turn of events caused Wu Jian's expression to darken. His spiritual energy surged as he sent the woman flying. Xin Yun felt a jolt in her eyelids. Secretly channeling her own energy, she conjured a stream of water behind the woman to cushion her fall. The woman tumbled to the ground, her cries unabated. "Ha ha, we shall all perish. We deserve it. Ishuldia, Ishuldia, ah." It was at this moment that the old man regained his composure. Setting aside his lamentations, straightening his back and raising his voice significantly. "What are you all standing around for?
Pull her down."
Several women stepped forward, subduing the deranged woman and dragging her towards the courtyard. As the cackling woman was taken away, her laughter faded, and the old man hunched over once more, offering a forced smile. The blow was too great. Humanity has been reduced to this. I sincerely apologize for offending the esteemed one. Please do not take offense. As the old man spoke, he pressed 2 low-grade spirit stones into Wu Jian's hands. Wu Jian glanced down, somewhat displeased, yet he accepted them nonetheless. Very well. Please arrange for our accommodations. Of course, esteemed one. The old man replied with a smile. These villagers had gathered in anticipation of the arrival of the immortal spirit sect to resolve the issue with the dog demon, and thus, they had already made arrangements for lodging. Without further ado, he guided Xian Yan and the others toward a small courtyard adjacent to the larger estate. The small courtyard appeared newly constructed, elegantly furnished, and comprised 5 rooms, which was quite suitable. After surveying the space, Wu Jian instructed the villagers to leave and turned to the others. After a day of travel, I imagine you are all quite weary. Please take your rest. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with the taller, stout man and proceeded towards the central room. Li Qing observed with keen eyes and then turned, naturally wrapping her arm around Xian Yan. Come on, little Yan, let us go inside together and choose a decent room to stay in. Xian Yan, however, planted her feet firmly, resisting Li Qing's urging. When Li Qing turned back, puzzled by her hesitation, Xian Yan raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned. I'm so tired. Any room will do. With that, disregarding Li Qing's glum expression, she made her way to the far left room, which appeared to be the most secluded. Once the door closed behind her, cutting off the prying eyes, Xian Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She approached the bed, retrieved a thick mattress from her storage ring, and placed it atop the bed before turning around and lying down flat. She couldn't shake the feeling that this mission was somewhat unexpected. She approached with an air of innocence, seemingly easy to deceive. Yet her adversaries remained unresponsive to her cues. Both their demeanor and actions betrayed their malicious intent. In stark contrast, Li Qing's ability to feign surpassed all expectations. Where did Li Qing procure such 3 simpletons? Their incompetence extinguished her desire to perform, leaving her with an unsettling feeling of wasted preparation.
Xin Gian Sai.
Closing her eyes to embrace the moment as a means of relaxation, darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings, casting a veil of silence. The 2 doors in the small courtyard creaked open stealthily, revealing a tall and a stout figure who stealthily made their way towards the central room. Wu Jian had been waiting for this moment. Upon their entrance, he produced an item that erected a soundproof barrier within the chamber.
Boss.
This Xian Yan is truly a sight to behold, Yu Yuheng mused, unable to suppress a gulp at the day's observations. Wu Jian swiftly delivered a light slap. Have I not made myself clear? This time, we seek only wealth, without causing harm. His strike lacked force, prompting Yu Yuheng to chuckle softly and fall silent.
Boss.
Have you devised a plan to acquire the riches? Wu Jian let out a dismissive grunt, a smile breaking across his face. Of course. Xian Yan may not possess great strength, but her connection to Yu Qinan affords her some protection. Thus, we must refrain from our usual approach, taking wealth while leaving no loose ends. Zhang Gong nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. Wu Jian continued, the one named Li Qing approached me, requesting that I lead the team. Her words were filled with tales of Xian Yan's compensation, how wealthy she was and how easily manageable. What could be her true intentions that I remain unaware of? Thus, our endeavor this time is not to harm, but rather, to save. The 2 individuals beside him were momentarily taken aback. Yu Yuheng in particular expressed disbelief. Boss, are you serious? Wu Jian smiled faintly. As for Li Qing's intentions towards Xian Yun, we shall observe patiently. When Xian Yun finds herself in dire straits, we will intervene and rescue her. At that moment, how could Xian Yun not be grateful to us? Might she not even offer a token of appreciation? With the compensation from the elders and Ding Yi, Xian Yun will be quite affluent now. Even a modest contribution from her would surpass what we previously obtained. Thus, one must adapt in the pursuit of wealth. The two beside him suddenly comprehended. Ah, so that's it. The boss is indeed sagacious. The trio contemplated delightfully, yet none noticed the faint, gray mist silently wafting towards them. But boss, what if Xian only expresses her gratitude without offering any reward? Wu Jian cast him a sidelong glance. Even if she does not, what of it? Standing behind Xian is Yuqinan. Aligning ourselves with her is tantamount to aligning with Yuqinan. With such a reputation, would it not facilitate our future endeavors? Why engage with the disciples of the sect leader? Anyone can seek wealth, but cultivating a good rapport with Xian, that is of utmost importance. As these words were spoken, the gray mist infiltrated the back of his head. Yu Yoheng, too, was not spared. But boss, Xian possesses 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 100 mid-grade spirit stones. How many people would we need to gather to amass such wealth? Indeed, my leader, we possess an abundance of spirit stones. With these spirit stones, we need not fear Yuqinan. We could simply depart from the sect and embrace the life of solitary cultivators. Wouldn't that be splendid? Wu Jian waved his hand dismissively. The distinction between solitary cultivators and sect disciples is quite significant. He initially asserted this with certainty, but gradually fell silent. A haze of uncertainty clouded his eyes, as his thoughts inadvertently began to shift. In truth, there isn't much of a difference. Precisely, my leader, with those spirit stones, we could lead a comfortable life. My leader, let us proceed as we have in the past, seize wealth, eliminate foes, and leave no loose ends. Yes, my leader. I share the same sentiment. Wu Jian's gaze became vacant, murmuring to himself, indeed, this is the correct path. Saving others may not yield wealth or the protection of powerful allies. It is through killing that we find our resolve. We shall act as we always have. The trio swiftly reached a consensus. Wu Jian turned and made his way to the bed, collapsing onto it in a deep slumber. It was only at this moment that the drifting haze quietly dissipated, floating away to an unknown destination. Chapter 31. The Scoundrel Approaches. Xian had initially intended to seize this opportunity for a restful slumber. However, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to drift into sleep even after much effort. Perhaps it was due to her accustomed state of meditative training, wherein she often delved into her mental realm to strive. Or perhaps it was the raucous sounds of the tall and stout figures next door as they entered Wu Jian's room, which disrupted her tranquility. With a sigh, Xian relinquished her attempts at sleep and turned over, rising from her bed. Enveloped in spiritual energy to diminish her presence, she leapt from the window to the rooftop. It was the dead of night, devoid of moonlight, with only scattered starlight concealed behind dark clouds. The atmosphere was far from ideal, neither conducive to admiration of the nocturnal scenery nor pleasant in any regard. Xin settled in a lotus position, channeling her spiritual energy while simultaneously preparing to engage her audiovisual simulation space, reaching out to Yelvi to keep a watchful eye on her surroundings. However, before she could input her practice details into the simulation, a door creaked open in the adjacent courtyard, drawing her attention. A figure emerged from the house, scanning the vicinity before hastily jogging to the courtyard gate and glancing towards her small courtyard. Following him were 4 men, 2 wielding shovels, while the others carried a burlap sack. The sack appeared to contain a person. Xinyan's expression hardened as she quickly stowed her belongings and sent her spiritual energy forth to investigate. She sensed a breath. The person inside was still alive. What were these 5 men planning? Under her watchful gaze, they exited the courtyard, secured the house door, and dashed towards the eastern edge of the village, their urgency palpable. Xinyan trailed them, maintaining a distance of approximately 30 paces. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of the village, in a desolate area overrun with weeds. The leader spoke, issuing commands. Hurry, dig quickly. Once it's ready, toss him in. The two men with shovels responded affirmatively and began to excavate the earth. From her vantage point atop a distant building, Xin was taken aback. Were they truly intending to bury him alive? As astonishment coursed through her, questions began to arise. Who was the person in the sack? Why were these villagers intent on burying him alive? According to the observations made during the day, were these villagers not gathered together to evade the dog demon? What emboldened them to venture out? Or perhaps the accounts given by these villagers, as well as the descriptions in the mission, are they indeed the truth? Xin remained silently in wait, hoping to eavesdrop on any revelations that might escape their lips. Unfortunately, despite her patience, as two individuals wielding shovels excavated a large pit and three others approached while carrying a burlap sack, none chose to speak. With a sense of resignation, Xin leaped forward, landing behind them. Gentlemen, busy at work, I see." The sudden voice of a woman caught them off guard, causing the leader to recoil in anger. "Who the hell dares to meddle in our affairs? Are you looking for trouble?" He cursed as he turned to face her. However, upon recognizing the attire adorning Xin, his expression shifted from fury to sheer terror. Immortal master. Xin disregarded his fear. With a flick of her wrist, water manifested out of thin air, ensnaring the burlap sack along with its occupant. A swift arc of water sliced through the tightly bound opening of the sack. Curiously, she peered inside, only to find the frenzied woman who had suddenly lunged at her during the day. Raising an eyebrow, she began to piece together the unfolding scenario. Gazing at the terrified men, she smiled and spoke. "I see now. Your intention is to silence someone permanently? What secrets does she possess? What truths are you unwilling to disclose to others? Is it the individual she mentioned who met a tragic end?" The 5 men were drenched in cold sweat. Finally, the leader spoke up. "Immortal Master, it is not as you think. You have misunderstood. We misunderstood?"
Xin Kun Sakop.
Then deigned to elucidate. What transgression did an innocent soul commit to warrant being buried alive? The man was momentarily rendered speechless, muttering for a while without producing a coherent explanation. Xin gently helped the woman to stand upright, and with a flick of her wrist, several water ropes shot out, tightly binding the men. "If you cannot articulate, then remain silent for now." As she turned to retrace her steps, she sensed a surge of demonic energy rapidly approaching. Xin became vigilant. The next moment, a fierce roar echoed through the air. You cur have arrived. Wang San, prepare to meet your end. Woof." Xin was utterly bewildered. Amidst her astonishment, a large, earth-toned dog charged forward with such velocity that it left a visible afterimage. With a leap, it opened its jaws wide, aiming a ferocious bite at the lead man. Wang San, having heard the sound, was already attempting to evade in terror. However, the dog's speed was simply too great. Before he could react, the dog's teeth were sunk into his neck. Xin, regaining her composure, hurled a ball of flame. Alas, it was too late. Sharp teeth pierced flesh, and the force of the impact knocked Wang San to the ground. Blood gushed forth, while the dog, dragging Wang San along, easily dodged Xin's fireball. Xin swiftly placed the woman she was supporting on the ground and lunged forward, her fist enveloped in flames. Aiming a blow at the dog, she had acted as quickly as possible. However, the dog, having struck its blow, did not linger. Tearing off a piece of flesh, it darted away. Xin's fist landed on empty air. Or rather, the dog's celerity was such that Xin, even at her utmost, could not keep pace. The dog's figure rapidly vanished, leaving only its defiant barks behind. The denizens of this village are all doomed to perish. This cur proclaims it thus. Woof woof. Xin. Realizing she couldn't overtake it, Xin refrained from pursuit and hastened to assess Wang San's condition. The canine's bite was precise, severing Wang San's carotid artery with immense force. In such a state, even medicinal pills would be insufficient to save him. Xianyun couldn't help but furrow her brow. That dog was exceedingly swift. Moreover, to her understanding, only demonic cultivators who had attained the demon core stage, equivalent to the human golden core stage, could refine their hyoid bone and articulate human speech. This demon dog was far from the simple creature depicted in the mission briefing. However, if it were truly a great demon of the demon core stage, wouldn't annihilating a mere mortal village be a trivial matter? Why resort to such elaborate means? Xianyun sank into contemplation. Suddenly, she noticed the woman behind her stirring awake. She scrambled out of the sack, her gaze falling upon them. Subsequently, her face contorted with animosity as she seized a branch from the ground and charged forward, clenching it tightly.
Death.
All of you shall die. Xianyun sidestepped the attack. She watched as the woman lunged at Wang San, forcefully driving the branch into his body, directly piercing his eyes. All must die, all must be buried with him. Buried, ha 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 ha. The woman cackled maniacally, repeatedly stabbing the branch into Wang San's face, rendering it a bloody mess. Yet Wang San, at this moment, had already breathed his last. Under Xianyun's watchful gaze, the woman continued her assault for approximately 100 strikes, her laughter gradually morphing into sobs. I am deeply sorry. I never should have tried to dissuade you. I am the cause of your misfortune. Woe is me. Chapter 32. Avaricious souls. The remaining 4 men, their faces splattered with the blood of Wang San from their proximity, were now paralyzed with terror, struggling to maintain their balance. One among them even had an unidentifiable liquid trickling down his legs. However, at this moment, they were beneath anyone's notice. The woman dissolved into inconsolable weeping, while Xianyun quietly observed. Only when the woman's sobs began to subside did Xianyun produce a handkerchief and offer it to her. The woman, emerging from her emotional turmoil, wiped her face carelessly with her sleeve, disregarding the offered cloth. Thank you, thank you. Seemingly lucid, Xianyun knelt slightly. I need to know what transpired in this village. The woman choked back a sob, tears once again uncontrollably cascading down her face. She bit her lip, striving to regain control. The people in this village are all culpable. They are all sinners. The woman began to recount the events in a measured tone. According to his own admission, he had sustained injuries in a conflict, his lifespan dwindling, and his child lacked the aptitude for cultivation. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Individuals like Zhao Dong, who are fortunate enough to possess spiritual roots and transcend social strata into the cultivation world, only to later abandon it due to talent or other circumstances, are not uncommon. Moreover, there are children to consider. You, fair maiden, being an immortal, may not be aware of the paramount importance of land in the mortal realm.
Xin Kun Philly.
Based on the original host's memories, it was evident that dynasties still existed in the mortal world of this realm. However, unlike the authoritarian states of the previous existence, the dynasties in this world are predominantly supported by sects to manage the affairs of mortals within their territories. After all, practitioners devote their primary energies to their cultivation. Overseeing the affairs of fellow cultivators and dealing with the myriad of demons and monsters is already an exceedingly cumbersome task. To additionally manage the greater number of mundane beings would indeed be overwhelming. Hence, the dynasties came into being. The Xianling sect, where Xianyun resides, governs the mortal populace within its jurisdiction through the prosperous state of Yu, which it supports. Naturally, to ensure a separation between practitioners and mortals, preventing the former from exerting undue influence upon the latter, the major sects have instituted stringent regulations. Practitioners are forbidden from interfering in mortal affairs, and any breach of this rule will be met with severe penalties. Mortals endowed with spiritual roots must embark on the path of cultivation, extricating themselves from worldly matters, particularly the offspring of royal courtiers. This societal structure leaves Xin Yen ambivalent about its merits or flaws, as it appears to be a product of the world's regulations and the prevailing era. Returning to the subject at hand, engaging with the government to purchase land, thus acquiring a form of asset, is indeed a prudent choice. Zhao Dong, with his amicable disposition and fondness for Zhao family village as his own kin, offers a price for each plot of land that is double its value. Moreover, the land continues to be cultivated by its original owners. However, the land deeds are transferred to Zhao Dong, who requires that half of the harvest be surrendered to him. In our state of view, there exists a land tax of 20%, which Zhao Dong has resolved to cover from his share. With the price doubled, the land remains under cultivation, and the land tax is waived. Most families cheerfully relinquish their deeds. Upon hearing this, Xin Yen could not help but furrow her brow as she listened to the woman continue. In the years when Zhao Dong was present, the village thrived in harmony, and all were content with their circumstances. However, once Zhao Dong departed, leaving behind the mere 11-year-old Uyghur, greed began to take root. Discontent brewed among the villagers. As they begrudged sharing the fruits of their labor with Uyghur, they lamented their plight, dragging their feet in payment. The women wept, while the local officials came annually. Uyghur, unable to withstand the pressure, resorted to depleting his meager savings to cover the land taxes. As the years passed, his family's wealth dwindled away. I resided next to Uyghur's home, and whenever he was in need, I would often lend a hand. One fateful day, he succumbed to a fever and lost consciousness. I called for the physician, who revealed that he had not taken medicine for quite some time. After I settled the payment, the physician left behind some medicine. It took 2 days for Uyghur to regain consciousness. Upon waking, he lamented that he had no silver to purchase more medicine. Moved by his plight, I urged him to sell the land deeds to anyone willing to buy, as long as it was not to those within the village. Uyghur heeded my advice. Once he felt somewhat better, he gathered the land deeds with the intention of visiting the local authorities. They were well aware that Uyghur was an easy target. They refused to pay the 2/10 land tax, seeking instead to claim all of his harvest while expecting him to continue filling the gaps in the tax revenue.
Uyghur agut passionately,
chastising them for their lack of conscience, yet they resorted to violence against him. The women's tears once again flowed unrestrained. It is my culpability. Had I not impelled Uyghur to vend the land deed, he would not have engaged in a dispute with them, nor would he have been assaulted. I am responsible for Uyghur's demise. Xin Yun remained taciturn, merely pressing the kerchief she had previously intended to give into the woman's hand. "Where is that great hound from earlier?" the woman inquired, suddenly agitated. "The denizens of this village are all culpable in Uyghur's death. They are deserving of death." Abruptly, she pivoted, her gaze piercing as she glared at Xin Yun. "I recall now, you have come to deal with the hound.
Depart.
Your intervention is not required here. The hound's slaying of them is their just desert. You must not harm the hound. It is virtuous. It is without fault." As she spoke, her countenance contorted, becoming deranged, and she dissolved into laughter once more. "They are all deserving of death, all deserving of death, ha 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 ha." Xin Yun retrieved a medicinal pill, inserting it into the woman's mouth. A clarity pill, possessing the effect of mental stabilization when administered to a mortal. It suffices to alleviate this madness. The woman's laughter gradually subsided, ultimately transforming into sobs, and she regained her senses. Observing Xin Yun before her, hope suddenly flickered in her eyes. Young lady, you are a kind soul. I implore you not to harm the hound. It is truly without fault. It merely lost its master. It is merely seeking justice that a person cannot render." Chapter 33. Privileged with excessive knowledge, justice that a person cannot render. Yet a demon is to provide.
Xin Kun inyan deeply.
Very well, provided that all you have stated is factual, I shall not harm that canine demon. However, Her inaction does not imply that others will remain passive. The individuals assembled to confront the canine demon are merely a handful of chi refinement practitioners. Yet, who can guarantee that the next encounter will not involve a more formidable adversary? At that juncture, even if the creature were indeed a formidable demon at the dance stage, it may not evade the relentless pursuit of the sect. According to Xin Yan's understanding, in the face of the truth regarding the conflict between humans and demons, the majority of cultivators tend to favor the latter narrative. Their initial perception will invariably be that the canine demon has committed murder, rather than seeking to comprehend the reasons behind its actions. Xin Yan lowered her gaze in contemplation. The woman, however, appeared somewhat anxious. But what? Young lady, while the canine's act of killing is indeed wrongful, there are circumstances that must be considered. The principles of this world cannot be ignored merely because it belongs to a different race. Xin Yan raised her eyes and offered a gentle smile. Rest assured, the principles will indeed be addressed. She extended her hand to assist, but the woman hurriedly recoiled. Thank you. Thank you. There is no need to trouble yourself, young lady. She stammered, managing to rise on her own. Xin Yan stood as well, directing her gaze towards the other 4 living individuals in the courtyard. I came here with these few, only to discover them digging a grave for a corpse, which, astonishingly, is still a living person. At this point, Xin Yan refrained from elaborating further. As for the matter of exterminating demons, you may temporarily set your mind at ease. The woman followed her gaze towards those 4, gradually grasping the implication of her words. These 4 possess far too much knowledge. The woman nodded in understanding. Xin Yan then turned and gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, utilizing the elevated vantage point to swiftly depart. The woman picked up a stone from the ground and approached the 4 individuals, bound by the water's grip, their faces etched with despair. They seemed oblivious to her departure. She then accessed the audio-visual simulation space, inputting the water manipulation incantation, and immersed herself in concentration. The night swiftly passed. At dawn the next day, Xin Yan awoke as a knock echoed at her door. She rolled out of bed, tidied the mattress and other belongings, and cast a cleansing spell upon herself, emerging refreshed to open the door. In the next moment, Li Qing stormed in with a grave expression. There has been an incident.
Xiao Yan.
Xin Yan understood immediately, though she feigned a puzzled demeanor. What has happened? A few villagers have been slain by that dog demon.
Li Qing exclaimed.
Pulling Xin Yan outside. Xin Yan made no resistance. As they stepped out, they encountered Wu Jian and the others, yawning and visibly exhausted, clearly having been roused by Li Qing as well. Observing their disheveled appearance, had they not slept well? For a fleeting moment, Xin Yan even wondered if the snoring she had heard the previous night was merely a figment of her imagination. With Wu Jian leading the way, the 5 ventured out of the small courtyard, where they found the old man from yesterday, hunched and in evident agony. Upon seeing them, tears welled in his eyes as he approached, leaning heavily on his cane. Immortal, that dog demon, has harmed more people. Wu Jian paused in disbelief.
What?
The old man, thinking he hadn't been heard, prepared to repeat himself, but Wu Jian incredulously interjected, "We are right here, and it dares to come back?" The old man faltered momentarily, his emotions slightly disjointed, before wiping his tears.
Immortal it is, as I say.
Last night, Wang San and a few others departed from the courtyard and ventured elsewhere. Initially, they believed that traveling in a group of 5 would ensure their safety, yet the malevolent canine spirit unexpectedly grew more formidable, resulting in the loss of all 5 individuals in a single instance. The old man began to weep, and the villagers accompanying him could not contain their sorrow, their faces etched with grief. However, Wu Jian let out a sharp hiss, incredulous, questioning why they had ventured out, knowing the dog spirit was lethal. Were they courting death? And you, are you not the village chief? Could you not restrain them? How dare you come here to weep? The village chief's sobs gradually subsided, leaving him momentarily speechless, for there are certain reasons that must remain buried within one's heart. Wu Jian, with a dismissive wave of his hand, proclaimed, "Enough. Where did they perish? Let us there. Today we shall settle the score with that dog spirit." His tone brimmed with impatience, and the old man dared not weep further. He quickly pointed to a lean man, instructing him to guide Xian and the others to the location. The lean man, few of words and lacking the old man's propensity for tears, silently led the group for a quarter of an hour until they arrived at the desolate clearing where the tragedy had transpired. 5 lifeless bodies lay strewn about, their blood long dried into a dark stain. Xian approached for a closer inspection, observing the unmistakable claw and bite marks on each corpse, confirming that the perpetrator was indeed the dog spirit. She raised an eyebrow as Wu Jian stepped forward, casting a glance before affirming the villager's account with a disdainful snort. A mere dog spirit, yet so audacious. The lean man nodded, aware that the creature resided in a graveyard beyond the village, nestled within a valley. Very well. Lead the way. The lean man nodded, shifted direction, and addressed the others. The valley lay at the other end of the village, necessitating a passage through the entirety of it. As he spoke, he began to walk. Wu Jian, however, grew somewhat impatient. Forget the guiding. Simply inform us of the precise location. Oh, very well. The lean man proceeded to elaborate. Meanwhile, Xian's gaze was drawn to the corpse on the ground. A careful inspection revealed that beneath the scratches and bite marks, there were injuries not inflicted by the dog demon, such as bruises and stab wounds. How should I put it? Fortunately, my companions are rather oblivious. Oh, perhaps they cannot be truly considered companions. Lost in thought, Wu Jian had already inquired about the location. Considering the impending battle, no one exerted their full strength. Seizing the moment, Xian scrutinized the cultivation levels of the 4 individuals. Wu Jian was at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the taller and stockier ones were at the 6th layer, and Li Qing was at the 4th layer. As for herself, she outwardly presented as being at the 4th layer as well. Yet, it remained uncertain whether that dog demon was, in fact, at the demonic core stage. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group exited the village and arrived at the grave site mentioned by the lean man. A glance around revealed no trace of the dog demon. However, Xian noticed something peculiar. A remote grave had been meticulously cleaned, and before it lay some fresh fruits adorned with dew. Chapter 34, The Inequity of Heaven. Soon, Wu Jian also discovered the distinct grave, leading the group towards it. After a careful examination, he exclaimed in astonishment, in the midst of the dog demon's chaos, "How daring of someone to come and pay their respects." Xian replied, Indeed, that speculation is quite reasonable. Leader, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We must hasten to locate the dog demon. Very well. You, Yoheng, shall pair with Sister Li, Agon. You will team up with Sister Xian, and I shall go alone. We will search separately. Upon discovering any trace of the dog demon, do not rush in. First, alert the others. Once we are all assembled, we shall confront the demon together. Is that clear? The tall and stout individuals nodded in agreement. Yet Li Qing harbored a differing opinion. Brother Wu, may I team up with Xiaoyan? Wu Jian paused, casting a deep gaze in her direction. Very well. With that, he turned to Xian. What do you think, Sister Xian? Xian nodded. I am fine with whatever. Then it is settled. You two will head that way. Yoheng and your group will go in that direction, and I will proceed this way. Wu Jian indicated 3 separate paths as the 5 of them naturally dispersed. Li Qing approached and seized Xian's hand. Xiao Yun, this is our first sect mission together. Why do you appear so unexcited? I must tell you, I hardly slept a wink last night, consumed by thoughts of this mission. For instance, What does the dog demon actually look like? Does it have sharp fangs? Is it several meters tall? It must be quite ferocious, having already claimed lives. A barrage of anxious chatter spilled from Li Qing's lips, while Xin Yun merely responded with absent-minded affirmations, secretly heightening her vigilance to any potential threats. Xin Yun felt a twinge of exasperation. It seemed the issue of the dog demon would have to be postponed. Just as she pondered this, she suddenly sensed something infiltrating her palm, penetrating into her flesh. She hastily shook off Li Qing's grasp and glanced at her hand. The hue of her skin bore an unusual yellow tint, diverging from the color of her other hand. At the wrist, a distinct line marked a separation, unmistakably revealing a glove resembling human skin. The substance that infiltrated her body through contact was none other than poison. A moment of carelessness had transpired. Xin Yun's expression turned icy as she observed Li Qing conclude her theatrical display, her gaze chilling. Ignoring her, Xin Yun retrieved a detoxification pill returned by the system, placing it into her mouth. Channeling her spiritual power, she directed the antidote towards her poisoned left hand. Li Qing let out a derisive laugh. In the blink of an eye, a long knife materialized in her grasp. It's futile. I have thoroughly investigated. The pills you purchase from the pharmacy are all of the first tier, whereas my poison is of the second tier. She advanced, her spiritual energy enveloping the blade. Today, you shall perish here. Xin Yun turned her focus inward, confirming that the toxin, though rapidly dissipating, remained unannounced. Maintaining a ghastly complexion, she retreated while gritting her teeth, inquiring, "Why did you poison Brother Yu? What enmity do you hold against him?" How foolishly infatuated. Even at such a critical juncture, she still thought of Yu Qinan. Li Qing scoffed coldly, then shifted her discourse. However, given your cooperation over the past year, I shall enlighten you. Gripping the long knife tightly, she swung it menacingly towards Xin Yun. In a frantic attempt to evade, Xin Yun raised her hand to conjure a fireball, only for it to dissipate the next moment. Her expression grew even more dreadful. Li Qing smirked. At the age of 7, I recognized my possession of spiritual roots and understood that I would enter the sect to become a cultivator, to ascend above others. They too have engaged in such actions, flattering and cherishing me, welcoming anyone with a smile, regardless of who they are or when they arrive. I have longed to enter the sect, to become a true paragon among men, yearning for a full 7 years. As the long blade swung, Xin Yun once again evaded in a state of disarray, her breath becoming labored. I had anticipated a future illuminated by hope and promise, yet, during the entrance examination, one individual eclipsed all others. It was in that moment I realized the distinction that exists between spiritual roots. The sense of disparity intensified upon hearing of Yu Qinan's swift entry into the realm, while it took me half a month merely to perceive the flow of energy. The heavens are unjust. Why must there be such a vast chasm? Why must I be inferior to others?
Simjan understo.
Jealousy drives one to madness. Li Qing's emotions surged suddenly. With a fierce leap, she descended upon the beleaguered Xin Yun, striking down with deadly intent. If through you I can deliver the poison pill to Yu Qinan, thereby acquiring the means to alter my own innate talents, why should I refrain? Xin Yun's gaze sharpened. Indeed, a hidden hand was at work. Once more, she dodged in a desperate manner, narrowly escaping the strike. The poison pill was given to you by another? Who is that person? Li Qing halted her actions. This is knowledge you are not meant to possess. With that utterance, her spiritual power surged, the momentum suddenly turning sharp.
And you?
We are clearly both endowed with 3 spiritual roots, yet why are we the same? Yet you managed to enter the realm within 3 days, achieving a level of cultivation that rivals mine without the aid of any resources for practice. Do you realize how much I have expended to elevate my cultivation to the 4th layer of qi refinement within this year? Yet you You have not even consumed a single pill." Li Qing gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. "You should have perished long ago." Xianyun abruptly accelerated, creating a distance of several steps. She raised her hand to interrupt. "Wait, I have a question." Li Qing disregarded her and charged forward. However, Xianyun stood tall, no longer displaying any signs of distress. "If you deem the heavenly path unjust for not bestowing upon you a worthy talent, then take your grievances to the heavens. Why involve me and brother you? We are utterly innocent." Li Qing's movements hesitated for a moment, then flames engulfed her blade as she struck down fiercely, clearly fueled by anger and shame. Yet in the next instant, a transparent column of water surged forth from the ground, preemptively colliding with her before her blade could descend, sending Li Qing soaring and redirecting the force of her strike. Her expression shifted dramatically as she struggled to regain control, landing on her feet, but still staggering backward. Once steady, she looked incredulously at Xianyun. "Are you pretending? You haven't been poisoned." Xianyun lowered her arms, and the water column transformed into two swirling streams, lingering at her sides. "Indeed, I did not anticipate that you would apply such a contact-activated poison to your hand." In that instant, Li Qing comprehended the truth. The antidote pill that Xianyun had previously consumed was certainly of a higher grade than merely one tier. She tightened her grip on the knife and called out, "What are you three waiting for? Are you not here for wealth? I possess a full 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Chapter 35. An opportunity awaits. Xianyun understood. The three simpletons behind her had formed a strategic alliance with Li Qing, motivated by greed. She turned her gaze to see Wu Jian and his companions emerging from three directions, surrounding her alongside Li Qing, their expressions brimming with barely contained excitement. Wu Jian, addressing Xianyun, said, "My apologies, junior sister Xian, but who could resist your spirit stones, especially when you lack the power to defend yourself?" Xianyun raised an eyebrow. "You are so certain you can subdue me? Why not?" Wu Jian scoffed. "With your inferior strength and our numbers, do you genuinely believe you can escape?" Li Qing interjected with a cold snort. "Do not underestimate her. She possesses quite a few first-tier spirit artifacts." Xianyun thought to herself, "Goodness. They seem to have thoroughly investigated what she has." At Li Qing's warning, the other three grew more serious. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously channeled their spirit energy and began to encircle Xianyun. Without hesitation, Xianyun unleashed two streams of water, transforming them into long whips that lashed out at the attackers on either side. Her spirit energy surged, and mist enveloped her, swiftly expanding until the entire battlefield was engulfed in a shroud of white fog. Li Qing hurriedly summoned flames from her blade, attempting to evaporate the mist and restore visibility. As Wu Jian accelerated from behind Xianyun, his right fist, enveloped in layers of rock, forcefully struck the position where Xianyun had been. Yet, upon impact, Xianyun had already vanished. Wu Jian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Could a mere fourth-level Qi refinement practitioner possess such swiftness? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chilling presence approaching his face. Instinctively, Wu Jian tilted his head back, only to witness a sharp blade of water slicing through the air before him, parting the mist. He staggered back, releasing a golden spike that shot toward the direction of the incoming water blade, while simultaneously shouting, "Be cautious. She has concealed her true strength." This realization resonated with the other three, each sensing the gravity of the situation. The expanse of the mist was far too vast. In contrast, Li Qing's fire, despite being at the same fourth level of Qi refinement, could not even evaporate the moisture surrounding her. Zhang Gong raised his hand to conjure flames, declaring, "Boss, we must first dispel this fog." Yet, before he could finish, a colossal blade, forged from water, descended upon him. Terror flashed across Zhang Gong's face as he hurled his flames in defense. Simultaneously, he summoned a wooden shield to protect his head. The blade clashed with the shield, sending splashes of water in all directions, cleaving the wooden shield in two. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the blow. Bewildered, he suddenly felt himself soaring through the air, catching sight of a familiar form. Was that his own body? Zhang Gong abruptly grasped the events that had transpired, realizing that the assault had come from a minuscule, nearly imperceptible stream of water. His consciousness began to fade slowly. Zhang Gong's words trailed off, leaving him abruptly silent. Wu Jian's expression changed dramatically as he rushed toward him, shouting "Agon!" But there was no response. Subsequently, he espied the dismembered corpse upon the ground. A maelstrom of terror, incredulity, and bewilderment surged within him, and Wu Jian apprehended a stark truth. Perhaps, from the outset, they were not the hunters. Wu Jian steeled himself, his voice ringing out to the remaining two.
Rally to me, now.
Understood, Chief. Yu Yohum responded promptly, sprinting with utmost haste. The fog billowed, visibility scant, Wu Jian's heart plummeting into the abyss of despair. Simultaneously, he sensed an anomaly, a dissonance. He felt, with growing certainty, that events had taken a turn they ought not to have. Elsewhere, Li Qing's long blade clattered to the earth, her limbs ensnared by the relentless currents. Suspended in the air in the shape of a cross, her countenance fluctuated between shades of pallor and lividity. She could not fathom how the tide had turned so swiftly. Victory had seemed assured, yet suddenly, Xian Yun had erupted. When had she come to possess such formidable power? Amidst her perplexity, a figure emerged from the mist. His bearing upright, his demeanor unruffled. Li Qing's heart sank with alacrity. Xian Yun, she hissed, her voice laced with venom. In the ensuing instant, a deluge cascaded from above, enveloping her head and shoulders, transforming her into a veritable water sprite. A searing pain radiated from her cranium and shoulders, the consequence of the direct impact. Xian Yun halted before her. I offer you a chance. Reveal the identity of the one who supplied you with the poison pill, and I shall spare your life.
What say you?
In response, Li Qing spat a globule of saliva in her direction. Xian Yun recoiled to the left, evading the projectile. Li Qing sneered. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I were to divulge the information, you would not grant me clemency.
Xin Kun samai.
How astute. As the words faded, for streams of water, as thick as fingers, pierced vertically into Li Qing's wrists and ankles. The shattering of tendons and bones unleashed an instantaneous and overwhelming agony. Li Qing's face paled, her consciousness momentarily eclipsed. It was only after a considerable span that she managed to regain her senses. Yet, this merely served to transmit the horrifying pain to her brain with greater clarity. Li Qing's voice trembled. If you possess the capability, then end my life. Xian Yun inclined her head, her smile deepening. Why the eagerness to embrace death? Would it not be more agreeable to engage in conversation? Li Qing's face twitched. What manner of conversation is this? Her eyes flickered, as if she had arrived at a decision. Very well, I shall disclose everything to you. But first, incline your ear. Xian Yun's smile remained unchanged as she raised a forefinger. A stream of water surged into Li Qing's mouth, extracting a small, white pill. As the water compressed it, a black toxin instantly diffused, saturating the stream. Xian Yun lowered her finger, and the water, laden with the poison, fell to the ground, causing the vegetation to wither instantly. Xian Yun clicked her tongue lightly. Such a potent poison, concealed within your mouth, truly remarkable. A flicker of despair crossed Li Qing's eyes. Yet, she stubbornly endured the torment in her limbs, attempting to mobilize her spiritual power. However, with a stream of water pierced through her dantian, entering from the lower abdomen and exiting from the spine. The spiritual power that had once been as easy to command as her own limbs scattered explosively, impacting every part of her body. Li Qing's consciousness began to wane. It was at this moment that Xianyan discovered she could perceive a line, a blackish-red line connected to Li Qing. It seemed to be the very same thing she had once observed on Alu. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Xianyan chose to extend her hand and touch the other end of the thread. Instantly, a surge of jealousy engulfed her heart, and vivid images flooded her mind. All were set against the backdrop of night. A woman clad in black, donning a mask, handed vial after vial of elixirs to Li Qing. Li Qing, adorned with a congenial smile, stepped into her quaint courtyard, her words laced with intimacy. And she, in turn, believed in this semblance of closeness. As the imagery faded, so too did the jealousy that had swiftly arisen. Xianyan turned her gaze back to Li Qing, who appeared lost in thought, as if she had detached from some overwhelming emotion. With a soft exhalation, she closed her eyes, her breath dissipating swiftly. Chapter 36. The thread of emotion. The water receded, and the lifeless body, bereft of its supporting force, collapsed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet Xianyan had no time to spare for such matters, her mind racing with contemplation. She had initially believed that by eliminating Li Qing, she could extricate herself from the quagmire of poisoning the male protagonist. However, judging by Li Qing's earlier words, it appeared that the puppeteer behind it all had targeted Li Qing precisely because she served as a means to engage with the male lead. Consequently, if Xianyan wished to truly resolve the issue, she must follow this thread to its conclusion, until every individual privy to her act of poisoning the male protagonist was silenced. Only then would true safety be attained. Thus, she momentarily set this matter aside and redirected her thoughts to the thread she had encountered earlier. When the thread first appeared around Alu, she had been eager to uncover its nature, how it manifested, and what effects it might hold. Yet it had vanished too swiftly, leaving her with no opportunity for inquiry. To her astonishment, she encountered it once more today, and on her adversary. This indicated that the issue lay within her. It was her very existence that had caused the thread to materialize. Upon comparing the emergence of the two lines, it becomes evident that they share two commonalities, emotion and imagery. Could it be boldly conjectured that she possesses the ability to perceive the emotional threads of others and, in doing so, glimpse their realities and witness their memories? The mere thought ignited a rapid flutter in Xianyan's heart. If this were indeed true, she would be extraordinarily formidable. A sensation of invincibility surged within her. However, further experimentation was necessary to eliminate any possibility of coincidence. At that moment, as the target drew near, Xianyan brushed aside her distractions and lifted her gaze. Fortunately, the mist enveloping their surroundings was limited. They soon dashed through the white fog. While summoning Bu Prung for assistance, they continued to flee from this place. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they broke free from the mist, some inconspicuous remnants clung to their forms. After running approximately 2 miles without sight of Xianyan pursuing them, they let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a figure of earthy yellow dashed towards them from the side. Wu Jian swiftly assumed a defensive stance and threw a punch. To his surprise, the figure veered sharply, circumventing him and lunging toward Yu Yoheng. Seeking to vanquish the demon? I shall send you to the depths of hell first. With a gaping maw, it lunged for Yu Yoheng's neck. However, Yu Yoheng, being a cultivator, possessed a reaction speed far superior to that of Wang San. The attack missed its mark, and the beast did not linger. Before long, it vanished from sight. Yu Yoheng grimaced, gasping in pain. Wu Jian quickly came to his senses, producing a medicinal pill, crushing it, and enveloping the powder in spiritual energy before applying it evenly to Yu Yoheng's wound. How do you feel? Yu Yoheng inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain. I am unharmed, Chief. What course of action should we undertake now? Wu Jian paused momentarily before declaring, let us depart. Neither Xian Yun, nor a canine demon capable of human speech, is something we can contend with. However, Yu Yoheng shook his corpulent head, his tone somewhat rigid. But Chief, we have yet to acquire the spirit stones. Is this truly the time to be concerned with spirit stones? Wu Jian instinctively wanted to inquire, but a sense of agreement arose within him. Indeed, the spirit stones are yet to be ours. No, that is incorrect. Wu Jian raised his hand and struck himself across the face. The ensuing pain cleared his thoughts. Let us depart, and with haste. Depart? A feminine voice echoed, the interrogative tone laced with a hint of amusement. Wu Jian turned his head to behold Xian Yun. His expression suddenly grew vacant as he watched her approach, as the white mist surged forth like a ravenous beast, engulfing him once more. Despair overwhelmed him entirely. Yet, a voice seemed to emerge from the depths of his being. Go forth, slay her. There is naught to fear. Slay her, seize her spirit stones, so many spirit stones, so many. A gloomy aura veiled Wu Jian's eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Yoheng had already begun to channel his spiritual power, launching an assault on Xian Yun. I shall slay you. Dense earth elements rapidly coalesced into a suit of heavy armor upon Yu Yoheng's frame. Devoid of any finesse, he simply charged headlong. Xian Yun did not meet the attack head-on. She sidestepped swiftly, evading the assault while simultaneously conjuring a pillar of fire from the ground. In contrast to the previous water pillar, this fiery column possessed less impact, instead enveloping the earth-armored Yu Yoheng. Yet the searing heat caused the ochre armor to alter its hue. Yu Yoheng's complexion flushed crimson, evidently scalded. Instinctively, he sought to remove the earthen armor. But before he could complete this action, the flames subsided, and a colossal sphere of water coalesced above his head, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The juxtaposition of heat and cold resulted in a violent explosion of the earth armor. Yu Yoheng spat forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. His lips quivered as if attempting to utter something, yet he lacked the strength. He succumbed to the earth, his gaze shifting towards the rear, to Wu Jian's position. The events unfolded in rapid succession, and Wu Jian's dulled mind finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yoheng, he called out hoarsely. Taking a few steps forward, he stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he crawled towards Yu Yoheng, trembling hands reaching out to touch him. Yu Yoheng had already lost his breath. A sorrowful, suppressed wail suddenly pierced the air, leaving Xian Yun disoriented. Why was she being cast as the villain? Wasn't it these individuals who sought to harm her, to kill for gain? Shaking her head, she dismissed the strange sensation. Raising her hand, she conjured a stream of water, suspending it above Wu Jian's head. Wu Jian sensed the impending danger, but did not evade. Instead, he raised his gaze to Xian Yun. Within the depths of his eyes, a struggle was evident as he managed to speak. No, it's not like this. We never intended to kill you.
I am sorry.
At this moment, his expression shifted to one of madness. You killed my brother. You must die. He lunged towards Xian Yun, his internal energy swelling, seemingly poised to explode. It was self-detonation. Xian Yun's expression altered slightly. With a swift kick, she struck Wu Jian's dantian, her spiritual force surging through her foot, directly piercing his core. Simultaneously, the suspended water line descended, slicing across Wu Jian's neck. His self-detonation was thwarted at the last moment, his spiritual energy subsiding and dissipating in all directions. Wu Jian collapsed to the ground, his head severed from his body, lifeless. Xian Yun patted her chest, relieved. This man was unscrupulous, proclaiming no intent to kill her, yet acting with lethal purpose. Chapter 37. The Arrogant Hound. After a moment of reflection, Xian Yun turned to leave. With a single step, the corpse behind her ignited in fervent flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. Subsequently, vegetation sprouted from the earth, quickly growing to a forearm's height, concealing the ashes and traces of battle. The same scene had transpired at the previous battlefield. Xian Yun quickened her pace. With this matter resolved, only the dog demon remained. Previously, Xian Yun had been somewhat perplexed about how to locate a dog intentionally evading capture in such a mountainous and forested area. However, fortune smiled upon her. The dog demon revealed itself. Sensing the dog demon's presence through the spiritual imprint carried by the water mist on Wu Jian, Xian Yun directed the mist to adhere to the demon. Consequently, she now needed only to proceed in the direction indicated by the spiritual imprint. After traversing approximately half a kilometer, the dog demon abruptly halted, remaining stationary. And that location, it appeared to be the initial burial ground. Xian Yun was somewhat surprised. Subsequently, concealing her presence, she approached the burial ground. To avoid alarming the target upon arriving at the location, Xian Yun refrained from revealing herself immediately. Perched atop a grand tree, she concealed her figure beneath the foliage, directing her gaze toward the position indicated by her spiritual imprint. Approximately 20 paces away lay a pristine grave, partially obscured by a mound of tangled grass and leaves. Xian Yun remained silent, pondering the cunning nature of the creature that had presumably been hiding there all along, eavesdropping on their demon exorcising plans. Its concealment was remarkably clever, prompting inadvertent neglect from those nearby. After a moment of reflection, her attention shifted to a long, earthy yellow line that rose from the ground. It had reappeared. Her earlier suspicions were validated, and a surge of excitement coursed through her. She yearned to approach and grasp the other end of the line to confirm her theories. Before she could complete her thoughts, the line began to sway, extending toward her. Quite intelligent, indeed. Xian Yun hesitated only briefly before reaching out to seize the line. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of attachment flooded her heart. Thoughts cascaded through her mind. Master. He is so wonderful, so adored. Master.
Slap.
Xian Yun raised her hand and struck herself. Indeed, in order to extract more from the system, she had to play the role of a devoted follower, but there was no need to empathize with a mere dog. Compelling herself to regain composure, she redirected her focus to the vivid imagery presented by the emotional line. This time, the memory was remarkably comprehensive, nearly encapsulating the entirety of the canine demon's recollections. This creature bore the name Dog Thing, a moniker bestowed by its master, Zhao Yu, for the simple reason that an ignoble name ensures easy sustenance. Though perspectives may differ, the accounts concerning Zhao Yu largely align with the narrative presented by the woman, with the sole distinction being that the woman did not have the opportunity to elaborate on the events following Zhao Yu's demise. The death of Zhao Yu did not stir significant commotion. Upon confirming her passing, the villagers convened and swiftly reached a consensus, as if nothing had ever transpired. No one felt remorse. Perhaps, in the face of self-interest, such feelings were utterly inconsequential. The only being that remembered Zhao Yu, unable to move on, was the dog she had nurtured. At that time, it was merely an ordinary dog, lacking in intellect, entirely oblivious to the complexities of human affairs. Unaware of the injustices suffered by its master, it lingered by Zhao Yu's grave for a full 7 days, and only when hunger became unbearable did it venture into the depths of the mountains. However, before it could find sustenance, it inadvertently tumbled into a valley. The valley was remarkably pristine, adorned with a solitary crimson blade of grass. Driven by hunger, it consumed the grass, which awakened its latent intelligence and refined its essence. It discovered a bloodline memory and a remarkable ability known as divine speed. Emerging from the valley, it returned to its master's grave, finally comprehending that all of its master's tragedies stemmed from the avarice of the villagers. It vowed to avenge its master. It would eradicate all the villagers. Its master, who was so exceptionally kind, could not be allowed to perish in such a manner. Master. Oh, my master.
Slap.
Feeling the sting on its face, Xin awakened, releasing the grip on the earthy, emotional thread. Disregarding those peculiar feelings, was this dog truly a canine sovereign? Upon descending into a valley, one unexpectedly encounters delightful treasures. Has the canine's life taken an extraordinary turn? Xin felt a twinge of jealousy. Then, a mass of withered grass and leaves soared into the air, and a large, earthy yellow dog leapt forth, charging towards her. Xin thought, "This is it. The previous lap was too loud. Human, have you come seeking your demise?" The large dog bellowed, enveloped in a faint, earthy yellow glow, swiftly closing the distance. Yet, Xin remained unperturbed. She summoned her spiritual energy, activating the ring upon her finger. The ethereal power, resembling white jade, rapidly expanded, forming a pure white barrier around her. The dog, unable to halt in time, collided headfirst into the barrier, dazed and disoriented, tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment before it could rise, Xin descended from the tree and spoke leisurely. "Pray, may I discuss a matter with you?" The large dog froze momentarily before hastily springing to its feet. However, it faltered, its limbs trembling uncontrollably. It gritted its teeth, baring its fangs at Xin, exclaiming, "Discuss? Nonsense." Xin fell silent. She resolved not to bicker with a foolish dog. Advancing a step, she noted the dog retreating, its earthy yellow glow flickering momentarily, dimming in intensity. Xin smiled. Indeed, bloodline abilities possess formidable power. Yet, without sufficient demonic energy to sustain them, relying solely on brute strength for activation begs the question, how many more times do you believe you can wield such power? How many lives can you extinguish in those fleeting instances? After several attempts, when your 4 legs are rendered useless, what then shall you do? Will you merely await your demise before your master's grave? Upon witnessing the vivid memories of the great dog, all the clues were intricately woven together. This canine was not some formidable demon of the legendary realm, but rather a being shaped by fortuitous encounters, having gained the ability to articulate human speech. Moreover, having recently transformed into a demon, its strength did not significantly surpass that of an ordinary dog. Consequently, it resorted to attacking only those who were isolated. The villagers had even banded together to corner and injure it on one occasion. My gaze fell upon the dog's right flank, where a fierce wound remained, still not fully healed. As I observed, the dog inquired with a grave tone, "Human, how do you know of these matters?"
Why?
Isn't it simply because I have witnessed your memories? Chapter 38. I shall avenge you. Come with me. Bloodline powers also fall within the realm of sorcery, necessitating the activation of demonic energy. This dog, having only recently embarked on its journey of cultivation, possessed scant demonic energy, rendering it incapable of wielding such powers. Yet, driven by an urgency to avenge its master, it resorted to an alternative method, exhausting its physical strength. This approach bore significant drawbacks. Each usage inflicted a degree of damage upon its body, particularly concentrated in its legs, which bore the brunt of its mystical exertions. By now, the dog had employed its powers numerous times, and even standing had become a challenge. I found myself contemplating the futility of its actions. A gentleman's vengeance may be delayed, yet it should not come at the expense of one's own well-being. However, in light of the profound emotions I had sensed earlier, I could not help but empathize. Regarding your master, I learned from that woman last night, while your physical condition was merely surmised. Indeed, for the sake of your master, you are willing to pay the ultimate price. Yet, I believe there may be alternative paths to achieve your desire. Sensing a semblance of benevolence from Xin, The canine's demeanor softened ever so slightly.
By what means?
I shall assist you in exacting vengeance, and in return, you shall accompany me. The canine remained taciturn for a protracted moment before finally uttering, in this existence, I shall only ever have a singular master. Therefore, we could be comrades. That sounds pleasant, but isn't the underlying intent to transform me into your demonic familiar, compelling me to toil away for your benefit? Ah, regarding that.
Very well, I acquiesce.
Xian Yun's words became lodged in her throat, followed by a burst of laughter. She advanced, extending her hand. The canine's body stiffened momentarily, yet it restrained itself from recoiling. Xian Yun's hand then descended upon its head. Come now, allow me to first mend your wounds. As she spoke, she caressed the canine's head and knelt down. The canine rolled its eyes. How do you intend to slay those individuals? Why speak of slaying? Xian Yun countered, simultaneously extracting a medicinal pill, crushing it with her fingertip, and gently sprinkling it upon the canine's wounds. I merely arrived late. Upon reaching this place, I discovered that the entire village had been decimated by a canine demon, not a single soul remaining alive. My comrades and I, filled with righteous fury, sought out the canine demon, leading to a fierce battle. However, the canine demon proved exceedingly formidable, resulting in the demise of my comrades. Perhaps to complement the sentiment conveyed in her words, Xian Yun infused her tone with a touch of sorrow. The canine paused for a moment before abruptly rising and leaping backward. Despicable human. I believed you merely sought to have me toil away for your benefit, yet I now realize you intend to commit murder and have me bear the blame, all while planning to use my life to curry favor and seek reward. Xin Yun remained speechless, casting a disdainful glance. You wretched creature. No way. The creature continued. A smile graced Xin Yun's lips as she summoned her spiritual energy, channeling it through her palm and applying it to the wound, aiding in the refinement of the medicinal properties. Simultaneously, she presented a healing pill before the creature's mouth. Obediently, it opened its jaws and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a radiant white light emanated from within its body, and its previously trembling limbs gradually steadied. Once Xin Yun withdrew her hand from the now completely healed injury, the effects of the healing pill had been nearly fully absorbed. The creature rose to its feet, sensing its restored body. It then knelt before Xin Yun, bowing its head to the ground.
Thank you,
it exclaimed, lifting its gaze, sincerity glimmering in its eyes. After avenging, this life of mine shall belong to you. Xin Yun clicked her tongue lightly, deeming such a promise unnecessary. Remember, your life belongs solely to you. With that, she stood and beckoned to the creature. Let us depart. We must first head to the village. Meanwhile, 3 hours had elapsed since several disciples from the immortal spirit sect had ventured forth to vanquish the demon. The villagers, who had initially harbored hope, were now increasingly restless. This cannot continue. A man rose, rushing to the corner, where he retrieved a scythe from its concealed place. We cannot remain idle. We must go lend assistance. That creature must be slain. Now that it can speak our tongue, allowing it to live poses a grave risk. It could reveal Zhao Yu's secrets at any moment. It must perish. As soon as these words were spoken, several men rose to their feet, seizing their weapons. However, a woman rushed forward, exclaiming, "No, you cannot go. That is a battle between immortals and monsters. If you go forth, it is no different from courting death." The first man to stand turned around, reassuringly stating, "You need not worry. Many disciples of the immortal sect, like Zhao Dong, are nothing but benevolent souls. Even amidst battle, they will spare no effort to protect us." Upon hearing this, most of those present nodded in agreement. Yet, someone raised a concern. But what if the beast moves too swiftly, and they cannot shield us? It has merely increased its speed. Everything else remains unchanged. As long as we are adequately prepared, We can strike it down as we did before. Another asserted. Indeed, this time we are all prepared, armed with our blades.
We can slay it.
Even if some may perish, it is for the sake of our village, for our families, for the others who dwell here. We must eliminate the beast. Yet, hesitation lingered in the air. There can be no hesitation. If our plans are exposed, we shall lose our land deeds. Not to mention the harvest of these past years and the silver earned from selling that harvest. Let alone the other consequences. Who among us could replenish what has been squandered over the years? Much of it has already been spent. My family has just begun to build a new house this year. I cannot let it go. I had just arranged a marriage with the neighboring village, counting on this money to wed. Another added, and what about Wang Xiao? Amidst the clamorous din, the villagers reached a consensus. Wang Xiao must meet her end, and they must hasten to find and slay her. Even the youngest children, barely a few years old, brandished their tiny fists and chanted, "Kill the cur! Kill Wang Xiao!" Just then, the earth began to tremble violently. The impassioned villagers, taken aback, were seized by panic. An earthquake!
They cried.
Run! They stampeded towards the courtyard's exit, each vying for passage, creating a chaotic bottleneck at the gate. Some stumbled and fell, never to rise again, trampled underfoot until they coughed up blood. Some escaped the courtyard. Others did not. But it seemed to make no difference. The ground split open, and people and houses alike plunged into the abyss. The earth churned, and in mere moments, the entire village was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Chapter 39. Meanwhile, outside the village, a man and a dog stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene before them, a village overturned, leaving only shattered wood and stone. The cur, swallowing hard, turned to Xianyun, his gaze slowly shifting to one of utter shock. You possess such power? Xianyun was speechless. You might not believe me, but I did nothing. However, mindful of the conditions under which she had lured the dog away, she refrained from explaining. Turning her gaze to the right, she mused, this earthquake only partially affected Zhao family village. The epicenter must be somewhere in the mountains. A thought stirred within her. Should I go and investigate? Suddenly, a familiar sound of a sword's cry echoed from afar. Xianyun was taken aback, turning her gaze towards the direction of the Xianling sect. She then beheld a figure soaring on a sword, swiftly descending and striding towards her with great determination. With furrowed brows, he exuded an intense aura. His tied-back hair and disheveled attire suggested a certain disarray. Woof! Who are you and what do you intend to do? Her voice was laced with disbelief. You? Brother you? Indeed. Upon uttering that single word, the formidable aura surrounding him dissipated. Xianyun was astonished. Why was the male lead here? At this juncture in the original text, it was not mentioned that he had departed from the sect. Just as she was about to inquire, Yuchinen spoke first. Who struck your face? My face. Xianyun raised her hand to touch her cheek, involuntarily letting out a soft hiss. Instantly, she felt a wave of dismay. Had she struck herself so hard? However, she soon dismissed the thought, as it was indeed her own doing. While channeling her spiritual energy to soothe the injuries on her face, she smiled at Yuchinen. What brings you here, brother? Yuchinen paused momentarily, averting his gaze from her cheek. A disciple from the inner sect named Tangjing approached me, claiming that you are on a mission with 3 individuals of notoriously poor reputation. Xianyun blinked, momentarily ignoring a certain plump figure, and leaned closer. So, you came out of concern for me? Yuchinen frowned and stepped back. It was merely Tangjing's request. I see. Xianyun's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Yuchinen directed his attention to the creature standing beside her, inquiring, is this the mission target? Indeed. I have accomplished the task. However, my dear senior, I must tell you that this mission has been truly... Before she could finish, Yuchinen interjected, turning to leave. Xian Yan hastily reached out, grasping him firmly. Senior, could you take me along on your swift journey? Xian Yan feigned ignorance, clinging on stubbornly.
Mumenslate.
A sword materialized, expanding in size until it hovered beneath Xian Yan's feet. Thank you, Senior, she exclaimed, releasing her grip and delicately smoothing out Yuchinan's sleeve. Only then did she pull along her companion, stepping onto the sword together. The companion showed no objection. Once Xian Yan steadied herself, she eagerly gazed at Yuchinan. Yet, he did not join her. Instead, he produced another sword, placing it beneath his feet, and commanded both swords to ascend simultaneously. Xian Yan.
Ah, this.
Very well, let us go. The ascent of the flying swords was gradual, prioritizing stability. Xian Yan took the opportunity to glance downward. The entire village was devoid of any figures, buried beneath the yellow earth, the outcome all too evident. No, there was still one person, seated at the forest's edge, weeping into her hands. Xian Yan focused intently. It was the woman who had earlier informed him of Zhao Yu. It was Aunt Xiao.
Woof.
Her companion also noticed her, its voice resonating far and wide. Upon hearing the sound, the woman looked up. Though the distance was considerable, obscuring her view, she seemed to comprehend something. And amidst her tears, a smile broke forth as she bowed her head in reverence towards them. Xian Yan, with a flick of her wrist, enveloped a dozen or so useless gold and silver ingots in her water spirit power, sending them forth, accompanied by a heartfelt message. All in all, you have not erred. Depart from this place and seek a new abode to live a fulfilling life. The speed of the flying sword has increased, and the figure of the woman gradually became indistinct. Thus, from the distance between the two flying swords, she began to speak to Yuchinan. Senior brother, let me tell you, the people of this village are not of good character. She recounted the incidents concerning Zhao Yu and the unscrupulous individuals, lamenting the villagers' shortcomings, and shared her own circumstances. Having recognized Master Yan Qi and acquired 2 magical artifacts, she felt rather assured on this outing. She was aware that Li Qing harbored jealousy towards her beauty and plotted to harm her, following her to resolve the issue and eliminate future threats. The trio of Wu Jian were motivated by greed, yet she decisively vanquished them. In essence, apart from the matter of the poison pill, she recounted everything with great detail. Feeling parched midway, she took a sip of water for herself. Yuchinan remained notably silent. Whether regarding her apprenticeship or her capacity to retaliate against Wu Jian and the others, he offered no response. Only after Xian Yan concluded did he halt the flying sword and speak. The attack of the ear pendant spirit artifact was still in effect. Xian Yan paused for a moment, reaching for her earlobe, then suddenly realized. Oh right, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Once she comprehended that the male protagonist was indeed listening to her. In this solitude, she utilized it directly. Oh! Xian Yan activated the spirit artifact, and 2 blades of light shot forth, their terrifying power causing the air to tremble. Yet Yuchinan raised a hand and pointed. Instantly, a beam of sword light emerged, suppressing the blades of light effortlessly. As tranquility returned, Yuchinan once again summoned 2 flying swords and advanced forward. Xian Yan, after a prolonged moment of astonishment, finally managed to utter a sound. Master, you are truly remarkable. This is a 4th-tier magical artifact, and yet you can resolve the situation without even drawing your sword. It's simply astounding. To this, Yuchinan remained composed. With diligent practice, you too can achieve this. The disparity between the early foundation stage and the golden core stage was akin to crossing an entire realm, and yet, he effortlessly prevailed. Such protagonist behavior was something she could never aspire to. Xian Yan chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She produced a small snack and offered it to her senior brother, but upon being declined, she sat cross-legged on her sword, sharing with her companion.
Meanwhile,
After circling the forest for quite some time without encountering a single person, the bird, Bupeng, landed on the ground, bewildered, and let out a call.
Ka?
I came out for a jaunt. And everyone is gone? Chapter 40. Chatting with the system, her mood had improved significantly. Just as she awaited Yuchinan's descent, she heard him speak. Good. This way, we can avoid a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Xin Yen reached out to pet her companion's head, discreetly sliding a storage ring containing 100 mid-grade spirit stones beneath the creature's fur.
Go on.
The creature sensed this and cast her a puzzled glance before jumping behind Yuchinan. After a brief moment, the system notification chimed.
Ding.
Gift successful. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones have been deposited into your backpack. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Xin Yen turned to Yuchinan. Thank you, senior brother. It is my first experience of such concern for my senior, the first time he has traversed countless miles to seek me out. Suddenly, the sword beneath my feet jolted and began to descend rapidly. Startled, I lost my balance and leaned to one side, only to feel a gentle surge of spiritual energy supporting me, righting my stance. In a moment of distraction, I found myself standing on solid ground, the sword beneath me having vanished. The voice of Yuchinan echoed from afar, urging me not to misunderstand his intentions. I looked up to the blue sky, fluffy clouds, and soaring birds, yet there was no one in sight. A request is merely a request. Whether to comply ultimately rests on one's personal volition, does it not? I sighed. Yuchinan is indeed a good person, yet he is exceedingly insistent on distancing himself from me, which deeply wounds my heart as a devoted admirer. Dear system, I have a query. Beings like those who possess self-awareness, can they not be regarded as mere objects? Such self-aware entities cannot be bestowed. However, esteemed system, I feel. Do not indulge in feelings. Why does this system incessantly interrupt conversations? I surveyed my surroundings to ascertain my location and then proceeded towards the task hall, continuing my dialogue with the system. Dear system, I comprehend your perspective. Anything that possesses self-awareness is a unique existence within this world and should not be regarded merely as an object. However, as a system, one must embrace adaptability. While they may not be classified as objects, they are endowed with bloodlines, innate talents, and various abilities, which surely can be considered objects, correct? The techniques of cultivation and magic inscribed on paper are considered items. If they exist within a living being, they too can be deemed items, don't you think, system? After a few breaths, a notification from the system resonated.
Ding.
Gift successfully delivered. 10 portions of the earthly canine bloodline essence and 10 skill orbs of the divine movement bloodline have been added to your inventory. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Delight surged through Xin Yen. The bloodline divine movement, far more potent than the techniques she would learn later, was inherently powerful. If only she could. System reminder. The divine movement bloodline is exclusively applicable to canine species. The host may give it a try. Xin Kun. What do you mean? System. Clarify your statement. What does it mean to be suitable for canines? I might as well give it a try. Your behavior is utterly outrageous. You. Suddenly, an individual rushed in from behind, and with her mind elsewhere, Xin Yen had no time to evade, stumbling forward. She turned to see a large package swaying precariously before finally stabilizing. A young girl with a cherubic face timidly peeked out from behind it.
I'm so sorry.
I bumped into you. It's quite all right, Xin Yen replied with a smile, stepping aside to clear the path. The girl's face flushed slightly as she nodded. Thank you, thank you. She then wobbled forward, clutching the oversized package that was larger than her upper body. This was merely a fleeting interruption, yet it disrupted Xin Yen's interrogation of the system. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to abandon her inquiry. After all, being in a different realm, the existence of a system is of paramount importance. It is indeed a pity that the teleportation ability is no longer available. Xin Yen sighed and quickened her pace towards the mission hall. The process of submitting her tasks was rather smooth. Upon hearing her description, the personnel at the mission hall merely verified the authenticity and rank of the two magical artifacts before granting approval for the mission. They likely deemed that with such artifacts in her possession, no creature below the golden core level would stand a chance against her. For Xin Yen, the swift resolution of this matter was undoubtedly favorable. She planned to visit Master Yen Qi at the refining peak early the next morning. While organizing her belongings, she also took the opportunity to tally everything she possessed. Excluding various everyday necessities, she currently had 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 26,523 low-grade spirit stones. Of the 55,000 low-grade spirit stones she had previously received, half had been spent during her last visit to the market. These items, along with her cultivation techniques and spells, had subsequently been given to the male protagonist. A brief summary reveals 127 bottles of various types of first-tier elixirs with tenfold effects. 230 bottles of various types of first-tier elixirs with normal effects. She had consumed some during her training and this outing, so replenishment would be necessary. There were a total of 37 first-tier magical artifacts with tenfold effects, 629 first-tier magical artifacts with normal effects. Due to her fortunate encounter with an inexpensive but skilled master, she had acquired superior items, rendering the attack and defense artifacts redundant. Only a storage ring, measuring 1 cubic meter, was utilized to hold mid-grade spirit stones for the male protagonist. Additionally, she possessed 210 talismans of various types with tenfold effects, 900 talismans of various types with normal effects. To date, not a single one had been utilized. The first-order array plates with tenfold effects total 9. The normal effect array plates number 210. Both, however, prove to be ineffectual. These items yield returns based on quality for the tenfold effect and quantity for the ordinary effect, yet none have achieved a critical strike. Xin Yen intends to retain the tenfold effect items for her own use, while packing away the ordinary effects for future sale in exchange for spirit stones. Her thoughts meandered farther afield, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It took quite some time for her to regain her composure. In truth, these considerations had crossed her mind previously. However, the source of these items was difficult to explain, and she found herself alone, lacking both strength and support. Should she engage in clandestine trading and amass a fortune, it was likely that many would take notice, potentially leading to her demise. This experience further solidified her belief that such matters require utmost caution. If a single I Ching could ascertain her purchases, how much easier would it be for others? Yet, the situation had now changed. She had taken a master and could now leverage her connections. After relocating, Xin Yen planned to meticulously strategize and begin to exploit the system's resources. Chapter 41. Relocation. Having organized her cultivation resources, Xin Yen resumed her sorting of other items. A 50 cubic meter storage ring for personal use, an audiovisual simulation space currently in a green's possession. Upon thinking of a green, Xin Yen instinctively lifted her head. Through their connection, she checked in on her. It appeared that a green was studying within the simulation space. Thus, Xin Yen dismissed the thought and continued her organization. The items she had previously gifted, besides the various pills, tools, and talismans, included techniques and spells. Among them, the Celestial Spirit Decision had triggered a critical strike, transforming into an invaluable tool for automated cultivation. Within the realm of sorcery at that moment, Xin Yen ignited a flame to obliterate the incriminating evidence. Subsequently, she mastered the 3 elemental arts of water, wood, and fire, each garnering the system's favor, leading to a remarkable return on quality and yielding impressive results. Then, As she gazed into the remnants of her system backpack, she fell into a contemplative silence. There were 10 bags of dragonbeard candy, 10 bags of pea cake, a tenfold effect osmanthus cake, and a critical hit preserved fruit. Additionally, there were 10 servings of roasted chicken, 10 servings of steamed goose and duck, and tenfold effect carp stew. All of these were mere trifles acquired through serendipitous means. Previously, in her quest to resolve Li Qing's predicament, all of Xian Yan's efforts had been devoted to enhancing her own strength, leaving these minor matters unattended. However, now, Xian Yan narrowed her eyes. Without a doubt, the item subject to quantity return warranted no further thought. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the effects of the tenfold effect osmanthus cake and the tenfold effect carp stew. And what of this critical hit preserved fruit? With a flick of her wrist, Xian Yan retrieved these 3 items. She first opened the bag containing the osmanthus cake and pinched one out. A conventional pastry, even with a tenfold effect, should pose no issue, right? Xian Yan promptly popped it into her mouth. Instantly, an overwhelmingly sweet flavor surged to her senses, so potent that she rolled her eyes in response.
Ugh.
Hastily, she grabbed a piece of paper to expel the contents of her mouth. Then, she reached for the teapot on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls before the cloying taste began to subside. Xian Yan smacked her lips in regret, realizing she should have anticipated this. What could the tenfold effect of a pastry yield, if not an insufferable sweetness? It was utterly terrifying. This sweetness was beyond her expectations. Having narrowly averted disaster, Xian Yan cast a wary glance at the tenfold enhanced carp stew and the critical hit candied fruit. Such items were best relegated to the storage room. With these matters concluded, all preparations were complete, and she eagerly anticipated seeking out her master the following day. Xian Yan ascended to her bed and reclined, contentedly closing her eyes as she sensed the diligent circulation of spiritual energy within her. Soon, she drifted into a profound slumber. The next day, Xian Yan indulged in the rare pleasure of a lion, only departing from the outer sect disciple residence for the refinement peak after the sun had begun to radiate its light and warmth. However, upon arriving at the refinement peak, she found herself beset by confusion. Master Yan Shi had merely instructed her to seek her out there, but where precisely? And how was she to make contact? Her disciple token did possess a function for communication, but it required the other party to leave a spiritual imprint, and Master Yan Shi had left nothing of the sort. Xian Yan surveyed her surroundings, left and right. Ultimately, she resolved to try her luck at the Peak Lord's Hall. The Peak Lord's Hall served as the venue for deliberations on each peak, typically deserted unless important matters required attention from the Peak Lord and other elders. However, she had no other recourse at present. She couldn't simply allow her newly acquired master to slip away, could she? Harboring this sentiment, Xian Yan expended approximately an incense stick's worth of time to reach the Refinement Peak's Peak Lord's Hall, only to find the doors firmly shut and no one present. Xian Yan couldn't help but emit a sigh of resignation. Her master was proving to be rather unreliable. Suddenly, the doors before her were drawn open from within, and a young man emerged. "Are you perhaps disciple Xian Yan?" Xian Yan nodded. "Yes, I am." Thereupon, the young man opened the doors wider and stepped out. "The peak master is occupied today and not present at the weapon forging peak, so I have been asked to wait here and assist you with some matters." Xian Yan's eyes lit up. "Master knew I was coming today?" Indeed. How dependable of her master to think of everything. She then bowed respectfully to the young man before her. "I appreciate your help, senior brother." The young man gestured in a welcoming manner, smiling as he said, "My name is Zhua Qian. You may call me Senior Brother Zhua." "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhua. I handle many trivial matters for the Peak Master, so our paths will likely cross frequently in the future. I hope you will guide me, Junior Sister Xian." "You are too kind, Senior Brother." Xian Yan responded with a similar gesture. Zhua Qian straightened up. Please wait a moment, junior sister. With that, he turned to close the doors of the hall. A hand gesture activated a formation on the doors, which lingered for a moment before quickly disappearing. He then led the way, and Xianyun followed. In truth, there were not many matters to attend to, except for the important task of upgrading her disciple token. Junior sister, please give me your disciple token. I will go to the Hall of Personnel and upgrade it to a core disciple token. Upon hearing this, Xianyun quickly replied, I wouldn't want to trouble you, senior brother.
I can do it myself.
This is the Peak Master's instruction. Xianyun had nothing more to say. After Zhuqian gestured, she handed over her disciple token. Zhuqian accepted the token. I will take you to your residence first, junior sister. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. After that, there were no further words exchanged. Zhuqian led the way, with Xianyun following closely behind, utilizing their spiritual energy to hasten their journey. After some time, they arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake, where a row of over 20 houses stood. The Peak Master and his 2 disciples resided on a small island at the center of the lake, which would soon become the future dwelling of his junior sister. I shall leave you to your own devices now that she has arrived, Zhuqian announced, raising his voice.
Huang Yi.
After approximately 3 breaths, a young man dressed in the attire of an outer sect disciple emerged from one of the houses. Senior brother Zhua, you and junior sister Xian should proceed to MASU Island. Understood, senior brothers. The scenery here is delightful, junior sister. Do take a moment to appreciate it as you pass by. With that, he departed without delay. Once he had left, the outer sect disciple named Huang Yi cleared his throat twice to capture Xianyun's attention. Are you also here for a menial task? Excuse me? Do you have something to say? What led you to that conclusion? Xianyun pondered momentarily. Indeed, among the tasks available to outer sect disciples, there existed menial assignments. However, these differed from the menial disciples who possessed negligible spiritual roots and, unwilling to relinquish their chance at immortality, sought refuge within the sect. The outer disciples were typically responsible for serving the Peak Masters, elders, talented disciples, and second-generation members. Therefore, those who chose such assignments did so with motives that often transcended mere labor. Zhuqian had failed to disclose her identity, and with her outer sect attire and her demonstrated cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement, she remained an enigma. It is understandable that misunderstandings may arise. Xianyun shifted her gaze and nodded slightly. Yes, I have accepted a task. I believe I now comprehend your purpose for being here. Let us proceed, and I shall elaborate further, Huang Yi remarked, gesturing towards the lake and stepping ahead. This lake could be traversed by anyone with a certain proficiency in lightness techniques, allowing them to walk upon the water's surface. Since you dare to undertake this mission, you must possess the capability, correct? Xianyun felt a moment of bewilderment. How is she unaware that lightness techniques could enable one to walk on water? Her instructor had never taught her such a thing. Observing Huang Yi already several steps ahead, she took a deep breath, attempting to channel her lightness technique, lifting her foot to tentatively test the water. Her instincts warned her that should her center of gravity shift forward, she would plunge into the depths. She glanced up at the effortlessly poised Huang Yi, raising an eyebrow before making her first step onto the water. Beneath her, the lake's surface subtly transformed, and a shapeless, fish-like creature formed from the water.
Stifafatis supporting Xin Kun.
She dared to place her other foot upon it. The creature flicked its tail, swiftly catching up to Huang Yi, who walked at a leisurely pace, seemingly waiting for her. However, Huang Yi was taken aback to see Xianyun trailing closely behind him. You, he exclaimed. Xianyun maintained a stoic expression. What? Huang Yi scrutinized her, then glanced at her feet, then back at her, and again at her feet. Ultimately, admiration washed over his face as he raised his fist in salute. Impressive, Xianyun replied. To be frank, there are no paths for walking upon this lake. Those above the foundational level simply fly across. As for us outer disciples assigned to menial tasks, lacking in strength, we must resort to a peculiar first-tier spiritual artifact known as the water-walking charm. Huang Yi, while speaking, produced a verdant jade talisman and extended it towards Xian Yun. Here it is. Xian Yun replied, please, don't be upset, junior sister. I was merely jesting. I shall still provide you with the item. Xian Yun was genuinely taken aback by the amiable atmosphere reminiscent of a workplace camaraderie, even in this foreign realm. You may keep it, senior brother. I have no use for it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi's smile faltered momentarily, though it was not overtly discernible. Very well. With a surge of spiritual energy, he accelerated and dashed forward. Xian Yun, with a mere thought, summoned a great fish that gracefully trailed behind him. Noticing this, Huang Yi smirked before beginning his explanation. This lake is called the Cloud Lake. Although we entered from solid ground, the deeper sections are suspended in the clouds. Legend has it that the first peak master spent 3 years crafting a top-tier 7th-level spiritual artifact, which anchored the mist and enabled it to bear weight. He infused the clouds with living water, thus forming this ethereal lake. Xian Yun gazed down at her feet. The water rippled with a crystalline azure hue, where fish frolicked, blissfully unaware of the great fish she had conjured, which startled them into a hasty retreat, diving into the depths until they vanished from sight. Yet, despite the water's pristine clarity, Xian Yun's current vision could not penetrate to the lake's bottom, highlighting its profound depth. Just now, senior brother Zhua mentioned Huxin Island and then spoke of MASU Island. Do you know why? Xian Yun did not support him, merely waiting. Huang Yi clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes discreetly. Among the isles of Yunshan Lake, there are 5 in total. Apart from the central island, constructed by the first-generation Peak Master, the other 4 have developed freely over a long period. MASU Island, located towards the eastern side, spans over 30 acres and features an exquisite pavilion built by the 5th-generation Peak Master. Additionally, there are many scenic elements such as artificial hills, corridors, and pavilions, making it the most splendid island aside from the central one. However, lacking a master for many years, these decorations have become somewhat neglected. Xian Yun listened quietly until the last sentence made her lose her composure. What? Is it possible that the rule here is 1 person per island? Since you have come at this juncture, you must have received news and are here for the 3rd disciple of the Peak Master. There is no need for embarrassment. Those accepting menial tasks share the same intention as you. Moreover, aside from you, there is someone named Mu Yunxiao, who has been assigned by the Peak Master to serve as that 3rd disciple's aide. He is already on MASU Island. You should go over shortly to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and assist Mu Yunxiao. At this point, Huang Yi ceased his introduction. After a moment of reflection, Xian Yun inquired, senior brother Zhua also mentioned that the Peak Master has 2 disciples. Huang Yi expressed disbelief. You didn't even inquire about this and dared to come? Xian Yun fell silent. Primarily, she had never anticipated her arrival here. Huang Yi let out a derisive laugh. The foremost disciple of the Peak Master is Helian Su, also known as Brother Helian, residing on the northern isle of Beiyuan. The 2nd disciple, Tu Yushan, Brother Tu, dwells on the western isle of Luomuo. Specifically, if you are able to linger here for an extended period, you will inevitably learn more, so I shall refrain from elaborating. We have arrived. With that, Huang Yi surged forward, leaping ashore. Xian Yun had, of course, already caught sight of this petite island. Dispelling the large fish, she stepped onto the land. Yet Huang Yi paid her no further mind, continuing onward. After traversing roughly 100 paces, a pavilion materialized in their line of sight, surrounded by several industrious figures. Huang Yi clapped his hands and called out, "Hey, you fellows, there are matters to attend to over at Lake Heart Island. We need to make a trip there, so come with me." Upon hearing this, the individuals unhesitatingly set aside their tasks and approached him. Only then did Huang Yi turn to Xianyan and say, "Junior sister Mu Yunxiao is inside the pavilion. You should join her and do well." After departing the small island by about 100 paces, one person inquired, "Brother Huang, did this junior sister cause trouble?" Huang Yi snickered. A newcomer, unaware of the rules. I was merely jesting, yet she took offense. This temperament must be refined. Only then will communication improve in the future. Chapter 43. Mu Yunxiao, Mu Yunhua. Remaining on the island, Xianyan, though oblivious to the whispered discussions, understood Huang Yi's thoughts. As a newcomer, one must temper their temper and attentively heed the guidance of their seniors. Having just arrived, you've inadvertently caused your senior some embarrassment, a rather unsavory way to conduct oneself. As a seasoned member, allow me to offer some guidance. Wouldn't you agree? However, irrespective of whether she's an outer sect disciple undertaking miscellaneous tasks or not, I'm not in the habit of indulging such individuals. Observing the surrounding emptiness, Xianyan temporarily dismissed these thoughts, proceeding towards the pavilion. She intended to first check on Mu Yunxiao, who had been left behind with her. After all, according to Huang Yi, this senior apprentice sister would be spending a considerable amount of time with her. Upon closer inspection, the pavilion's exterior walls were covered in dust. Yet due to the materials used, it didn't appear dilapidated or damaged. Stepping through the doorway, she was immediately met with a refreshing floral fragrance. A stark contrast to the outside. Xianyan paused in surprise, raising her eyes to observe. A petite girl stood in the center of a tidy hall, cultivating delicate, white flowers in her hands. The fragrance she had just detected emanated from these blossoms. And at the girl's feet was a familiar large package. Could this be the fabled destiny?
Xin Kun approached.
Hearing the footsteps, Mu Yunxiao ceased cultivating the flowers and turned her head. After a brief assessment, her eyes lit up. "It's you, senior. Hello." Although Mu Yunxiao appeared youthful, she possessed the strength of the qi refining peak. Addressing her as senior apprentice sister was not incorrect. Mu Yunxiao retracted the flowers in her hands and approached. "I sincerely apologize for bumping into you yesterday. Although I didn't anticipate that the disciple the peak master intended to accept would be you." Xianyan raised an eyebrow. "Why are you so certain that I am the disciple the peak master intends to accept?" The question hung in the air as Mu Yunxiao elongated her tone, presenting a charming smile that instantly contrasted with the bashful girl from yesterday. "My junior sister is quite beautiful." Xianyan was perplexed. The peak master himself possessed striking looks, and his previous disciples were equally handsome. It was entirely reasonable for someone with her appearance to be the third disciple of the peak master.
No.
"I find this reasoning somewhat superficial," she thought, only to hear Mu Yunxiao continue, "but for my junior sister to inquire thus. Could it be that you were mistaken for someone else?" She tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. "But that scoundrel Huang Yi?" Xianyan hesitated in her response. Mu Yunxiao, however, affirmed her thoughts, gently patting her shoulder. "That scoundrel enjoys playing tricks. New arrivals often lack the courage to stand up to him. After enduring his so-called rules for too long, it has come to this. Yet you need not worry, my junior sister. He is one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as you assert your identity, not only will he refrain from causing you trouble, but he might even commend your actions." She must have sensed it earlier, did she not? That scoundrel changes his demeanor with alarming swiftness. Xianyan maintained a calm expression. "He asked me if I had accepted a menial task, and I affirmed." Mu Yunxiao paused, a hint of exasperation creeping into her smile after a moment's silence. "My junior sister, why must you complicate matters? Just view your future abode from another perspective." "Well then," Mu Yunxiao said, turning her gaze towards the loft. "Please wait a moment, junior sister. I have just tidied up the attic, yet I have yet to arrange the furniture and decorations. Once everything is in place, my junior sister shall be able to rest." As she spoke, she walked towards the large parcel in the center. Xin Yen followed closely behind. "Allow me to assist," she exclaimed. However, Mu Yunxiao raised her hand to stop her. "Not at all. Though we refer to each other as senior and junior sister, that is merely a bond of the same sect. When one considers the hierarchy, you are the master and I am but a servant. How could I allow you to do the labor? Of course, if you genuinely wish to assist, do share your vision for the arrangement. As for the rest, let it be." While speaking, she began to unwrap the large parcel on the floor. From within, she extracted 2 chairs and positioned them appropriately. Next came a table, a cabinet, and a vase. Xin Yen gazed in astonishment. Although the parcel was sizable, it did not appear to be large enough to contain such an array of items. Yet if it were a storage spirit tool, would it not be something more compact, like a storage ring? Sensing her confusion, Mu Yunxiao smiled and said, "You haven't encountered such a thing before? That makes sense. As the disciple of the peak master, you would indeed possess only the finest items." The price of storage spirit tools primarily hinges on 2 aspects: external dimensions and internal capacity. The former becomes more expensive the smaller it is, while the latter escalates in cost with greater space. As outer sect disciples, we cannot afford tools that are both small in size and large in capacity. Yet, at times, we need to carry numerous items when venturing out. Thus, spirit tools that offer ample internal space at a reasonable price, albeit with the drawback of appearing larger only when filled, become the preferred choice. Xin Yen suddenly comprehended the situation. After a moment, she spoke. "Indeed, I have never encountered anything like this because, approximately a month ago, I did not possess any storage spiritual artifact. Before my journey into this realm, the original owner was unwilling to expend even a single spirit stone on herself. How could she possibly have understood the cost-effectiveness of storage artifacts? However, this train of thought inevitably led Xin Yen to ponder the narrative. In the original text, there was no character by the name of Mu Yunxiao, yet there existed one named MASU-MANHUA. No, it was a demon. A wood-scented tree demon. A formidable subordinate of the male protagonist, a battle-crazed individual with a cherubic visage, sharing a similar cherubic face, and with a name that bore resemblance. Xin Yen could not help but let her thoughts wander, speculating on their connection. Her gaze towards Mu Yunxiao grew slightly peculiar. Mu Yunxiao, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, slowed his actions of arranging various pieces of furniture. He almost forgot. "I am called Mu Yunxiao, with Mu meaning wood, Yun meaning cloud, and Xiao referring to splendor. What is your name? Junior sister?" The same Mu, the same Yun, and then Xiao. To claim that these two are unrelated would be utterly implausible. Xin Yen momentarily suppressed her curiosity. "I am called Xin Yen, with Xi meaning diligent and Yun referring to clouds." This time, it was Mu Yunxiao's turn to display an odd expression.
"Ah,
"You are the one who has been pursuing senior brother Yu of the Zhongzhou Peak. Junior sister Xin Yen?" Xin Yen acknowledged candidly. "Indeed, it is I." "Junior sister, you are quite an intriguing person. If it's unnecessary to compliment, then please refrain from doing so." "Thank you." A few casual exchanges quickly thrust the two into an awkward predicament. Just then, a male voice resonated from outside, drawing closer. The appellation junior sister Mu resonated with such dramatic cadence that it involuntarily evoked goosebumps on Xin Yen's skin. Scarcely had the sound dissipated when a youth materialized before her, his vulpine eyes narrowing as he scrutinized her. This junior sister is indeed a vision of loveliness. Observing the individual's gaze meandering across her countenance, as if tracing her features with his eyes, Xin Yen belatedly realized. Was she being flirted with? She appraised him. The youth before her possessed remarkable beauty. With fox-like eyes, a delicately arched nose, and finely sculpted lips, his features impeccably proportioned, his figure outstanding. It was merely the infatuated expression that flickered across his face that inexplicably stirred a primal urge within her to strike him. Xin Yen clenched her fingers, restraining herself. However, she then witnessed Mu Yunxiao setting down her belongings and swiftly approaching, inserting herself between the two.
Surnommes-tu? Promptly retract your lascivious aura.
Junior sister Xin is not one you can trifle with. The youth inclined his head, chuckling softly. That is peculiar indeed. Is there truly anyone at Cloud Lake whom I cannot provoke? Junior sister Xin is the third disciple whom the Peak Lord has been discussing recently. The youth's frivolous smile gradually waned, his spine slowly straightening. In a mere instant, he metamorphosed from a libertine into a promising young man of exceptional countenance. He raised his hand, clasping his fist in a courteous greeting. Greetings, junior sister. My surname is Tu, given name Yushan. I am the second disciple of Master Yanqi, your second senior brother. I offer my sincerest apologies for any offense caused earlier. Your senior brother harbors no ill intent. As he concluded his words, he abruptly shoved aside Mu Yunxiao, shamelessly approaching Xin Yun. So, junior sister, let us deliberate on this trivial matter and refrain from informing our master, shall we? Before Xin Yun could respond, a sudden voice interjected.
Do not speak to me about anything.
Yan Qi materialized, enveloped in a mist as she entered the pavilion. Tu Yushan's expression instantly turned grave. He remarked that the master was as beautiful as a flower, gentle and virtuous, diligent and meticulous, attending to every detail herself. It was indeed a great fortune for junior sister to become her disciple.
Xin Kun.
She believed it, truly believed it. Xin Yun bowed and paid her respects to Yan Qi. Master. Mu Yunxiao, standing nearby, also bowed but remained silent. Yan Qi disregarded Tu Yushan and turned her gaze towards Xin Yun. She then instructed the two beside her, you both may step outside and tidy up the exterior. I have something to discuss with her. Understood, master. Yes, Peak Master. The two exited the pavilion, kindly closing the door behind them. Yan Qi did not hasten to speak. Approaching a large parcel, she reached out and touched it. Instantly, various items emerged, floating to their designated places in the rooms under the control of her formidable spiritual energy. Ultimately, only a small palm-sized pouch remained, which Yan Qi grasped in her hand and casually tossed to Xin Yun. Here, this is for you. With that, she moved to the foremost chair in the main hall, seated herself, and habitually crossed her legs. Xin Yun followed closely, accepting the pouch. She then produced a teapot and cup, filled one, and presented it with both hands. Master, please have some tea. Yan Qi accepted the cup, holding it without haste to drink, instead inquiring, did Yu Qinan come to the sect to fetch you yesterday? It is not merely a matter of connection, but rather a response to a plea, as I believed my disciple was in peril, prompting my goodwill to intervene. Matters of the heart are inherently private, and as a mentor, I should refrain from meddling excessively. However, given the gravity of the situation, I feel compelled to share my thoughts with you. Yan Qi's expression was grave as he placed the teacup upon the table. Yu Qinan is not as simplistic as he appears at first glance. Since his entry into the sect, I have reached an understanding with the sect leader regarding this individual. He is either a reincarnated soul or has been possessed. Upon revealing this insight, I observed the shock that spread across Xin Yun's face. Yan Qi thoughtfully paused his narration, allowing his third disciple a moment to digest the information. Indeed, Xin Yun was astonished, but not due to the notion of possession. Unlike other senior disciples who have fallen into the path of darkness, Yu Qinan has been entangled with demonic forces since the very beginning. The previous demon lord, in a desperate bid for survival amidst conflict, self-destructed, and as his lingering soul sought a new vessel, it stumbled upon the ordinary mortal Yu Qinan, whose body bore the sacred, yet demonic essence. Excitedly, the soul invaded his consciousness to seize control, only to be ultimately vanquished by Yu Qinan himself. Yu Qinan absorbed the remnants of the demon lord's soul, inheriting his memories. Should he choose to embrace the path of darkness, It would lead him down a prosperous and expansive road. However, thanks to a sound upbringing, Yuchinon possesses a strong personal value system. He believes that the Demon Lord's path is not the righteous one. Thus, even when fate has laid the path before him, he resolutely turns away to pursue what he deems a just course. He sought refuge in the Immortal Spirit sect. Alas, he was betrayed, his dantian damaged, and the disillusionment he encountered during his lowest ebb ultimately shattered the youthful aspirations he once held dear. From that moment onward, he was solely intent on pursuing power. Returning to the topic at hand, within the narrative's unfolding, the matter of possession ought to remain unknown to anyone. How is it that both my master and the male lead's master were aware from the very beginning? Observing the change in Xian Yan's expression, Yan Qi spoke once more. The reason I did not mention this earlier is due to its secrecy. However, from my perspective as your teacher, it is evident that your feelings for Yu Qinin are quite clear, and you should be able to extricate yourself at will. No, I cannot. Xian Yan suddenly interjected, her expression earnest. Brother Yu is my everything. I cannot live without him, and I willingly accept my downfall. Yan Qi fell silent for a moment. Then let me ask you, should Yu Qinin find himself on the brink of death, and your life be the only means to save him? I would gladly trade my life for his. Yan Qi smiled slightly. You are lying. I am not. Regardless of the circumstances, the persona of an infatuated admirer must not falter. At the very least, it must not crumble on the surface. I do not concern myself with your insistence on this matter, but I hope you can see beyond the facade to discern the truth within. Until now, both I and the sect leader remain unable to determine whether he is good or evil. If he is good, that is acceptable. However, if he is evil, belonging to the demonic path, your affection for him, your deep entanglement, will inevitably lead to your own harm. Yan Qi's tone was urgent and heavy. Yet, Xian Yan could sense the genuine concern behind it. Therefore, she earnestly bowed to Yan Qi. Disciple thanks you for your care, master. Rising, she then inquired, may I know why you and the sect leader are aware of the possession or reincarnation matter, yet still allowed Brother Yu to remain? Furthermore, the master has taken on disciples. The purpose of accepting disciples is to keep them close for observation. Whether to retain them is uncertain if it is malevolent, yet not excluding the possibility of benevolence. Brother Yu has been initiated for a year now. A year is not a long time, and concealing one's true nature can be effortlessly achieved. Xian Yan smiled, as her disciple likely grasped the underlying message. The master and the sect leader are engaged in a gamble, wagering on a favorable possibility, placing their hopes on Brother Yu's inherent goodness. However, master, since it is a gamble, it already signifies a lack of trust. The disciple is averse to gambling and prefers to believe in Brother Yu's intrinsic benevolence. Yan Qi fell silent for a moment, eventually posing a question. What if you are mistaken in your belief? Since the disciple has chosen to trust, there is no notion of being wrong in their belief. Chapter 45. A slight provocation when Xian Yun spoke of trust. She referred not only to herself, but subtly urged Yan Qi to abandon the gamble and embrace trust directly. Yan Qi understood, hence the question of potential error. If only it were that simple. The differing positions entail different considerations. Xian Yun can cast aside all doubts to trust, but they cannot. Yan Qi delicately sipped from his teacup. Xian Yun appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. The information she had just acquired, when combined with the original plot, prompted her to question. When the male protagonist returns after a decade, devoid of any affection for the sect, could it partially stem from the knowledge that he was never trusted from the very beginning, leading him to discard the once laughable emotions he once harbored? Furthermore, the male protagonist departed from his sect due to the burden of demonic energy tainted by the influence of the dark arts. Given the unwavering vigilance exhibited by Master Yan Qi and the sect leader, it is perplexing that the male protagonist was permitted to retain his life. The original text attributes this unlikely reprieve to the desperate pleas and tears of the female protagonist, Yun-siu, which left her elders helpless, ultimately granting the male protagonist a chance. Yet, if the matter truly pertains to possession and the demonic path, how could the decision be swayed merely by the whims of an immature junior? Surely, there must be deeper motives at play. Xin Yen finds herself uncertain if her conjectures hold any truth, nor does she grasp the genuine reasons behind the male protagonist's departure, which remain unaddressed in the original narrative. Nevertheless, at this moment, Xin Yen is struck by a bold thought. If the issue lies in distrust, what if, before any events unfold, the skepticism harbored by both parties transforms into trust? How might the situation then evolve? With the full support of the sect, believing that even if the male protagonist were to fall from grace and descend into despair, hope would not be lost. He could continue to reside within the Xianling sect and, with their backing, embark anew on his path of cultivation. The demonic forces and the decade-long struggle for the dark path would become irrelevant to him. Rationality cautions Xin Yen that her assumptions may be overly simplistic, that the plot is not so easily altered. Yet, what if? What if they were to succeed, fundamentally altering the trajectory of the story? Yu Qinin would remain as he is now, gentle, courteous, and filled with fervor, rather than the disillusioned figure he would later become, indifferent and defeated, resorting to oppression to find fleeting satisfaction while dismissing others as inconsequential. Although Xin Yen has not been in this time for long, she has developed a certain fondness for Yu Qinin. If salvation is within reach, why witness his confinement? Though I initially intended to maintain a discreet distance from the unfolding events, to develop covertly, the prospect of altering the narrative is intriguing.
Xin Kun ingan deeply.
Moderating her excitement, and then spoke. Master, discerning good from evil is arduous. Deception is facile with intent, yet one aspect defies pretense. Vitality. Yen Qi gazed up at her. Xin Yun smiled. Age. Exuberance. These two words gave Yen Qi pause. Individuals capable of reincarnation or possession must possess considerable power, which typically requires time to cultivate. A slight age disparity might only suggest increased maturity, not a significant alteration, such as herself, but decades or centuries. Xin Yun paused momentarily, then inquired, Consider yourself, Master. Could you genuinely emulate the vivacity of youth in a young body? Yen Qi glared at her, seemingly affronted.
Xin Kun Feigen innocent, continuing.
While I don't claim profound familiarity with senior brother Yu, I have interacted with him. He expresses frustration when my counsel is unheeded and irritation when I speak imprudently. Nevertheless, he expedited his journey upon receiving news, appearing disheveled. Would an ancient cultivator truly behave thus? Yen Qi set down her teacup, once more. The likelihood you describe is exceedingly slim. Consequently, we hadn't contemplated it. Exceedingly slim, yet not entirely implausible, Xin Yun remarked. Rather than maintaining a covert vigilance, relying solely on conjecture, it would be more prudent to adopt a candid and forthright approach. After all, even in the event of the most dire outcome, with the combined prowess of yourself, Master and the sect leader, coupled with the entirety of the immortal spirit sect, what could possibly inspire dread? Her assertions were predicated on the verity that Yu Qinin was indeed Yu Qinin, hence her lack of apprehension. Yen Qi couldn't help but cast a gaze upon her, observing without uttering a word. The atmosphere in the room remained stagnant for an extended duration until, at last, Yen Qi arose. I shall deliberate with the sect leader regarding the possibility you've presented. After a brief pause, she shifted the subject. I harbor no fondness for ostentation. On both occasions of accepting disciples, I've refrained from hosting a formal initiation ceremony. However, should you desire one, your disciple has no predilection for grandstanding. Very well. Yen Qi nodded, proceeding towards the exit while stating, Take a day to rest and acclimate to your surroundings. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall come to find you. Understood, master. The master and disciple pair exited the pavilion in succession, whereupon they observed Mu Yunxiao outside, her hands enshrouded in wood-attributed spiritual energy, tending to the flower beds.
Meanwhile,
Another figure meandered amidst them, periodically plucking a meticulously pruned blossom, then approaching Mu Yunxiao. Junior Sister Mu. Yanqi narrowed her exquisite eyes. A fiery palm materialized from thin air, descending with force upon Tu Yushan, who, in a state of abject terror, was driven directly into the earth, emitting a piercing shriek. Yanqi levitated into the air, soaring towards the center of the lake. The figure of Tu Yushan was pulled from the ground by a fiery hand and soared away. Xian Yan was momentarily taken aback. However, Mu Yunxiao explained, Tu Shixiang is the child of the Peak Master's elder sister, her own nephew. He has been coming to this cloud lake since childhood. The Peak Master has been preoccupied with affairs and lacked the time to tend to him. By the time she found herself with leisure years later, he had already become such a reckless individual. She paused for a moment, then added, nevertheless, though Tu Shixiang may appear unrefined, his heart remains kind. As Xian Yan gazed at the distant figure disappearing into the sky amidst the cries, she remained silent. Stepping forward, she declared, I will lend a hand. With her wood-based spiritual energy activated, the surrounding flora stood tall and vibrant. Mu Yunxiao was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xian Yan. Together, we can accomplish this more swiftly. Thus, Mu Yunxiao swallowed her words. The two collaborated, and, after approximately half an hour, tidied up the exterior of the small island. Xian Yan stood atop a height, surveying the scene. Flowers clustered together, lush greenery abounding. Rocks and flowing water, fresh and free. The entire island had undergone a splendid transformation. Satisfied, she nodded, leaped down, and pulled Mu Yunxiao towards the pavilion. Let us go and rest for a while. At that moment, on the lake surface, Huang Yi approached leisurely with a few companions. As he stepped onto the shore and beheld the utterly transformed island, he was struck with astonishment. Mu Yunxiao frowned slightly, signaling for Xian Yan to be cautious. Xian Yan smiled, producing a teapot, a fruit platter, and some pastries to arrange on the table. In the next instant, a rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air, causing Xian Yan to momentarily pause. In a flurry, she hurriedly stowed away the tenfold effect osmanthus cake that she had inadvertently taken out, replacing it with the dragon beard candy and pea cake according to the amount returned. Apologies for the mix-up. Yet, she noticed Mu Yunxiao's gaze drifting with her hand, a hint of distraction in her eyes. Xian Yan was puzzled but soon realized. Mu Shi, a synonym for osmanthus, indicated that Mu Yunhua was an osmanthus spirit, and likely Mu Yunxiao was as well. Although Xian Yan could not sense any demonic aura emanating from her, there was a presence of spiritual energy.
wait.
Since when could demons cultivate spiritual energy?
Xin Kun.
Then, an oddly sarcastic voice cut through the air from the side. Oh, not bad at all. You finished the tasks on this island quite swiftly. As she reached for the teapot to refill the tea, Mu Yunxiao quickly interjected, Allow me. Previously, accepting assistance was merely to expedite the work, and she had already extended her help. However, in this situation, it was simply unacceptable for the host to serve tea. Even though their prior interactions had shown her that Xian Yan did not mind such matters, seeing her eagerness, Xian Yan did not refuse. She casually took a piece of pea cake, took a small bite, and savored it. The sweetness was just right, incredibly delicious. Now, this was more like it. What had last night's pastry been? That was clearly the system's revenge. Xian Yan huffed in indignation and took another bite. Her dismissive demeanor caused Huang Yi's expression to darken. He ascended the steps and entered the pavilion, reaching out to take the freshly poured tea from Mu Yunxiao. Just as the group arrived, feeling somewhat fatigued, Huang Yi expressed his gratitude towards Sister Mu. Before he could finish his sentence, a slender vine emerged from Mu Yunshao's sleeve, swiftly striking Huang Yi's finger joints. Startled, Huang Yi retracted his hand, his expression revealing disapproval. "Is it so, Sister Mu? As fellow attendants at Yunshan Lake, is it too much to share a sip of your tea? Are you truly that stingy?" He casually pushed the teacup towards Xian Yan, glancing around. He believed he understood the situation and elongated his tone. "Oh, so this is the tea from our newly arrived junior sister? That simplifies matters. Come, junior sister, bring out a few more teacups to honor your senior brothers. It would only be right for us to support you afterward, wouldn't it? What do you say?" As he spoke, he playfully patted Xian Yan's shoulder. A warm, earthy glow enveloped his palm, adding a sense of weight to the atmosphere. Xian Yan lifted the teacup towards herself, while simultaneously, a stream of clear water materialized behind her, tightly binding Huang Yi's descending hand. Frowning, Huang Yi exerted more spiritual energy, pressing his hand downward. Yet, the force of the water was even greater. He attempted again and again, but to no avail. Confusion clouded his expression as he scrutinized Xian Yan's cultivation level. Indeed, she was at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet, he stood at the 8th layer. Such a significant disparity in strength. How could it be that he was overpowered? Nevertheless, even as he leaned back, exerting all his might and turning his face crimson, he could not extract his hand from the water's grasp. Huang Yi's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he redirected his spiritual energy to activate his strength-enhancing technique, summoning all his might to push backward. At that moment, Xian Yan finished her tea and set aside her cup. Suddenly, the flow of water ceased, and all of Huang Yi's strength was exerted into the void, causing him to tumble backward and roll down the steps of the pavilion twice before coming to a halt. His companions, realizing the situation belatedly, gasped and rushed to assist him in rising. Huang Yi climbed to his feet with their support, his face smeared with dirt and his hair disheveled. "Very well. This is the first time I, Huang Yi, have endured such humiliation since arriving at this lake in the clouds," he declared fiercely. "Believe it or not, I will ensure you cannot remain here." Xian Yan placed her teacup on the table, the porcelain clinking against the stone, producing a crisp sound. Upon seeing this, Mu Yunshao also set down his belongings, a surge of battle intent rising within him. Xian Yan exhaled a breath of frustration, stood up, and gazed at Huang Yi and his companions. Initially, she had merely felt that her identity was difficult to explain and had consented to the role of a servant, believing that others might not believe her if she revealed the truth. Observing her surroundings was merely a secondary consideration. Little did she anticipate that this seemingly incidental approach would lead her into trouble. A smile played upon Xian Yan's lips as she thought, "You want to make me leave? Go ahead, give it a try." Her tone was calm, laced with undeniable disdain. Huang Yi, already fuming, lost his reason in an instant. "Damn it, let us all go," he exclaimed. With that, his aura erupted, and the earth element's spiritual energy surged from within him, swiftly coalescing into a suit of armor that enveloped him. As he accelerated with a lightness technique, he stomped heavily, charging forth like a heavily armored war chariot, aimed directly at Xian Yan. The others exchanged glances, reluctant but steeled themselves to join the fray. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through her entire being as she unleashed her spell. At that very moment, Mu Yunshao, with a grave expression, positioned herself protectively in front of Xian Yan. Vines shot forth from her sleeves, coalescing into a massive shield. She felt a flicker of anxiety. "Junior sister, you." Before she could finish her sentence, a colossal column of water erupted from the ground with astonishing speed and tremendous force, effortlessly launching Huang Yi, who was clad in earthen armor and charging forward, into the sky. Mu Yunshao stood agape, her attention entirely captured by Huang Yi's ascent. neglecting the other attacks that struck her wooden shield. As Huang Yi ascended, blood sprayed from his mouth. Only when the sensation of weightlessness washed over him did he grasp the gravity of his situation. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he attempted to stabilize his body in midair for a safe descent. However, a similarly sized and swift column of water surged towards him from directly ahead. His pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily repaired the damaged sections of his earthen armor to hasten his descent and evade the impending deluge. To his dismay, another water column burst forth from below. The accelerated fall collided with the upward surge, propelling Huang Yi further away, racked with agony. He opened his mouth to cry out, but blood surged within, rendering him voiceless. The injuries from being struck twice enveloped him in darkness, his thoughts becoming sluggish. Yet another water column ascended, perfectly timed to collide with him as he descended. The impact was thunderous. What followed was a relentless cycle of being struck repeatedly. Do you take pleasure in witnessing others fall victim to schemes and flail helplessly in the water? Coincidentally, I find great amusement in such struggles as well. Chapter 47. It raised its middle finger. Are these two struggles truly comparable? The crowd gazed silently at Huang Yi, who was being propelled skyward by the relentless water column, continuously spitting blood. Junior sister, what kind of spell is this? As the words slipped out, he felt an immediate sense of impropriety. I apologize, junior sister. It is not my place to pry into your personal matters. Xin Yun smiled gently, continuing to manipulate the water column as she replied, it's nothing to be concerned about. It's merely water manipulation. Mu Yunxiao was taken aback. Which water manipulation? The one taught uniformly by the outer sect elders? The 5 elements manipulation is the most fundamental of the 5 techniques in the cultivation world. While its power is limited and inadequate for combat, it greatly facilitates your daily lives. For instance, fire manipulation can kindle flames, water manipulation can condense fresh water, wood manipulation can promote the growth of flora, metal manipulation can control weapons, and earth manipulation can transport soil and stones. The purpose of teaching you these techniques is primarily to familiarize you with the process of concentrating a single type of spiritual energy, thereby laying a foundation for future advanced techniques. Xin Yun observed her with curiosity, noticing the peculiar expression on Mu Yunxiao's face. These were the very words spoken by the elder when I was learning the 5 manipulations. So, you're telling me, this is called water manipulation? Xin Yun nodded. Indeed. Mu Yunxiao hesitated, ultimately managing a reluctant nod. Very well. With a smile, Xin Yun shifted her gaze. The tenfold effect system's return version of water manipulation, wouldn't that also be considered water manipulation? She ceased the flow of spiritual energy, and the water column no longer erupted from the ground, allowing Huang Yi to finally descend. However, after such torment, he lacked even the strength to rise. Lying in the same position, he fell, breathing faintly, his gaze vacant. He gazed in the direction of Xin Yun, his lips parting and closing as he struggled for a moment before finally articulating, You are not a mere servant. At this juncture, the necessity for further concealment had dissipated. Xin Yun nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am not. Upon receiving the answer, Huang Yi fell silent for a fleeting moment, revealing a bittersweet smile. It is I who have erred. Had he not been preoccupied with maintaining his FAAD, instructing newcomers on the rules, and preserving his standing within the servant circle of Yunshang Lake, he would not have provoked the ire of this newly appointed peak master's direct disciple. Ultimately, it seemed that years of ease had clouded his self-awareness. Huang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Yet his mind involuntarily conjured the scene of Zhuo Qian escorting Xin Yun. A revelation dawned upon him. To walk before others could signify guidance or a declaration of hierarchy. To withhold one's identity could stem from forgetfulness or intent. Thus, had he unwittingly provoked this situation? The answer to the question had become inconsequential. Huang Yi understood that he no longer held a place in this Yunshang lake. Observing Huang Yi's expression of regret and resignation, Xian Yan refrained from taking further action. She turned her gaze towards the other servants, whose faces shifted with trepidation. They were on the verge of confessing their mistakes and seeking mercy when Xian Yan commanded, "Take him away." The group hurriedly nodded, each uttering their thanks as they rushed to lift Huang Yi and carry him towards the shore. "Right, Sister Mu. Make sure to remember these individuals and inform Brother Zhou afterward. The servants need to be replaced." Understood. Their voices were not deliberately hushed, yet the others naturally heard. Nevertheless, no one dared to voice a dissenting opinion. With a quickened pace, she stepped onto the surface of the lake, distancing herself from the small island. Once the task was completed, the atmosphere on the island instantly became more relaxed. During this time, Zuoqian made an appearance, presenting the disciples' token and the acquired clothing resources to Xian Yan, while also learning about Huang Yi's matter, which he addressed with a stern demeanor. Meanwhile, Mu Yunshao, after exchanging spiritual imprints with Xian Yan, departed from the island, leaving Xian Yan alone. Thus, the relocation activity came to an end. With no further matters at hand, Xian Yan hurried to the lakeside, intending to cultivate. Since her arrival at Yunshang Lake, she had noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 50% greater than that of the outer sect disciples' quarters. What kind of progress could she achieve in such an environment? Xian Yan felt a surge of anticipation. She settled into a cross-legged position and closed her eyes for introspection. With the Xianling Ju Critical Edition, her body had been continuously operating the technique, except during battles. However, upon self-examination, Xian Yan discovered that the spiritual energy remained quietly nestled in her dantian, showing no signs of movement. Confusion washed over her. What was happening? Why had it stopped? Was there a problem? She turned her gaze inward and observed that her spiritual energy had formed a perfectly round sphere, calmly suspended at the center of her dantian. Perched atop the sphere was a vague figure without discernible features, resting its chin on one hand in a contemplative pose. Xian Yan was taken aback. She reached out and pinched her thigh. Ouch, that hurt. What in the world? You are merely a mass of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, a unique form of energy exclusive to this world. What are you pondering about? As if sensing Xian Yan's consciousness, the little figure looked upwards and slowly raised its tiny hand. The spiritual energy coalesced, transforming into a small hand with distinctly visible fingers. Then, astonishingly, it raised its middle finger. Xian Yan. Am I being scorned by my own spiritual energy? Is the autonomy of this technique a tad too pronounced? Xian Yan was utterly astounded, yet a vague thought began to stir within her heart. She tentatively spoke, "Since you possess consciousness, you should comprehend your significance to me. I cannot exist without you. My very essence relies upon you. We are one, inseparable." The small hand appeared to nod in agreement. Xian Yan pressed on, "Thus, you must grasp one crucial fact. If I cease to exist, you too shall not survive alone. What ensures my continued existence? It is strength. It is your relentless efforts. You may take a moment to rest now. It may feel comfortable, even relaxing, but have you contemplated the consequences? On the battlefield, due to inadequate cultivation, a single misstep could lead to my demise, and we would depart this beautiful world together. So now, tell me, is lying idle truly justifiable?" However, Xian Yan could not finish her words, for the small figure raised two middle fingers at her, one to the left and one to the right, perfectly symmetrical. Xian Yan fell silent, wishing to struggle once more, only to witness a small portion of spiritual energy detach from the figure, swaying left and right before plunging into her meridians. The technique began to operate autonomously. Chapter 48. Water World. At least the outcome is favorable, is it not? In her heart, Xian Yun incessantly reiterated these words. The little figure had indeed absorbed part of it, had it not? It was merely a matter of being looked down upon.
Was it not?
This was her own spiritual energy, her own cultivation, her own golden finger for idling. There was truly no need for such concern. After clenching and relaxing her fists repeatedly, she ultimately managed to regain control. She averted her gaze from the little figure, which had resumed its contemplative stance after channeling that shard of spiritual energy, and disengaged from her introspection. Unbeknownst to her, Yelvi had already reverted to her human form,
Casually leaning against the side.
Upon noticing Xian Yun open her eyes, she promptly handed over the audio-visual simulation space. Here, Yun, for your cultivation. Taking it. Xian Yun pondered for a moment before inquiring, I recall that you had completed your studies in language comprehension. What have you been learning these past few days? Yelvi blinked and vigorously shook her head.
Nothing new?
Indeed. At that moment, Xian Yun's gaze shifted, now tinged with a different light. It had only been a few days, and already she had progressed to the point of deceiving her guardians? Yun, cultivation. Yelvi smiled at her and nudged the audiovisual simulation space closer. The girl had grown up, and it was only natural for her to have her own pursuits.
No.
Yelvi was not a true child. She had a past of her own. Suddenly recalling something, she realized that learning was her own affair. After all, it was merely studying, not a perilous endeavor. After contemplating for a moment, Xian Yun decided to let it be. Once again confirming that her cultivation method was functioning smoothly, she immersed her consciousness into the audio-visual simulation space. With the command control water, the scene transformed, and Xian Yun found herself in a realm of azure hues. Here, water is the central theme. Everything that exists is composed of water. The sky is shrouded in mist. The earth is encased in ice. The flowers, grasses, mountains, stones, and living beings are all manifestations of water. For instance, the rabbit frolicking amidst the flowers, the fish weaving through the blades of grass, and the birds soaring through the sky, all, in essence, are but a translucent mass of water. Everything is an illusion, yet it is vividly alive. The art of water manipulation hinges on the mastery of this element, for it is a testament to one's control over water. The system's tenfold effectiveness is predicated upon this principle. Such enhanced control transforms the once mundane water manipulation techniques, previously limited to daily life, into something extraordinary. The same body of water, which once could merely be condensed, now possesses the ability to be shaped into any desired form, even vaporized into mist or solidified into ice. From this point, the various attributes of water can be harnessed to devise strategies against foes. Herein lies the significance of the audiovisual simulation space. Xian Yun glanced down at herself. As always, she was a mere sphere of ordinary water. With her consciousness, she commanded the water sphere to elongate, transforming it into a small fish, which she then solidified in this state. With a flick of its tail, it melded into the surrounding environment. As she swam forward, she touched a flower, which became assimilated, falling under her control. She then brushed against a fish, which flicked its tail and followed closely behind her. Weeds, stones, rabbits, and birds, each entity was brought under her command, trailing behind her in a long procession. Even the flowers, grasses, and stones detached from the earth, swaying gently as they floated behind her. As the team extended to 30 meters in length, Xian Yun ceased her touch. Each creature behind her required a considerable amount of focus to control, and 30 meters had reached its limit. She guided the group forward at a measured pace. Time passed gradually, and the aquatic realm began to transform. The mist in the sky descended slowly, carrying an overwhelming force that cast a gray pall over their heads, blurring their vision. The Earth's ice, unbeknownst to them, had begun to sprout jagged edges, coalescing into various ice-forged weapons. Ice needles, ice cones, ice pillars, ice blades, ice swords. These weapons rose gradually, and once fully detached from the icy ground, they shot towards the sky with remarkable speed. Countless waterborne entities shattered into splashes upon being struck, freezing in their final moments. Above, the mist appeared indistinct, drifting innocently yet slowly. However, upon contact with anything beyond the fog, it unleashed an extraordinary force that swiftly eroded and assimilated, transforming the substance into a void of white mist. Xin Yen led her team, evading the ice projectiles shooting from beneath while hastening towards the areas where the mist thinned. The lengthy formation struggled against the odds. Some controlled beings were pierced by the icy weapons, transforming into ice sculptures that plummeted, while others were consumed by the mist, dissipating into white vapor as they ascended into the sky. Xin Yen remained composed. While evading, she also utilized the entities under her control to perceive the two forms of attack. Gradually, she attained a deeper understanding of these two types of water. She began to manipulate an ice weapon, altering its trajectory. She also started to command the mist, diminishing the terrifying power of erosion contained within. As time passed second by second, Xin Yen ultimately exhausted her strength, and the water-like fish vanished amidst two terrifying attacks from the heavens and the earth. The scene dissipated, only to be restored in the next moment to the initial aquatic realm. Xin Yen reappeared, transformed into a bird, soaring forward. Time flowed swiftly. After merely traversing the water world 3 times, she was compelled to depart the realm of the mind and open her eyes. Lifting her gaze, she observed the night receding. It was already the second day. Turning to her side with the intent to rouse Lu and rise herself, she discovered Lu was absent. Xin Yen fell into silence. Strange, exceedingly strange. Lu's proximity always enveloped her in a purifying aura of spiritual energy. This energy, aside from what she specifically fed Lu, was most abundantly released during her cultivation sessions. Thus, after each previous training, she had consistently spotted Lu in this very location. Yet this time, closing her eyes, Xin Yen examined her internal state. The cultivation technique had not ceased, and the little figure of her contemplative energy remained in the same posture.
Well,
As long as I confirm that the connection hasn't been severed, it is sufficient. Opening her eyes and rising, Xin Yen resolved to search for Lu. Yet, she beheld her master materializing above the lake, his expression somewhat peculiar. Xin Yen was perplexed, but she first bowed in respect. Master. Yen Qi slowly nodded, standing upon the water's surface while gazing intently at her. Just as Xin Yen could scarcely contain herself, he finally spoke. The battle yesterday. Mu Yunxiao informed me of your commendable talent in combat. However, as your master, I am not proficient in battle myself and shall refrain from demonstrating my inadequacies in this field. Later, I shall seek out someone skilled in water magic to instruct you. And now, what you are to learn is the fundamentals of artifact forging. Xin Yen nodded. Disciple is listening to master. Upon finishing her words, she witnessed Yen Qi tossing several jade talismans her way. In 1 month, memorize all of these. At that time, I shall personally test you. Understood, master. Xin Yen caught the jade talismans and observed Yen Qi turning, transforming into a radiant beam of light before vanishing. Is that it? Chapter 49, An Unusual Identity. Xin Yen felt a bit bewildered. However, upon examining the contents of the dozen jade talismans in her hand, enlightenment dawned upon her. Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Materials in the Cultivation Realm, Analysis of Artifact Forging Principles, Foundations of Artifact Forging.
indeed.
These were essential knowledge for the novice in artifact forging. Xin Yen gathered all the jade talismans and intended to seek out Yel, thereafter dedicating herself to learning, striving to achieve mastery at the earliest opportunity. Upon encountering her, AL's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly approached.
Yun Yun.
As she drew near, she eagerly took Xian Yun's hand, leading her toward the attic. Curiosity sparked within Xian Yun. As she followed, she inquired, "What awaits over there?" Yel remained silent, yet her expression betrayed an unmistakable anticipation. Thus, Xian Yun refrained from further questioning. Together, they entered the main hall of the attic, where a dining table had already been set, a bowl of steaming, creamy soup placed atop it. Xian Yun was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Yel exclaim, "Yun Yun, your cultivation has been arduous." A complex expression washed over Xian Yun's face as she recalled the past few days, reflecting on how Yel had remained in the simulated space. Considering her unusual behavior last night, her concealments, it turned out she had been preparing all of this. Alu brought her to the table and gently seated her in a chair. Subsequently, she took a seat beside her, tilting her head to gaze at her. "Yunyan, this is my first attempt at this. Please give it a try." Xian Yan inhaled deeply, dispelling her tumultuous emotions, and offered her a smile. "Thank you, Alu." Countless thoughts and myriad words ultimately coalesced into a single expression of gratitude. Xian Yan was uncertain about the intricate feelings swirling within her heart, yet, in that fleeting moment, she felt a sudden vibrancy in the world around her. It was no longer just mere text, but a tangible reality. The rich soup, upon her palate, was imbued with a transparent freshness, fish broth, seemingly infused with other ingredients as well. A wave of warmth surged abruptly from her stomach, a surge of spiritual energy emerging, which was then seamlessly absorbed by the continuously operating technique. Xian Yan paused momentarily. Was the fish, along with the other materials in the broth, composed of spiritual essence? She glanced at Alu. "Is it delicious, Yunyan? The flavor is exquisite. Have you tasted it yourself, Alu?" "It's wonderful." Alu cheerfully disregarded the latter part of her question.
I have tried it and...
She seemed on the verge of revealing something but halted abruptly, urging Xian Yan, "Yunyan, have another sip."
All right.
Xian Yan took another sip before continuing her inquiry. "By the way, Alu, where did you obtain the ingredients for this fish soup?" Alu blinked. "They were given by Yunyan's master." "I see." Xian Yan chose not to press further. However, a certain thought within her began to crystallize. Earlier, when she encountered Master Yanqi, her gaze had been distinctly peculiar, which could not escape Xian Yan's notice. Upon hearing Alu's words, it was evident that she had encountered her master and had developed a cordial relationship. The notion that Master Yanqi was intrigued by her possession of such a spirit and thus regarded her for a moment seemed plausible. However, Alu had previously mentioned that she appeared to have met Master Yanqi before. Furthermore, during her subsequent hypothetical descriptions, Alu reacted only to the terms Xianling sect and refining peak. When all these elements are considered together, Alu's identity is undoubtedly complex. Master Yanqi must possess knowledge of certain matters, such as Alu's identity and her story. Yet, it is apparent that Master Yanqi prefers to keep this information from her and has even advised Alu to conceal certain aspects. On the other hand, Xian Yan exhibited little curiosity. Since they had chosen to keep things from her, there must be valid reasons for such discretion. Not speaking nor inquiring is a form of tacit understanding. At least in this moment, she wished for Alu to simply be Alu, an innocent spirit close to her. Everything else was of little consequence. Although Alu had stirred a sense of emotion within her and clarified some matters, the tasks ahead remained unchanged. Master Yanqi had granted her a month's time. Considering the volume of material to be memorized, the situation felt somewhat pressing. Nevertheless, Xian Yan was determined. Within 2 days, she had committed all the necessary content to memory within a simulated space and spent an additional day reviewing to ensure her comprehensive understanding. Subsequently, she did not hasten to seek out Master Yanqi for the next phase of her studies. Instead, She planned to venture out and visit the male protagonist. She intended to present him with a replica of a jade talisman that she had memorized, hoping to receive a rewarding return that would further enhance her learning. By the way, take a look at that wretched creature. However, she has changed her residence and Yuchinen may still be unaware. If the opportunity arises after her arrival, she intends to take the wretched creature away. She opts to set out in the dead of night, stealthily avoiding people. Descending from the refining peak and climbing to the bamboo grove atop the sect master's peak.
Then,
Xian Yun stands hesitantly outside the bamboo grove, suddenly losing the courage to step inside. Since her transmigration, she has ventured into this grove only twice. The first time, she was captured by the male protagonist. The second time, not only was she caught by him, but also by the female protagonist. What might happen during this third visit? Xian Yun bites her lip, contemplating for a long while. Ultimately, she decides to alter her plan. The wretched creature, let it trouble the male protagonist for a few more days. Tonight, she will deliver the items, striving to avoid the risk of capture. Xian Yun raises her right hand, channeling her energy, and a bird the size of her palm is conjured. It flaps its wings and perches firmly upon her finger. Xian Yun retrieves a storage ring measuring 1 cubic meter, places a jade talisman inside, and presents it to the bird's beak. The bird bows its head and grasps the ring in its beak. With a flutter of its wings, it soars towards the heart of the bamboo grove. Xian Yun closes her eyes, her consciousness following the bird. Though small, the bird possesses considerable speed, and soon it reaches the exterior of the bamboo pavilion. At that moment, a notification from the system sounds. Ding! Gift delivered successfully. 10 copies of analysis of refining techniques recorded. 10 copies of fundamentals of weapon crafting recorded. All spiritual materials identified, stored in the backpack. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Everything proceeds smoothly. Xian Yun breathes a sigh of relief. It seems she was merely overthinking. How could she possibly be caught repeatedly? After all, the original host never encountered such misfortune. Previously, it was all mere coincidence. Xian Yun thought of that wretched creature, yet out of an abundance of caution, she refrained from fully entering the bamboo grove. However, the moment she took a step forward, the scene before her shifted dramatically. From the night-shrouded bamboo forest, she abruptly found herself enveloped in a vast expanse of whiteness. Ahead of her stood a figure, who Kwai, flanked by 3 unfamiliar beings, all regarding her with malevolent gazes. Xian Yun.
grass.
Chapter 50. Maiden, what have you endured? This place must be toxic, right? Xian Yun felt utterly speechless. Yet, in such a precarious situation, she dared not indulge in excessive negativity. Instantly, she heightened her vigilance, attuned to the sounds around her. She sensed that she had entered a realm of isolation. Here, there was no wind, no sky or earth, and not a trace of life. In other words, only 2 entities existed, herself and the unknown adversary. Xian Yun secretly summoned her spiritual energy. A delicate membrane of shimmering light blue water quietly enveloped her form. She stepped forward. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged from her left. Xian Yun hastily retreated to evade it. Simultaneously, she conjured a water blade, gripping its hilt firmly, and struck down with force. The water blade sliced effortlessly through flesh, descending until it met the void of whiteness. Yet, Xian Yun did not feel a sense of relief. For what lay within her line of sight was not a colossal entity gradually materialized, a veritable mountain of raw flesh, its constituent parts writhing incessantly, inspiring profound revulsion. Atop this grotesque mass was a figure familiar to Xian Yun. Xian Yun, long time no see. Kuei's hair was disheveled, her garments tattered, revealing pallid skin. However, only her upper body was visible, her lower torso engulfed by the fleshy mountain, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether it had vanished or become integrated with the mass. She tilted her head, gazing at Xin, a subtle gray tinge flickering in her eyes. Xin was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with shock. She abandoned any inclination to fight and began searching for an exit from the barrier. She wouldn't have feared Hu Kuei as she was before, but this abomination that was no longer human, who knew what power it possessed. She had to escape. Another burst of laughter echoed. Hu Kuei seemed to have discerned her intentions, snarling menacingly. You cannot leave. Haha, you must die today. Xin disregarded her. Her gaze swept around the surroundings before settling on a spot on the right rear side of the fleshy mountain. There, the barrier's power was weaker compared to other areas, most likely indicating the location of the gate, which had been deliberately sealed. Xin fixed her gaze on that spot and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, a fleshy tentacle lashed out, sweeping towards her. I said you cannot leave. Xin brandished her water blade, severing the tentacle while simultaneously employing her lightness technique. Dashing towards the gate, Hu Kuei flew into a rage. A piercing shriek echoed as scores of sanguinary tendrils writhed forth from the mountainous mass of flesh, lunging towards Xin's position, compelling her to abandon her advance. With a swift gesture, a curtain of water materialized 3 paces before her, bisecting the entire enchanted space. The numerous fleshy appendages collided against the aqueous barrier, causing the water to ripple and the curtain to waver precariously, yet it held, however tenuously. Xin dared not pause. Surging with spiritual power, a stream of water manifested before Hu Kuei, then cascaded into a curtain, severing all the tentacles in its path.
Ah!
A harrowing scream erupted from Hu Kuei's maw. Xin seized the opportunity, conjuring a water arrow and plunging it into her gaping mouth. The aquatic projectile pierced her tongue, exiting through the back of her skull, the force of which caused Hu Kuei's head to loll backward. For a fleeting moment, she was unresponsive, yet Xin remained vigilant. Once more, she invoked the lightness spell, accelerating her advance. Unexpectedly, the severed tentacles levitated, contorting into fleshy spheres that hurtled towards her. Undaunted, Xin pressed on. The layer of water clinging to her form expanded outward, forming a hollow sphere of water. As Xin intensified her control, the temperature of the hollow sphere plummeted, transforming it into a sphere of ice. The levitating orbs of flesh struck the icy barrier, unable to penetrate, and slid along its surface, causing negligible harm. However, they impeded Xin's forward momentum, and in such a desperate flight, velocity was paramount. She manipulated the ice shards, impaling the floating flesh globules before they could approach the ice sphere, shattering them into fragments. Subsequently, frigid spiritual energy rapidly permeated the bloody shards, transforming them into frozen morsels, which fell inertly. At last, Xin's pace quickened. Yet unexpectedly, the colossal form beneath Hu Kuei writhed and rolled, blocking the doorway with its sheer mass. At this moment, Xin was merely 10 paces away from the flesh mountain. She inhaled deeply, centering herself. First, she consumed a potion, then dissipated the accumulation of icy spikes. In front of the ice sphere, she conjured an ice drill as per her previous experiences. With her consciousness enhancing it, the drill began to spin at an alarming speed, piercing through the flesh mountain alongside Xin. Blood gushed forth, and flesh splattered everywhere as she lunged into the mass. However, a piercing scream erupted, and a terrifying demonic aura surged forth, with black light radiating outward from the flesh mountain. Upon contact with the ice drill, it was shattered instantly, followed by the ice sphere. Xin's expression shifted. She hastily retreated, repeatedly conjuring water shields in front of her to fend off the onslaught of black demonic light. After retreating several dozen steps, she managed to withstand the barrage, having lost about 10 water shields in the process. Such an assault had surpassed the chi refining stage, reaching the Foundation establishment realm. A wave of dread washed over Xianyan. She lifted her gaze to the top of the flesh mountain, where Hu Kuai-Kuai's mouth dripped with blood, her appearance ghastly. Chi refinement 7th layer. No wonder she caught the peak master's attention. You truly are cursed. With that thought, she raised her palm, unleashing a burst of demonic light aimed straight at Xianyan. She continued to conjure water shields, blocking while retreating, appearing quite beleaguered. Observing this, Hu Kuai-Kuai was filled with delight, her smile stretching from ear to ear, laughter echoing incessantly. With alternating motions of her hands, countless beams of demonic light surged forth like raindrops. Xianyan's eyelids twitched in response, as she exerted all her strength to maintain the water shields, her spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Soon, the condensation speed of the water shield slowed, and its strength began to wane. Hu Kuai-Kuai laughed heartily, writhing as she approached. Is it all over for you?
Haha.
I will slay you, ha, I will slay you. Simultaneously, the number of magical lights increased. The water shield meant to block was shattered, unable to sustain itself. Xianyan retreated hastily and called out, Do you know the purpose of a spirit artifact? Hu Kuai-Kuai paid her no mind, her eyes glinting with mockery as she gazed at Xianyan as if she were a trapped prey. She ceased utilizing the magical lights and, with her heavy body, continued to press forward. However, Xianyan smiled and, with a flick of her hand, produced a crimson sword. Infusing it with spiritual energy, she activated the spirit artifact and then casually tossed it towards her opponent. This throw was not an earnest weapon launch aimed to pierce, but rather akin to discarding an unwanted object executed with remarkable nonchalance. The crimson sword spiraled through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before descending towards Hu Kuai-Kuai. Unable to restrain herself, Hu Kuai-Kuai scoffed, You can't even wield a spirit artifact. What sort of cultivator are you? She even reached out to catch the crimson sword that had been accurately thrown before her, gripping the hilt with her right hand. However, she soon noticed the flickering light upon the sword and the cracks that had materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Hu Kuai-Kuai furrowed her brows in confusion as the fissures on the crimson sword rapidly multiplied, and then suddenly, it exploded.
Boom.
The terrifying sound reverberated through the stillness, engulfing Hu Kuai-Kuai entirely. Xianyan squinted as she observed. The aftermath of the unseen flames was shrouded in uncertainty. To ensure safety, 3 identical crimson swords were drawn forth, one after another, and hurled into the sky. The trio of swords traced exquisite arcs, descending upon the massive mound of flesh. Ignited by the flames, the swords detonated sequentially.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The fire erupted, expanding several-fold, engulfing the entire mound in its blaze. Hu Kuai-Kuai fell silent, and Xianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the items returned had yet to be sold, otherwise, they would have been used against her. How fortunate indeed! The self-detonation of these spiritual artifacts proved formidable, far surpassing the effects of ordinary talismans. She resolved to stock up on more in the future. As Xianyan pondered, she quickened her pace, circumventing the inferno-enshrouded mound and heading towards the entrance. Suddenly, the entire barrier trembled, and a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from behind. Xianyan furrowed her brow and turned to face the flames, where she beheld Hu Kuai-Kuai, charred and missing the right half of her body, crawling towards her, still aflame. Xianyan was taken aback. How could she still live on after losing half her body? You should die, Hu Kuai-Kuai screamed. Yet, perhaps due to her massive size, her speed remained slow despite her full exertion, a truth she was acutely aware of. With her arms outstretched, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from her, almost taking on it before her, a myriad of shields in hues of red, yellow, blue, and green rose up, enveloping her entirely. As the malevolent energy surged forth, it shattered the first and second shields, yet was thwarted by the third. Xian Yen felt a pang of regret. With a flick of her wrist, she produced 10 crimson talismans and glanced at Hu Kuai Kuai. Have you ever encountered a first-tier talisman with tenfold power? Hu Kuai Kuai's eyes reddened as a massive sphere of magical light coalesced in her left hand. With a vigorous swing of her arm, the sphere hurtled towards Xian Yen, its immense force causing the very fabric of space to tremble in its wake. In response, Xian Yen reluctantly withdrew 2 of the talismans from her stack of 10. One she hurled forward, colliding with the magical sphere, while the other she cast backward towards the gate of the barrier.
Boom, boom.
2 resounding explosions echoed as the fiery energy erupted, rapidly elevating the temperature in the vicinity. Xian Yen endured the searing heat, carefully discerning the outcome. The collision ahead revealed that the tenfold explosive fire talisman had triumphed, completely shattering the magical sphere, with residual power still lingering. However, the inherent flaw of talismans lay in their fixed-point targeting, rendering them inflexible. Even with remaining potency, they could no longer be directed for further assaults. At that moment, the sound of the barrier gate fracturing reached her ears. Xian Yen hastily retreated, her back colliding with the barrier. Yet, in her backward motion, her balance faltered, causing her to stumble. Just then, a hand reached out from behind, steadying her. Xian Yen regained her footing and turned to see a youth with a stern demeanor. His gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the array of defensive spiritual artifacts adorning her. He inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine, truly. I am much obliged. Senior Brother Lin," Xian Yen hastily expressed, adding a note of gratitude. Abruptly, the fragmented, person-sized barrier gate ahead was forced open from within, and a mountain of flesh engulfed in flames burst forth. Death, death. Hu Kuai Kuai lay supine upon the fleshy mass, her chest heaving violently, while incessantly muttering that single word. Demonic energy surged from her form, spreading towards the two.
Lindsay's countenance hardened.
Withdraw. As he spoke, a cyan longsword materialized in his grasp. He caressed the blade with his left-hand fingers. The cyan sword's body vanished, as if transforming into a gust of wind. With Lin Zijua raising his sword, he executed a horizontal slash. The wind, carrying countless fragments of sword energy, shattered the onrushing demonic energy, then continued unabated, enveloping the entire mountain of flesh. Aya! A piercing shriek echoed as blood and flesh splattered. Xian Yen experienced a sudden wave of nausea. Lin Zijua released his grip on the sword. The cyan blade reappeared, and under Lin Zijua's control, it fragmented into 4 sword shadows. The original sword and its shadows flew out together, halting above the fleshy mass in the center, east, south, west, and north. With spiritual energy activated, the 5 swords descended. The cyan sword pierced Hu Kuai Kuai's body, abruptly silencing her scream. The 4 sword shadows trembled incessantly, uniting with the original sword to form a rudimentary sword array, sealing the mountain of flesh within. Lin Zijua retrieved his sword and channeled spiritual energy into his disciple token. In a deep voice, he declared, "I have encountered a blood demon here." Seeing him complete the message, Xian Yen inquired with curiosity, "A blood demon?" Lin Zijua nodded. "Indeed, a form of sorcery. Are you aware that the cultivation techniques of immortals were created by the human race?"
Xin Kun not that.
In the primordial era, humans were frail, existing at the bottom of the myriad races. It was not until the progenitor of cultivation comprehended the principles of heaven and earth, thus establishing the first cultivation method, that the fate of humanity was altered, leading them step by step to ascend to the pinnacle among the myriad races. This was the first lesson learned by the original host upon entering the immortal spirit sect. Lin Zijua continued to inquire, "Do you know the origin of demonic cultivation methods?" Xian Yen was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Are not the methods of demonic cultivation crafted by humans?" Yet, The original narrative stated that whether one cultivates immortality or demonic powers, it is merely a pathway to human supremacy, without distinction. Lin Zijua's tone turned grave.
There are actually two perspectives on this.
One posits that humans created them based on the characteristics of true demons, while the other suggests they were bestowed by true demons. Xian Yun fell silent for a moment, glancing at Hu Kuai Kuai. Is this a true demon? No, Lin Zijua shook his head. True demons were eradicated by the alliance of the myriad races in ancient times. This phenomenon is a concoction of demonic cultivators seeking to resurrect true demons. Chapter 52. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Gazing at the looming mountain of flesh ahead, Xian Yun found herself at a loss for words. Although Lin Zijua had presented two theories, according to the earlier question he posed, it was evident that the methods of demonic cultivation were not of human origin. If indeed they were a gift from true demons, what kind of existence were true demons? If the actions undertaken by demonic cultivators pertain to such matters, then what of the male protagonist Yu Qinin, the future demon lord? How could he, who commands all demonic cultivators, remain oblivious to these revelations? However, does he not often proclaim that both the paths of immortality and demonic cultivation ultimately lead to the same destination, as they are both formidable practices? Xian Yen felt a tumult of emotions within her. Just not long ago, she had fervently assured her master that the male protagonist was a good person. She hesitated, unwilling to give up, and posed a question. I have heard a notion that both immortality and demonic cultivation are pursued for the sake of gaining strength, and that good and evil primarily reside within the heart. Lin Ziju was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of derision seemed to flash in his eyes. Good and evil do indeed reside within the heart. That is a valid point. However, one must comprehend that the methods of demonic cultivation exert a profound influence on the mind. Those who can maintain their true selves while cultivating the demonic arts are exceedingly rare. Xian Yen immediately shifted her perspective. The rarity is of no concern. As long as it exists, Yu Qinin is the protagonist, and what the protagonist accomplishes is precisely the exceptional case among the myriad. If Yu Qinin has already succeeded, then he can assert that there is no distinction between the paths of immortality and demonic cultivation. Is there any issue with that? There is none. Even if the cultivation method is indeed a so-called true demonic gift, the male protagonist is still undertaking righteous actions with it. However, speaking of the male protagonist, Xian Yen turned her gaze toward the bamboo grove behind her. With such a commotion, could it be that Yu Qinin is not at home? Just a moment ago, when she had sent something with the water bird, Yu Qinin had shown no reaction. As she pondered this, a group of over a dozen individuals approached on their swords, landing before the two of them. 3 elders and 11 foundation-building disciples. The group's attention first fell upon Hu Kuei Kuei, who was ensnared by the sword array, their expressions grave, before they directed their gaze toward Lin Ziju in inquiry. Lin Ziju shook his head. I was patrolling nearby when I sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from this barrier. So I came to investigate and fortuitously encountered junior sister Xian breaking through the barrier. The blood demons surged forth from the barrier, intent on causing harm, prompting me to intervene and subdue her. Upon hearing this, the group's gaze shifted to the previously overlooked Xian Yun, and their expressions transformed into something peculiar. Xian Yun blinked in confusion, then realized that she was adorned with a dozen defensive magical artifacts. She forced a smile as she gathered her artifacts, explaining, My abilities are rather limited. These are merely for self-preservation. The real question, however, is who would activate so many magical artifacts all at once? The atmosphere grew tense for a moment before an elder with a beard stepped forward, offering Xian Yun a gentle smile. You must be the newly accepted third disciple of Master Yan Qifeng, Xian Yun, correct? Yes, Xian Yun replied, raising her hand in a gesture of respect. Greetings, Master Uncle. I am Song Yugui, a contemporary disciple of your master. It would not be amiss for you to call me Master Uncle, the elder nodded, stroking his beard. He then shifted the conversation. Xian Shitsizi, could you elaborate on what transpired here? Certainly, Xian Yun began, pointing towards the bamboo grove. A short while ago, I emerged from the bamboo forest. Emerged? A voice of utter disbelief interrupted her, drawing the attention of the crowd. It belonged to a strikingly beautiful female disciple, her eyes wide with astonishment, her expression clearly conveying the words, "This is impossible." Apologies, I lost my composure, Xian Yun said, regaining her focus. I was searching for Brother Yu, but upon finding him absent, I had no choice but to leave. Upon emerging from the bamboo grove, I found myself ensnared within a barrier. This blood demon, known as Hu Kwai Kwai, had previously been embroiled in conflict with me. Xian Yun recounted the events of that day. Before continuing, I believed that matter was concluded, yet unexpectedly, she appeared, declaring her intent to kill me. My strength was insufficient to confront her directly, so I had no choice but to resist with a spiritual artifact, seeking an opportunity to shatter the barrier and escape from within. Thankfully, there was Lin Shixiang. Xian Yun cast a grateful glance at Lin Zijua. Thank you, Lin Shixiang. Lin Zijua's expression was peculiar, as the ghastly visage of the blood demon bursting forth from the barrier remained vividly etched in his memory. Song Yuguai furrowed her brow. According to your account, this Hu Kwai Kwai had not yet succumbed to darkness a month prior. She resorted to demonic transformation over such a trivial matter, specifically to ambush you? Xian Yun sighed heavily. I, too, am perplexed. Even now, I cannot fathom why I, alongside you Shixiang, would provoke her ire. Song Yuguai and the others fell into silence, evidently in agreement. It was Lin Zijua who spoke next. Much malice arises without reason. There is no need to become entangled in the underlying motives. The crux of this matter lies not in its origins, but rather in how Hu Kwai Kwai transformed into a blood demon. Blood demons are the byproducts of the rituals performed by demonic cultivators to resurrect true demons. Due to their capacity to enhance power, they are preserved for the creation of formidable blood demon entities. This transformation from human to demon necessitates the support of demonic energy from a cultivator. As the conversation reached this point, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Song Yuguai inhaled deeply. I shall promptly report this matter to the sect leader, Elders Wang and Zhao. Please take the disciple and confine this blood demon in the sect's prison. Additionally, consult with the elders there to see if they can extract any information. Hu Kwai Kwai harbors a grudge against you, and her actions should stem from her own volition. However, this barrier may have been established by that demonic cultivator to avoid drawing undue attention. Now that the situation has been exposed, that demonic cultivator may unjustly seek vengeance upon you, placing you in peril.
Xin Jan note that for Ventin.
I understand. In truth, beyond the concerns expressed by Song Yuguai, Xian Yan harbored an additional worry. The ambush orchestrated by Hu Kwai Kwai may not be entirely her own design. The mastermind behind the incident involving Li Qing is similarly connected to demonic forces. Given that both are demons, might there be a connection between the two? Or could they indeed be manifestations of the same faction? If this faction became aware of her knowledge regarding their schemes against the male protagonist, they would naturally desire to eliminate her swiftly. At that moment, Hu Kwai Kwai appeared. With motives to eliminate her, the faction might have intervened, transforming Hu Kwai Kwai into a blood demon and setting a trap to orchestrate her demise. Thus, even if the truth were to surface, all would presume that Hu Kwai Kwai sought her death, rather than the underlying demonic forces behind the plot. Xian Yan could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Yet, soon after, a sense of suspicion emerged. She concealed everything to avoid revealing the fact that she had administered a poisoned pill to the male protagonist. Why, then, did these demonic cultivators shroud their true intentions with such caution? Were they also fearful of being discovered for poisoning the male protagonist? Chapter 53. Where has brother Yu gone? Xin Yun pondered deeply. The current male protagonist still held the script of a righteous genius, while the demonic faction remained oblivious to his possession of the demon lord's memories. Thus, the objective of the demonic cultivators was merely to deal with the prodigious talent of a celestial path. Were they attempting to extinguish a future threat in its infancy? This notion held a semblance of logic. Yet, genius was not exclusive to Yuchinen alone. Suddenly, Xin Yun's thoughts stumbled, giving rise to a conjecture. Could it be that the demonic cultivators were simultaneously targeting multiple geniuses, with Yuchinen merely being one among many? Perhaps this was why they feared exposure, as it might implicate others through Yuchinen. Xin Yun was uncertain. Indeed, all of this was merely speculation, lacking any means of verification. Her mind in disarray, Xin Yun felt a tinge of melancholy. This sorrow manifested on her countenance, leading those around her to believe she was merely worried about being pursued by the demonic cultivators, which they could comprehend. Song Yuguai glanced at Lin Zijua and said, "All right." Lin Zijua nodded in agreement and then turned his gaze towards Xin Yun. She did not hesitate but took her position behind him. The flying sword ascended, swiftly extending to a height of several dozen meters. Is he truly not here? Where could the male protagonist possibly be at this late hour? The journey was silent. Lin Zijua controlled the sword at a leisurely pace, escorting Xin Yun to the lakeside of Yunchang. As Xin Yun expressed her gratitude and prepared to part ways, Lin Zijua finally spoke, his tone still frosty. Do not worry too much. Once the entire sect moves into action, the demonic cultivators will be too preoccupied with their own safety to take any risks here. Xin Yun cast him a surprised glance before smiling and replying, I understand. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Zijua turned and departed. Xin Yun stepped onto the surface of the lake, heading towards Moji Island. As for the matter of the demonic cultivator, she could only hope that her concerns were unfounded. Upon returning to the small island, she activated the array and made her way step by step to the loft. Suddenly, she received a consciousness transmission from a green. Yun, it seems like someone. I can't quite discern. It feels like there is, yet also like there isn't. Xin Yun paused in her stride, sensing that this situation felt oddly familiar. But now, Master Yan Qi no longer needed to seek her out in such a manner. Could it be that demonic cultivator? Having failed in their ambush earlier, were they now here to intercept her? Xin Yun felt a bit numb, but dared not make any rash movements. She entered the loft, walked into the bedroom, climbed onto the bed, assumed a meditative posture, closed her eyes, and feigned ignorance of her surroundings. She remained vigilant in the shadows. The room was silent, with no one appearing. A quarter of an hour passed, then 2, then 3. Still no one. Xin Yun gradually found it challenging to maintain her heightened state of alertness, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Could it be that a green had misperceived? As this thought crossed her mind, the drowsiness deepened, deeper still, until gradually her head began to droop. A green's voice then echoed in her mind. Yun, do not sleep, you must not sleep, he has come out, he. A green's voice abruptly ceased, and Xin Yun was jolted awake. She maintained her drowsy posture, remaining cautious of her surroundings. Someone approached, inching closer, finally stopping at the bedside. Xin Yun sensed neither demonic energy nor spiritual aura. It seemed as though this person had done nothing. No, their breathing appeared somewhat hurried. Xin Kun. She no longer feigned pretense. With a sudden lift of her head, icy determination enveloped her fist as she struck with ferocity. Bang! The individual before her was caught off guard, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered several steps back. However, Xin Yun was momentarily stunned. You, brother you? Yu Chinan's appearance was far from favorable. His clothing was wrinkled, hair disheveled, and sweat dampened the strands at his temples, while his complexion was pale and his eyes were marred with bloodshot veins. He clutched his chest, taking a couple of heavy breaths, and when he raised his gaze, it locked with Xianyan's. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, and Yuchinen's expression grew somewhat stiff. As Xianyan's eyes began to reflect a growing sense of bewilderment, he swallowed hard and produced all the items she had previously given him, both overtly and covertly. I have come to return these. Xianyan, taken aback, thought to herself, I can hardly believe you. Must one return items in the dead of night? Is it necessary to sneak into the room of the original owner? Should one be this anxious after being caught? Her mind was a tangled mess of confusion. She gazed, and gazed, and gazed. Suddenly, her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. She was the devoted admirer, and here was the object of her affection presenting himself willingly. What should she do? Her guiding principle was to steadfastly maintain her role as the devoted admirer, correct? Thus, leaning against the edge of the bed, she inquired, Brother Yu, may I ask you a small question? Have you perhaps been under the influence of some sort of drug? After Yuchinen explained the reason for his visit, he awaited Xianyan's reaction. Observing her incredulous expression, he subtly tightened his grip on the fabric of his sleeve, only to be taken aback by her sudden remark. He was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, What kind of medicine? Xianyan lowered her gaze, feeling a touch of embarrassment. It's, well, that kind of medicine. Yuchinen's thoughts momentarily stalled, and he hurriedly refuted, I don't have any. After uttering those words, he paused for a brief moment, his eyes reflecting disapproval as he looked at Xianyan. What on earth have you been thinking all day? Xianyan blinked innocently. If senior brother hadn't been thinking about such things, how would you know what I was referring to? Yuchinen fell silent, gradually averting his gaze, his expression betraying a lingering awkwardness. Xianyan couldn't help but laugh. She leaped off the bed, approached him, and rather unceremoniously pinched the fabric of Yuchinen's clothes between her thumb and forefinger, lifting it slightly. Glancing at her empty fingers, she continued, Senior brother, just look at your attire and your appearance. It's no wonder I would think such things. Yuchinen glanced down, a faint blush creeping to his ears. He quickly cast a cleaning spell on himself and began to tidy up his attire. Xianyan observed with great interest. She then slowly stepped closer to Yuchinen. Actually, Senior brother, if you truly were affected by any sort of medicine, it wouldn't be a problem. I could. I don't. Yuchinen reiterated vehemently. I merely went through a battle and sustained some injuries, which is why I look like this. Don't let your imagination run wild. And also, refrain from speaking such nonsense. Xianyan tilted her head, finishing her thought. I could help senior brother find an antidote. Chapter 54. Is it possible that he does not despise her? Yuchinen's expression momentarily froze, and then the faint blush at the back of his ears gradually spread to his entire neck. He lowered his head. I apologize. It's my fault. Yes. I overthought it. I am truly sorry. Xianyan blinked. She admitted to having some intentionality behind her actions, yet she had not anticipated Yuchinen's apology. This earnestness rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, making it difficult to continue their playful banter. Thus, she opted to change the subject. Senior brother, you mentioned you were injured? How serious is it? Yuchinen momentarily escaped from his awkward predicament and shook his head. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Xianyan clearly disbelieved him. Even though Yuchinen had tidied up his appearance, his pale complexion and shortness of breath indicated otherwise. She produced a healing elixir and offered it to him. Senior brother, set everything else aside and tend to your injury first. Yuchinen did not accept it. His gaze lingered on her fingertips for a second or two before drifting away. The injury is not severe. You need not worry. He then placed the items he had previously retrieved into Xianyan's hands. I hadn't examined the gifts you provided until recently, and now I realize just how many resources they contain. Keep them for yourself and use them wisely to enhance your strength. After all, strength is paramount. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qinin produced a white female soft armor and draped it over Xian Yun's arm. Before my last challenge against Ding Yi, I used your healing elixir. So consider this 4th-tier defensive spirit artifact as a token of gratitude. It possesses the ability to self-recharge and activate passively. While it may not compare to the one Master Yan Qifeng gifted you, having an additional piece is certainly beneficial. As the words fell, Xian Yun cast a rather peculiar gaze upon him. Yu Qinin bit his lip, attempting to elaborate. Those elixirs must be quite precious, right? They appeared to be several commonly seen 1st-tier potions, yet their potency was magnified many times over. An apology from Ding Yi would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus this senior brother. This time, Yu Qinin did not retreat. Consequently, Xian Yun tilted her head back, feeling his breath, which bore a hint of ardor. She smiled. You may regard these as tokens of my affection and sentiment. These two cannot. She distanced herself slightly. Since you say so, I shall refrain from taking them. With that, she turned away, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, leaving only her voice behind. I shall take my leave. Do rest well. Xian Yun's words of entreaty went unvoiced, for he had already vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, she cautiously called out to the system. The surroundings fell into silence, with no response from the system. It was only when Xian Yun began to feel anxious that the system finally made its appearance. The items successfully gifted have been transferred to the target, who possesses the autonomy to make decisions. Xian Yun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, our system is quite reasonable. With that matter resolved, she carelessly stuffed the items into her storage ring, her expression growing serious. What on earth was Yu Qinin doing? To intrude upon her chamber in the dead of night and render her unconscious. This certainly did not seem like the conduct of one with honorable intentions. Although Yu Qinin vehemently denied any ill intent and had already departed, Xian Yun could not shake the peculiar sensation of her innocence being coveted, leading her to entertain some audacious speculations. Could it be that the male protagonist does not harbor as much disdain for her as originally portrayed in the text? Upon reflection, whether through the original owner's memories or her own experiences since her arrival, it seems that his demeanor can at most be described as rather unsatisfactory. Yu Qinin has never inflicted any substantive harm upon her. He mostly opts for avoidance, and when avoidance is impossible, he resorts to admonishments and warnings. If those fail, he simply storms off in anger. He often threatens that should there be a next time, he would take action, yet when the moment comes, he merely turns away with a scowl. Such a level of tolerance is quite extraordinary. Previously, she assumed that his attitude stemmed from kindness and politeness. But as Tang Xiaobang aptly pointed out, even good people have their limits.
Never mind.
She had never doubted this before. However, the situation has changed. Yu Qinin recently gifted her a piece of women's armor.
Women's armor, mind you.
It is inconceivable that Yu Qinin would procure such a thing for himself, only to pass it on to her as a token of gratitude for the elixirs. Moreover, Xian Yun lifted the armor and modeled it in front of herself. It fits perfectly. Goodness, did he purchase this specifically for her? Xian Yan's eyelids twitched. She truly does not believe that Ding Yi's 100 mid-grade spirit stones could possibly outweigh the value of her few elixirs. It seems as though Yu Qinin concocted a flimsy excuse merely to present her with a gift. So, is it possible that the male protagonist harbors feelings for her? After all, this body possesses considerable beauty and has been the object of fervent pursuit for an entire year. Perhaps, despite the superficiality of such emotions, he himself has yet to realize it, and in a moment of vulnerability, unconsciously found his way here. No. Such thoughts are far too audacious.
It cannot be.
Xin Yun composed herself. For her, The system was her refuge, and to utilize it, she could not do without the male protagonist. Thus, she reluctantly embraced the persona of a devoted admirer. Yet, this persona was merely a facade. She harbored no genuine intentions towards the male lead. Therefore, regardless of the authenticity of the circumstances, she could not allow the situation to spiral out of control. A change was imperative. For instance, she could facilitate the emotional development between the male and female leads while remaining ensconced in the unrequited role of the devoted admirer. However, she must tread lightly, otherwise, she would find herself devoid of any gifts to offer in the future. Within the Xianling sect, it appeared that only Yunxiyu held significance. Well, as long as the male protagonist was fond of her. Xinyun furrowed her brow, meticulously devising a plan. Meanwhile, outside the attic, Yu Qinan had not departed. After confirming that Xinyun had not pursued him, he stealthily approached the corner of the exterior wall near her bedroom, leaning against it and hunching his form. A gray-black aura erupted from his body, rendering his complexion even more ashen. Yu Qinan hastily sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to suppress the dual-colored radiance. Yet, he sensed the emergence of two figures before him. Raising his gaze, he beheld a stunning woman, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury, seemingly wishing to annihilate him, but was restrained by a middle-aged man beside her. Yu Qinan's expression darkened. "Master." The middle-aged man wore a gentle smile. "Let us converse." Chapter 55. Identification of Spiritual Materials. A blood demon had appeared within the sect. This news swiftly spread throughout the sect by the following morning, prompting all elders and disciples to spring into action, investigating and searching for clues related to the demonic cultivator. The entire sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. Everyone was eager to resolve the issues, hoping to restore the sect to its former tranquility. However, these matters were of no concern to Xian Yan. On the following morning, she found a place to sit and began to study the materials she had obtained from the system the previous night. After trading several recorded jade slips, she had acquired over 100, which Xian Yan could only deem unsurprising. During her last exchange of techniques and spells, she had already discovered that the likelihood of receiving knowledge in this category based on its quality was exceedingly low. The reason for this was likely its preciousness. Alchemical tools and talismans could be produced by a skilled individual with a reasonable investment of time, but techniques, spells, and various synthesizing knowledge could not be accomplished by one person alone. Most of this knowledge had been refined and optimized over generations, resulting in a less-than-perfect outcome presented to them at this moment. Therefore, Xian Yan approached this endeavor with a sense of chance. The results proved her luck was not lacking. The comprehensive guide to spiritual materials had triggered a critical success, manifesting an entity known as complete identification of spiritual materials. Xian Yan now intended to experiment with it. Opening her system backpack, she noticed that the entity appeared to be merely a meaningless orb of white light. With a thought, she extracted it, and a sphere of white light materialized before her, lingering momentarily in the air before swiftly darting into her eyes. Instinctively, Xian Yan shut her eyes. Trusting the system, she remained calm and focused on her sensations. A refreshing sensation coursed through her eyes, and her mind seemed to clear considerably. Subsequently, there were no further sensations. Xian Yan opened her eyes and looked around, surveying her surroundings. Aside from a slight enhancement in clarity of vision, no other changes occurred. As she focused her thoughts, a surge of information flooded her mind. The essence of all spiritual materials became discernible through her eyes, rendering it rather comprehensible. Xian Yan concentrated her gaze on a particular grass ahead, and an information box materialized. Weed containing faint spiritual energy. Xian Yan blinked and shifted her gaze to other flora. Flower containing faint spiritual energy. A rather aesthetically pleasing flower containing faint spiritual energy. a hideously unattractive grass containing faint spiritual energy, Xin. It seems something is gradually amiss. However, after this series of tests, Xin couldn't suppress her excitement. This device is precisely the essential information flow for protagonists to uncover hidden treasures, right? No matter how obscure a treasure is, it cannot evade the protagonist's all-seeing eyes. They are omniscient. A smile crept across Xin's lips as she eagerly conducted another experiment, directing her gaze upon herself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and an information box slowly emerged. A mere practitioner at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Xin. What's the meaning of this? Did the 7th level of Qi cultivation offend you? And what with the exclamation mark? Are you exclaiming about your grandparent? Xin took a deep breath, exhaled, and turned to address the system. System, let us discuss this. If we are to return, could we refrain from these peculiar additions? A reflective cultivation technique and a disparaging information flow about the host. Could you not be so outrageous? The system's voice remained calm. No, that's unnecessary. Xin forced a chuckle.
It was merely a jest, dear system. Please do not take it to heart.
You may continue your silent observation. Although these peculiar objects possess distinct characteristics, their utility remains undeniably powerful. To calm her emotions, Xin directed her gaze towards a nearby stone. After a 5-second pause without any reaction, she gained a fundamental understanding of her new spiritual material. The emphasis lies in the word spirit. When flora and fauna are infused with spiritual energy, they are classified as spiritual materials for distinction. Although cultivators are not materials per se, they too embody spiritual power, thus can be regarded as spiritual materials for the purpose of identification. However, stones, for instance, despite being situated in an environment rich in spiritual energy, are rarely permeated by it. Lacking spiritual energy, they do not qualify as spiritual materials and cannot be identified as such. This realization was indeed formidable, stirring within Xin an excitement she struggled to contain, prompting thoughts of venturing outside for potential discoveries. Oh, but she could not go out. Gradually regaining her composure, Xin resolved to pass the time through cultivation. She entrusted her spiritual training to her techniques while immersing herself in a simulated space to practice water manipulation. Thus, the morning slipped away in this serene exercise. At noon, Xin rose and made her way to the attic. For several days, a green had prepared her meals, and Xin had grown accustomed to pausing her training at mealtime to relish the delicious food, discarding the tasteless fasting pills deep within her storage ring. Upon entering the attic, she was taken aback to find not only a green but also her master present at the dining table. Xin paused momentarily before approaching to pay her respects. Master. Yanqi nodded and picked up his chopsticks. Please sit and eat. We shall talk afterwards. Understood. At the dining table, the presence of an elder prompted Xin to temper her demeanor, while Lu appeared unperturbed, cheerfully rising to serve the dishes, exuding evident delight. This was precisely why Xin permitted her to oversee the daily meals. Thus, the midday repast unfolded. Xin swiftly employed her water manipulation skills to address the dishwashing dilemma before accompanying Master Yanqi to the lakeside outdoors. Master Yanqi radiated an aura of tranquility, displaying neither sorrow nor joy. Xin sensed an underlying matter and attentively listened as Yanqi spoke. Have you memorized the materials I provided you?
I have,
she replied earnestly. Yanqi paused, unable to suppress a glance in her direction. Are you certain? Xin nodded with determination. I am indeed certain. In response, Yanqi furrowed his brow, seemingly vexed. Very well. Since you are confident, I shall test you now. What is the nature of the earth flame gallbladder? What are its characteristics? In what environments does it thrive, and what is its application in the crafting of spiritual tools? The earth flame gallbladder manifests as a sphere of red and yellow hues, characterized by its substantial stability. It predominantly arises in volcanic craters and is commonly utilized in the creation of defensive spiritual instruments. Now, regarding the thousand-year snow, although it bears the name snow, it is, in fact, a type of stone, named for the snowflake patterns on its surface, which take a millennium to form, hence its designation. Externally, it appears as the white fairy. The white fairy is a type of lotus-like spiritual material that only flourishes within spirit energy pools. The crafting of storage rings, and the essential techniques for forging fire-type spiritual instruments. Y and Q posed a series of inquiries, totaling dozens, each pertaining to the content of the jade slips. However, X and YN responded to each question with swiftness and precision. The anger that once graced YNQ's visage dissipated, giving way to perplexity. She had allotted a month for this task, for the wealth of knowledge was extensive and intricate, requiring at least 20 days for a thorough review. Yet, how could this be mere days later? Chapter 56. Teaching you to battle, what had her master said back then? Remarkable. Truly deserving of being his disciple. A rare genius among thousands. And what of this individual beside her? Y and Q felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Quietly, she summoned the spiritual material for comprehensive discernment. Quickly cling to the thigh. X and YN. Y and Q suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp.
X en Y en offred ader Y log.
Master. Y and Q furrowed her brow. The disciple has taken note.
X en Y en astili noded.
Committing the lesson to memory, and then listened as Y and Q continued. Since all that I have entrusted to you has been duly noted, I shall commence your formal instruction in weapon forging starting tomorrow. As for this afternoon, I will first teach you the art of combat. Y and Q's voice took on a slightly cold tone, causing X and YN to look over in astonishment. Was it not said that she was unskilled in battle? A knowing glance from Y and Q pierced through. When I instructed you to memorize, you ventured out to others' quarters at night and even encountered the blood demon in a skirmish. Considering that you have indeed internalized all knowledge, I shall overlook your nocturnal escapade. However, your restless nature necessitates that you learn the ways of battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, I genuinely fear that my disciple, after a few days, might find himself attending a funeral. Xin Yun lowered her head, feeling guilty. Disciple acknowledges my mistake. In response, Yan Qi merely snorted coldly, stepping forward to tread upon the surface of the lake. Xin Yun, however, lacked such formidable abilities. She concentrated her energy to conjure a large fish beneath her feet, following Yan Qi's lead. I have suppressed both my spiritual awareness and energy to below the foundation establishment level. Henceforth, unleash your most powerful techniques, your self-proclaimed most effective combat methods, and attack me with full force. Xin Yun hesitated slightly, only to see Yan Qi furrow his brow once more. What are you waiting for? Are you hoping your adversary will strike first and seize the initiative? Yan Qi's tone was inexplicably laced with a hint of gritted teeth, and Xin Yun concluded that something was indeed amiss. Her master must have been provoked to specifically come and teach her combat. Could it be related to that blood demon from last night? Or perhaps that hidden demonic cultivator? As Xin Yun pondered, she commenced the battle. Her own spiritual energy swiftly dispersed, capturing the moisture in the air, enhancing her focus, and manifesting it in the form of mist. In an instant, the surface of the lake was shrouded in a thick blanket of white fog. Observing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yan Qi's eyes. Yet his words did not cease. Regardless of who the enemy is, and no matter what connections they may have with you, should they display any ill intent, do not hesitate, strike without mercy. Xin Yun seemed to grasp this lesson. She concealed herself within the mist, gathering her strength in the shadows, and simultaneously inquired, "Master, did you encounter brother you last night?" Yan Qi narrowed his eyes. "What is the purpose of conjuring this mist? Conceal yourself."
What are you doing now?
"Speaking out. Revealing your presence?" As the words fell, a swirling mass of crimson flames materialized from thin air, darting rapidly towards the source of the sound. However, to One's surprise, the flames dissipated into the void. The voice lingered, yet the figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a water vortex mixed with ice surged in from the opposite direction, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. A clever feint. Yan Qi raised an eyebrow, simultaneously gathering flames to counter the assault while offering praise. Well done. Beneath the orange flames, the icy water vortex was obliterated into nothingness. Yan Qi spoke calmly.
Proceed.
Thus, Xian Yan, shrouded in the mist of water, commenced her age-old combat tactics. Yan Qi, initially composed, gradually transformed into a state of astonishment. It was not until half a stick of incense had burned that Xian Yan continued to cast spells from the shadows, showing no intention of revealing her form, prompting him to call an end to the duel. Yan Qi regarded her with an unusual gaze. "What you just employed is indeed the water manipulation technique spoken of by Mu Yunxiao." "Indeed," Xian Yan affirmed. Yan Qi nodded. "In that case, I shall refrain from seeking out your master in water manipulation. Devote yourself to practice. This technique will prove invaluable in the future." "I understand, master." The recent bout had lasted a considerable duration. Have you discerned where your shortcomings lie? Insufficient cultivation, Yan Qi responded solemnly. In sparring, or when facing those weaker than yourself. You may compensate for this shortcoming with medicinal pills, but what if your adversary is of equal strength or vastly superior? They will not grant you the luxury of time to ingest a pill. Xian Yan deeply resonated with the sentiment. In her confrontation with Huang Yi, she realized her spiritual power was insufficient, necessitating the consumption of a medicinal pill. In the true essence of combat, her cultivation level would undoubtedly become a critical vulnerability for her adversaries. Therefore, moving forward, it was imperative to focus her training on enhancing her cultivation, as this was the foundation of warfare. Yan Qi emphasized. Xian Yan nodded earnestly, only to observe Yan Qi already striding towards the center of the lake. Today's lesson concluded here. Tomorrow morning, I shall return to instruct you in the art of fire manipulation. Is your fire manipulation akin to your water manipulation?
Xin Kun.
They are indeed similar, yet I am not as proficient with fire as I am with water. I am merely a novice. In her quest to swiftly attain combat capability, she opted not to practice the 3 arts of water, wood, and fire simultaneously, but rather chose to delve deeply into one. Yan Qi fell silent. If they are alike, perhaps the fire manipulation need not be taught. What, then, is the purpose of her being a master? She remained silent. You should prepare a room as you Qinin. We'll need to stay for a few days. Xian Yan. What on earth? Chapter 57. Did I guess right? Surely, I must have misheard. You did not mishear. As if aware of her current thoughts, Yan Qi's voice resonated, providing clarity. Xian Yan nearly lost her balance on the large fish beneath her, stumbling into the lake. So, this was the reason for Yan Qi's sudden instruction in combat? Yet, a question arose. If there were concerns, why agree to Yu Qinin's arrival? Master, this is quite unprincipled. Xian Yan silently protested, becoming increasingly flustered. What should I do? Suddenly, she felt her innocence was at stake. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, causing Xian Yan's hair to become disheveled. Yet it also brought a moment of clarity. The issue seemed quite significant. Could it be that her words had an impact, facilitating a cordial exchange between the two parties, thus successfully realizing her previous aspirations? Subsequently, the sect sacrificed her, binding her to the male lead as if she were a mere tether. With a sharp slap to her forehead, Xian Yun winced in pain, rubbing the spot, feeling utterly disheartened. This was the consequence of meddling and speaking out of turn. She had unwittingly ensnared herself in the situation. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone, and Xian Yun paused, slowly lowering her hand from her forehead, gazing silently in that direction. Yu Qin and appeared somewhat awkward.
I
have come to express my gratitude. Xian Yun remained silent, berating herself for her own folly. Amidst her silence, Yu Qin and regained his composure. The matter of you speaking up for me was mentioned by Sect Master Yan Qifeng. Thank you for placing such trust in me. Indeed, indeed. Xian Yun's heart felt a chilling sensation. She tentatively inquired, was it last night? Yes. This is a good thing. The developments have taken an unexpected turn, leaving one at a loss for how to proceed. Then let us embrace our roles. Xian Yun beamed radiantly. With this, the rift between Brother Yu and the sect would be entirely bridged, uniting them as one family. In the future, should any issues arise, the sect would stand as a steadfast support for Brother Yu. Therefore, brother, you ought to feel even more elated. However, it is indeed beneficial that the male lead remains untainted by demonic influences. Seizing this opportunity to instill some virtues of the sect in him is quite necessary. She leaned in closer, grasping Yu Qinan's arm. Come, let us go to my island. In truth, I do not mind at all. My senior brother can stay as long as he wishes. Xian Yun spoke, her words laced with a hint of shyness. Yu Qinan immediately felt a sense of unease. He gently yet firmly pushed her hand away and explained, Rest assured, junior sister, it shall not exceed 5 days.
Ah.
Such a brief period. Xian Yun's face fell with disappointment, yet internally, she sighed in relief, grateful that it would not be long. She then shifted the conversation. By the way, what prompted my senior brother to seek refuge at Yunshang Lake? I mentioned to you yesterday that I was injured in battle. The adversary I faced was a golden core demon cultivator concealed within the sect. Although I was defeated and forced to flee, I managed to obtain valuable clues, which I reported to the sect last night.
What?
The male protagonist was merely injured last night and not anything else? Xian Yun could not suppress her surprise. However, she noticed Yu Qinan turning to her, his expression grave. The one who transformed Hu Kuai into a blood demon to harm you will undoubtedly face retribution.
Oh.
Xian Yun nodded, signaling her understanding. Yu Qinan continued, My injuries have yet to heal, and I require a place to recuperate, but my residence. You should comprehend the implications. Furthermore, my conflict with the demon cultivator has bred enmity. It is possible that he may seek vengeance in desperation. And you too carry the risk of being targeted by the demon cultivator. Thus, after some deliberation with my master, I have been sent to stay with you for a few days, both for convenience and protection. As Yu Qinan spoke, a hint of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to halt his words and respectfully bow to Xian Yun. I shall be troubling you for the next few days, dear junior sister. Xian Yun quickly assisted him to his feet. There is no need for such formality, brother. Even without these reasons, in a place where I hold authority, you are welcome to come and go as you please. Xian Yun spoke earnestly, yet Yu Qinan displayed a look of disagreement. Junior sister, in such private quarters, it is best not to allow unfamiliar faces unless absolutely necessary. But you are not a stranger, brother. Yu Qinan fell silent, diverting his gaze. Observing this, Xian Yun astutely shifted the topic. What clues have you uncovered? Are you aware of the intentions behind the infiltration of those demonic cultivators into our sect? Yes, I am aware. Yu Qinan's eyes dimmed momentarily before he concealed his emotions. Those demonic cultivators have secretly administered demonic blood poison to the new generation of disciples within our sect, planting seeds of malevolence. Xian Yun paused, clearly taken aback by the weight of this revelation. Did she guess correctly? Have the demonic cultivators truly selected multiple prodigies to poison? Is the male protagonist merely one among them? And did he discover that he is part of the process of administering the poison to him? As thoughts of the several vials of poison nestled deep within her storage ring surfaced, Xin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just then, Yu Qinan spoke again. Within the sect, numerous core disciples have already fallen victim to the scheme. Had it not been for our unexpected encounter, we might have remained oblivious to the impending crisis. Xin gradually halted her advance. So many have succumbed? Yet the original narrative does not allude to such occurrences. Instead, it depicts the male protagonist returning as the demon lord after a decade, facing opposition from a faction within the Xianling sect, while simultaneously garnering the support of another faction. After resolving numerous dissenters, he swiftly assumes control over the entire sect. Could it be that those supporters are, in fact, the seeds of malevolence planted at this very moment? What is it? Yu Qinan paused alongside her. Xin inhaled deeply, her expression grave as she turned to him. Senior brother, I must confess a grave error. She produced the toxic pills from her palm and extended them towards him. It was only over a month ago that I discovered the pills I sent you were flawed. Chapter 58. An urgent matter. Xin had always intended to conceal the existence of the toxic pills from the protagonist, but now, her perspective had shifted. The truth cannot be hidden indefinitely. Secrecy leads to calamity. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity and lay everything bare, thereby preemptively addressing future troubles. Yu Qinan gazed at the somewhat familiar vial of pills, momentarily taken aback, before he inquired. Xin nodded, unable to suppress her unease. The pills before us, whether obtained through sect allocation or purchased with funds, were entrusted to another for assistance. I had never doubted her integrity before, which is why I failed to detect the issue until just over a month ago. I am truly sorry, Senior Brother Yu. She earnestly apologized and then cautiously gazed at Yu Qinan, only to see his brows curve into a gentle smile. You can trust me without reservation regarding the matter of possession, so how could I possibly doubt you? Is it your neighbor? The same Li Qing from our last mission? Xin nodded, her fingers lightly pinching the pill bottle. Regarding the last task, I lied about that. It's all right. If it weren't for the recent conspiracy of the demonic cultivators coming to light, the matter of the poison pills would indeed be difficult to explain. Then, Senior Brother, will you hold it against me? Not at all, Yu Qinan replied with unwavering conviction. With his answer, the heavy stone that had been lodged in Xin's heart finally fell away, and she beamed at him with genuine warmth. At last, the narrative twist had been resolved, her reputation restored, and she had escaped the grim fate of the antagonist. Xin took hold of the male lead and hurried towards the island. Come on. Senior Brother Yu, I'll show you the rooms. Choose a place you like, and I'll help you arrange it. Once it's set up, it will be yours. And you can come and stay whenever you wish. The inevitable fate had been altered. Now, only the matter of emotions remained. Although she had made a slight miscalculation regarding this aspect, it was not a significant issue. As long as she played the role of the devoted admirer and firmly advanced the romantic storyline between the protagonists, any emotional dilemmas could be effortlessly resolved. Xin had confidence in this. Despite the addition of one more person on the island, Xin's life did not change drastically. Yu Qinan needed to recuperate. After she had arranged the room, he expressed his gratitude and retreated to cultivate in solitude. Xin had no objections and turned her attention to her own affairs. As Master Yan Qi remarked, her primary concern lies within her cultivation. Yet, there exists little recourse. Consuming medicinal herbs and diligently practicing her techniques are the only avenues available to Xin. The rest must be entrusted to the passage of time. After a brief moment of settling, Xin turned her attention to the simulation space to practice the fire control technique. Much like the water control technique, the audiovisual simulation space conjured a realm of fire, allowing Xin Yen to embody a being of flame, to comprehend, assimilate, and experience. Thus, despite the brief duration and the nascent stage of her practice, Xin Yan's gains were not insignificant. The following morning, when Master Yan Qi arrived for assessment, she presented a satisfactory performance. Yan Qi refrained from further commentary, seemingly accustomed to this. She left behind 3 engraved jade slips containing the essential points for refining spiritual materials, the shaping of fire techniques, and the infusion of spiritual energy into artifacts, along with various foundational materials for artifact forging, instructing Xin Yen to explore them independently before hastily departing. Xin Yen understood, given the significant upheaval caused by a demonic cultivator within the sect. It was only natural for her master, as the leader of a peak, to be preoccupied, focusing on her cultivation. Aside from memorizing the 3 engraved jade slips, she dedicated herself to the fire control technique. Thus, 3 days elapsed. As Yu Qin and had yet to conclude his seclusion, Xin Yen decided to withdraw from her own cultivation. With the male protagonist still present, it was imperative to prioritize her dealings. On the morning of the 4th day, after confirming that Yu Qin and's door remained firmly shut, she stealthily approached the island's side. It was not long before Mu Yunxiao arrived, accompanied by a plump young man, stepping lightly upon the water. Xin Yen produced a table, chairs, and tea with a flourish. "Come, senior sister Mu, junior brother Tang. Let us sit and converse." Mu Yunxiao's expression remained tranquil as he filled 3 cups with tea before Xinyun could make a move. However, Tang Jing, the chubby boy, felt somewhat disheartened. Why, he pondered, must the esteemed master of the refining peak invite guests in such a furtive manner? Although he was quite delighted to receive an invitation through the disciple token from Xinyun, the prospect of visiting the legendary Yushang Lake, a place he previously deemed beyond his reach, now seemed feasible due to the newfound success of his less-than-reputable friends. To his surprise, Xinyun had instructed him to enter discreetly, which left Tang Jing sighing in resignation. Xinyun, noticing his thoughts, clicked her tongue lightly and remarked, "If you are not afraid of attracting the attention of demonic cultivators, I could arrange a welcoming ceremony right here." Tang Jing's face broke into a sheepish smile as he quickly replied, No, you know me. I was merely contemplating." Once he settled into a seat, Xinyun lifted her teacup in a gesture of respect.
"Tan siêu xì xinh."
"I must sincerely express my gratitude for your assistance with the previous task." "Oh, not at all," Tang Jing hastily interjected, pressing down Xinyun's hand along with the teacup. "I was merely a messenger. The credit truly belongs to Brother Yu." After a brief pause, he leaned closer to Xinyun, lowering his voice. "Speaking of Brother Yu, I have a suspicion that he may harbor some feelings for you." Xinyun blinked in surprise and leaned in closer as well. "What makes you say that?" Tang Jing's gaze shifted towards Mu Yunxiao, signaling to Xinyun. Mu Yunxiao smiled and seemed about to turn away, but Xinyun called out to him, "It matters not. Sister Mu is one of our own, so feel free to speak candidly." Both the time spent together and Mu Yunxiao's esteemed reputation with her master testify to her reliability. As for the matter of trading, assistance from Mu Yunxiao is indeed required. She cast a glance at him, comprehending the situation, and smiled before taking a seat. Tang Jing hesitated no longer. "I am aware of your mission with Wu Jian and the others. It was an unforeseen circumstance, yet I have long heard of their reputations. Out of concern for your safety, I sought help intending to rush to your side. But then I recalled Brother Yu's promise to you, and decided to approach with a spirit of inquiry." You cannot imagine the dreadful pallor on Brother Yu's face after I explained the situation. He immediately drew his sword and soared into the sky. I had no choice but to follow on my sword, yet Brother Yu's speed was astonishing. Chapter 59. The initiation of the system exploitation plan. Tang Jing deliberately elongated his tone as he spoke, and only after finishing did he turn to Xin Yen. Xin Yan's expression was one of surprise. Tang Jing was quite pleased with this reaction. Thus, I believe Brother Yu may indeed harbor some affection for you. In the past, I might have struggled to comprehend this, given the disparity between you, but times have changed. You are now a disciple of a peak leader and possess such beauty. We are not lacking in any regard. With a bit more effort and enthusiasm, winning Brother Yu's heart will be entirely feasible. Tang Jing concluded with unwavering certainty, while Mu Yunxiao appeared contemplative. Suddenly, Xian Yan slammed her hand on the table. No way. Senior Brother Yu is destined for another, and that woman is certainly not I. Thus, although her conjecture contained minor errors, the conclusion remained accurate. Yu Qinan harbored ulterior motives towards her. A bit flustered, Xian Yun was further resolved to advance the romantic entanglement of the protagonists. She began to contemplate. The two beside her were utterly astonished, even questioning whether they had misheard. Tang Jing, ever forthright, exclaimed, "Are you unwell? Has your mind been addled, or perhaps struck by a door? His affection for you should be a boon. So why would you? Are you simply incorrigible? Do you crave unrequited love?" You've actually hit the nail on the head. Xian Yun refrained from voicing these words, instead inquiring, Yun Siyu has been confined by the sect leader, currently within the secluded pool of the sect leader's peak. Mu Yunxiao interjected, catching Xian Yun by surprise.
Confined? Why?
She erred, and Senior Brother Yu reported it to the sect leader, resulting in her punishment. Oh, right.
You are the one involved.
Mu Yunxiao smiled at Xian Yun, adding thoughtfully, considering this, it appears Senior Brother Yu does indeed hold some affection for you. Xin Kun. She lifted her teacup, her hand trembling uncontrollably, and after gulping down a mouthful of tea, chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let us discuss matters of import. Raising her gaze, she activated her spirit material identification ability, causing the information of the two before her to materialize. Foundation establishment attained through fortuitous circumstances, unstable realm. Easily dealt with, peak chi training, a kind-hearted individual, treat her well. Xian Yun's gaze lingered on Mu Yunxiao's stream of information, before she turned her hand to produce all the refunded pills, implements, talismans, formations, and all the low and mid-grade spirit stones. I seek your assistance in a matter of some urgency. I must sell these items, and with the proceeds, acquire several first, second, and third-tier elixirs and talismans. However, as you are aware, my circumstances rendered impractical for me to venture out, thus I must impose upon you. Tang Jing was taken aback. Such an abundance of resources? Is this the privilege of a direct disciple? Mu Yunxiao, equally astonished, interjected, if this is the case, junior sister, feel free to instruct me directly. As your assistant, my role encompasses such tasks. Xian Yun shook her head. This is merely the first of many transactions. It will not be the last. I foresee numerous similar exchanges in the future, and the scale will only increase. Numerous and increasing? Tang Xiaoping gasped, then vigorously shook his head. Good heavens! Have you robbed the sect leader Yan Qifeng? Xian Yun, silent for a moment, then hurled a vial of elixir at him. Tang Xiaoping did not evade, allowing the vial to strike his face, causing his skin to quiver, yet he carefully caught it. Junior sister Xian, are you serious in your assertions? Indeed. Xian Yun affirmed with certainty. Thus, I do not request your aid without recompense. For every sale, you shall receive 10% of the spirit stones, for every purchase. The same applies. Upon hearing this, both companions wore solemn expressions. Xian Yun calmly sipped her tea. Wealth can sway hearts, hence she offered sufficient and enduring incentives. Human nature is fickle, so she sought the balance between the two, ensuring mutual restraint. The buying and selling model is but the initial step of her elaborate scheme. Not long after, Tang Jing's expression hardened as she carefully placed the alchemical vial upon the table. All right, let us proceed. However, taking a 10% cut is excessive. That will not suffice. Mu Yunxiao nodded in agreement. With a substantial amount of resources, even a mere 10% from each transaction would accumulate to a significant sum. Xian inquired with a smile. What are your thoughts? Tang Jing exchanged glances with her companion before voicing her opinion. A 10% split between the two of us is indeed considerable, yet given the longevity of this trade, we must also bear some risk. Agreed, Xian replied, placing her teacup down. Next, we must deliberate on strategies to mitigate risks and avoid drawing unwanted attention. In my view, the first step is to leverage the reputation of Yunshan Lake as a shield, instilling caution in others to deter them from taking action. Do you comprehend? There is no need to state this overtly. Merely through our actions, we must subtly imply to those who are observant that we have backing. At this juncture, Sister Mu, your role as a miscellaneous worker can serve as an effective association. Furthermore, regarding our trading partners, ordinary merchants may lack sufficient resources for exchange. Thus, it is prudent to engage with renowned merchant associations within the cultivation community for our long-term dealings. By the time their discussion concluded, half an hour had elapsed. Xian bid farewell to the departing duo and, after reflecting for a moment to ensure nothing was overlooked, she contentedly tidied up the table and chairs to resume her cultivation. The plan to exploit the system's resources was successfully set in motion. As the evening approached, with a clear objective in mind, Mu Yunxiao brought over the completed transaction, filling several storage rings. Xian carefully stored them away, awaiting Yu Qinan's emergence from his closed-door retreat. However, instead of Yu Qinan, she encountered an unexpected guest. As twilight descended, Xian stepped out of the attic and beheld a young woman clad in red, soaring ashore on a flying sword, her expression icy. She raised her gaze, questioning, is someone like her truly worthy of being the protagonist? Yun Xiu had assumed the role of the heroine primarily because she had wholeheartedly safeguarded the male lead during his descent into darkness. Despite her somewhat abrasive nature and lesser talents compared to others in the harem, she remained the male lead's most cherished little junior sister. Yet now, Xian had uncovered certain aspects not mentioned in the narrative, leading her to doubt this rationale. There must be other, more significant reasons at play. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. With Yun Xiu under house arrest, Xian found it impossible to advance their romantic storyline. Now that she had emerged and specifically sought this place, how could Xian let this opportunity slip by? A surge of excitement coursed through her. However, she soon found Yun Xiu wielding a long whip, striking at her with force. I warned you. Chapter 60. I believe we should have a conversation. Xian remained rooted in place, yet a faint curtain of water materialized before her, intercepting the whip. She gazed at the furious girl ahead, feeling somewhat exasperated. It slipped her mind that the heroine had never shown her any kindness. When Yun Xiu's first strike missed, she retaliated with another whip, intensifying the flow of spiritual energy. Once warned, you chose to disregard the caution, twice warned, and still you remain obstinate. It seems you are deliberately courting peril. With a sharp crack, the long whip sliced through the curtain of water, aimed directly at Xian. In response, Xian raised her hand, and a vividly lifelike water serpent surged forth from her arm, entwining the whip to thwart its assault while simultaneously coiling upwards towards Yun Xiu. Yun Xiu let out a cold huff. With her free hand raised, she struck downwards, igniting a fierce blaze that dissipated the water serpent into a cloud of mist. Gripping the whip's handle tightly, she gave it a gentle flick. Orange flames spread from her hand to envelop the entire whip, her spiritual energy surging, radiating an extraordinary aura about her. Xian narrowed her eyes slightly. Yun Xiu, like the plump Tang, was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, unlike Tang, Yun Xiu's cultivation was genuinely earned through her own efforts. This left Xian feeling somewhat uncertain. However, Yun Xiu offered no opportunity for her to evade combat. The whip danced through the air like a cunning dragon, and to resist it would surely lead to injury. With uncertainty clouding her judgment, Xin Yan did not dare to confront it head-on. Instead, she swiftly summoned several first-tier spiritual artifacts, activating them one by one. Only then did she condense her spiritual energy into a water shield to stand at the forefront. The maximum attack she could withstand with first-tier artifacts was that of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, but as long as she could block, she would deplete her opponent's offensive power. With 2 layers of defenses combined, it would not be a significant challenge to withstand an attack from a foundation establishment practitioner, especially with her own spells in support. With this newfound clarity, Xin Yan observed the whip as it lashed out, shattering the water shield and striking against the first layer of the spiritual artifacts barrier. The shield trembled but held firm, prompting a satisfied nod from Xin Yan. She raised her gaze to meet the dark expression of Yun Siyu, took a deep breath, and attempted to communicate. Yun Shiji, I believe we should engage in a conversation. Rather than being despised, she feels that advancing the male protagonist's emotional arc is of greater significance, lest she become a target for his desires. Shall we converse? Yun Siyu let out a cold scoff, her whip cracking once more. Just because she had the fortune of being taken as a disciple by Yan Qi, she fancied herself a personage of importance. Ha! Do you truly believe that if I were to slay you today, Yan Qi would utter a single word in protest?
Xin Kun sợ ai lít toại.
While forming a water shield to deflect the attack, she continued, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the shimmering flames upon the whip as a fiery dragon serpent materialized, surging forth with the whip's movement. Xin Yan ceased her speech, letting out a sigh. With a wave of her hand, mist enveloped them both, swiftly shrouding them in obscurity. Subsequently, she conjured several water shields to intercept the points of impact from Yun Siyu's assault, while she herself retreated swiftly, merging into the haze. The fiery dragon serpent roared, crashing against the layers of water shields. A series of muffled sounds erupted as the shield shattered in succession until the final one barely managed to dissipate the onslaught. Yun Siyu's expression hardened, mistakenly believing that Xin Yan was still hidden behind the water shields. With a burst of speed, she lunged forward, her whip descending violently from above. Crack! The whip struck the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dirt flying. A frown creased Yun Siyu's brow, as she sensed a chilling presence approaching from her left. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see a massive hand of ice and water had somehow closed the distance beside her. In a moment of urgency, Yun Siyu had no choice but to summon her spiritual energy, conjuring a fiery shield to defend against the impending threat. When ice water comes into contact with fire, it emits a series of sizzling sounds as the water evaporates and transforms into a white mist that mingles with the surrounding vapor. Simultaneously, the flames are extinguished. With a sharp crack, the icy hand breaks through the shield and strikes Yun Siyu, sending her flying several meters to the side. She manages to cushion her fall with her spiritual energy, preventing any further injury upon landing. Rising to her feet, she surveys the misty surroundings. Flames erupt from her body, swiftly evaporating the moisture within a 10-step radius. With a flick of her whip, a resounding crack pierces the air. Is this all the courage you possess? She taunts, advancing forward as her fiery energy gathers, rapidly drying the mist and restoring clarity to her vision. Hidden within the fog, Xin Yan squints her eyes and retrieves several pills, swallowing them to ensure her spellcasting remains uninterrupted. Subsequently, she lowers the temperature of the mist, transforming it into delicate snowflakes. Yun Siyu's brows furrow in disbelief. How could one wield ice magic without an ice spiritual root? Despite her doubts, her movements remain swift. She propels the flames to surge, dispersing the falling snow. However, Xin Yan's attack is already upon her. A transparent, enormous ice hand strikes from the side, weakening the flames and allowing the white mist to rise. Yet, this time, Yun Siyu is prepared. As the ice hand manifests, she swiftly lashes out with her whip, shattering the icy appendage into fragments. Xin Yen is unfazed by this turn of events. The small disparity in their realms does not intimidate her, but the gap of a larger realm. As a villain, she does not expect to challenge such miracles. Calmly, she gazes ahead, channeling her spiritual energy continuously from within. As icy hands coalesced, one was propelled forward the moment Yun Siyu unleashed her strike, her energy waning. With a frosty demeanor, she retaliated with another whip, albeit slightly delayed, managing to deflect the icy appendage. However, soon after, two more icy hands surged from above and behind her. In a flurry, Yun Siyu swiftly dodged to the left, only to find an icy hand pursuing her with greater speed. In a hasty response, she conjured a torrent of flames, forcibly melting the icy threat, enabling her to evade the other two icy hands. She inhaled deeply, her expression grim. With a swift motion, a blazing red longsword materialized beneath her feet, elevating her rapidly into the air, beyond the veil of falling snow. The orange flames danced alongside her whip, descending like celestial fire upon the ground, enveloping the area where snowflakes had once danced. With a piercing gaze, Yun Siyu declared, "Let us see how you evade this." Calmly, Xin Yun swallowed a pill she had held in her mouth, channeling all her spiritual energy. The swirling snowflakes quickly transformed, taking on a vibrant azure hue, coalescing into formidable ice spikes. Rising from below, they ascended to meet the descending celestial fire. Under the tenfold effect of the pill, Xin Yun's spiritual power surged, and she consumed another pill, causing the icy hands to ascend to Yun Siyu's altitude, while even more icy hands began to materialize. Xin Yun wove her voice into a thread, transmitting it through the air. "Do you understand why I wield these icy hands?" With a resounding crack, the earth trembled, and the landscape was shattered by the force of her whip. With a frown, Xin Yun summoned the ice palm of the heavens and hurled it towards Yun Siyu. This time, Yun Siyu did not evade. Instead, she activated the spirit artifact she carried, and a crimson shield emerged, effortlessly blocking the multitude of ice palms. Surprised by the familiar surge of spiritual energy emanating from a shield, akin to her own ring, Xin Yun realized it was, in fact, a fourth-tier spirit artifact. However, considering Yun Siyu's background, it was not entirely unexpected. Yun Siyu flipped her hand and produced 10 first-tier return talismans, flinging them in all directions, subsequently enveloped by ice spikes as they ascended silently into the air. As the ice spikes carrying the talismans approached Yun Siyu, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The talismans ignited spontaneously, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Caught off guard, Yun Siyu realized too late that evasion was no longer an option. She could only exert all her strength to activate her spirit artifact in an attempt to withstand the impending assault. Yet, these were 10 first-tier talismans, each amplifying their power tenfold. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, shaking the heavens, transforming the area within 10 steps of Yun Siyu into a tempest of lightning. Consequently, the heavenly fire that had been countering the ice spike rain lost its commander, its ferocity diminishing rapidly, allowing the ice spikes to easily overwhelm it. The scales of victory began to tip. Xin Yun raised her hand once more, summoning a mist to obscure everything below, then focused intently on the center of the explosion where the talismans had detonated. As the flashes of lightning gradually dissipated, a disheveled Yun Siyu emerged from the chaos. Her complexion was pale, her body charred, and in several places, lingering arcs of electricity still flickered ominously. She quickly retrieved a pill, swallowing it, and with the scant spiritual energy she could muster, maneuvered her flying sword with deft agility, dodging the ice spike rain that had surged past the heavenly fire. When evasion proved impossible, she resorted to wielding her long whip, striking with force to shatter the oncoming assault. Thus, when the final ice stalactites had been discharged, Yun-Siyu was visibly panting, her spiritual energy depleted. Xian Yunlan, of course, would not let such a golden opportunity slip away, and she ingested another elixir, her spiritual energy permeating her very being. A colossal ice palm, akin to a mountain in its immensity, rapidly solidified above Yun-Siyu's head, descending with a thunderous crash. Yun-Siyu's countenance was one of dismay as she manipulated the flying sword beneath her feet, seeking to escape the confines of the ice palm's shadow, but alas, the velocity of the ice palm's descent was simply too great. Even with her utmost efforts to refine the elixir's potency and convert the resulting spiritual energy into acceleration, she was unable to evade the ice palm's grasp.
Boom!
The ice palm struck Yun-Siyu's figure, as if swatting a mere insect, and with absolute dominance, it slammed the hapless creature into the earth. Blood gushed forth from her mouth and nostrils, accompanied by the sound of cracking ribs. Xian Yunlan was resolute in her heart, allowing the ice palm, now devoid of spiritual energy, to dissipate into nothingness. Sensing the throbbing ache in her meridians, a result of excessive spiritual energy expenditure, she produced a restorative elixir and ingested it. Only then did she conjure an ice chair to sit upon, her gaze fixed upon Yun-Siyu's location. Though the ice palm had vanished, Yun-Siyu remained in the same posture as when she had been struck, her entire being prostrate upon the ground, her chest rising and falling with labored breaths, a pool of blood spreading from her mouth and nostrils. As if sensing the gaze upon her, Yun-Siyu's eyes flickered, and she pushed herself up with her hand, struggling to her feet, her expression filled with resentment. "You!" Smack! Before the words could fully escape her lips, a palm formed of condensed water lashed out, striking her right cheek. Bewildered by the slap, Yun-Siyu was momentarily stunned. Then, she heard Xian Yun's voice from the left. The same question. "Do you know why I used an ice palm? Water palm?" Yun-Siyu turned to the left, her gaze sharp, teeth clenched. Before she could speak, a water palm struck the back of her head. Xian Yun's voice came from the right. "Do you understand the concept of courtesy? Can you let people finish speaking? All you do is hit, kill, kill, kill. I just want to give you a few smacks." Yun-Siyu looked to the right.
Slap!
Another slap landed squarely on the back of her head. "I tolerated you whipping me so many times at the start. I really did. And that night, too, I endured it. After all, you're the female lead."
Slap!
A slap landed on her right cheek, sending Yun-Siyu staggering. She nearly fell. "I've already yielded," proactively suggesting a conversation. "And you still want to fight? Come on, then. Find me if you can and kill me."
Slap!
This slap also landed on her right cheek, and Yun-Siyu lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Clear palm prints marked both sides of her face. Gritting her teeth, she roared in anger, "Come out if you dare." Her words were followed by a moment of silence. Then, 3 slaps landed on the back of her head. Slap, slap.
Slap!
"Still not convinced, huh? Still not convinced? I'll make you unconvinced." Yun-Siyu's head was buzzing, and her vision began to blur. Summoning her remaining spiritual power, she attempted to retaliate, only to be met with an icy palm that materialized and descended upon her, pinning her body to the ground. Save for her left arm and head, she was rendered immobile. A wave of frigidity emanated from her back, and as Yun-Siyu attempted to struggle, the fractured bones in her chest protested, sending a surge of pain that clouded her consciousness. She heard Xian Yun's voice from above. "And here I was, thinking of pairing you with the male lead. You insignificant wretch. Take her away, next." Xian Yun summoned another water palm and struck Yun-Siyu's head with brutal force, allowing her forehead to slam against the ground until she was still. Inhaling, exhaling, the pent-up frustration within her dissipated. Had she known this would be the outcome, she wouldn't have hesitated. It's not like there's only one female lead. Why make things difficult for herself? Xianyun stroked her chin, pondering. Which female lead is up next? Before she could dwell further, she suddenly sensed a lock of chi targeting her. Xianyun raised her hand, conjuring dozens of ice shields before her. Channeling her remaining spiritual energy into the numerous spiritual artifacts she wore, activating them to their fullest potential. A terrifying inferno swept forth, instantly engulfing the water shields. It advanced until it reached Xianyun, shattering 4 layers of spiritual artifact shields before its power was fully negated and it dissipated into nothingness. The blaze evaporated the mist between Xianyun and Yunxiyu, creating a long, hollow path. Yunsiyu's left hand remained extended, the light on her bracelet fading. Her eyes drooped shut, the last emotion on her face, regret. Xinyun lowered her head, observing the shattered remnants of the 4 defensive spiritual artifacts adorning her. Unable to suppress her narrowed gaze, she pondered the audacity of her opponent. Was it a certainty that she would not dare to take lethal action? Raising her hand, an ice needle materialized at the center of Yunsiyu's brow, poised to pierce, when suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the direction of the loft. As if the wall had been breached, a figure emerged before her. Chapter 62. Was it a mistake from the very beginning? Xinyun collected herself, her fingers curling to retract the ice needle. While taking a life might be an effortless endeavor, in her current predicament, it would yield more harm than good. There was no necessity to transform the Xianling sect from an ally into an adversary. She turned her attention to the newcomer, only to be taken aback. Yu Qinan appeared in a dire state, his eyes bloodshot, breath shallow, and remnants of hastily wiped blood still staining his lips. Xinyun swiftly donned her persona of concern. "Brother, what is the matter?" "I am sorry," Yu Qinan suddenly uttered, his gaze cast downward, his voice trembling slightly. "I arrived late." Xinyun blinked in surprise. She disregarded his words and instinctively reached out to support him. "Brother, were you not healing? How did this happen?" Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling aura emanated from their point of contact, reminiscent of the sinister energy that had enveloped Hu Kuai last night. Could it be demonic energy? Xinyun was taken aback. Yu Qinan sensed something amiss and hastily stepped back, breaking the contact between them. Yet, this very movement caused the concealed demonic energy within him to surge uncontrollably and erupt outward. Black and gray, the former signifying demonic energy, while the latter, what was it? Xinyun was unaware, yet an inexplicable wave of revulsion washed over her. However, the crux of the matter lies in the demonic energy. Numerous questions plagued Xianyan's mind, leaving her in a state of confusion. Yet, amidst this turmoil, she discerned the most pressing issue. Perhaps she had misjudged from the very beginning. Yu Qinan's descent into darkness was not due to those poisonous pills but rather stemmed from some other underlying cause. Apologies. Yu Qinan staggered, turning to leave, when suddenly a middle-aged man appeared, pressing his right hand against his back, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanating forth. "Steady your heart. Control your emotions." Yu Qinan cast a glance at him, offering no resistance as he began to regulate his breath. Xianyan watched in bewilderment as the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing her master standing nearby. She hurriedly clasped her hands in salute. "Master." Yan Shi acknowledged her with a soft grunt, his gaze fixed upon the 2 figures ahead. The atmosphere turned palpably quiet. Xianyan glanced left and right, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "Master, what?" He was engaged in battle with a demonic cultivator and fell victim to the blood poison. He has been in seclusion these past few days to suppress and eliminate it. However, just now, his emotions flared, causing the blood poison to surge uncontrollably. Xianyan blinked, seeking confirmation from her master. After a brief pause, Yan Qi slowly nodded. Indeed, the blood poison is most sensitive to unstable emotions. Xianyan, I sense that you are deceiving me, yet I possess no evidence. She contemplated for a moment, choosing not to question further, and instead followed their lead with her inquiry. Will you Shi Xiang be all right?
He will be fine.
The middle-aged man smiled at her, his demeanor quite amiable. However, it seems that my disciple may need to impose on you for a while longer. Disciple? A question mark slowly emerged on Xianyun's forehead as she heard her master speak. This is the leader of the Xianling sect, Yunyu. You may address him as Shu. Xianyun thought to herself, if she recalled correctly, had she not just struck the daughter of a sect leader? And now that very daughter. Xianyun turned to observe, and indeed, Yun Siyu was still lying unconscious on the ground. Yunyu, Yun Siyu, such names. Do not worry. Your Shu is a person of reason. Right is right and wrong is wrong. He will not shield his family from accountability. What did that pause for my master imply? Xianyun fell into silence, and when she glanced at the middle-aged man, she noticed him squinting his eyes and offering her a gentle smile. She found it difficult to comprehend. However, with her master's assurance, Xianyun decided not to dwell on this concern any longer and shifted her focus back to Yuchinen. With Yunyu's spiritual energy aiding him, the demonic aura surrounding Yuchinen began to subside, and his condition gradually stabilized. The matter concerning the demon cultivators had come to a conclusion. Yan Qi suddenly spoke up. Based on all the information gathered, they had identified 37 demon cultivators who had infiltrated the sect, all hailing from a malevolent faction known as the Blood Demon Sect. Among them, the most significant was an elder from the Pill Refining Peak, a figure of considerable power. The pills tainted with demonic blood toxins had originated from him, and it was he who had grievously injured Yuchinen. Xianyun inquired about the sect's intended course of action. Naturally, we will extract all information and eliminate them afterward. Yan Qi spoke with remarkable ease, but Xianyun discerned an underlying chill in his words. Subsequently, the chill dissipated. The matter being concluded, you are no longer obliged to remain on this isle. You may depart as you wish. Here, you are at liberty. Yes, master, Xianyun responded. Her master ceased speaking, and once more, silence enveloped the scene. Xianyun gazed ahead, her mind drifting. What truly precipitated Yuchinen's demonic transformation? Was it, as the Cloud Rain sect leader and her own master suggested, the influence of the demonic elder's tainted blood? Could it be that events transpired undocumented by the narrative? Perhaps Yuchinen sustained injuries in his battle with the demonic elder, and fearing exposure of the demon lord's residual soul seizing control, he dared not reveal it. Instead, he sought a secluded place to heal in solitude. He sought out the original host, who undoubtedly would have offered assistance. In the storyline, the original host had not yet become a disciple and still resided in the outer sect disciple courtyard. Even if Yuchinen had gone there, he would have remained undetected by Yan Qi. Thus, the matter would have been concealed. Possessing the demon lord's memories, he could have resolved the demonic energy, despite his limited strength. However, he failed to eradicate it entirely, leaving a seed that would later erupt after the incident. Then came the revelation. The discovery by the sect of his demonic aura, coupled with unresolved conflicts, leading to his near-fatal punishment. What transpired after his departure? It seemed plausible, yet. At this juncture in the storyline, another event occurred. The original host was accepted as a disciple by the foremost sword cultivator, Mu Rue. Were these events separate? Or were they inextricably linked? If a connection existed, what might it be? Xianyun's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, and the once clear narrative became shrouded in an impenetrable shadow. She could not help but feel a twinge of irritation, and she found herself questioning the plot lines she had previously encountered. Was it possible that it was all just a trap? In Chapter 63, the faux heroine, Xianyun, realized that she could no longer place blind faith in the narratives presented to her. They should merely serve as a reference, lest she fall into an unforeseen pitfall. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she was interrupted by her master, Yanqi, who posed a thought. Is it conceivable that Yu Qinan's emotional turmoil is unrelated to you? Xian Yin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recognizing a glaring oversight. Yu Qinan had been in seclusion for several days. How could he suddenly spiral into emotional distress? Reflecting on his earlier words upon his emergence, could it be that he sensed Yun Siyu's arrival and her impending danger?
Goodness.
Surely, this was no laughing matter. As a mere minor antagonist, how could she command such significance in the male lead's eyes? This was utterly inconsistent with the established narrative. No. Whatever discrepancies there may be between the plot and reality, and regardless of the notions of succumbing to darkness, she had to set those thoughts aside for the moment. After all, the male lead had reconciled with his sect. Even if demonic energy were to surge forth now, he was surrounded by trust and support, marking a fundamental deviation from the storyline. Yu Qinan might not necessarily tread the path that led him to be forced from his sect and venture into the realm of demonic cultivation. However, her own innocence, once lost, would be irretrievable. Xian Yun suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly recalled her earlier scheme to advance the romantic subplot. The heroine. That concept was unfeasible. On to the next. She envisioned Long Yaxian, the daughter of the city lord from a prosperous region of the cultivation world, who, while traveling, fell victim to a treacherous attack, sustaining grave injuries. It was only through the male lead's timely intervention that she was able to preserve her life.
She,
just as the readers presumed, developed an extraordinary affection for the male protagonist. However, inexplicably, upon their subsequent reunion, Long Yaxian feigned flattery and secretly orchestrated a scheme that severely undermined him. Ultimately, she was vanquished by the male lead, along with the city named Daylight, which changed hands. Setting aside the later events, in the earlier stages, this faux heroine indeed traversed a romantic trajectory with the male protagonist, which sufficed for her intentions. After all, her sole aim was to divert Yu Qinan's attention elsewhere, encouraging him to explore the vibrant world around him, rather than fixate on her humble presence. Xian Yen swiftly extracted from her memory the details of the task assigned to the male lead, along with its specific timing. What followed was merely awaiting the protagonist's arrival. However, regarding the question her master had just posed, Xian Yen glanced at Yanqi. Though unable to articulate it directly, "Master, you are overthinking." Yanqi, maintaining a stoic expression, averted his gaze. Yes, she was indeed in disagreement. What of it? The master and disciple chose not to pursue this topic further, their thoughts perfectly diverging. At that moment, Yunyu withdrew the hand that had been resting on Yu Qinan's back. All is well. Yu Qinan steadied his breath, the demonic energy around him dissipating. He opened his eyes and bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Master, for your timely rescue." Yunyu smiled and shook his head, opting for silence as he turned to approach Xian Yen. Instantly, Xian Yen felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, she heard Yunyu say, "Yun Siyu has repeatedly provoked and even harmed you. This is her fault, as well as my failure as a father to discipline her. I hereby extend my apologies on her behalf." While speaking, he slightly bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Xian Yen hastily extended her hand in a gesture of support. "Master Uncle, since this is an apology, one should demonstrate some sincerity rather than merely offering words. Sister Apprentice speaks most wisely." With a mere gesture, Yunyu conjured a storage ring into the palm of his hand. "I have heard that you suffered 2 misfortunes previously and were compensated with spirit stones. Thus, I shall be straightforward and offer spirit stones as recompense. Here are 1,000 superior spirit stones." Almost the moment he finished speaking, Xian Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Money! So much money! Yet, their master emitted a cold snort. Although he said nothing, Yunyu instinctively produced another item. I see that my junior nephew has reached the 8th level of chi refinement, not far from foundation establishment. So this third-tier water attribute spirit sword shall serve as a premature congratulatory gift. The higher the grade of the spiritual artifact, the more spiritual energy it requires for use. Theoretically, the highest grade of spiritual artifact that can be wielded during the foundation establishment stage is the 3rd tier. The drawback is that it possesses only a single strike capability. Xian Yen felt that it was quite commendable, however. A congratulatory gift? Does this imply that the apology consists solely of 1,000 spirit stones? Yan Shi cast a sidelong glance at Yunyu, still dissatisfied. Yunyu simply smiled.
My fault.
My fault. This spirit sword may be considered both an apology and a congratulatory gift, and I shall make it up to my junior nephew later. This time, Yan Qi finally fell silent. Xian Yen glanced around, as if she had discovered something. Junior nephew?
Yunyu called out.
Yet, she felt a force acting upon her, lifting her directly into the air. Since it was your daughter who caused this situation, restore it to its former state. And do not forget, you still owe my disciple a meeting gift. After Yan Qi finished speaking, he took Xian Yun and soared towards the center of the lake. He turned to glance at his disciple and gently patted him on the shoulder. Remember, yielding to those who matter is not a sign of weakness. You misunderstand. I have no such feelings for Sister Xian. I understand, Yunyu interjected, wearing an expression that conveyed his comprehension as he walked towards Yun Siu's position. Yu Qinan fell silent for a moment, refraining from further argument, and followed suit. Yet, his hands unconsciously clenched beneath his sleeves. Upon reaching Yun Siu, the smile on Yunyu's face remained unchanged. With a mere flick of his spiritual power, he placed a pill into Yun Siu's lips, then refrained from further action. Stay here. It is imperative that you suppress that thing swiftly. As for the rest, we are already devising methods to verify it, and news should arrive shortly. You need not worry.
Furthermore, your sword.
Since your doubts arose from my sword, and you have concealed everything, it is unlikely you wish to pursue this path of the sword. Coincidentally, the sword tomb of the 10,000 Swords sect will soon open. Why not seek the path you desire there? Yu Qinan nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Yunyu raised his hand once more to pat his shoulder. I entrust you with another task. Protect your sister Xian well. If what you say is true, the key to breaking this impasse may very well lie with her. At these words, Yu Qinan furrowed his brow. Such burdens should not fall upon her. If it is truly necessary for her to undertake any task, it must inevitably be done with your consent first. Chapter 64. The Beginning of Crafting. From this day forth, I shall formally instruct you in the art of crafting. In the grand hall of the magnificent palace on Lake Heart Island, where various crafting tools and spiritual materials are displayed, Yan Qi solemnly addressed Xian Yen. Instinctively, Xian Yen straightened her back, her expression turning serious. She had been eagerly anticipating this moment for quite some time. Have you memorized what I entrusted to you? Yan Qi inquired, taking a seat on a cushion behind a colossal bronze furnace in the center of the hall. He produced another cushion and gestured for Xian Yen to sit beside him. Obeying his command, Xian Yen settled down. I have memorized it, she affirmed. Yan Qi nodded. Though the content is not extensive and memorization is not difficult. True comprehension and mastery hinge upon the principle of practice. Similarly, if you wish to achieve any measure of success in the realm of crafting, your focus must be steadfastly placed upon these two words.
Xin easily note that.
Disciple has taken note. Yan Qi acknowledged her response and continued. Having previously dealt with spiritual materials in the material hall, you should understand that this step is a path every crafting master must traverse. While a crafting master may conveniently purchase pre-processed materials for crafting, one must not overlook the intricate procedures that these materials undergo to reach a level suitable for crafting. This process of handling can also be perceived as an exploration and comprehension of spiritual materials. Therefore, my request to you is to begin your initial refining of tools using only raw, unprocessed spiritual materials, engaging in the handling yourself. Through this method of understanding these materials, although it may slow your progress in refining, it will undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for your ascent to higher realms in the future. Xin Yen nodded in agreement. Next comes the first step of refining, which involves employing fire techniques to eliminate impurities from the spiritual materials while preserving the essential components we require. This task should not pose any difficulty for you, as your spiritual energy possesses inherent purifying qualities, granting you an advantage that others do not possess at this stage. Your fire techniques are also exceptionally proficient, requiring no further commentary. Thus, you must focus solely on one aspect: control. A lack of control may lead to the unfortunate consequence of damaging the spiritual materials themselves while attempting to remove the impurities. As Yen Qi spoke, she suddenly paused, recalling Xin Yan's adeptness in controlling water. It dawned on her that this particular aspect might not present a challenge for Xin Yan either. Let us directly proceed to the second step of refining: fusion. This step involves amalgamating different materials without compromising their inherent characteristics. While this step is quite challenging, it is not requisite in the initial stages of crafting a first-tier spiritual tool. We shall discuss it further in due course. The third step involves shaping. However, temporarily disregarding the second step, given Xin Yan's proficiency in manipulating water and ice into various forms of flora and fauna, Yen Qi suddenly felt that this instructional process had grown somewhat monotonous, as the sense of her own insignificance began to resurface. Xin Yun gazed at her master, perplexed as she sensed a sudden drop in his aura, though she dared not inquire and remained quietly seated. The fourth and final step, the infusion of spiritual essence, was at hand. Based on the form of the spiritual artifact, one would channel spiritual energy to establish one or several meridians unique to the artifact, thus transforming it into an extension of the cultivator's own being. This step stands as the most crucial in the crafting process, distinguishing spiritual artifacts from mundane items. Each type of spiritual artifact possesses its own distinct meridians, elaborated upon in the chapter on infusion. However, it is imperative to remember that every spiritual artifact is singular. Often, the design of its meridians hinges on the craftsman's intuition. This intuitive grasp is what separates the prodigies from the mediocre in the art of artifact forging. With that, Yen Qi raised his hand and summoned a few basic spiritual materials. He announced that he would proceed to forge several first-tier spiritual artifacts, urging her to observe attentively and grasp as much as she could. The key was to pay close attention and commit everything to memory, for only through hands-on experience would one attain true understanding. Xin Yun nodded earnestly, affirming her comprehension. The pair spent the entirety of the night within the grand hall. As she stepped onto the shore, a sense of disquiet washed over her. It was as if her small island had subtly transformed. It was not the restoration of damage wrought by battle, but rather an intangible feeling. She advanced, her gaze settling upon the grass that surrounded her. The unremarkable spiritual materials, such as the luminescent grass, bear a resemblance to ordinary weeds, yet they emit a soft glow under the night sky. The starlight flower, a white blossom, disperses its pollen at night, resembling starlight, hence its name. The cool green stone transforms into warm green stone in frigid climates. As Xin Yan hastened her pace, she observed that the entire exterior of the island had been transformed into spiritual materials. Although they were of an inferior grade, their quality was a significant improvement over the previous wild grasses and flowers. She circled around and ultimately spotted Yuchinen in a corner of the garden, casting aside cool green stones. Sensing a familiar presence, Yuchinen stiffened and gradually turned to face her. "My master instructed me to restore this place," he stated. "Is this restoration? It appears more like an enhancement." Xin Yan mused silently for a moment, choosing to feign ignorance as she approached him with a radiant smile. "Brother, you have worked hard. Please come inside and tend to your injuries before discussing anything else." As she spoke, she reached out to support Yu Qinen's arm, but he recoiled. "It's all right. With my master's assistance, my injuries are nearly healed." "Really?"
Yes.
Xianyan lifted her gaze, scrutinizing his pallor. There was still a noticeable lack of color, contradicting his assertion of recovery. Without hesitation, she stepped closer, grasping his arm. "Then, brother, why not rest inside? It is also time for lunch." "Well, Lu has gone to Lake Heart Island, so there won't be any lunch prepared. However, I have plenty of food from my previous purchase. Let us share a meal together." Yu Qinen felt a strong inclination to refuse, yet seeing Xianyan's exuberant demeanor, he ultimately remained silent. After sharing a simple lunch, they prepared to attend to their respective tasks. Xianyan personally escorted Yu Qinen to his room and discreetly placed the items she had prepared earlier, along with an additional 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, before bidding him farewell and leaving the room. Once the door closed, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Gift successfully delivered. 9,990 high-grade spirit stones, 1 critical hit spirit stone, have been added to your inventory. Please accept them at your convenience. The numerous tier 1, 2, and 3 pills, artifacts, and talismans were all overlooked by Xianyan. She had no intention of meticulously calculating their worth, as they were merely resources to bolster her reserves. Her focus was solely on the critical hit. A high-grade spirit stone achieved a critical hit? Can spirit stones even achieve critical hits? Chapter 65. What a surprise. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what kind of extraordinary outcome a critical hit on a spirit stone might yield. Her gaze traversed the array of returned items, landing on a solitary spirit stone nestled within her inventory. Summoning it with her mind, she grasped the stone. It emanated a faint coolness, feeling no different from any ordinary spirit stone in her hand. Thus, Xianyan lifted it to her eyes for a closer examination.
Indeed.
It bore no distinction from a common spirit stone. Had she merely struck a lonely blow? After a moment of bewilderment, Xianyan turned to inquire with the system. "I recall that previously, after a critical hit on the audiovisual panel or the immortal spirit decision, there was an informative stream accompanying the introduction of items. Why was it absent for certain items this time? For instance, the critical hit version of the candied fruit and this critical hit spirit stone."
System.
"Do tell me the truth. Have you forgotten? Memory is a valuable asset. You cannot afford to be without it." Upon uttering these words, Xianyan seemed to detect a derisive snicker emanating from the system. "Whether or not to introduce it is contingent upon my disposition." Xianyan silently posed a query. "Esteemed system, I posit that this matter should not be solely determined by your mood. It is, after all, your fundamental duty, your obligation." The system interjected. "My current state of mind is not conducive to such endeavors." Xianyan, momentarily bewildered, resumed, "Very well. Let us then discuss something more cheerful, such as the effects of this critical strike spirit stone." System? Are you still present? Esteemed system? System? Benefactor? Silence pervaded. Xianyan ascertained that the system had likely muted her, considering its lack of response even to being addressed as benefactor. "I shall await the system's return to a more amenable disposition before inquiring further. First, I shall organize the other returned items and entrust the quantity-based ones to Mu Yunxiao. And while the male protagonist remains, I shall endeavor to exploit him further." In the ensuing fortnight, Xianyan's existence reverted to a state of tranquility, with cultivation occupying her days. The male protagonist, too, remained sequestered in his chamber for recuperation, the duration of which remained uncertain. However, as the narrative approached the male protagonist's departure from the sect for his mission, Xianyan grew increasingly restless. Should she miss this pseudo-heroine? The subsequent female lead would not emerge for another decade. A decade. By then, the day would be too late. Of what use would a heroine be? Therefore, this opportunity must not be squandered. Harboring such sentiments, Xianyun approached the male protagonist's chamber and, for the first time, rapped upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Silence reigned both within and without the chamber. Xianyun tentatively inquired, "Senior brother." As the words left her lips, the door swung open, revealing the figure of Yu Qinan.
What is it?
Xianyun looked up. He gazed at her, his expression gentle. Xianyun parted her lips, hesitating to speak. She had come with a burst of impulsiveness, yet was still unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Surely, she could not simply remind the oblivious male protagonist that it was time for him to venture out and pursue romance. Yu Qinan's brow furrowed in confusion. Thus, Xianyun racked her brain, recalling a trivial matter. It was nothing of great importance, merely a query for her senior brother. "Where is my dog?" Their eyes met, and Yu Qinan's expression gradually stiffened. "Apologies, I had forgotten." With that, he stepped out of the room, intending to depart. "Senior brother, is my dog being cared for by someone else? May I accompany you?" "Yes, it is with someone else," Yu Qinan confirmed with a nod. After a moment's thought, he added, "But you needn't worry. The one taking care of that mischievous pup is a very reliable junior sister. There will be no issues." A junior sister, very reliable. Xianyun immediately seized upon these pivotal words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A female companion of the male protagonist could not possibly be an ordinary woman. She must have an extraordinary connection with him. Consequently, even if this junior sister had not appeared within the narrative, she was likely to evolve into a significant character in her own right. Xianyun's enthusiasm soared. As the two descended from the loft, Yu Qinan naturally retrieved 2 swords, wielding them effortlessly. In contrast to the previous unfortunate encounter, Xianyun felt fortunate for the male protagonist's courteous sidestep, promptly stepping forward to join him. The flying swords ascended, heading toward the peak of the sect leader. Xianyun was quite eager to engage the male protagonist in conversation. "Senior brother, the reliable junior sister you mentioned earlier. What is her name? What does she look like? Is her personality pleasant?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qinan turned to her with a somewhat dubious expression, as if to inquire why she was asking such questions. Xianyun hastily added, "I mean, if the junior sister wishes to know about my relationship with others, she can simply ask." No, I wasn't trying to find out." Xianyun quickly denied, averting her gaze. Indeed, she was curious about their relationship, but her motives were entirely different from what Yu Qinan presumed. However, this was something she could not easily explain. Yu Qinan chose not to press further, and continued to fly forward on his sword. As they were within the confines of the sect, the distance was not great. In approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination. It was a spacious abode designated for inner disciples, where a few rabbit-like spirit beasts roamed about freely. As they descended from the air, some rabbits, startled, scurried away to hide in the corners. Subsequently, a striking young woman in the attire of an inner disciple emerged from the house. Upon spotting Yu Qinan, she squinted her eyes and approached with a smile. "Senior brother Yu, have you come to pick up the dog?" Yu Qinan nodded and produced 10 low-grade spirit stones, offering them to her. "It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to assist you, senior brother." The young woman chuckled, accepting the spirit stones. Xianyun observed, perplexed. "Are they trading spirit stones?" She then watched as the young woman turned, raising her voice to call into the house, "Cici, senior brother Yu has come to pick you up." As the words fell, a large yellow dog dashed out, its keen gaze fixated on Xianyun, sprinting to stand before her. The dog tilted its head, exposing the whites of its eyes, staring intently at her. Xianyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. The young girl then uttered a soft exclamation, inquiring curiously, "Is this Cici your spirit beast, senior sister?" Xian nodded slowly, acknowledging, sort of, I appreciate your care for. Cece, please don't mention it. I'm merely fulfilling my duties for compensation. It's the least I can do, the girl said, stepping closer and grasping Xian's hand. Chapter 66. You are truly wonderful. My name is Suyueka. I specialize in nurturing spirit beasts and often take in ones for temporary care. If you ever need assistance in this regard, feel free to come by. Rest assured, I can guarantee that your spirit beast will be plump and healthy. She continued enthusiastically, shaking Xian's hand warmly. Xian struggled to maintain her smile.
All right.
Sue's senior sister, I will remember that. If I need assistance, I will certainly reach out. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. After that, the conversation dwindled. Once they had distanced themselves from the courtyard, Xian turned to Yuchinen, asking, when you mentioned reliable, were you referring to spirit beast care? Indeed. In terms of temporary care for spirit beasts, Sue's senior sister has the best reputation. She is very dependable. I was simply curious, Xian replied, her expression neutral. Yet, Yuchinen added, thus, refrain from letting your imagination run wild. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask directly. Xian sighed. This time, she indeed overthought the matter. A character absent from any narrative was simply unreliable. She still had to rely on that pseudo-protagonist. After pondering for a moment, she decided to be direct. Senior brother, do you have any plans to venture out for a mission? Yuchinen was taken aback, but then, as if recalling something,
He spoke.
You've reminded me, junior sister, after a year of initiation, one is required to accept missions. However, your inquiry suggests you might have come across a promising task to offer me? Xian pondered briefly.
Yes.
Rather than leaving it to the male lead to take chances at the mission hall, it would be far better for me to arrange it directly, ensuring the encounter between the male and female leads. Thank you, junior sister. Yuchinen expressed his gratitude before inquiring, what type of mission is it? Where is it located? What is the time frame? The mission is located to the west of the sect, in a major city of the U Kingdom, and it should take place in the next couple of days. All right, Yuchinen nodded. That sounds perfect. Absolutely no issues. Xian replied cheerfully, observing her eager demeanor. Yuchinen appeared contemplative. Xian had no reservations. That rascal is rolling its eyes at me, she thought. Just say it, have you forgotten about me? Xian chuckled awkwardly. How could I? I could never forget you.
Ha.
Trust me, Xian declared earnestly, leading it into the loft. The rascal wore an expression of disbelief.
Really?
Indeed, she affirmed. There's nothing of value that could compensate for the sorrow of having to suppress my true self and remain silent for over half a month. The rascal huffed in indignation. Xian, why must you speak like a human? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the dog approached. What a delightful creature. Come, let us test it now. Xian summoned her system backpack and produced a vial of the blood essence of the earth-walking divine dog. The crimson orb immediately captivated the dog's attention, drawing it closer. Upon sensing its presence, astonishment washed over the dog's face. This is the essence of my shared bloodline. Woof. Xian smiled as she extended the offering. Well, what do you think? The dog opened its mouth and swallowed the orb of bloodlight, feeling the transformation rising within. Its astonishment deepened. Should I fully absorb this essence, it would double the purity of my bloodline. This is truly extraordinary. The dog looked up at Xian, its previous skepticism replaced with profound gratitude. I misjudged you. I apologize, Woof. I never anticipated you would toil for me, finding such a treasure. You are truly wonderful, the second most benevolent being to me after my master. Thank you. I shall repay you with my loyalty. Xian felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. There is no need for that. Suppressing her urge to present more bloodline essences and skill orbs, She reached out to gently ruffle the dog's head. Fear not, stay by my side, and there will be more of these treasures in the future. More? The dog exclaimed in surprise, its heart swelling with emotion. You are indeed a remarkable person. Very well, do not stand on ceremony with me. You shall absorb the blood essence here while I prepare a room for you. Room? Chamber? Alone?
Mine?
Ah, indeed. The canine inhaled deeply through its nostrils. I shall never question you again. It was my myopic perspective that led to this misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize for my error. You truly are wonderful. Enough of that. Let us absorb the essence of the bloodline without further delay. Xianyun waved her hand, hastening her departure from the scene. It was unbearable to remain. How could I have been so easily deceived? There is a tinge of guilt gnawing at me. As Xianyun pondered, she clutched tightly to the remaining essence and skill orbs. It seems these treasures should not be given away lightly. While preparing to leave and informing her master, Xianyun also sent a message to Tang Jing, requesting his assistance in checking on the task. He mentioned that he had found the quest she described and had communicated with the disciples at the task hall, leaving the mission in their hands. He also proposed that they undertake the task together, noting that he had a foundational-level companion on his side. After some contemplation, Xianyun decided that having an additional person would not significantly affect matters, so she agreed. Thus, on the following morning, when Yu Qinan arrived on the island to escort Xianyun, they observed two figures, one plump and one slender. Junior sister Xian, and senior brother Yu, over here. Tang Xiaobang waved enthusiastically. Xianyun and Yu Qinan walked side by side towards them. At some point, the atmosphere shifted, becoming so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with countless gazes fixated on the duo, brimming with astonishment. It was only when the group accepted the task and exited the task hall that the crowd erupted in whispers. Is that senior brother Yu? Is that Xianyun? Why are they appearing together?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What is there that is impossible? At this moment, Xianyun is no longer an outer sect disciple, but rather a direct disciple of the master of the Forging Peak. There should be no issue with pairing her with senior brother Yu. Yet, do you not think this is occurring rather swiftly? Chapter 67. Something feels amiss as she exited the task hall. Xianyun was startled by the sudden uproar behind her. It had been quite some time since Yu Qinan's challenge, and the dissipating aura of intimidation was expected. At the very least, it was commendable that these individuals chose to voice their thoughts only after they had departed. The discussions surrounding them. What is true is indeed true, and what is false. Once she identifies the false heroine and successfully facilitates the romance between the male and female leads, the rumors will naturally be dispelled. Or perhaps that moment need not even come. Xianyun turned to Yu Qinan, smiling as she approached. Senior brother. Yu Qinan maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a soft hum as he produced two swords. Thank you for joining me on this mission. Yu Qinan glanced up at her. The one who should be expressing gratitude is I. I require this task, and you have lent me your assistance. He offered a gentle smile. Thank you, junior sister. Xianyun's smile faltered slightly. Senior brother, I just realized that wielding two swords demands a considerable amount of spiritual energy. How about we use just one sword instead? At her words, silence suddenly enveloped the surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qinan slowly nodded. Very well. He sheathed one of the swords and stepped onto another, then extended his hand towards Xianyun. Xianyun was taken aback. This was peculiar. You should resolutely reject me, and then the onlookers would perceive that you were reluctant to accompany me on this mission, that we had no connection whatsoever, and perhaps even that you harbored some disdain for me. Why are you suddenly so compliant, junior sister? Yu Qinan, noticing her stillness, called out in confusion. Considering her role as an ardent admirer, Xianyun steeled herself and stepped forward, yet did not touch Yu Qinan's hand. He, however, seemed unfazed. lowering his hand and soaring into the sky on his sword. The crowd erupted once more. Yu Shixiang. When has he ever been this gentle? He reached out. He actually reached out. It was unexpected, truly astonishing. Hearing murmurs behind her, Xin Yen felt increasingly unsettled. This was decidedly amiss. In fact, it had been awry since yesterday. Yu Qinan had even begun to suggest that she should not overthink things. What kind of relationship was this? He urged her not to speculate about his ties with others, encouraged her to inquire directly if she had any questions, and even offered to come and fetch her. Yesterday, Xin Yen had merely sensed a slight abnormality, but had not pondered it deeply. Today, junior sister. Tang Jing's deliberately lowered voice reached her ears. And Xin Yen turned to him with an expressionless face. She saw him clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing to her in admiration. It seemed he was saying, "Quite impressive."
This was not what she desired.
She would not accept this. Xin Yen gestured for the chubby Tang to come closer. Tang Jing approached with a smile. In an instant, Xin Yen seized his arm and leaped behind him. Tang Jing was taken aback. Xin Yen flashed him a smile. "Senior brother, I have a few matters to discuss with Tang Xiao, so let him accompany me." Yu Qin scrutinized her for a moment before nodding, slightly accelerating his flying sword to create distance, seemingly making space for the two of them. Observing this, Tang Jing turned to glare at Xin Yen. "Did you leave your brain at home when you stepped out? What a splendid opportunity, and you just leap over. Is there anything of such significance that it surpasses your relationship with senior brother Yu? I was just praising you, and now you go and do this?" Xin Yen remained utterly indifferent, extending her hand and beckoning. "Hand it over." Tang Jing hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a crimson storage bracelet from his person and placed it into Xin Yen's palm. "You are right. This is indeed more important than love." Xin Yen cast him a sidelong glance. Tang Jing wore a serene expression, as if he had not just been the one to retort moments ago. "By the way, I must inquire, from where did you acquire so many high-grade spirit stones? Sister Mu and I nearly emptied several merchant guilds of their low-tier resources during our recent visit. It's only because you do not require 4th tier or above that we didn't T-sweep those up as well." Xin Yen accepted the storage bracelet, narrowing her eyes at him. "There are certain questions that should remain unasked. Your responsibility is to handle tasks and collect payments." "Very well," Tang Jing conceded, not insisting on digging deeper. He then changed the subject. Xin Yen nodded. "All right, I understand. Safety is of utmost importance." As she prepared to deliver the low-tier resources acquired this time to the male protagonist, she believed the returns would sufficiently support her extravagant expenditures in battle. Tang Jing, relieved to see her understanding, felt a sense of ease. After all, it pertained to his own safety, and he could not afford to be careless. He then cast a glance at the front, where Yu Qinan stood. "Now that the matter is settled, shall I escort you there?" Xin Yen raised her gaze, resolutely declining.
"No."
Staying in close proximity to the male protagonist now would make me feel as though my innocence is slipping away.
Tang Jing thét phồn đề.
"Is it over?" He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, it is indeed over. Merely a trivial matter." Xin Yen remarked, "Must you sell me off so readily, senior brother?" Yu Qinan turned his attention towards her, acknowledging her words. "I apologize for the trouble, senior brother." As Xin Yen attempted to step forward, she felt Yu Qinan gently grasp her small arm, halting her movement. Just when Xin Yen believed she could remain on Tang Jing's sword, Yu Qinan took a step back, his tone softening. "This time, let the junior sister stand at the front, shall we? Establish your foundation quickly. Once your foundation is solid, you will be able to control your sword and extricate yourself from this awkward situation." Xin Yen stood up in a daze, sensing that the progression of events had exceeded her expectations. Was the male protagonist truly flawed? The flying sword beneath her suddenly accelerated, creating distance ahead. Tang Jing exchanged glances with her, instinctively reducing their speed to align with Yuchinen. She glanced around, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace herself in a protective manner, safeguarding her innocence. Junior sister, you need not feel uncomfortable due to my change in attitude. It was my fault for treating you with such demeanor before. I have acknowledged my mistakes. I apologize. Xian Yun. No. It is not you who should apologize, dear protagonist. You have done no wrong. The fault lies with me. All right? I am the one who has erred, truly. Please do not act this way, for it makes me feel as if everything has come to ruin. Chapter 68. 3 Critical Strikes. It is not merely a feeling. It seems that everything has indeed fallen apart. The atmosphere around the sword gradually solidified, and Xian Yun fell into silence. What I mean is, regardless of our relationship, I should not have adopted such an attitude, nor should I have uttered words like goo. Or if there is a next time, that is not how I ought to speak. As he spoke, Yuchinen suddenly faltered, unable to complete his thought. Xian Yun, finally realizing that she could not allow the protagonist to continue, turned around to face Yuchinen, retrieving the storage jade bracelet she had just obtained from Tang Jing, and extended it toward him. Senior brother, I previously asked junior brother Tang to acquire these for me as a gift for you. Yuchinen was momentarily taken aback, then displayed an expression of helplessness. Why is junior sister so eager to gift me something? For the sake of system rewards, Xian Yun answered silently in her heart. Yet, outwardly, she merely gazed at him, saying nothing. Too much talk may lead to errors. Remaining silent ensures no missteps. After several breaths, Yuchinen relented. Very well. Since it is junior sister's intention to gift it, I shall accept it, considering it as a safeguard for you. Whenever you require it, simply let me know. He took the storage jade bracelet, not even glancing at its contents, and solemnly donned it upon his left wrist. The jade bracelet, intended for women, appeared somewhat diminutive on his wrist and seemed quite mismatched. Yet, Yuchinen remained utterly unconcerned. Xian Yun stared at his wrist for a couple of seconds before finally diverting her gaze. Perhaps next time, she should suggest that Tang Jing and the others prepare a men's version, as this was decidedly unsuitable. She pondered to herself while turning away, softly uttering a word of thanks. Yuchinen, perplexed, noticed her unwillingness to elaborate and suppressed his curiosity, casting another sword with a flick of his wrist and stepping forward. Controlling 2 swords did not require much spiritual energy. Xian Yun was left speechless. As she relaxed, she could not help but think. This person truly embodied the essence of the male protagonist. Quite admirable. She gazed ahead, feeling the gentle breeze as the speed of the flying sword began to diminish.
Lost in thought for a while.
Eventually, she summoned the system to review the rewards from earlier. Aside from the expected tenfold returns, she primarily focused on the triggered critical hits. A bottle of critical hit Tongluo pill, 3rd tier elixir, critical hit Weiyue barrier, 3rd tier formation, and critical hit bloodline jade have been stored in the system's backpack. Please check them at your convenience. How should one put it? The low probability was not an issue. As long as the quantity increased, critical hits would naturally follow. Since they were in transit, Xian Yun chose not to retrieve the 3 critical hit items, but instead concentrated her attention on the first item in her backpack. After a breath's time, information flowed into her mind. Critical hit Tongluo pill, capable of dispelling foreign energies, ensuring the meridians are unblocked and pure. It sounded quite formidable, yet it seemed of little use to her at the moment. Xian Yun then turned her gaze to the second item. The critical version of the Moonless Veil, capable of altering the environment, unfolds a night devoid of the moon, under which all spirits lie in silence. What does it mean that all spirits lie in silence? Now, on to the third matter. Xian Yun gazed at a male red storage jade bracelet nestled within her backpack, accompanied by a glowing orb of crimson light, and fell into contemplation. System, are you mocking me? This time, without requiring her to concentrate, a stream of information surged in. Critical version of the bloodline jade, consisting of male and female counterparts. Once blood is shed to acknowledge ownership, a bloodline contract can be formed to sense each other's existence. Note: the male bracelet has been constructed and returned by the system. The female bracelet must be sought by the host and placed within the characteristic light orb. Only upon merging will the female bracelet take shape.
Xin Kun.
System, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She swiftly shoved the object into a corner reserved for tenfold effect useless items like osmanthus cake, preferring not to see it. After a moment of reflection, she directed her thoughts towards the previously achieved critical spirit stone. 1 breath, 2, 3, nothing happened. You simply refused to speak. And what else with the pretense of emotions? System, I disdain you. Meanwhile, Tang Jing and his companion, under Yu Qinin's deliberate waiting, caught up. Tang Jing glanced around and noticed that although they were no longer traveling together, the atmosphere was far less awkward than before, so he approached with a bold demeanor. Gentlemen, might you have a moment to spare? If so, let us introduce ourselves and discuss the task at hand. Very well. Xin Yen turned to look at Tang Jing's slender friend. The man smiled and bowed in greeting, surpassing Tang Jing. I am surnamed Kong, and my given name is Shi. Greetings, senior sister Xin. Greetings, senior brother Kong. Subsequently, Kong Shi turned and offered a salutation to Yu Qinin, saying, Greetings, senior brother Yu. He then added, You two are renowned figures within the sect, so there is no need for introductions. It is only I who am unacquainted with you both. Seeing this, Xin Yun and the other did not elaborate further. Tang Jing then produced his disciple token, displaying the details of the mission. The location of this task is Qibing City, the third largest city in the Yu Kingdom. Approximately a month ago, women began disappearing in Qibing City. After their families reported the disappearances, the authorities suspected a lecherous rogue from the pugilistic world was responsible and dispatched soldiers to begin a search. However, instead of finding clues, more women began to vanish from the city, including maidens from respectable families, courtesans, wives, and widows, a diverse array, yet all sharing a common trait: beauty. The populace grew fearful, and the authorities endeavored to suppress the panic, mobilizing all available troops to scour the city for the lecherous rogue, causing an uproar. It was only when a squad of soldiers was found dead, their bodies desiccated into mere human husks, that the authorities realized the perpetrator was not human, but rather a demon. They hastily reported the matter to the Immortal Spirit sect the day before yesterday. Based solely on this information, it is impossible to ascertain the precise nature of the culprit. Further investigation is required upon arrival. Tang Jing spoke only after the others had finished reading. And this commonality among the victims is what I wish to discuss with you all. He turned to Xin Yun, and the other two followed suit. Xin Yun blinked, indicating her understanding. Employing myself as bait to lure the fiend into the open, thereby vanquishing it in one fell swoop. Nay, I merely inquire. Dear sister Xin, wouldst thou not prefer to conceal thyself somewhat? Tang Jing interjected, his words halting her train of thought. Yu Qinin, acting with greater dispatch, produced a sable half-mask, extending it towards Xin Yun. I possess but this singular artifact capable of concealing one's aura, yet it may serve to obscure thy countenance. Xin Yun paused, a moment of contemplation passing before she spoke. Doth it not strike thee that directly tempting the demon? Nay, it doth not. Yu Qinin's tone amplified with emphasis as he pressed the mask further forward. Xin Yun relented. Very well. The distinction is negligible. In any case. Chapter 69. I detonate myself. The demon is assuredly to seek them out at some juncture. Not solely due to my resemblance to the victims, but rather on account of our status as cultivators, our possession of spiritual energy. Such was the case in the original narrative, wherein the protagonist, upon entering the city, collaborated with the constabulary in pursuit of the demon's trail, Yet each lead ultimately proved fruitless. It was only at a certain juncture that the demon elected to reveal itself, manifesting before the protagonist. Its motive was consumption. It was undergoing a process of evolution, reliant upon blood as sustenance. Yet the augmentation afforded by common folk was minimal and unduly taxing, thus it set its sights upon Yuchinen, regarding him as a stepping stone for its evolutionary leap from the moment he entered the city. The outcome was, as one might surmise, its own demise. Hence, her assertion that the distinction was negligible, for the demon would inevitably seek them out regardless. Yet, as her comrades had conceived of the notion, she harbored no objection to giving it a try. It was merely unexpected. Xin Kun offered the trio a smile, accepting the mask into her possession. Not for the sake of disguise, but to reassure the hearts of the people. Yuchinen's previously stern demeanor softened, and he turned to the other two. We must pause outside Chiking City to find a place to change our attire. Tang Jing nodded in agreement. We should also change, shedding our sect disciples' robes to avoid drawing the attention of any demons who might deduce our intentions. I have visited Chiking City before. As the third largest city in the Yu Kingdom, it boasts a flourishing economy and vibrant prosperity, with its tea and wine renowned for their excellence. Consequently, the influx of people entering and exiting daily is substantial, allowing us to seamlessly blend in as ordinary citizens. Xin Kun had no objections to this plan. While foreknowledge is not an issue, explaining it poses a significant challenge. It is better to feign ignorance and subtly guide our companions towards our objectives. Thus, the four of them hurried on their way, and after more than 2 hours, they arrived at the outskirts of Chiking City. The flying swords descended into the woods, where the group changed their garments before stepping out to merge with the throng entering the city. Ahead, the towering city walls loomed, with the gates wide open, bustling with people, and the sounds of merchants calling out their wares echoed beyond the crowded gates, creating a lively atmosphere. However, there were few women present, merely a handful, all of whom appeared unremarkable, clad in coarse linen. This illustrated the formidable influence of the demons. She walked slowly forward, the surrounding crowd parting under Yuchinen's discreet use of spiritual power, leaving her unaffected. Upon entering the city gates, the throng surged in various directions, and the four of them finally found themselves free from the congestion. Where shall we go now? Xin Kun inquired of the three. Since we have chosen to disguise ourselves, it is impossible to directly seek out the authorities for clues. Tang Jing held a folding fan, snapping it open with a flourish, causing his cheeks to jiggle slightly. A rather amusing sight. He considered himself quite presentable and smiled as he spoke. Let us stroll along the main street to admire the beauty of this remarkable city. He added, let us take a turn first to find a place to stay, and later in the evening, I will reach out to the authorities. All right. Xin Kun nodded in agreement. However, Tang the Plump chuckled a couple of times, beckoning Kong Shi to jog ahead. We can find accommodations ourselves. You two enjoy yourselves. I will send you the details of where I'm staying later. Xin Kun stared in confusion as she watched the two of them disappear from view, her neck stiffening as she turned to the person beside her. Yuchinen also felt a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, he suggested, should we go after them? Never mind. As long as she remained true to her heart and steadfast in her beliefs, there should be no significant issues. She took a step forward, deep in thought. Having intervened in the male protagonist's task, which altered their timeline in reaching the city, her first order of business was to ascertain the timing. Then, at the right moment and place, she would encounter the faux heroine, facilitating a favorable outcome before gracefully retreating. Her eyes narrowed as she feigned observing her surroundings. The first missing woman was named Feng Li, known as the most esteemed courtesan in the realm. Such a status inevitably drew the attention of many, and thus, upon entering the city, Yuchinen fortuitously learned from a passerby that Feng Li had been missing for 27 days. To ascertain the time, one simply needs to locate the Tianxia building and inquire about the disappearance of Feng Li. However, one wonders if the Tianxia building is situated off the main street. Just as she contemplated seeking someone for guidance, a resounding bang echoed a few steps ahead. Fire, a black stove, an iron net basket, corn, an explosion, popcorn? She was momentarily taken aback, almost believing she had traversed into an alternate timeline. Yet, in the next instant, a notification popped up from Ling Kai Quan Bian. Is this what it means to self-explode? Xian Yan. Ever since the last time she used this device to observe her master being reprimanded, she had refrained from employing it recklessly. How could it manifest itself again, merely to deliver such a quip? While she was indeed tempted to voice her thoughts, Xian Yan ultimately decided to redirect her attention to the popcorn vendor, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, possessed an attractive countenance. He wore a smile and exuded a warm demeanor. He was currently occupied with preparing popcorn, placing it into paper bags, and handing them to customers. It was during this brief moment of observation that Ling Kai Quan Bian reappeared, asserting its presence once more.
Ingiert corndemon y corndemon? So the corn here is...
Xian Yan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A formidable individual, or rather, a formidable demon. As Xian Yan lingered in her gaze, Yu Qin and could not help but inquire in confusion. Junior, are you interested in trying this? Young master, would you like to taste this delicious corn-based popcorn? It is quite delightful. His voice was soft, and his smile appeared somewhat stiff, clearly indicating his inexperience in such matters. Nevertheless, he persisted. Xian Yan remained silent. Yu Qin glanced at her and took the initiative to speak. I'll have one.
Ah, very well.
Xian Yan stepped closer and pondered. Let us make it 4. The young man looked up at her, seemingly a touch more cheerful. Thank you, young master. Xian Yan fell silent once more. A creature capable of attaining human form must possess a cultivation level above the golden core stage, and certainly not merely at the onset of it. How could such a being find itself reduced to hawking its own, well, the fruits it bore on the street? Did it possess any awareness of the creatures that lurked within the city? Though filled with curiosity, Xian Yan refrained from posing direct inquiries. After a moment of careful consideration, she ventured cautiously, My good fellow, you have not been peddling your wares for long, have you? About 5 or 6 days, the young man replied, continuing his work while looking up. Is it that obvious? Xian Yan chuckled, glancing to either side where vendors were ardently calling out, their smiles genuine, their bodies perpetually bent. The young man understood her implication and smiled back. In a few more days, I shall grow accustomed to it. Really? You intend to persist in this endeavor? Xian Yan was taken aback. As a creature of considerable strength, how could he, after sustaining injuries, lack the ambition to recover and instead focus solely on selling the fruits he had borne? Most importantly, the fruits he himself had produced. Xian Yan pondered that perhaps she could not fully grasp the mindset of such plant-like beings. Nevertheless, regardless of her understanding, she knew she must inquire further. I recall that bo lu is primarily made from glutinous rice. May I ask how you're using corn instead? Moreover, would it not be preferable if glutinous rice dumplings were sold alongside at the stall? The young man hesitated momentarily before responding with a hint of embarrassment. The price of glutinous rice is quite high near Cheating City, and my capital is limited. I see. Xian Yan nodded, offering an apologetic smile. It seems I spoke out of turn, lacking sufficient knowledge. Not at all, young master. Your observations are indeed accurate. I, too, plan to expand the variety once I have accrued enough capital. Have you already mapped out your professional future? Xian Yan mused inwardly, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor. Then I wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you. With that, the conversation reached a natural pause. Xian Yan leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. To be frank, I wish to inquire about certain matters. Would that be permissible? The young man nodded. Of course, young master. Feel free to ask directly. I shall answer to the best of my knowledge. Thank you, kind sir. Xin Yun expressed her gratitude before commencing her inquiries. It does seem rather precarious. However, you need not worry. That demon only targets beautiful women, so we rugged men are safe from harm. Xin Yun tilted her head slightly. But did you not mention that a group of soldiers was attacked? Soldiers and beautiful women hardly seemed to correlate. The young man sighed at her words.
Indeed.
Soldiers were involved, but it was merely a stroke of bad luck. They happened to cross paths with the demon during its hunt. Xin Yun raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity.
What do you mean by that?
That contingent of soldiers found themselves at the residence of a beautiful widow. Xin Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The implications of this revelation were substantial. The woman was the widow of one of the soldiers, and as fate would have it, she happened to cross paths with them at the entrance, engaging in conversation before ultimately joining them indoors for respite. Little did they anticipate that a malevolent entity had its sights set on the widow. The soldiers valiantly resisted, striving to protect her. Regrettably, the outcome was dire. The young man chose not to elaborate further, yet the subsequent events were all too apparent. Human strength, after all, could not stand against the forces of darkness. They sacrificed their lives, but failed to save the one they sought to protect. Both the young man and the malevolent creature fell into a profound silence. Holding a nearly burnt black pot, the young man moved aside. With a loud pop, fresh popcorn was produced. He carefully packaged 2 portions and handed them to Xin Yun before resuming the process anew. He remarked to Xin Yun that the young master, on his journey into the city, must have observed that the men continued to toil and hustle. The primary reason was clear. They understood that they were not on the list of the malevolent entity's prey. Xin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. This malevolent being was indeed peculiar. Targeting only beautiful women, could it be some form of lascivious demon? This, she could not ascertain. He was lying. The young man seemed to possess knowledge of the demon, perhaps even familiarity with it. Xin Yun silently reached her conclusion, maintaining a composed expression as she stepped back slightly and expressed her gratitude to the young man. She thanked him for the information he had provided. The young man lifted his gaze, revealing a simple yet endearing smile, as he hastened his hands to swiftly prepare the remaining 2 bags of popcorn. He packaged them and extended them forward. Yu Qinin instinctively reached out, only to see Xin Yun move ahead of him, accepting the bags and placing all 4 large paper bags into his hands. Could you please hold these for me, senior brother? No trouble at all, he replied. The young man's smile was tinged with a hint of shyness. Each bag costs 5 copper coins, totaling 20 copper coins. Xin Yun nodded, reaching into her bosom to produce a silver ingot, which she handed over. The young man appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback. Xin Yun simply placed the silver down and smiled at him. Consider the extra as a tip for the message. That is not necessary. But Xin Yun paid him no heed, taking Yu Qinin's hand and briskly moving forward. It was at that moment that a notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Gift successful. 4 servings of critical hit popcorn have been stored in the system backpack. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Xin Yun's eyelid twitched. Critical hit food. Could it possibly be another trap? She did not scrutinize it further and, after confirming that the corn monster had not pursued them, slowed her pace. However, she then heard Yu Qinin say, Junior brother, do not stray too far from me in the coming days. As he spoke, he also slipped a bag of popcorn into Xin Yun's hands. Ignoring his words, she looked down at the popcorn. The sweet aroma wafted up, tantalizing her senses, causing her mouth to water, yet it was quite difficult to swallow. Xin Yun lifted her gaze, resigning herself to not tasting it. Yu Qinin, puzzled, soon realized. Were you specifically after the message earlier? Yes, Xin Yun replied with a smile. Do not underestimate the small vendors who occupy the lower echelons of the city. Their network of information is surprisingly astute. The original protagonist's father was a humble jewelry vendor. Thus, she possesses a certain authority on the matter. A flicker of unease passed through Yuchinan's eyes as he shifted his gaze. His junior was indeed correct. The conversation they had just engaged in made it abundantly clear that he must remain by Xian Yan's side in the coming days. Xian Yan, cloaked in her spiritual energy, concealed their surroundings and set aside the popcorn that held no desire for consumption, continuing her leisurely stroll. Along the way, she procured an array of delicacies, insisting on paying for them herself, subsequently handing them over to Yuchinan. Yet, perhaps fortune had run its course, as all subsequent purchases were returned in multiples, a fact that amused Xian Yan greatly. What satisfaction could surpass the thrill of spending a single coin to acquire 10 items? As she wandered, she listened intently to the conversations of passers-by, ultimately discovering her intended destination. The exquisite pavilion, adorned with red silk and inscribed with heaven and earth, seemed to promise vastness. Yet all that resonated within were the sounds of music, song, and laughter. Xian Yan paused in her tracks, while Yuchinan became visibly anxious. Master, Junior, this place. Yet Xian Yan interrupted him, pulling him forward with determination. Come, let us explore within. Chapter 71. The stage is set as Xian Yan's words fell. She felt a hand firmly grip her shoulder with an undeniable intensity. Yuchinan's gaze was resolute. This place is not suitable. Xian Yan attempted to reason with him. You see, brother, throughout history, the most accessible venues for gathering news have been taverns, tea-houses, and... Then let us proceed to the tea-house. Xian Yan fell silent for a moment, then offered a hearty smile. To be honest, I harbor a slight curiosity about this place. Yuchinan's eyes twitched. It is not permissible. However, senior brother. Xian Yan intended to argue her case, but she felt a force upon her shoulder, urging her to change direction and guiding her to the other side of the street. She acknowledged that she possessed a modicum of selfish desire to enter and broaden her horizons. Yet primarily, it was to ascertain the timeline, to advance the emotional narrative, and to contribute to the protagonist's promising future. Thus, dear protagonist, could you kindly cooperate? Xian Yan attempted to resist, but Yuchinan remained resolute, persistently steering her away from that street until they halted before a tavern. This place will suffice. Very well. Xian Yan reluctantly acquiesced. Stepping into the tavern, a waiter quickly approached. Esteemed guests, please come in. Yuchinan furrowed his brow as he absorbed the raucous atmosphere around them. Xian Yan promptly suggested, the second floor. Let us find a quieter spot. The waiter readily complied, leading them upstairs to a window-side private room. Once seated, Xian Yan instructed the waiter, bring us 2 jars of your finest wine, along with some appetizers. Certainly, the waiter replied enthusiastically before bustling away. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 2 jars of wine, several small dishes and bowls. Esteemed guests, the wine is served. The waiter meticulously arranged the items on the table, then eagerly poured 2 bowls of wine, placing them before the pair. Noting their attire, he inquired, You two do not appear to be locals from Chilling City, do you? The two must truly savor the renowned tea and wine of our illustrious cheating city. These 2 jars contain the finest Yunshan wine and the exquisite Tianxian wine. The former is brewed from the misty tea of Yunshan, characterized by its ethereal quality, while the latter is crafted from the famed Tianling black tea, distinguished by its celestial essence. When enjoyed together, they evoke a sensation of transcendent bliss, akin to floating among the divine. The young waiter, animated and exuberant, extolled their virtues. Xinyun, however, withdrew a silver ingot and placed it upon the table. In an instant, the waiter's eyes widened, as if he yearned to snatch the silver for himself. This is not for the cost of the wine, Xinyun clarified. If the esteemed guest has any requests, please articulate them plainly, and I shall ensure they are fulfilled with utmost diligence. It is but a trivial matter. Xinyun lifted her wine cup and took a delicate sip.
Pray,
Tell me about the recent occurrences concerning the demons in the city, such as who was the first to vanish, where and when. The waiter hesitated momentarily before beginning his tale. The first to go missing was a woman named Feng Li. If you exit this street and turn left, you will find the establishment known as Tianxia Tower. Feng Li was their premier courtesan. This occurred approximately 25 days ago. Well, actually, it was 2 days earlier. Xinyan noted this down while savoring her drink. Yu Qinan listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, frowning in contemplation. It was only after extracting all the information the young waiter had to offer that they allowed him to depart, generously adding another silver ingot for his troubles. Though parched from his storytelling, the sight of more silver made him disregard his thirst, and he expressed his gratitude profusely before finally taking his leave. Yu Qinan pondered for a moment, casting a glance towards Xian Yan opposite him, only to find her cheeks flushed and her gaze dazed. He gently called out, "Junior brother?" Xian Yan raised her eyes, emitting a brief sound of inquiry from her nose. Yu Qinan hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Sensing something amiss, Xian Yan blinked, allowing her internal spiritual energy to circulate, dissipating the effects of the alcohol. I apologize, senior brother." "It's quite all right," Yu Qinan replied with a warm smile. "It shouldn't be possible. How can a mere mortal's wine intoxicate a cultivator? Is it because this body is experiencing alcohol for the first time? Or..." Previously, she had noted that her absorption rate for elixirs was a perfect 100%. Everything she consumed, regardless of its nature, was entirely assimilated. Now, having tasted wine, she thought, "I must refrain from this indulgence in the future." Xian Yan resolved silently. After lingering in the tavern a while longer with Yu Qinan, they settled the tab and departed, continuing their exploration. In the original narrative, it was on the second evening after entering the city, 3 days later, that the male lead encountered the pseudo-female protagonist in a narrow alley. The alley was vividly depicted, a commercial area with uneven, ancient bluestone pavement and a roasted duck shop at its entrance. The male protagonist, in search of clues regarding demons, ventured inside and discovered the gravely injured pseudo-female protagonist on the verge of being killed. Despite her possessing spiritual energy, her assailant was cloaked in demonic aura. Thus, his allegiance was clear. He acted decisively, successfully capturing a heart in the process. Xian Yan and Yu Qinan strolled for quite some time, ultimately locating that very alley in the eastern part of the city. Upon entering the roast duck shop, we procured some duck delicacies, and after savoring them, I ordered over 100, indicating that I would return in 3 days to collect them. As for Yu Qinan, it seemed that 3 days would suffice to deal with the demons and depart from Qiqing City, taking the opportunity to retrieve the goods. Yu Qinan harbored no doubts regarding this. Thus, Xian Yan felt reassured. The stage was set. It only awaited the passage of time and the arrival of the actors to be truly splendid. After leaving the roast duck shop, the two strolled through the remaining areas of Qiqing City. At dusk, they received a message from Tang Jing and promptly made their way to the inn where they were staying. Upon arrival, the dishes ordered by Tang Jing and his companion were just being served, and the 4 of them took their seats together. As the meal commenced, and with no one else around, Yu Qinan spoke up. "My junior sister and I have explored the entirety of Qiqing City, yet we have detected no trace of demonic presence. The demon is either absent from the city or possesses some form of concealed aura." Xian Yan nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed. Moreover, this ability could be quite formidable." As she spoke, she produced a magical artifact, a third-tier item that she had deliberately retrieved from their recent returns. This artifact has the capacity to detect energies. I carried it with me throughout our exploration, and it yielded no response whatsoever. Tang Jing readily believed her, for this artifact was one he had procured himself. "In that case, it becomes somewhat challenging for us to locate this demon," Xian Yan interjected. "Perhaps we should attempt to lure it out instead?" Skipping the arduous investigation process and waiting for the demon to approach would be quite convenient. Absolutely not. Yu Qinan countered. Even if the demon is adept at hiding, it cannot possibly leave no trace behind. As long as one persists in the search, one is bound to uncover its traces, thereby resolving the matter once and for all. Chapter 72. A Reunion. Tang Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as that malevolent creature remains in Cheating City, it cannot possibly escape. Kong Shi continued to express his concurrence. The trio shared a unified opinion, and Xinyan felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Aware that the demon would come to them of its own accord, Xinyan felt no anxiety. She settled cross-legged on her bed and commenced her daily cultivation. Time gradually elapsed, and soon the following day arrived, with the sun slowly peeking over the horizon. Xinyan had not yet exited the simulation space when, unexpectedly, she received a reminder from ELV.
Who was on watch?
Hastily, she withdrew, opening her eyes to survey her surroundings. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of anything amiss. To the left, in the corner, Yelvi discreetly transmitted a message. Xinyan maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze sweeping over the left corner before redirecting her attention elsewhere. Though it was but a fleeting glance, it was sufficient to discern the appearance of an unknown white powder. The malevolent creature plaguing the city was none other than a white moth. A moth that had succumbed to the demonic path. Perhaps she ought to reassess her own appearance? Xinyan surveyed the room, feigning ignorance of her discovery, and exhaled in relief, rising to stretch her limbs. Meanwhile, the movement of the white powder was relayed by ALV. It paused momentarily, then continued its approach. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3.
Wait.
What was that outside the window? ALV's tone shifted rapidly. Before Xinyan could react, a green shadow darted into the room, landing and transforming into a figure. It opened its mouth and expelled a pool of green liquid, blood. Xinyan paused for a moment, then scrutinized the figure before her. It was the corn demon from yesterday. As the monstrous moth retreated, Xinyan dared not relax her vigilance, continuing to fixate on the creature before her. The demon supported itself with its hands on the ground and slowly rose to its feet, casting a glance at the corner where the white powder had dissipated before turning its gaze towards Xinyan, breaking into a smile. "Ah, young lady. It is a pleasure to see you again." Xinyan hesitated momentarily. "You have known all along that we are cultivators?" The corn demon shook its head. "Not quite. It was only when you exchanged silver that I sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy and took notice." "Ah, I had almost forgotten about that," Xinyan admitted, feeling a fleeting pang of regret before donning a smile. "So, what is it that you seek?" "My name is Yu Jingtong, and I am a demon. It was only after you recognized this that you decided to converse with me, correct?" He chuckled, though the smile bore a hint of bitterness. "I come seeking refuge." Xinyan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "The demon you are searching for is—"
"Wait."
Xinyan interjected, stepping forward to open the door, intending to summon her companions. However, as soon as the door swung open, she was met with the imposing figure of a guardian deity standing with its back to her, its posture upright, as though it had been stationed there for an extended period. "Xixiang?" Hearing the door creak, Yu Qinan turned around. His gaze fell upon Yu Jingtong, and he swiftly unsheathed his sword. Wait, Xinyan exclaimed, raising her hand in a gesture of peace. Yu Qinan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his expression chillingly severe. He had stationed himself here to rush in and rescue Xinyan should she find herself in peril. But how could it be? He sensed nothing amiss, yet calamity had already befallen them. If it were not for Xinyan opening the door just now, but rather a battle had ensued. Emotions would have surged, as if something were striving to break free from confinement. "Calm yourself, senior brother." Xinyan hastily pressed down on his hand, which gripped the hilt of his sword, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Can you please listen for once?" He cast a glance at Xinyan, and upon noticing her composure, He drew her behind him. Xianyun quickly leaned forward and explained, "Senior brother, his name is Yujing Tong, a demon, claiming to seek refuge. He also possesses information about the demon we are searching for. That is why I came out to find you, intending for us to listen together. Please, do not act hastily. Let us wait for everyone to arrive and hear what he has to say." She spoke in a rush, and Yu Qinan, calming somewhat, nodded slowly. Xianyun breathed a sigh of relief. "Then, senior brother, please wait here. I will go find Tang Xiao Shixiang and the others." As her words fell, the doors of the 2 rooms to the left swung open in succession. "No need. I have already heard." Tang Jing's expression was grave as he approached with Kong Shi, both turning their gazes towards the demon in the room. Yujing Tong slowly raised his hand, wiping away the green blood from his lips, revealing a smile. "Shall we sit and talk?" "Certainly." Tang Jing squinted with a smile, stepping into the room first. His gaze soon drawn to the window that had been broken open. Yu Qin and Kong Shi, who followed him, also took note of this, their looks towards Yujing Tong growing increasingly hostile. "How did you manage this? To break in through the window without drawing our attention?" Yu Qin's eyes gleamed with a chilling coldness. As Xianyun approached directly, she was halted by Yu Qin's arm. With no choice, she could only cling to his arm and say, "The demon we were looking for has indeed come. It must be the work of that creature." Yu Qin turned to look at her, his composure faltering. "That one has arrived too?" At such a critical moment, it seemed appropriate to disclose some details. Xianyun nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I witnessed it. There was a kind of white powder." She then glanced at Yu Jingtong, who ought to be well informed on the specifics. For pairs of eyes converged, and Yu Jingtong nodded slightly. "Indeed, it has been here." With those words, a hush fell over the room. Tang Jing stepped forward to the table, seating himself while pouring himself a cup of tea. "Let us converse while seated. A demon at the end of its tether cannot stir up much of a tempest." The other 3 approached as well, but only Xianyun chose to sit. Yu Jingtong appeared unwell, his steps unsteady as he made his way to a chair, then methodically cleared the tea set and other objects from the table. "Before we proceed, may I trouble you all for a small favor?" Though phrased as a request, his actions did not cease. With a flourish of his sleeve, several items materialized on the table, not mere objects, but rather a calico kitten, a gray sparrow, a red and white koi fish, and a pink peony, all in a state of near death. "What is this?" Xianyun inquired. "Demonic entities," Yu Jingtong explained, "small demons whose powers have been drained, on the brink of death." He placed his hand upon the most critically afflicted red and white koi, green life energy flowing from his fingertips. "The demon you seek is a moth, attempting to evolve and break through to the golden core stage. It has succeeded halfway, yet the stored energy proves insufficient. It has consumed the demonic powers of these small beings to replenish itself, and initially intended to devour their very bodies as sustenance. I arrived, but alas, I was too late." He raised his gaze toward several individuals. "The demonic power of a creature is, in essence, a fusion of spiritual energy and its intrinsic bloodline power. Hence, the demon race can utilize the elixirs of human cultivators. I implore you, please assist them." Chapter 73. The farmer and the corn gazing at the life force emanating from Yu Jingtong's fingertips, as well as his pallid countenance devoid of color. Xianyun seemed to grasp the primary purpose of this demon's arrival. It was for these few small creatures. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Your condition appears rather dire." Yu Jingtong chuckled lightly. "This is merely an old ailment of mine. It is nothing serious." After a brief moment of silence, Xianyun produced 4 returning elixirs from her palm. 3rd tier, vitality elixirs. The mere appearance of these elixirs captivated the attention of all present. Although not particularly high grade, the life force contained within them was astonishing, causing Yu Jingtong to become palpably excited. His gaze solidified with determination. As long as the lady is willing to assist, I am prepared to do anything. As those words fell, a green thread of emotion, visible only to Xi Yen, floated from Yu Jingtong and settled before her. Fixating her gaze upon it, a series of vivid images flashed before her. It depicted a corn plant, growing in a farmer's field like any other. Yet for reasons unknown, it had attained consciousness and grew at a slower pace than its kin. In merely 2 months, its peers flourished to several meters in height, producing ears of grain, while it remained in a nascent state. Consequently, it was uprooted without hesitation and discarded at the edge of the field. At that moment, it possessed little understanding. Its sole thought after being removed was to re-establish its roots and thrive. It exerted great effort to rise, using its rhizome to burrow into the soil, replanting itself. This endeavor caught the eye of a young farmer. Beyond the courtyard lay a shaded area frequented by visitors. The farmer would come daily, whether to water, fertilize, or tend to pests, or simply to observe. Sometimes, the plant would sway its branches in greeting, prompting a smile from him. For a decade, it thrived in that large pot, nurtured with care, eventually reaching several meters in height, and through attentive listening, it grasped many of life's intricacies. It had grown capable of producing ears and bearing fruit. Harnessing the mystical energy within, it birthed a corn cob, imbued with rich spiritual essence, and presented it to the farmer upon his arrival. "Thank you," it offered. Yet the farmer declined, saying, "You are still young. Do not expend your strength on results. Focus on growing well." He gently caressed its leaves. It heeded the farmer's wisdom, diligently absorbing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of sun and moon. Another decade passed, and the village faced a year of drought, yielding scant harvests, and the farmer's home saw little bounty. With a furrowed brow and a heavy heart, the farmer sighed daily, prompting the plant to labor throughout the night, producing an abundance of ordinary corn, blanketing the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, the farmer uttered the same refrain. "Thank you. You are still young. Do not waste your energy on such matters. Focus on growing well." On this occasion, the farmer did not refuse its kindness. He gathered the corn from his yard and discreetly concealed it within his home. He remained acutely aware, refraining from distributing these provisions, ensuring his family's survival while assisting a few truly destitute households. Additionally, there was a group of weary soldiers who arrived in the village. Upon their entrance, they were met with hostility from the villagers, even though they merely sought a temporary respite. The farmer welcomed them and, after inquiring about their allegiance, offered the corn he had been preserving. He expressed, "Our peaceful existence is sustained by your valiant efforts at the frontier. Though I can do little, I must at least ensure that you do not fight on an empty stomach." The soldiers graciously accepted his generosity, resting for a night before departing. This was but a brief interlude. Life for the farmer continued, and after the drought year passed, hope began to blossom once more. 3 years later, a general on a magnificent steed arrived in the village. "3 years ago, your kindness graced me," he proclaimed, "and I have returned to repay that debt." The general offered to take the farmer to the capital, promising riches, grand estates, and beautiful servants. However, the farmer declined. "I merely performed a small act of duty. If you wish to repay me, then strive valiantly in battle to safeguard the realm." The general departed, yet subsequently sent emissaries bearing gold and silver, constructed a new residence, and made annual visits. Thus, the latter half of the farmer's life unfolded in tranquility and happiness. He gradually aged, his health waning, and he bore fruit imbued with spiritual essence, hoping to restore his vitality and impart life force to rejuvenate his body. The farmer declined. This day would inevitably arrive, and I harbor no regrets. Do you know, in my youth, I inadvertently wandered into a gorge in the mountains, nearly falling prey to ferocious beasts. It was an ancient tree that saved me, revealing the existence of demons in this world. When I depart, should you desire, you may venture to see it for me. One night, the farmer departed. His family mourned, their cries filled with profound sorrow. The entity uprooted its roots and entered the dwelling, making its first appearance before others. It bowed thrice to the farmer's serene body, leaving behind 2 ethereal fruits that had been born for the farmer but remained unharvested, before turning to leave. It journeyed to the gorge spoken of by the farmer, but encountered not the ancient tree spirit, only a decayed stump, lifeless as a result of a lightning strike. It planted its roots beside the old stump, commencing its apprenticeship under the farmer's tutelage, watering and fertilizing daily. After approximately 30 years, the old tree began to regain its vitality. For 4 centuries, it remained in a state of cultivation, gradually advancing to the realm of demon cores, overcoming the tribulations of transformation and acquiring a human form. It bid farewell to the ancient tree and ventured into the mortal realm, striving to assist both humans and spirits, just as the farmer had once done. Thus, it discovered the essence of existence, until one fateful encounter with a certain cultivator, who coveted it for the continuous provision of ethereal fruits, a demand it naturally resisted. After a fierce confrontation, it managed to escape, albeit sustaining grievous injuries, estimated to require a century for full recovery. Seeking solitude, it found an uninhabited valley and took root, intending to recuperate gradually. Yet on the second day of its rooting, it encountered a small cat, clutching a peony.
Meow, meow, meow.
Esteemed elder demon, might I implore you to rescue my friend? That little demoness, Peony, has succumbed to dark energies and is in a dire state. In her attempt to defend herself, she drew the attention of a formidable moth, nearly at the Foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, though gravely injured, she once possessed the strength of the demon core realm, enabling her to protect herself and a few other little demons, albeit at a cost. However, within a mere year, the moth's power surged to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, initiating its evolutionary breakthrough. It swiftly defeated her, leaving no one to save. Chapter 74. The Male Moth. After suffering defeat, it fled, harboring sympathy and regret for the abducted woman, yet not overly tormented by the loss. It had done its utmost, a lesson imparted by the farmers. One may be benevolent, yet must also adapt to circumstances. Injured and weakened, having endured such a fierce confrontation, its condition deteriorated further, barely maintaining its human form. Fortunately, the moth was preoccupied with its evolution and momentarily overlooked it and the little demons. On that fateful day, it led the little demons into the city and rented a courtyard, which was due for payment. After some contemplation, it decided to procure tools and set up a stall on the street, selling the cornbread made from its cultivated corn, a venture with little risk. Aware that this was the domain of the Celestial Spirit sect and that the authorities had disseminated news of the moth, it anticipated that disciples from the sect would soon arrive to address the matter. Earning a living through this stall and providing for a few little demons seemed manageable. Little did it expect that the moth, lacking sufficient energy for its evolution, would turn its attention towards the little demons, or perhaps even towards it. Arriving just in time, it managed to rescue 4 little demons from certain death, escaping amidst the eruption of its primal essence. Then, she recalled the 2 disciples of the immortal sect encountered during the day. Suddenly, Xian Yun's complexion turned pale. Yu Qinan's gaze shifted, filled with overwhelming killing intent. However, the first thing he did was place his hand on Xian Yun's back, channeling spiritual energy into her. Hiss! Xian Yun raised her hand to cover her throbbing head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This situation had occurred once before, Elvi's emotional thread. Thus, this phenomenon consumes varying amounts of consciousness depending on the circumstances. It is even possible to experience a headache from excessive use of consciousness. It seems she must be cautious moving forward. While contemplating this, She noticed Tang Jing had already stood up, drawing his sword. I thought you were a fine demon, but it turns out you have been secretly plotting against us. Behold my blade. Yu Jing Tong appeared utterly bewildered. Xian Yun reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. This is not your concern. It is my issue. She pressed down Tang Jing's sword, gazing intently at Yu Jing Tong. You said anything is possible? Indeed. Good. Xian Yun nodded and directly handed over 4 pills. I will help you save them. From now on, you will be my demon, Yu Qinan. Tang Jing's eyes widened. Brother Yu is still here. What nonsense are you spouting? Xian Yun smacked the back of his head and continued to gaze at Yu Jing Tong. This is your demon. Tang Jing was left speechless. Yu Jing Tong lowered his gaze, contemplating the 4 pills, and without much hesitation, accepted them, feeding each one to the little demons. Very well. Providing the spiritual fruit to others is certainly not impossible. However, the individual in question elicited profound displeasure. In comparison, accompanying Xian Yen seems rather acceptable. The efficacy of the elixirs became evident as the condition of the 4 little demons visibly improved. Yu Jing raised his head, intending to meticulously convey information regarding the demonic moth, but a vial of elixirs was thrust into his hands. Although these elixirs are of a lower grade, they can still aid in stabilizing your condition. Use them for now. Thank you. He extracted a pill and placed it in his mouth, feeling the medicinal energy rise within him, soothing his pain before he spoke. The demon you seek is a moth, one that traverses the path of darkness, skilled in poison and concealment. Just moments ago, this young lady's chamber was ensnared by a hidden barrier, which is why the commotion did not escape the room. My sudden intrusion rendered the destruction of the barrier a trivial matter. It was not the entity's true form that arrived here, thus it chose to withdraw. The formidable ability of concealment aligns with their prior conjectures. The 4 individuals adopted a serious demeanor. Yu Qinan then inquired, why did it fixate on my junior apprentice? Yu Jing paused, shaking his head. I am uncertain about that, including the prior abductions of those beautiful women. The rationale eludes me. After all, the process of evolution does not necessitate the involvement of ordinary mortals. If one were to seek sustenance to replenish power, it would be logical to select robust men. However, the path of darkness progresses swiftly, wielding a significant impact on one's intellect and resolve. I speculate that the demonic moth may possess some form of obsession, prompting such actions. Regarding the discovery of your junior sister's feminine identity, it is indeed reasonable that the male moth possesses an inherent sensitivity towards females, which becomes amplified after succumbing to demonic influence. Xian Yun remarked, this is illogical. She is not a moth. Yu Jing Tong understood her implication and felt a tinge of embarrassment. I surmise that after its transformation, the creature's sensitivity towards female moths has mutated to target human females, thus enabling it to accurately locate attractive women within the city. Upon hearing this, the 4 fell silent, with Tang Jing unable to suppress an exclamation of disdain. Truly, a lecherous demon. Yu Qin and then inquired, where is the demon moth currently hiding? Yu Jing Tong shook his head once more. Though I have encountered that demon moth and have been in open and covert opposition to it for a year, I have yet to discover its lair. Its ability to conceal itself is exceedingly formidable. Yu Qinan frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yet he heard Yu Jing Tong add, after a moment of contemplation, it is merely a possibility. Where? Tianxia Tower, a brothel in the city. Xian Yun blinked, a smile suddenly illuminating her face.
All right.
This afternoon we shall investigate. Yu Qinan's expression darkened. Tang Jing, puzzled, asked, why in the afternoon? Xian Yun shot him a look of exasperation. Fool. Such places are undoubtedly most lively in the afternoon and evening. Yu Qinan abruptly tightened his grip on his sword, his demeanor turning fierce. No, we shall go now. We must eliminate that demon moth to ensure no further harm befalls anyone. Yuqin and maintained his resolute demeanor, extending a hand to assist Xian Yan. But after a moment's contemplation, he pressed down once more. Perhaps, junior sister, your absence is permissible. We shall undertake the task of dealing with the demons. Xian Yan rose, her smile unwavering. Why not go? She asserted. Brother Tang, I kindly ask you to remain behind and oversee these few minor demons. As for you, brother Yu, I would appreciate your company on our expedition. Yuqin pondered for a moment, choosing not to contest her request further. Accompanying Xian Yan would enhance their protection, ensuring they would not misplace their path or allow the demons to exploit an opening from behind. With the decision made, they set forth. Taking advantage of the early hour and the scant crowd upon the streets, they arrived at the location of Tianxiaolu in a short span of time. At this hour, although the doors of Tianxiaolu were ajar, it exuded an air of desolation, starkly contrasting the vibrant scene witnessed the previous day. Chapter 75. Occasionally resisting the flow leading the way, Xian Yan ascended the steps and crossed the threshold into the grand hall. The opulent interior was occupied by a few attendants busily clearing away the remnants of the previous gathering. Upon noticing their entrance, one attendant turned to summon assistance, while another approached them. It seems the gentlemen have arrived at an inconvenient time. The previous event concluded only recently, and we have yet to prepare for today's gathering. Might you consider returning at a later hour? The attendant bowed, an eager smile plastered across his face. Xian Yan, now clad in male attire and donning a mask, waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. We are not particular about timing. At her words, the attendant's smile faltered slightly, yet he maintained his facade of cordiality. Since the young master has spoken thus, shall we proceed inside? The young servant will lead the way. This grand hall is not quite suitable for receiving guests at present. Might I assist the esteemed gentleman in finding a private chamber? Please do take a moment to wait. Young Master Qing shall arrive shortly. Yuqin halted his steps. Young master? What this esteemed gentleman may not be aware of is that recently there have been disturbances in the city involving demons, causing the young ladies to be in a state of unease and consequently reluctant to greet guests. Even the young masters in our establishment are preoccupied with their own affairs. However, rest assured, all those who grace our establishment are quite capable and of no lesser quality. Yuqin's eye twitched as he grasped Xian Yan's wrist. Perhaps, since there is no lack of quality, we should seek a tranquil private chamber. After all, we are not short on funds. Xian Yan replied with a hint of excitement. Indeed, very well. The young servant eagerly responded. Yuqin. Xian Yan released his grip and turned to whisper, Brother, this is merely for the sake of the mission.
With that,
she strode forward to catch up with the young servant. She had suddenly conceived this idea, without completely abandoning her devoted demeanor. Occasionally opposing the male lead would likely diminish his fondness for her, thereby facilitating the development of the romantic storyline between the leads. This was an excellent opportunity. Was she merely visiting a brothel to seek a young master?
No.
This was for the mission and to gather information. Yuqin's expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to follow. Behind them, Kong Shiyu and Jing Tong exchanged glances, unable to interject between the two, and thus remained silent as they proceeded together. The young servant led several individuals to the third floor, into a room adorned with exquisite decor. Once they were seated, he inquired, Esteemed gentlemen, what kind of beverages do you wish to procure? We have all the renowned wines from Chiching City. Let us have the most famous one. And do bring some appetizers as well, instructed Xian Yan. Certainly, replied the servant, promptly exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, the group was greeted by a voice, tinged with irritation and deliberately lowered, emanating from a distance on their left. I had just settled into slumber. Who dares to disturb me at this hour? Following this, the servant's voice interjected, My lord, Please do not be vexed. This guest has indeed arrived at an inconvenient time, but since they have already entered. Enough. There's no need for your commentary. After a brief wait, a young man dressed in a blue silk robe entered. He possessed striking features, and though his long hair was hastily styled, it did not appear disheveled. Rather, it exuded a certain languid charm. Approaching the table, he smiled politely. I sincerely apologize for making you wait, esteemed gentleman. With that, he began to arrange the dishes brought by the servant onto the table, filling wine cups and presenting them to each guest. Lifting a glass left at his side, he declared, Qing Huai will take a self-imposed penalty drink. As a gesture of my inadequate hospitality and as an apology. With those words, he raised the cup and downed it in one swift motion.
Xin Kun,
Twirling her wine glass delicately between her fingers, chose not to partake, but instead gazed at the young man and asked, Are you called Qing Huai? Indeed, he replied, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Xin Yen, in turn, smiled back. A well-named. Before the words could fully escape, the table before them suddenly cracked open with a resounding snap. Qing Huai, startled by the commotion, found her lingering drowsiness dissipated entirely. Xin Yen, on the other hand, swiftly turned her gaze to the side. Yu Qinan's focus rested squarely upon the very table that lay before her. Surely, it could not be so. What had transpired to provoke such a reaction? She had done nothing. Well, nothing excessively so. To be candid, Yu Qinan stated, We are here to investigate matters concerning demons and spirits. It is said that the first missing woman was one of those who resided in this establishment. Xin Yen responded, What happened to our charade? You cannot simply overturn the table because you wish to prevent me from conversing with others. Qing Huai raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something, and straightened her posture to inquire. Gentlemen, are you representatives of the celestial sect? Indeed, Yu Qinan affirmed without hesitation. Upon receiving this confirmation, a flicker of light momentarily illuminated Qing Huai's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by shadows of doubt. With a smile, she declared, Since you are indeed from the celestial sect, I shall speak without reservation. Please, gentlemen, feel free to inquire. For now, there is no need to question, Yu Qinan replied. Since you are in charge here, kindly guide us through the upper and lower levels of this establishment. We have our methods to uncover the truths we seek. Qing Huai nodded, rising to lead the way. Yu Qinan followed suit, and Xin Yen reluctantly got to her feet as well. Do you gentlemen suspect that the demon resides within this establishment? Qing Huai inquired as she walked. Before continuing, if that is the case, then the young gentleman must have misjudged. Since the disappearance of Feng Li on the 25th, there have been no occurrences of a similar nature in this establishment. If demons were indeed present, they would not venture afar to abduct individuals when proximity offered them easier prey. Who was it that first discovered Feng Li's disappearance? How was it uncovered? Xin Yun inquired. It was I, Qing Huai responded. She always leaves her room at the same hour each day, yet on that particular day, she did not emerge for quite some time, prompting me to investigate. What did you find? The furnishings in her room were, as they always were, giving no indication that anything amiss had transpired, save for her absence. There was nothing unusual in her routine. Accompanied by Qing Huai, the group initially searched upwards, traversing numerous chambers. Some were solitary abodes, while others emanated the sounds of couples or groups within. The practitioners, endowed with keen senses, could not help but overhear as they passed by the doors. Yu Qinan's expression darkened, a tinge of regret surfacing for having brought Xin Yun along.
Yet,
Xin Yun remained unfazed, even finding the bustling sounds emanating from certain double rooms in the early hours rather intriguing. Thus, the group ascended to the 5th floor. Qing Huai spoke. Feng Li's room is situated centrally. No sooner had he uttered these words than the 4 companions trailing him. Chapter 76. The arrival of prey in this fleeting moment, Xin contemplated a multitude of thoughts. The original text had never mentioned Yu Jingtong or those four lesser demons. Moreover, it indicated that Yu Qin arrived in Qiting City 2 days late. This 2-day interval was sufficient for the demon moth to once again take action, consuming the large one and the 4 small ones, transforming them into nourishment for its breakthrough evolution. Thus, it is highly probable that the large one and the 4 small ones in the original narrative have perished. However, this time, due to her intervention, they arrived prematurely. Through the presence of the spirit material identification, she discerned Yu Jingtong's true identity. Her inadvertent revelation of her spiritual energy fluctuations led Yu Jingtong to seek her out after the incident. Everything has thus altered. The demon moth, in its corporeal form, advanced to confront Yu Jingtong, while its avatar, or fragment of consciousness, came to abduct her. The former accidentally allowed a human to escape, while the latter was compelled to terminate its mission due to Yu Jingtong's intrusion. Yet, it has become aware that the 2 parties it intends to confront have united. What will it do next? Having failed to achieve either objective and growing anxious to replenish energy for its evolutionary breakthrough, what actions will it undertake? Is it not said that those women merely went missing and did not encounter actual harm? Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the records obtained by Tang Jing from the authorities merely stated that the women were missing and did not provide any evidence of a tangible scene of harm. Xian's gaze turned icy. The final question has now found its answer. The demon moth seeks to deliberately expose itself, luring us in, while the demon moth requires energy. Leaving its lair to confront them would undoubtedly place it at a disadvantage. Thus, it has resolved to orchestrate a crime, enticing them to come forth willingly. Then, taking advantage of their home ground, they swiftly eradicated them, encompassing all the reinforcements. The moth had evidently not anticipated that Yu Jingtong had already discovered its lair. They arrived before the incident involving the woman in the room could escalate. Yet, it appeared there was little distinction. The moth had likely arranged everything, merely waiting for its prey to enter. Yu Qin turned to cast a glance at Xian, not inquiring why she was so certain, but instead stepped into the room to scrutinize the grim scene within. It was then that some residents from nearby rooms, disturbed by the commotion, emerged. Upon witnessing the tableau, they either shrieked in horror, fled in panic, or retched on the spot, and this subsequent uproar drew others in. Only one woman, clad in simple attire, approached and, after a moment of dazed expression, became hollow and numb. She walked over to Qinghuai. "Qinghuai, do you remember? Sisterly once said that someone was watching her, observing her in the shadows, at all times, ceaselessly." Xian seized upon the key phrase and turned to look. Qinghuai steadied her emotions, acknowledging her gaze, and after a brief silence replied, "That had transpired over a year ago when Feng Li had fallen ill, her mind wandering. We had assumed it was due to her ailment. Over a year ago." Xian fell silent. According to Yu Jingtong, the moth had been in this peculiar city over a year prior, and it was plausible that it had been present even earlier. But had the moth already set its sights on Feng Li at that time? Was there a possibility that Feng Li's disappearance was not mere coincidence? As she pondered this, Yu Qin emerged from the room, his voice frigid. The visage of the flayed skin bore lacerations at the corners of the mouth, as if something had burrowed within. Its passage marked by gradual evisceration, the remnants cast aside until only hollowness remained. The entity had attempted to expand, to usurp the entirety of the human integument, but the fragile dermis ruptured, causing its departure, leaving behind only tattered remains. Though his tone was carefully modulated, a palpable dread gripped those who listened. Xian narrowed her eyes, her gaze resolute. "Search. The demonic moth is undoubtedly here." She then turned her attention to Qinghuai and the woman beside him. "You two must expedite the evacuation of this building and alert the authorities. Urge them to mobilize and, if possible, clear this entire street." With these words, She vaulted over the railing, descending through the atrium of the pavilion to the ground floor with practiced ease. Yu Qinan and the others followed suit, where they found Xian Yun tapping the ground with her foot. If it were within the building, it would have been discovered long ago. Thus, only one possibility remains: beneath us. Yu Qinan concurred, focusing his divine sense, compressing it into a sharp spike that he plunged into the earth. 50 paces. Upon uttering these words, a frown furrowed his brow. Such a vast distance would be easily breached, yet the collateral damage would be immense, especially considering the multitude of people present. Xian Yun produced several enhanced reversion talismans, distributing them among the group. The two humans and the demon paused momentarily before accepting the talismans with grave expressions. Now is not the time for deliberation. The paramount task was to vanquish the demonic moth. After a brief preparation, they activated the earth-walking talismans, plunging directly into the subterranean depths. After roughly 3 breaths, the crowd felt as though they had traversed the dense earth, entering into a certain realm. Subsequently, the amulets and antidote talismans they bore were activated. Yu Qinan cast forth several orbs of light, illuminating the surroundings. A cloud of white dust enveloped the area, and the terrifying toxicity and corrosive force bore down upon the 2 layers of shields. Surrounding them was a cavern, with interwoven stone pillars rising and falling, obstructing their line of sight, rendering it impossible to see beyond. Xian Yan glanced around, momentarily unable to ascertain the direction, when she heard a rustling sound emanating from the left. Turning her head, she beheld countless white moths, forming a wave of white that surged towards them. She hastily focused her energy, preparing to take action, but saw Yu Qinan step forward, positioning himself in front of her. A silver-white sword stood erect before him, and a terrifying blaze erupted from its blade, colliding with the oncoming wave of moths. The insects were incinerated, emitting a sizzle, yet the swarm continued to advance fearlessly, overwhelming Yu Qinan's attack through sheer numbers, slowly pressing forward. Kong Shi acted swiftly, gesturing with his hands, conjuring flames to combat the white tide. With his support, the clash between the 2 sides reached a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Xian Yan wished to intervene once more when a playful voice echoed from all directions. "You've come? You arrived so quickly. Hee, hello, you look so lovely." It was directed at her. Chapter 77. The target is her. Xian Yan concentrated, scanning her surroundings in search of the source of the mocking voice, yet found nothing. "Junior sister." Yu Qinan's voice resonated from ahead as he extended his hand towards her. "Hold on to me, and do not let go." Xin Yun remained silent, feeling no compulsion to comply. At that moment, the voice of Alu reverberated in her mind. "Yun, I have located it. The magical moth is mingling among the swarm of ordinary moths, at that position." Through their connection, Alu shared the precise location of the magical moth, allowing her to discern a single moth, indistinguishable from the others, flying directly towards her. Xin Yun narrowed her eyes, and an unmistakable look of panic washed over her face. She grasped Yu Qinan's hand tightly, drawing closer to him, seemingly in search of solace. After the magical moth uttered a single phrase, it fell silent, leaving only the rustling of wings and the hissing of flames echoing within the cavern. Suddenly, a stray moth darted through the flames, making its way towards the group. These moths were few in number, utterly ordinary, devoid of any trace of magical energy. Even as they drew near, they could not breach the protective talismans surrounding the individuals. After a few futile flaps, they were obliterated by the dissipating spiritual force, scattering into fragments upon the ground. Consequently, they went unnoticed by all, except for Xin Yun. While maintaining her facade of distress, she continued to heed Alu's voice echoing in her mind. "It has left the swarm and is approaching this way."
To the left.
"Its target appears to have shifted to that ear of corn." "No, it feigned a move and is coming this way again." "Yun." It still aims to confront you. 5 steps, 3 steps, Yun. At the instant Alu called out her name, Xingyun sprang into action. The frantic expression from a moment ago had vanished, and with a swift motion, 3 ordinary first-tier spiritual artifacts were hurled, triggering an immediate explosion.
Boom.
The first detonation resonated. Meanwhile, Yu Jing, initially in a poor state and unable to engage in combat, had been observing from the rear left of the 2 combatants when suddenly he was caught in the crossfire. The second talisman activated passively, manifesting a protective shield, allowing him to react just in time to retreat. Then, once more, there was a resounding boom, followed by 2 violent explosions. The location of the demon moth was engulfed by a terrifying tempest of spiritual energy, causing the air to tremble. Yu Qinan did not hesitate, promptly redirecting his focus and unleashing a blaze towards that position, choosing to trust Xian Yan's judgment. Seeing Yu Qinan shift his attack elsewhere, Kang Shi instinctively increased his output of spiritual energy to fend off the swarm of moths. After about 2 breaths, a dark, ominous light suddenly emerged from the location of Xian Yan and the other's assault, the demonic energy erupting and surprisingly suppressing the spiritual tempest. Subsequently, a spherical barrier of demonic energy materialized, intercepting Yu Qinan's flame. Deception. How amusing. As this realization dawned, everyone finally beheld the visage of their foe. It was a colossal moth, standing 3 meters tall, its white wings unfurled, adorned symmetrically with 4 silver spots resembling cat eyes, while the edges of its wings were speckled with gray. At that moment, the silver, white, and gray areas emitted a faint, ethereal glow, creating an exquisite spectacle. However, disregarding the wings and focusing solely on the central body of the creature evoked sheer terror. It was a grotesque amalgamation of human and moth, exhibiting human features in some areas, while other parts retained the fuzzy body of a moth. Xian Yan furrowed her brow, yearning for a pair of eyes that had never beheld such a creature. Suddenly, she witnessed the wings of the demonic moth fluttering violently, hurtling directly towards her with terrifying speed, leaving a shimmering trail of silver, white, and gray light in its wake. The pinnacle of Foundation establishment prowess was unmistakably revealed in that moment. In stark contrast, her own side consisted of the male protagonist, newly arrived at Foundation establishment, Kang Shi at the 4th level, an incapacitated golden core demon, and herself, who had yet to establish her foundation. Xian Yan fell into silence. Although, in the original narrative,